Gu Huai, the only student with a double-level talent in the entire class, insisted on choosing the summoner profession during the job transition ceremony. Nobody knew that this time traveler had already planned an extraordinary path in his heart. In the year of the transition era 2023, the atmosphere in the classroom of Class 1, Grade 3 at Jiangxing No. 1 High School was tense. On the podium, Teacher Qin, dressed in professional attire, surveyed the group of elite students and declared with a resounding voice, 12 years of hard study, all for today. After a 3-hour familiarization post-transition, the professional evaluation will commence immediately. Rank in the top 100 in the province, and you can enter the Tianjiao training camp, aiming for the 2 major academies and enjoying national privileges. This speech instantly ignited the passion within the classroom. This was a world where games and reality were intertwined 30 years ago. A mysterious event granted humans extraordinary powers. Those who successfully transitioned into their profession could gain experience by defeating monsters, level up, enhance skills, and seek opportunities in various dungeons and secret realms. Top-tier professionals could even shatter mountains and stir up oceans with a single punch. Why go? What profession do you want to become? The fair and chubby Wang Yi turned to the handsome boy beside him and then answered his own question. I'm timid and afraid of pain. Although I know combat professions are the best, I'd still like to be a pastry chef or a cook. Gu Huai, the hidden time traveler, smiled slightly. There's no noble or humble profession, as long as you maximize your traits. Even a pastry chef can be admired. Just like Master Wu Qing, whose pastries can permanently enhance attributes, and even top influencers call him a friend. What about you, Huai Ge? I'm afraid of pain too, Gu Huai replied nonchalantly. So I prefer a summoner-type profession. Summoner. Wang Yi's eyes widened in shock. But you received an S-level rating for your physical attributes. Choosing summoner is a waste of talent, isn't it? In this world, there's a certain logic: the stronger one's physical attributes, the easier it is to awaken a combat-oriented profession. The stronger one's mental power, the easier it is to obtain a mental-based profession. The country had long established a 12-year training system starting at age 6 to comprehensively train both body and mind, and only through evaluation can one qualify for a job transition. My mental power is also rated S-level, isn't it? Gu Huai responded calmly, eliciting Wang Yi's endless envy. Gu Huai was the only one at Jiangxing No. 1 High School with an S-level rating, let alone a double S-level rating. The province had made a special record, and even provincial No. 1 High School had extended an olive branch, eager to recruit this unparalleled genius. The classroom door suddenly opened, and a man with a scarred face strode in, exuding an intimidating aura. He didn't introduce himself, merely waved his hand to summon a pitch-black box out of thin air. I'm in charge of your job transition. Come up when your name is called. Zhang Rulin. The short-haired girl, Zhang Rulin, nervously walked up to the podium. As someone with a B-level mental power rating, she was considered a genius in an ordinary school, but in this elite class selected from over 8,000 third-year students, she was merely average. Crush this awakening stone. The scar-faced man handed her a faintly glowing stone. Zhang Rulin crushed it with a single grip. The scar-faced man chanted incantations, and a hexagram array blossomed under the girl's feet, flooding her body with an invisible, mysterious force, instantly elevating her aura to an extraordinary level. Transition successful. Main combat profession, mage. Only a mage. Disappointment flickered in Zhang Rulin's eyes. Mage, warrior, assassin, and similar roles were considered basic professions. Based on upgradable free points, professions were divided into basic, intermediate, advanced, and top-level categories. Obtaining a basic profession, even if combat-oriented, couldn't hide the disappointment. Next, transition successful, life profession, baker. Transition successful, support profession, intermediate profession, 7 treasures harpist. One transition ceremony followed another, yet the results were disheartening. Most were basic professions, with few intermediate ones, and advanced professions were nowhere to be seen. The principal and the director walked into the classroom, their expressions growing increasingly grim at the bleak results. Next, Wang Yi. Why go? It's my turn. Wang Yi nervously stood up. Good luck, Gu Huai encouraged simply. After the chubby boy completed the ceremony, the scar-faced man announced the result. Transition successful, main combat profession, advanced profession, melee mage. What? Melee mage? Wang Yi's face went from red to black. Are you kidding me? With his round physique, he had become a melee mage? With level mental power and a level physical attributes, he should have awakened a ranged magic-based profession. Yet a melee mage required wielding a special spear to release mental power in close combat. This profession was strong, but Wang Yi feared pain the most. Upon receiving the news about the chubby student, both Mr. Qin and the principal shared a pleased smile. A high-level vocational job seemed promising, and with the right performance, there was still a chance to rank in the top 100 in the province. However, when they realized it was Wang Yi, their gaze fell on his round physique, and they couldn't help but shake their heads in unison. Such a build would make it quite challenging for him to excel as a close combat mage in this assessment. Next, Zhang Wancheng. As soon as the name was announced, all eyes in the room immediately focused on a tall figure. Zhang Wancheng, the class president, was not only universally acknowledged as the school beauty, but also a formidable talent. She had already passed the A-level physical fitness test in her freshman year, nearly reaching this level standard. Her posture on stage was upright, her bright face and perfect body proportions justifying her title as the school beauty. Zhang Wancheng's gaze was firmly locked on Gu Huai, her eyes sparkling with a competitive spirit. For 12 years, since first grade, this proud girl from a privileged family had always served as class president. Yet throughout those years, she had been overshadowed by Gu Huai, never surpassing him. Today might be her only chance to change that. Successful transition, main combat profession, top-tier profession, moon goddess, announced the scar-faced man, even managing a rare approving smile. The classroom erupted in excitement. A top-tier profession, moon goddess? Goddess paired with goddess, a perfect match. The class president will surely make it into the genius training camp now, right? Feeling the surge of new power within her, Zhang Wancheng's lips curled into a slight smile, finally confident she could truly defeat Gu Huai. As she stepped down from the stage, she brushed past Gu Huai, who was about to go up, and softly said, "Good luck." "Why, your girlfriend is watching you again," the chubby classmate teased. Having been classmates with them for 12 years, he was well aware of the subtle dynamics between the two. "Don't talk nonsense. We're just friends," Gu Huai interrupted the chubby classmate calmly. He simply congratulated Zhang Wancheng before getting up to head to the podium. As the scar-faced man called out, "Gu Huai," the entire classroom fell into an expectant silence. His gaze lingered on Gu Huai, pondering silently. Is this the prodigy with S-level ratings in physical fitness, mental strength, and cultural scores? The scar-faced man directed his gaze at Gu Huai, his tone unintentionally softening. His main reason for coming to Jiangxing No. 1 High School to oversee the awakening process was largely because of Gu Huai. According to the evaluation criteria, if either physical fitness or mental strength scores in S-level, there's a high chance of awakening a hidden profession during the transition. The principal and others snapped out of Zhang Wancheng's delight, focusing all their attention on Gu Huai, holding their breath. This outstanding and polite student had always been their pride. "This is your awakening stone." The scar-faced man handed over a stone about the size of a duck egg, feeling warm to the touch. Gu Huai took the awakening stone, gently squeezing it until it instantly turned to powder, a task not difficult for a normal male. "Activate." As the scar-faced man initiated the array, a hexagram of light enveloped Gu Huai, and the powdered stones surged into his body under the array's influence. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Roar! A thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. Everyone except the scar-faced man felt a chill from the unfamiliar roar. The scar-faced man's expression changed as an overwhelming force erupted from Gu Huai, pushing him back. A massive transparent silhouette appeared around Gu Huai, its size so immense that it pierced through the school building's floors. All the students trembled under the shadow of this colossal figure. A dragon. The scar-faced man swallowed hard, his face filled with shock. Phenomena during awakening were something he had only heard of, never witnessed. Star activation array. The scar-faced man quickly activated the array to protect the students. Although the silhouette had no intention of harm, the sheer power difference posed a risk of accidental injury. "Quickly, evacuate all students outside the building," the scar-faced man shouted, prompting the principal and others to spring into action. However, before they could fully disperse the crowd, the phenomenon vanished as if it had never happened, leaving only the damaged floors and wrecked classrooms to silently testify to what had occurred. This was just an accident, right? I don't need to compensate, do I?" Gu Huai asked meekly, surveying the devastated classroom. Although his family was well off, his grandfather, one of the first to transition, had died in battle but received state compensation, and his parents were influential transitioners in the area. Compensation claim could easily reach millions. "No need." The scar-faced man stepped swiftly toward Gu Huai, his mouth twitching slightly. "You come with me, and the principal too." He gave Gu Huai a meaningful look, but remained silent about the profession Gu Huai had awakened. "All right." Gu Huai responded obediently. The three of them went to the principal's office while others stayed behind to clean up. The scar-faced man made a phone call to arrange personnel to take over school affairs, insisting all informed parties sign a confidentiality agreement. "Gu Huai, is your awakened profession the only hidden class, Dragon Master?" The man with the scar spoke with an unexpectedly gentle voice, so gentle that it sent a shiver down Gu Huai's spine. "Yes," Gu Huai admitted directly. There was no point in hiding it, as the scarred man, being responsible for career transitions, would have access to this information anyway. "So it really is the only hidden class." The scarred man took a deep breath, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes. The principal standing beside him had his pupils suddenly contract, clearly realizing the significance. "What does the only hidden class mean?" "It means that this class can only appear once." Even if Gu Huai were to die, this class wouldn't reappear for hundreds or even thousands of years. Some influential figures speculate that such a class defies the natural order, and once is enough. Hence, the only hidden class is also referred to as a god-level class. Can you tell me about the features of your class? The scarred man asked seriously. I'll compile the information and report it to the nation to secure more benefits for you. Let me see, Gu Huai replied, opening his panel. This was his first time closely examining his attributes. Name Gu Huai. Class Dragon Master only hidden. Level LV1. Basic attributes Strength 10, Spirit 10, Constitution 10, Agility 10. Talent Power of the Dragon only mythical talent. Effect 1. Double the number of dragons. Effect 2. Contracted dragon creatures will never betray. Effect 3. Increases affinity with dragon creatures by 1000. Effect 4. Enhances the comprehension of dragon creatures, accelerating skill mastery. Effect 5. Increases the strength of dragon creatures by 50. Effect 6. Gains 20 of the attributes of contracted dragon creatures. Skills. Dragon Mastery, LV1. Can establish an equal contract. Base contract quantity is 1-2 with talent bonus. Bloodline Connection, LV1. Passive. Gains 10 of contracted dragon creatures attributes. Combat Power Index 40. This is incredible. Gu Huai couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing his talent. A mythical talent with 6 effects, each one comparable to a top-tier talent. Gu Huai chose not to reveal all the information to them, instead selectively showing most of it. He understood that dragon creatures are extremely rare, and given his family's financial situation, they might only afford a single subdragon species. However, Gu Huai had great ambitions. With such an extraordinary class, he didn't want to limit himself. He decided to inform the nation about his situation and let them plan his development. For 30 years, the fusion of games and reality has driven the world to constantly conquer new dungeons and unlock new levels. Gu Huai's lips curled into a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with confidence. With his extraordinary career talent, he was certain he could secure the nation's focused training. Even in a less favorable scenario, he would at least gain a few powerful subdragon species. The key figures to achieving these goals stood before him, a man with a menacing scar on his face and a principal with a grave expression. As they reviewed Gu Huai's talent information, both the scarred man and the principal gasped in astonishment. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. However, they quickly exchanged a knowing glance. They both keenly recognized the fatal flaw of this career: it relied entirely on dragons. Without a dragon's support, Gu Huai was like a warrior without a weapon, struggling even against the most basic of early career challengers. I assume you've both noticed, Gu Huai said with a wry smile. The scarred man's eyes narrowed as he pondered for a moment before speaking. I might have a solution. But first, I need to ask your opinion. Are you willing to join the national team? The national team is an elite squad responsible for pioneering and challenging new dungeons, he explained seriously. Members receive the best resources and treatment, but also bear significant responsibilities, with a high mortality rate. For now, you only need to join the reserve team. The nation will fully support your development and provide the best growth environment. Gu Huai made his decision almost without hesitation. Brother Dao Scar, there's no need to consider. Protecting our country is our mission. I'm willing to join. Excellent. The scarred man, Lu Jun, showed a hint of approval in his eyes. He grinned, and the scar twisted, oddly adding a touch of friendliness. Lu Jun immediately pulled out his phone and called someone in front of Gu Huai. Shortly, he received clear instructions from his superiors. Gu Huai, go home and say goodbye to your parents. I'll take you to the capital for training this afternoon, Lu Jun said. The capital has just obtained a divine dragon egg for you. As for the second dragon egg, that will depend on your performance during training. Gu Huai nodded solemnly, knowing this was a test from the nation. Securing the first dragon egg was already satisfying for him. I'll take you home, Lu Jun said, turning to the principal. Principal, I'll need your cooperation with my colleagues to handle matters here. Everything that happened today must remain confidential, he added with a serious tone. The unique profession combined with such astonishing phenomena must not leak. The world is far from peaceful on the surface, and many countries covet the development of our nation. Numerous talents have fallen to assassins sent by them. Tianjin Community is a high-end residential area in Jiangxing. Gu Huai stood at the familiar entrance, gazing at the towering buildings before him. Coming from a family with parents who are both second-tier professionals, even though they have just entered this level, such strength is quite impressive in a small place like Jiangxing. In this world with distinct levels, one reaches the first tier at level 20, the second at level 50, and the third at level 70. Every nation continually explores new areas to raise their national level cap. In the current global landscape, only 5 countries remain, all having entered the third-tier era. Among them, Long and Mi countries lead by raising their level cap to 80, while the other 3 are still striving to surpass the 75 level threshold. After dropping Gu Huai home, Lu Jun arranged for 2 powerful individuals, each over level 50, to guard the place before hurrying off to prepare further arrangements. Initially, Lu Jun preferred to keep Gu Huai in the provincial reserve team, but due to limited resources, such as the inability to provide a purebred young dragon, they had to report this special case to higher authorities. The path from the provincial reserve team to the national team is both promising and perilous. Each province nurtures its own reserve team, which transitions into the formal team as their levels increase, responsible for developing new secret realms and instances in the province. Those who excel have a chance to be selected for the national team. I'm back. Gu Huai had already informed his parents in advance. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to catch them at home at this time. Xiao Huai. Lin Wenqing rushed out anxiously upon hearing her son's voice. When she received his call saying there was an urgent matter to discuss, she was almost frantic with worry. It was only when he added that it was good news that she felt slightly relieved. Gu Quan also came over, looking at his only son with deep concern. Seeing the parents who loved him dearly warmed Gu Huai's heart. When he explained that due to awakening an extraordinary profession, he would soon be sent to the capital for training, his parents' reaction was unexpected. Instead of the anticipated joy, they showed deep concern. After the training, will you join the National Reserve Team? Gu Quan asked meaningfully. Upon receiving Gu Huai's affirmative answer, Gu Quan gently nudged his wife and, trying to appear calm, said, "Take good care of yourself. We are proud of you." He then handed his son a bank card containing savings for his future. Although Lin Wenqing still went out to buy ingredients and prepared a sumptuous meal, with laughter and conversation at the table, Gu Huai could sense his parents' suppressed emotions. He understood their worries all too well. The national team, while a dream destination for many professionals with great benefits and prospects, also had a notoriously high mortality rate. At 2 in the afternoon, Gu Huai was ready to go, standing at the doorstep. His parents looked at him with a mix of reluctance and worry, yet their eyes also held deep understanding and pride. As parents, their greatest wish was naturally for their child's safety, but they also knew that defending the country was every citizen's duty. Just as Gu Huai often said, "If you don't step up, and I don't step up, then who will?" If everyone backs down, the country won't be far from collapse. As they watched Gu Huai's figure gradually disappear at the end of the street, his parents slowly turned back into the house. His mother held his father's hand, her voice slightly trembling. "Lao Quan, Xiao Huai will be all right, won't he?" The father gently patted the back of her hand. "Don't worry, Xiao Huai has always been so smart. He will be safe." Meanwhile, Jiangxing No. 1 High School received an exciting piece of news. Zhang Wanqing not only stood out within the school, but also secured the 8th place in the Heng province rankings, a result that filled the principal with joy. However, when Zhang Wanqing learned of her achievement, her first reaction was to inquire about Gu Huai's whereabouts. "Principal, where's Gu Huai?" Her eyes shone with anticipation. The principal evasively replied that he wasn't sure, clearly avoiding the question. In fact, he had signed a confidentiality agreement with Lu Jun, preventing him from disclosing that Gu Huai had gone to the capital for training. Zhang Wanqing murmured thoughtfully, her gaze becoming resolute. She recalled precedents of special professionals being recruited early and connected it with the extraordinary phenomenon that occurred when Gu Huai changed professions. She silently resolved, "Gu Huai, you must have already joined the provincial reserve team, right? In this genius training camp, I must secure a top 3 position and find you in the provincial reserve team. Wait for me." In Zhang Wanqing's understanding, 8 years ago, a genius from Jiangcheng had been directly recruited into the provincial reserve team. But she could never have imagined that Gu Huai had already been summoned at the national level. After all, in the conventional path, outstanding individuals first enter the provincial genius training camp, undergo a month of training, and only those who excel can join the provincial reserve team. From there, after multiple selections, they might finally have a chance to connect with the national team. By this time, Gu Huai had already arrived in Longhua's most bustling city capital under the guidance of Lu Jun. In this perilous world, intercity transportation wasn't a modern train system, but divided into 3 methods. The most dangerous was the aerial route, almost akin to a death wish. More common was traversing the wilderness, requiring strong escorts and restricted to planned routes. The safest but most expensive was the teleportation array. Considering the urgency and safety, Lu Jun opted for the teleportation array. With the state covering the expenses, he could afford this choice. Is this really the imperial capital? Gu Huai stood in front of the Mage Guild, gazing up at the scene before him. The streets were bustling with people, and vibrant flying cars zipped between towering glass skyscrapers, where technology and magic seamlessly intertwined. The fusion of games and reality has sparked an unprecedented wave of urbanization worldwide, Lu Jun explained, gesturing at the bustling surroundings. The emergence of various life professions has given modern cities a completely new look. Gu Huai nodded thoughtfully. Despite the fusion of games and reality expanding the world's size 100-fold, the actual habitable land for humans had shrunk. The global landscape had undergone drastic changes in a short span of time. What used to be over 200 countries had now consolidated into just 5. This transformation was driven by the unique rules in the game concerning nations and cities. There are only 5 national tokens left in the world, and only countries holding these tokens are recognized by the system, allowing them to activate the national level and ranking systems. A country's level depends on its exploration progress. Currently, Longwa is at level 80 and is challenging a new instance, which, if successful, will raise it to level 85. The ranking system is divided into 2 main categories: the National Total Combat Power Index and the individual top 10,000 rankings. Being listed comes with rewards, and the rewards for the National Total Combat Power Index are particularly generous. As for cities, they require the protection of a city building order. Without this, a city is like the wilderness, with monsters spawning randomly, making it extremely dangerous. The city building order not only upgrades a city's level but also determines its scale, surrounding resource distribution, and the level of wild monsters. These rules prompted countries to unite and restructure, eventually forming the 5 major national alliances: Longwa, Migwa, Xiongwa, the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, and the Romantic Country. Notably, during the fusion process, the island nation sank, leaving only a few survivors. Let's go. I'll take you to the job transfer center. The sight there will amaze you even more, Lu Jun said with a mysterious smile, hailing a flying car. Gu Huai was secretly grateful to have someone to guide him. The imperial capital was so vast that it was easy to get lost on one's own. After half an hour of flying, they finally arrived at a massive floating island. This was the inner city of the imperial capital and the location of the job transfer center, where the true elite of Longwa resided. There was a deep sense of envy in Lu Jun's voice. But don't envy them too much. With your talent, it won't be long before you're living in the inner city, and I'll be the one looking up to you, Lu Jun remarked with admiration. Gu Huai remained silent. Thanks to you, I have the chance to enter the floating city's job transfer center, Lu Jun chuckled. The job transfer center was a towering skyscraper with 100 floors. Lu Jun, usually carefree, became more cautious here. Although his strength at level 70 made him a formidable presence in Hang province, within the inner city of the imperial capital, such strength was quite common. One could easily find groups of level 70 strongmen in any corner. Teacher, I'm here. The first floor, right? Okay. After hanging up the phone, Lu Jun took a deep breath. Follow me. And remember to keep a low profile here. The imperial capital is different from Hang province. Here, level 70s are everywhere, and there are quite a few who have undergone 3 transfers. Although reaching level 70 is the threshold for the 3rd transformation, actually completing it requires much more than just hitting the right level. Gu Huai was well aware of this fact. As he silently calculated the difficulty of gathering the necessary materials in his mind, he quietly followed behind Lu Jun through the wide hall of the job transfer center. Lu Jun stopped in front of a door marked Meeting Room and lightly knocked on it. His knuckles trembled slightly, betraying his nervousness. A deep voice from inside soon responded, "Come in." As they entered, several sharp gazes immediately focused on Gu Huai. Lu Jun quickly bowed to the elderly man seated at the head of the table. Teacher. The energetic elderly man stood up with a kind smile. Ah, Xiao Jun is here. Come sit. This must be Gu Huai you've been telling me about. Hello, teacher. I am Gu Huai. Although unfamiliar with the people present, Gu Huai knew that anyone here must hold significant power and influence, so he respectfully bowed. A polite young man. I like that. The elder nodded with a smile. Although Xiao Jun has probably briefed you on many things, there are still some matters I need to explain personally. Please go ahead. It's quite simple, really. We will provide the resources you need to grow, but in return, we need to see potential in you. The elder paused. In 3 days, there will be a selection competition for the national team reserves. You should give it a try. Don't worry, we will provide you with a young dragon. With a wave of his hand, a jade green egg, roughly the size of a head, appeared in front of Gu Huai. This is a Qinglong egg. See if you can form a bond with it. A Qinglong. Gu Huai's breath quickened. The Qinglong, the foremost of the 4 sacred beasts, and one of the strongest dragon species. He had expected, at most, a flood dragon or a western dragon, but the nation had generously offered him a Qinglong from the start. The elder observed Gu Huai's reaction with satisfaction. In truth, if not for the fact that no one had ever managed to hatch this Qinglong egg, it wouldn't have been offered to Gu Huai. Presenting the egg was a test to see if Gu Huai had the capability. If he succeeded in hatching it, his importance would significantly increase. If not, they would have to settle for giving him a fire dragon egg instead. Give it a try. Gu Huai forced himself to calm down and focused on examining the Qinglong egg's information. Item: Qinglong egg. Quality. Description: the egg of the legendary Qinglong, the foremost of the 4 sacred beasts. The azure dragon possesses supreme power, and only those destined may obtain it. Taking a deep breath, Gu Huai looked up at the expectant faces around him and softly said, "I'll start now." All eyes were on him, each filled with hopeful anticipation. As members of the nation's upper echelons, they all understood the primacy of national interests and hoped for Gu Huai's success. Lu Jun was particularly excited, trembling and silently cheering in his heart. Gu Huai, you must succeed. Under their watchful gaze, Gu Huai began to activate the dragon taming art. As the dragon taming ritual commenced, Gu Huai gently placed his hand on the smooth surface of the azure dragon egg. A surge of life energy radiated from the egg, spreading outward. A drop of golden blood seeped from his fingertip, slowly falling onto the eggshell. Crack! The sharp sound of breaking was distinctly clear in the silent conference room. Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene before them. This azure dragon egg had been a national treasure since the founding of the country. For 30 years, countless prodigies had attempted various methods to hatch it, all to no avail. With this generation nearing disappointment, they had invited this young man as a last hope, and unexpectedly, he succeeded. Everyone held their breath, not daring to disturb this critical moment. If Gu Huai could successfully bond with the azure dragon, it would add a warrior of limitless potential to the nation. At this moment, Gu Huai paid no mind to the reactions of the surrounding dignitaries. His entire focus was on the small life awakening within the egg. A small, greenish-blue head, about 8 inches long, emerged from the broken shell, its clear eyes full of innocence. Yeah, the little azure dragon immediately recognized the young man, sensing a familial bond. Whether due to blood resonance or the dragon taming art, Gu Huai could actually understand its cries. Little one, I'm not your mom, Gu Huai said, half amused. Yeah, mama mama. The little azure dragon struggled out of the shell, its movements clumsy yet adorable. I'm not, I'm your family. Yeah, papa. Watching the little creature stumble, Gu Huai gently cradled it in his palm. Little one, I'm your partner. As for your parents, I'll help you find them, Gu Huai said sincerely, already charmed by the adorable little creature. Yeah, don't care, don't care. The little azure dragon turned its head haughtily, then looked back with a pitiful expression. Yeah, papa, hungry. Seeing the little dragon's innocent expression, Gu Huai's heart melted. He suddenly remembered reading in a novel that newborn dragonlings could eat the eggshells, which contained immense energy. He picked up a piece of the eggshell and offered it to the little dragon. The little dragon sniffed it, its eyes lighting up as it bit into the shell, making a crunch-crunch sound. Yeah, delicious, it said, tilting its head and squinting with satisfaction. Gu Huai couldn't help but rub its little head, making the little dragon look blissful. There's plenty more, all for you, Gu Huai said, feeling truly happy. Initially drawn to the dragon tamer profession for its power, he now genuinely loved the job, and, even more, the adorable little creature in his hand. Gu Huai carefully picked up the remaining pieces of eggshell and patiently fed them to the little azure dragon. It was only then that he noticed the intense gazes around him, making him smile awkwardly, had momentarily forgotten about the important figures present. Don't worry, take care of the little azure dragon's mood first. We can deal with our matters later, the elderly man said kindly. Watching the young man devotedly tending to the dragon, the elder couldn't help but think of his own 12-year-old granddaughter, pondering whether to create an opportunity for the two to meet. With the elder's approval, Gu Huai focused even more intently on caring for the little azure dragon. During a break in feeding, he casually brought up the dragon's data panel and was instantly taken aback. Species, little azure dragon. Name, none. Level, LV1. Attributes, strength, 200. Spirit, 200. Agility, 200. Constitution, 200. Talent. Power of the Azure Dragon. Contains the power of the Azure Dragon, dealing an additional 100 final damage when attacking. Skills. Azure Dragon Sky-Cracking Claw LV1. Active skill, draws power from surroundings, dealing damage equal to strength 10. Power of Greenwood LV1. Active healing skill. Gathers wood attribute power to restore target's life by spirit 10. Increases strength and spirit by 20 for 10 minutes. Breath of the Azure Dragon LV1. Area attack. Dragon's Breath deals Spirit 8 damage to the forward area. Combat Power Index, 800. This is unbelievable, Gu Huai thought in amazement. A level 1 little azure dragon with a combat power of 800 was completely beyond conventional understanding. Even a top-level class at level 10, with 300 attribute growth points and epic equipment bonuses, could barely match it. Equipment quality ranges from white common, green excellent, blue rare, purple uncommon, orange epic, red divine, to gold legendary. Now, due to the power of dragon mastery and their shared bloodline, Gu Huai himself received a 30 attribute boost from the little azure dragon. He quickly glanced at his own panel. Strength, 70. Spirit, 70. Agility, 70. Constitution, 70. Combat Power Index, 280. Just then, a system notification sounded. The little azure dragon's experience has reached the limit. Due to the dragon master's level being insufficient, its level cannot be increased for now. Please level up promptly. Seeing the little azure dragon still focused on munching the eggshell, Gu Huai had a sudden thought. Can eating eggshells really help level up? Maybe I should try it too. With that, he picked up a piece of eggshell and took a bite. Ouch, the hard texture snapped him back to reality. Good thing I reacted quickly, or I would have broken a tooth. Gu Huai looked down at the little azure dragon in front of him, watching it nibble on pieces of eggshell like a child enjoying a bag of chips. The scene was amusing, but under the intense gaze of several powerful figures, Gu Huai didn't dare to play too freely with the little dragon. After eating half of the eggshell, the little azure dragon suddenly let out a small burp and, with a satisfied expression, made a cute sound. Full, sleepy. You're full and want to sleep? Seeing the little dragon nod in confirmation, Gu Huai immediately activated his dragon mastery skill. With a faint glow, the little dragon disappeared from everyone's view, returning to its designated dragon space. This space was automatically generated after Gu Huai formed a contract with the little azure dragon, allowing only dragon creatures with a contract with Gu Huai to enter. As soon as the little dragon vanished, the powerful figures couldn't wait to ask, Gu Huai, how strong is that little azure dragon? Although they had the ability to assess the dragon's attributes, out of respect for Gu Huai's privacy and to avoid disturbing the little dragon's rest, they restrained themselves. See for yourselves. Gu Huai didn't say much, directly displaying the attributes panel of the little dragon. Upon seeing the panel, the powerful figures collectively exclaimed, incredible. As expected of the azure dragon, the leader of the four sacred beasts. Its initial attributes and skills are unparalleled. I don't think you need to contract with other dragons. This azure dragon alone is enough to be a formidable force. Their gazes towards Gu Huai grew even more intense. An elder turned to Gu Huai and asked, Gu Huai, do you have any requirements for your next dragon? He knew Gu Huai could contract with one more dragon creature. Requirements? Nothing specific, something similar to the little azure dragon would be fine. Gu Huai's words immediately earned an eye roll from the elder. Stronger than the little azure dragon is impossible. Tell me specific attributes, and I'll try to help you find one. Just something violent, I guess. Gu Huai wasn't very familiar with dragon species, only knowing legendary ones like the ancestral dragon, candle dragon, and Yinglong. These were comparable to, or even stronger than the little azure dragon, but Gu Huai thought they were likely unattainable. He was already very satisfied with the little azure dragon. A violent type? I might have some leads. The elder stroked his beard and smiled. Win first place in the upcoming selection competition, and I'll have a little surprise for you. By the way, here's the little azure dragon's food and a black gold credit card. This card allows unlimited spending within the Dragon Nation, with the government reimbursing up to $1 billion annually. Thank you, teacher. Gu Huai beamed with a bright smile upon hearing this. Unlimited spending with $1 billion reimbursement was an incredible benefit. Nearby, Lu Jun's eyes turned red with envy. Such treatment was a dream for someone like him, with an annual salary of over $2 million. Although his income was sufficient for daily expenses, upgrading to a level 70 divine set was still a stretch, not to mention the newly introduced equipment enhancement feature for level 80, which was a money pit. Each dungeon strategy impacted the nation, especially during major updates like level 60 and 80, where the level cap increased by 10, making them critical periods. The game's latest update introduced a brand new pet system. Once players reach level 50, they can bond with a battle pet, significantly boosting their overall power and making the level 50 second job advancement much easier. When the level 80 version was released, it also introduced the equipment enhancement feature, which players can access at level 70, dramatically improving gear attributes and lowering the threshold for the third job advancement. How should I address all of you? Gu Huai asked somewhat nervously, looking at the renowned group of experts before him. My surname is Li. My surname is Zhao. My surname is Qian. My surname is Wenren. The elderly gentlemen introduced themselves warmly to Gu Huai, their faces adorned with kind smiles. If the outside world knew that these legendary figures, who stood at the pinnacle of Longhua and featured on global leaderboards, were so amiable to a younger person, they would be shocked. These were individuals equipped with divine gear, enhanced to 10 at level 80, who not only took part in new dungeon strategies, but were also high-ranking national figures. Gu, you're 18 this year, right? The first to introduce himself, Teacher Li, asked gently. Yes, Teacher Li. Could you do me a favor? Sure, what is it? Could you pick up my granddaughter from the first elementary school in the capital? Li, you're going too far. The other elders exclaimed before Gu Huai could respond, leaving him bewildered by the commotion. Gu Huai, don't listen to Li. My granddaughter is also 18, and she's very pretty. You young people should get to know each other. That's just shameless. Are you mocking me for not having a granddaughter? Little Huai, how about considering my grandson? He looks quite like a girl. Watching these usually formidable figures bicker over matchmaking for their children was so absurd that Gu Huai's fear of them crumbled. Beside him, Lu Jun was struggling to hold back laughter, his face turning red from the effort. Somehow, Gu Huai found himself holding a photo of a girl even more beautiful than Zhang Wanqing. Wenren Lingxua. He murmured the lovely name, initially intending to discard the photo. But knowing Wenren's personality, he reluctantly tucked it into his bag, planning to deal with it later. That evening, all.I arranged for Gu Huai to stay in a luxurious presidential suite at the job change center. Lying on the spacious bed, Gu Huai rolled around, savoring the rare luxury. He called his parents to assure them he was safe, chatted for half an hour, then hung up. As he prepared to shower, Gu Huai recalled all.I's words 3 days later was the National Reserve Team selection match. He needed to level up quickly to complete his first job advancement before the competition and teach those arrogant youngsters a lesson. Midway through his shower, his little green dragon suddenly flew out from the beast's space, making an adorable sound. "Yeah, Daddy hungry." As soon as Xiao Qinglong appeared, she exuded an adorably charming demeanor, causing Gu Huai to doubt whether this lively and cute little creature could really be the legendary leader of the four sacred beasts. He thought to himself that if such an endearing dragon existed in the real world, it would undoubtedly cause a sensation. At that moment, Xiao Qinglong tilted her head, curiously observing Gu Huai, who seemed somewhat different from how he was during the day. However, she still sensed the familial bond between them and affectionately nuzzled Gu Huai with her small head. The shower droplets sprinkled over her, making her giggle with delight, clearly enjoying the experience. "Xiao Qinglong, do you like taking baths too?" Gu Huai asked. "Yeah." Although Xiao Qinglong might not fully grasp the concept of a bath, she obediently nodded her head. "Then I'll run a bath for you," Gu Huai said as he headed towards the luxurious bathtub in the presidential suite. Xiao Qinglong, though unsure of Gu Huai's intentions, chose to trust her father completely, curling up quietly on his arm, relishing the comforting scent that enveloped him. Once the bath was ready, Gu Huai inquired, "Xiao Qinglong, how's the temperature?" Before he finished speaking, Xiao Qinglong executed a graceful 360-degree dive into the bathtub with a splash. She flipped over in the water and surfaced with a slightly flushed face, perhaps due to the warm temperature. "Why are you blushing? Does the water feel okay?" Gu Huai asked, puzzled. Xiao Qinglong nodded shyly, submerging her head back into the water. For the dragon clan, breathing underwater was as natural as breathing on land, making Gu Huai marvel at their remarkable abilities able to navigate air, land, and sea with ease. "Yeah, it's fine," Xiao Qinglong said, her words bubbling adorably in the water. "Since it's all right, hold still while I apply some nice-smelling body wash," Gu Huai said, squeezing out some shower gel to clean Xiao Qinglong. Her initially cool body temperature gradually warmed up under the hot water, feeling smooth and comfortable. Though a bit tense at first, she soon relaxed, lying softly in Gu Huai's hand with a look of contentment. Seeing Xiao Qinglong so blissful, Gu Huai felt quite pleased. "Since you enjoy bathing so much, I'll make sure to bathe you often." "Yeah, I like it, Daddy," Xiao Qinglong exclaimed, leaping into the air and playfully rubbing her sudsy head against Gu Huai's face. Caught off guard, Gu Huai found his face covered in bubbles. "Don't run around." "Yeah, no. Bathing Xiao Qinglong took quite some effort, mainly because she was so mischievous. Initially cooperative, she soon began to frolic around the bathroom with Gu Huai, having a great time. After about half an hour, she finally leaned tiredly against Gu Huai's shoulder, pointing to her belly. "Hungry again?" Gu Huai asked, and Xiao Qinglong nodded. "I suppose we should find something for you to eat." Gu Huai took out a green dragon crystal from his backpack. As a class changer, he had a starting space backpack with a capacity of 1 cubic meter, but the 30 cubic meter spatial ring given by all.I allowed him to carry even more items. This wood element dragon crystal had a vibrant green hue, reflecting the wood attribute of the azure dragon in the 5 elements. The little azure dragon's eyes lit up the moment she saw the dragon crystal, and crystal-clear drool uncontrollably dripped down. She eagerly leapt from Gu Huai's shoulder. Gu Huai instinctively reached out to catch her, forgetting that the little creature could fly. "No rush, this is just for you," Gu Huai said softly. "Yeah, Daddy is the best." The little azure dragon held the dragon crystal with her claws, happily gnawing at it, her face beaming with joy. Seeing her adorable demeanor, Gu Huai couldn't help but ruffle her head. The little azure dragon simply let out a satisfied hum and continued to focus on her feast. As a level 1 young dragon, her appetite wasn't too big, and 3 dragon crystals were enough to make her burp contentedly. "Full now? You can go in and sleep." "Yeah." The little azure dragon obediently returned to the dragon space, leaving Gu Huai alone in the suddenly quiet room. He jumped onto the bed, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. Just then, a ripple in the space appeared, and the little azure dragon emerged again. "Yeah, sleep with Daddy." She unhesitatingly snuggled into Gu Huai's embrace, her cool touch bringing comfort. "You little rascal." Gu Huai sighed helplessly, though his eyes were full of tenderness. Watching the little azure dragon quickly fall asleep, drool still at her mouth as if dreaming of delicious food, he whispered softly, "It's great to have you." The next morning, at the break of dawn, Gu Huai was awakened by some nudging. It turned out the little azure dragon had somehow climbed onto his face, nuzzling his cheek with her tiny head. "This little one is really full of energy," Gu Huai murmured sleepily, smiling at the lively creature before him. "What's up? Yeah, hungry." Gu Huai couldn't help but chuckle. Is this a pig in dragon skin, eating so much? Despite his thoughts, he still retrieved a wood element dragon crystal from his backpack and handed it to her. After all, who could resist such a cute little creature? Watching her eat was a joy in itself. It's just past 5. Let's catch some more sleep, Gu Huai thought with a yawn. Unlike others who needed to train skills and hone combat techniques, he only needed to direct the little azure dragon from the rear during battles. Suddenly, an important issue crossed his mind: combat. Looking at the little azure dragon still acting cute, he couldn't help but worry. He hoped she wouldn't end up like a certain anime character, powerful but too scared to fight against fierce-looking opponents. It seemed he needed to seriously cultivate her combat awareness and instincts later to avoid any embarrassing mishaps on the battlefield. Gu Huai watched the little green dragon gnawing on the dragon crystal and thought to himself, before raising this young dragon, the first task is to help her develop the right values, rather than just teaching her to be cute. After all, instilling proper values from a young age is crucial, much like sharpening a knife before chopping wood. Little green dragon, Gu Huai called softly. The little green dragon was busy enjoying the tasty dragon crystal and didn't lift her head, but her bright eyes turned to Gu Huai. Her pure, innocent gaze made Gu Huai hesitate for a moment, but remembering it was for her own good, he resolved to start this educational journey. Although he didn't have a complete plan for training the little green dragon and any other young dragons they might acquire in the future, Gu Huai knew one thing. Whether it's human children or dragon hatchlings, early education is vital. A solid value system not only smooths the path of future dragon riding, but also avoids unnecessary troubles. Cultivating her desire to become stronger is equally important. Yeah, the little green dragon tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is the dragon crystal tasty? Gu Huai began his guidance. The little green dragon nodded vigorously, drool dripping down her chin. So, what would you do if someone tried to take your dragon crystal? Yeah, fight them. The little green dragon immediately became adorably fierce, clutching the remaining half of the dragon crystal protectively, determined to defend her treat. Gu Huai chuckled to himself, realizing he had found this little glutton's weak spot. But what if you can't beat them? Yeah, Daddy, fight them. The little green dragon replied without hesitation. What if what if even I can't beat them? The little green dragon paused, her little head struggling to process the concept, clearly confused by such a complex scenario. If we can't beat them, we strive to become stronger, so we can win next time, Gu Huai gently guided. Yeah, Daddy, you're smart. The little green dragon looked at Gu Huai with admiration. So how do we become stronger? After a moment of thought, the little green dragon proudly answered. Yeah, work hard. Gu Huai sighed, continuing to probe. But how do we work hard? Yeah, Daddy, we work hard together. Seeing the little green dragon's innocent expression, Gu Huai sighed softly, deciding to try a different approach. Little green dragon, let me tell you a story. Though the little green dragon didn't know what a story was, she nodded happily. In her innocent mind, anything her daddy said must be good. Once upon a time, in a castle lived a little green dragon. This little green dragon had lots and lots of dragon crystals. Gu Huai began slowly. Hearing about dragon crystals, the little green dragon immediately became engrossed in the story, drool once again escaping her control. One day, a big black dragon came from outside. The big black dragon was very strong, and upon seeing the little green dragon had so many dragon crystals, he tried to take them. The little green dragon was no match for the big black dragon, and all the dragon crystals were taken away by the black dragon. Listening to Gu Huai's story, she couldn't help but sob, feeling as if she were the bullied little dragon. Her tears fell one after another, mourning the lost crystals and feeling angry at her own helplessness. Just as the little green dragon was sinking into despair, a young man appeared in the story, teaching the dragon the secret to becoming stronger, leveling up by defeating monsters. After rigorous training, the little green dragon's power increased significantly, enabling it to defeat the big black dragon and reclaim its dragon crystals. As Gu Huai finished the story, the little green dragon, who had been sobbing moments ago, now had a bright light in its eyes, exuding an air of determination. So, little green dragon, do you know how to strive now? Gu Huai asked with satisfaction. Yeah. The little green dragon chirped excitedly. Fight monsters and take others' dragon crystals. Gu Huai's face turned dark instantly. Fighting monsters was fine, but what was this about robbery? He quickly corrected. Taking others' things is wrong. That's something only bad dragons do. You saw earlier how the big black dragon took the little green dragon's crystals. How did that make you feel? Yeah, I want to take them too. The little green dragon grinned innocently. Gu Huai sighed helplessly, realizing that the lesson had only partially succeeded. At exactly 8 o'clock, all.I called, arranging to meet Gu Huai at the main entrance of the job transfer center at 8:30. The person coming was a student from Imperial University, associated with the Li family, though Gu Huai didn't know much about them, only that they would reach out to him. After more than 2 hours of lecturing, Gu Huai finally got the little green dragon to understand the concept of, if others don't provoke me, I won't provoke them. If they do, I must retaliate. Although her somewhat confused expression was not entirely reassuring. Little green dragon, you'll hide in my sleeve later and behave, okay? Gu Huai instructed. At 8:20, the little green dragon slipped into his sleeve, occasionally peeking its small head out from the collar. Since this type of dragon was unheard of, no one made any connections. The job transfer center was bustling with people by then. As a platform integrating task assignments, life services, and transactions, it catered to the daily needs of job changers and handled their illegal activities, with the authority to issue arrest or kill orders, granting it significant power. Gu Huai arrived at the entrance of the job transfer center's gate 2 minutes early. This expansive center boasted 9 grand entrances, each exuding an impressive aura. He hadn't been standing there long when the clock struck 30 minutes past the hour, and his phone rang right on cue. As he answered the call, something caught his eye. A young woman, around 20 years old, was approaching, dressed in casual attire. Her short hair accentuated her fresh and clean-cut demeanor. "Hello, are you the handsome young man my grandfather mentioned?" she asked with a curious smile as she put away her phone. This task puzzled her. Her grandfather had never asked her to guide a newbie before, especially with a specific instruction to keep it confidential. But it was this air of mystery that intrigued her to come. "Hi, I'm Gu Huai," he replied, maintaining a calm exterior while inwardly criticizing the unreliable old man. Li. Yesterday, he was supposed to meet his elementary school-aged granddaughter, yet today, another granddaughter appeared. Li Muyue, she introduced herself. After a brief handshake, she got straight to the point. "Grandfather said you're only level 1, right?" "Yes." "All right, I'll take you to the instance zone. Once we're inside, stick close to me and don't wander off." Although Li Muyue was curious about Gu Huai, she was tactful and didn't bombard him with questions. After all, her grandfather had given them 3 days, so there was no rush. "I take it you're not from the Imperial City?" she asked casually, noticing his unfamiliarity with the surroundings. "No, I'm from Hang Province." "Hang Province, huh? It's a nice place. I visited there with some friends before." As they chatted, Gu Huai gradually learned about the basics of the Imperial City. Li Muyue led him to a building called the Instance Tower. According to her, it housed the most instance entrances globally, over 3,000 instances with more than 20,000 entry points. This number astounded Gu Huai. At Jiangxing No. 1 High School, where he studied for 3 years, there were only 3 instance entrances, and even the entire Jiangxing had very few, with most places only having 1 or 2. Compared to the massive instance tower before him, it was a world apart. Standing in front of the towering structure, easily over 100 stories high, Gu Huai couldn't help but ask, "Is this entire building filled with instances?" "Yes, but due to the nature of instances, the building appears tall, but there aren't actually that many floors," Li Muyue explained. Gu Huai nodded in understanding, recalling that the instance hall at Jiangxing No. 1 High School had similar spatial characteristics. The building has 30 floors, with each floor housing around 100 halls of varying sizes. The size of each hall depends on the popularity of the dungeon inside and the number of entrances it has. In this context, a dungeon is like an individual room, while a dungeon entrance is the door leading to that room. Popular dungeons usually have multiple entrances, whereas less popular ones might have only one. Each entrance can accommodate up to 3 teams at a time for dungeon challenges. If a 4th team arrives, they must wait for one of the teams ahead to leave before they can enter. To prevent resource waste, the government has imposed strict limits on the number of dungeon entries each player is allowed per day. While Li Muyue was carefully selecting a suitable dungeon for Gu Huai, Gu Huai suddenly mentioned the name Thunder Ruins. "What's up with Thunder Ruins?" Li Muyue asked in confusion. "The monsters inside are goblins, cat demons, and minotaurs, right?" Gu Huai inquired. Li Muyue shook her head and explained, "No, Thunder Ruins is a ruin zone located on a plateau. Due to the lack of cover, it's easy to attract a large number of monsters at once, making it quite dangerous. The old man asked me to take you through a dungeon, but in this one, my level will be restricted to the lowest level of the team, which is level 1. This highlights the game's strict rules. To prevent high-level players from helping low-level players level up quickly, the system has multiple restrictions in place. Although players above level 8 can team up and enter, their abilities are suppressed. Their levels are reduced to the lowest in the team, equipment effects are scaled down, and the number of usable skills is limited. The only things unaffected are combat experience and skill proficiency. "No worries, let's choose this dungeon," Gu Huai said confidently after hearing the explanation. A large concentration of monsters is perfect for Xiao Qinglong, who can wipe them all out with a single dragon breath. What Gu Huai dislikes most are dungeons where the monsters are scattered. The only concern now is whether Xiao Qinglong can quickly adapt to the battle rhythm. Choosing this dungeon, Li Miyue hesitated for a moment, intending to object, but remembered the old man's advice and held her tongue. She had always respected his decisions, knowing there must be a deeper reason behind his words. Besides, Entering the dungeon didn't necessarily mean they had to clear it to leave. Given her current level 1 strength, Li Muyue shook her head inwardly. Fortunately, she had a top-tier class that allowed her to bring 3 skills. She decided to prioritize survival skills, as most low-level dungeon monsters were quite simple-minded, making it relatively easy to buy time to exit the dungeon. The differences in class quality were evident in various aspects. Basic classes started with only 1 skill and gained a skill slot every 10 levels, along with 10 free points per level up. Intermediate classes also started with 1 skill, but gained an additional class skill every 10 levels and 15 free points. Advanced classes began with 2 skills, earning 2 skills every 10 levels and 20 free points per level up. Top-tier classes were the most advantageous, with 3 initial skills, 3 skill slots every 10 levels, and 30 free points per level up. Of course, this was all before the first class advancement. As for hidden classes, Li Muyue couldn't say for sure, as their strength varied greatly. The weakest could be inferior to basic classes, while the strongest could rival deities, far surpassing top-tier classes. Although class quality differences were notable, it didn't mean lower quality classes had no prospects. The national team's first squad even had a basic class mage who, despite slightly inferior attributes, managed to defeat many strong opponents to secure a spot in the squad. Since you want to experience the atmosphere, go ahead, but remember, don't overdo it, Li Muyue warned seriously, worried that Gu Huai might cause trouble by wandering around recklessly. As for the small Qinglong, after initially peering around with excitement, it lazily coiled around Gu Huai's arm and continued to sleep. With Li Muyue's strength, she couldn't even sense its presence. All right, Gu Huai replied briefly, thinking he'd find out once inside. Follow me then. Li Muyue led the way. Thunder Ruins isn't a popular dungeon, so there aren't many people. I have queue jumping privileges, so we can enter as soon as someone exits. This was exactly what Gu Huai wanted. He loved having privileges provided he was the one with them, not others. They arrived at room 64 on the 23rd floor, where the dungeons were sorted by popularity. Before installing a copy, the system will sort based on popularity and specific conditions. The elevator ascended smoothly, with Gu Huai silently following behind Li Muyue. As a newcomer, he understood that in such an unfamiliar environment, it was best not to act rashly, especially since he had no special privileges. The elevator moved quickly, yet the distance between each floor felt particularly long. Soon, the chime for the 23rd floor sounded. As the elevator doors opened, a wide corridor came into view, with the names of various copies neatly arranged on the walls. Li Muyue clearly knew the place well. With just a glance, she led Gu Huai around 2 corners and arrived at the Hall of the Thunder Ruins. At the entrance of the hall stood an electronic display, listing the level requirements, number of monsters, and their weaknesses for the Thunder Ruins. Gu Huai noticed there were only 2 entrances to the copy, indicating it wasn't a popular spot. Despite this, the 7 to 8 meter high hall was crowded with people. 6 teams had already entered the copy, with another 7 or 8 waiting outside. There are quite a few of you who just successfully transferred yesterday. It's normal for there to be many people, Li Muyue explained. I'll go swipe my card. Wait here for a moment. With that, she quickly walked over to an identity verification machine. Beep, the machine emitted a crisp sound. Card swiped successfully. Identity confirmed. Imperial Capital Academy student, with priority access to challenge the copy. The sound was loud enough to draw attention from those around. However, instead of resentment, their eyes were filled with envy. Oh, a top student from Imperial Capital Academy. I must work hard. If I get into Imperial Capital Academy, I can become someone important too. The discussions were lively. For these people, the Imperial Capital Academy was the ultimate dream. They knew the privileges there were earned by previous students at great cost, so they accepted it willingly. Li Muyue was used to such reactions and calmly said, "We're next. Be extra cautious when we go in." All right, Gu Huai nodded in response. Traveling with Li Muyue, he inevitably became the focus of attention as well. After waiting for about 5 minutes, a new team emerged from the copy. As Gu Huai passed by them, Li Muyue had already sent a team invitation. After confirming it, the two headed towards the copy entrance, where a blue virtual interface popped up. Copy, Thunder Ruins. Selectable difficulty levels: easy, normal, hard, hell, nightmare. Copy description: 1,000 years ago, this was a bustling town, but a duel between 2 powerful figures triggered heavenly thunder, reducing it to ruins under the lightning tribulation. Now, scattered lightning remains, posing threats beyond visible enemies. Shall we choose the easy difficulty for the copy? Li Muyue asked, her tone already hinting at a decision. All right, Gu Huai said, glancing at Li Muyue, hesitating for a moment before simply responding. He knew that any further explanation would be futile at this point. It was better to prove himself with actions later. As for whether to share the attributes of his little green dragon with Li Muyue, he wouldn't do something so foolish. He had only shown the panel to those big shots yesterday because of their status. As the team leader, Li Muyue directly pressed the confirmation button, and the sealed door rumbled open. She gestured for Gu Huai to go ahead, and they entered one after the other. The moment they passed through the dungeon door, Gu Huai felt a wave of dizziness. Once it subsided, he found himself in a completely different world of vast, boundless wasteland. The ground occasionally flickered with eerie electric light, and the entire space felt startlingly real. Pretty realistic, huh? Li Muyue observed Gu Huai's shock and chuckled. I was even more stunned than you the first time I entered a dungeon. But what I encountered wasn't a wasteland like this. It was a world full of NPCs, where everything was indistinguishable from reality. Her voice carried a deep sense of awe, especially in those story-driven dungeons, where you have to put yourself in the shoes of the characters and fight alongside the NPCs. The sense of realism can make you feel like they're living, breathing people. Listening to her, Gu Huai couldn't help but recall the textbook's warning. Never be deceived by the dungeon world. Everything there is an illusion. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but seeing Li Muyue's expression and experiencing the realism of the Thunder Ruins, he realized he needed to adjust his mindset. Watch out, there's a monster ahead, Li Muyue suddenly warned. See those big yellow rats? They're the main monsters in this dungeon. Don't be fooled by their cute appearance. They're quite aggressive. Before she finished speaking, a brilliant light radiated from Li Muyue. In an instant, she transformed her entire body clad in golden armor. Even her hair turned into a dazzling gold, and she wielded a long golden spear, resembling a Valkyrie descended from the heavens. The blinding light nearly dazzled Gu Huai. Noticing Gu Huai's gaze, Li Muyue's cheeks flushed slightly. The outfit was indeed a bit extravagant, but she couldn't help it. I'm a golden Valkyrie class, and I have a really strong passive skill. I know. It's that golden goddess transformation passive, right? Gu Huai replied. As long as you maintain this, special state, you can boost all attributes by 20. No wonder the golden Valkyrie ranks among the top-tier classes. He recalled how Xiaopeng had mentioned it as one of the most expensive and flashy classes. Of course, the most expensive title went to the hidden class that could turn stone into gold, the Diamond Tycoon. Li Muyue didn't respond, as two electric rats were already attacking. Gu Huai studied these Pikachu-like creatures, feeling a bit out of place, and quickly pulled up their attribute panels for a closer look. A white electric rat appeared in view, a level 5 monster of ordinary quality. Its combat power index of 87 seemed negligible to Gu Huai, but it wasn't an easy opponent for most players. Gu Huai recalled that most people at level 1 only had a combat power index of around 20, with exceptionally talented individuals barely reaching over 30. He himself had started with a rare 40 attribute. Despite its weakness, the electric rat had unique features. It possessed the skills Discharge and Charge, making it a threat in certain situations. Newbies needed special talents or epic equipment to contend with it. Even for Li Miyue, seasoned and clad in a full set of Red Heaven's gift armor, her total combat power was only 144 points, comprising 34 base attributes, 71 from equipment bonuses, and additional boosts from the Golden Goddess transformation and her talents. Golden Pear Blossom Spear. Li Miyue's spear danced in her hands, its shadow falling heavily on the electric rat, effortlessly dispatching it. The captain has enabled experience sharing. You gained 25 experience points. The system notification sounded. Gu Huai calculated silently. According to the manual, leveling up from 1 to 2 required a full 10,000 experience points, meaning they would need to kill 400 of these level 5 electric rats. Leveling up is really hard, Gu Huai murmured. No choice. Once the game and reality merged, the difficulty naturally increased, Li Miyue explained, deflecting incoming lightning with her spear. If the difficulty didn't rise, you could just grind endlessly to level up. Plus, as levels increase, the monster's strength grows faster than humans. Without a solid team and strong skills, this path is tough. Huh, Li Miyue exclaimed softly, sweeping her spear to dispel the approaching lightning. She charged forward like a Valkyrie, explaining, the Thunder Ruins are rarely visited because of these cunning electric rats. They know to call for backup and harass from afar when outmatched. It's manageable on simple difficulty, but in higher-level dungeons, these guys are sharper than humans. Even so, with Li Muyue's prowess, handling 3 electric rats was a breeze. She swiftly dealt with another level 6 electric rat and turned to ask, want me to leave one for you to practice on? I was hoping you would, Gu Huai replied, his face lighting up with excitement. After 12 years of hard study, this was his first chance to personally take down a monster. Where's your equipment? Li Muyue asked quickly as she saw Gu Huai about to charge in unarmed. Equipment? Not needed. Before she finished speaking, Gu Huai, dressed in simple casual clothes, dashed towards the level 4 electric rat with astonishing speed. The electric rat reacted quickly, launching its ultimate skill, Discharge. However, Gu Huai's fist easily dispersed the lightning, landing squarely on the electric rat. If that electric rat had a health bar, Li Muyue would have witnessed what it means to empty it in an instant. With a swift move, Gu Huai, barehanded, instantly vanquished the level 4 electric rat. This scene left Li Muyue utterly amazed. How could a level 1 newcomer so effortlessly defeat a monster 3 levels higher? Even more intriguing was the dazzling red glow of the divine set that Gu Huai was wearing. Wow, you're quite the spender, wearing a red divine set at level 1. Li Mu couldn't help but tease. She knew that a level 1 red divine set costs at least 5 million and lasts only 2 or 3 days. For ordinary players, such extravagance was unimaginable. At that moment, Gu Huai's panel flashed with a message. The team gained 21 experience points, and you received 20 points. This number caught Li Muyue's attention. In the new dungeon, regardless of the level of the monster defeated, players usually only earned 1 experience point. Although Gu Huai was unaware of this, he remembered reading that in the wild, experience could only be gained by defeating monsters at or above one's own level. This reminded Gu Huai of a frequently tested knowledge point in cultural exams. If the highest level in a 5-person team is level 7, then the monsters in Thunder Ruins wouldn't be below level 7. However, if team members level up in the dungeon, they can still gain significant experience from defeating monsters of the same level. As the two discussed, the sound of thunder echoed from afar. Looking up, they saw more than a dozen electric rats wandering, among them an elite class one, noticeably larger. Should we exit to refresh in the forest of newcomers? Li Muyue asked, knowing she had privileges, but the forest of newcomers was almost always crowded during this season. No need, Gu Huai replied firmly. All right, let's go together then. Just focus on keeping yourself safe, and I'll handle these, Li Muyue started to say, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence, struck silent by the scene unfolding before her. A blue creature crawled out from Gu Huai's sleeve, resembling an eastern dragon. This sight made Li Muyue swallow nervously. A dragon? How is that possible? She wondered, puzzled. Even if it is a dragon, aren't you not allowed to have a battle pet below level 50? Before she could sort out her thoughts, Gu Huai softly called, "Little azure dragon, wake up." The newly born little dragon sleepily raised its head, its eyes still a bit muddled, wanting to snuggle up to Gu Huai. But Gu Huai's next words quickly snapped it awake. If you don't wake up, those electric mice will steal your dragon crystal. Yeah. The little dragon's eyes widened in anger, letting out a cry. Yes, those electric mice. Their leader sent them to steal your dragon crystal, Gu Huai said seriously, and the little dragon believed him immediately. Roar. The little dragon let out a furious roar and charged towards the enemy group with incredible speed. Seeing this, Gu Huai gave a confident smile to the dragon beside him. Don't worry, she's strong. As the little dragon approached the enemy group, it suddenly unleashed the azure dragon's breath. The terrifying power erupted, turning more than a dozen electric mice, including the elite one, into nourishment. The system immediately flashed a series of notifications. Team gained 26 experience points. You gained 25 total experience points. Team gained 201 experience points. You gained 200 total experience points. The elite creature contributed 5 times the experience, giving Gu Huai a total of over 400 experience points. Well done, Gu Huai praised with a smile. Yeah? Angry. The little dragon was still upset, indignant at the electric mice that wanted to steal the dragon crystal. Gu Huai quickly reassured it. Don't worry, these electric mice aren't strong, and besides, you have me and this lady here. Who are you calling a lady? Li Muyue's face darkened at the term. I'm clearly a sister. Then let's call you sister. That's more like it, little niece. What did you say? She calls me dad. Li Muyue was completely baffled. Just let her call me aunt. Li Muyue sighed softly, not wanting to inadvertently lower Gu Huai's status. All right, little niece, Gu Huai teased with a playful tone. Gu Huai, you're being too much. Li Muyue glared at him. Fine, then adjust the team's experience distribution to be based on contribution. After all, you won't be getting any experience points. Gu Huai stroked his chin thoughtfully. Now that I think about it, I'm at a disadvantage here. I was planning to do that anyway, Li Muyue remarked, observing the young man in front of her. You're quite the anomaly. My grandfather wanted me to guide you, but with your skills, you hardly need my help. Looking at the formidable young dragon, Li Muyue's curiosity deepened. A prominent Gu family from the imperial capital? She had never heard of them. There were no notable Gu family clans elsewhere either. Could he be the heir of a major sect? Since the emergence of the career-change continent, sects like Shaolin, Wudong, Amei, and Celestial Masters have risen to prominence. Their disciples, trained from a young age, possess a solid foundation and exceptional skills. The sect leaders played key roles in the first phase of battles. Even so, these major sects wouldn't let newly transitioned disciples venture out alone, would they? Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to enter this dungeon. Gu Huai's words prompted Li Muyue to roll her eyes once more. So in your eyes, I'm just someone to help you cut in line? Not entirely. Gu Huai turned to her with a bright smile. You can also help me draw aggro. Seeing his handsome face, Li Muyue sighed inwardly. Oh well, she admitted to herself she was a sucker for good looks. She'd work for a handsome guy any day. I've adjusted the experience distribution mode. but I've never been inside this thunder ruins before, just heard about it. I'm not familiar with the monster layout. No worries, you'll get the hang of it after a few runs. Gu Huai, are you always this cheeky? Dinner's on me tonight. Deal. Their teamwork was remarkably seamless. Li Miyue ran around the map, gathering hordes of electric rodents and bringing them to Gu Huai. The young dragon's azure dragon breath could wipe them out effortlessly, making the process both easy and efficient. It was far more convenient than Gu Huai and the dragon searching the map for monsters. In just 20 minutes, Gu Huai was nearly at level 3. With the adjusted experience distribution, he received 90 of the experience points. A level 5 electric rodent used to yield only 25 points, but now he earned 45. Plus, they had defeated 7 or 8 elite monsters, which significantly boosted his experience gain. I'm exhausted. Li Miyue panted, stopping to catch her breath. Running around the map was quite tiring. Are there no more monsters? No more. Li Miyue wiped the sweat from her forehead, looking relieved. But that big boss should be coming out soon. If she had to face the level 8 boss alone, she would have exited the dungeon without a second thought. At level 2, she was no match for it. After witnessing the adorable little green dragon, Li Miyue completely gave up resisting and decided to relax. The little creature was incredibly powerful. This made her eagerly anticipate the pet function available at level 50, secretly vowing to have her grandfather get her a baby dragon when the time came. Is it a big rat? Gu Huai asked, puzzled. No. Li Miyue shook her head, a sly glint in her eye. Do you remember the introduction to the dungeon when we entered? Gu Huai frowned slightly, quickly recalling the crucial hint. You mean the part that said here, you need to be wary of more than just visible enemies? Exactly. Just as Li Miyue finished speaking, a crackling sound of electricity came from ahead. Gu Huai looked in the direction of the noise and saw blue-purple lightning gathering in the air, quickly forming into a glowing, dazzling ball of lightning. Is that a thunder sprite? Gu Huai recognized it immediately, recalling related information. Not bad, you can actually recognize it. Li Miyue raised her eyebrows in surprise, then explained, thunder sprites are pure elemental spirits, considered orange epic quality in the outside world. Although they're downgraded to ordinary bosses in this dungeon, their skills aren't restricted at all. That's why I didn't recommend farming this dungeon earlier. The boss is too troublesome. Even for someone at level 8 like me, defeating it is not easy. Gu Huai didn't respond, focusing on checking the thunder sprite's information. Monster, thunder sprite boss. Quality, white ordinary. Level, LV8. Combat power index, 354. Skills, thunderous might, thunderstrike. 589 total attributes. That's quite high. Gu Huai analyzed silently. Ordinary elite monsters have about 1.5 to 2 times the attributes of regular monsters, but this boss has 3 times the attribute value of a regular monster. Although it only has 2 skills, Thunderous Might and Thunderstrike are extremely powerful. No wonder Li Miyue said it's troublesome. However, Gu Huai was not worried. Fortunately, its combat power index isn't high. With the little green dragon's strength, it should be fine. The little green dragon, having just reached level 2, had its attributes skyrocket by 200 points, with its combat power index jumping from 800 to 1000. Facing a mere 354 combat power index, the odds were in their favor. Little green dragon, use Azure Dragon's sky-splitting claw. Gu Huai ordered decisively, not wanting to waste too much time on the thunder sprite. Yeah, it's mine, don't grab it. The little green dragon, remembering Gu Huai's words, fiercely glared at the thunder sprite, as if declaring that no one could take her dragon crystal away, except her dad. No, Dad doesn't eat dragon crystals. A warm feeling filled Xiao Qinglong's heart, deepening her affection for Gu Huai. She focused her energy and unleashed the Azure Dragon's sky-cleaving claw. Although Xiao Qinglong was still young, this move was nothing to sneeze at. A dragon claw shimmering with a deep blue light formed in the air. It was only the size of a kitten's paw, yet it held tremendous power. The claw sliced through the air, striking towards the thunder sprite with lightning speed. The speed was so fast that the thunder sprite had no chance to dodge. With a boom, the claw hit its mark. The next scene left everyone present in shock. The thunder sprite couldn't even put up a fight and was instantly shattered to pieces. The system notification sounded, and when Li Miyue heard the experience gained prompt, her eyes widened in disbelief. How is this possible? Li Miyue was incredulous. A level 2 little creature could take down an level 8 boss in one hit? Even for someone as experienced as her, such a battle was unheard of. She had expected Xiao Qinglong to go through a tough battle, lasting many rounds before standing a chance. But this instant victory was beyond her comprehension. Li Miyue's gaze towards Gu Huai and Xiao Qinglong became more profound. This little one is no ordinary dragon species, likely a descendant of a dragon king, she pondered to herself. I must ask the old man about this tonight. The system notification popped up. The team gained 8,000 experience points, with Gu Huai receiving 4,000 points and Xiao Qinglong earning 3,999 points. In this world, The experience value of a boss was 100 times that of a regular monster. As the thunder sprite vanished, a piece of equipment dropped to the ground. In a world where equipment drop rates were extremely low, this was a rare occurrence. Gu Huai had previously spent over 20 minutes killing monsters without seeing a single piece of gear. Monsters in the dungeon didn't even drop materials, they just vanished, leaving only experience points behind. Only bosses would leave equipment, a small memento for adventurers. Great job, Xiao Qinglong. Gu Huai praised with a thumbs up. Already excited from defeating the thunder sprite that tried to steal the dragon crystal, Xiao Qinglong was even happier with Gu Huai's compliment, flying joyfully around him, drawing envious glances from Li Miyue. Dungeon cleared. The instance will automatically close in 1 minute. The system notification sounded. Gu Huai reached out to check the first piece of equipment he had ever acquired. Armor of Lightning. Quality, Green Excellent. Level, LV5. Effect, Spirit 5. Description, armor formed by weak lightning. It doesn't feel much even when touched. A level 5 Green Excellent quality equipment. Worth at least a late-night snack. Gu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Level 5 green equipment might not be anything special, but at least it covers the cost. You can easily sell it for 200 or 300. Li Miyue said as she sorted through the gear she had just acquired. By the way, my little niece, Gu Huai casually asked, watching the girl adeptly categorize the equipment. Does it cost money to run this dungeon? Li Miyue was used to Gu Huai's somewhat affectionate way of addressing her, and replied without looking up. Entering a dungeon does require a fee, but low-level ones are relatively cheap, only 500 each time. 500 is cheap. Gu Huai couldn't help but twitch his lips, thinking that amount could pay for a decent spa session. He then said seriously, make sure to tally up the expenses tonight. I'll reimburse you. It's already a favor to have your help. I can't let you cover the costs. Running it like this, you'd spend at least 10,000 a day, Li Miyue explained. Of course, if you don't want to spend money, you can queue up at school for dungeons, but it's much less efficient. She paused and added, actually, most families support this investment. Once you transition into a combat profession and find a steady team, 5 people can share the ticket cost, which amounts to about 100,000 a month. In a month, it'll be the college entrance exams, Li Miyue continued with a serious tone. Getting into a good university means more resource subsidies. For instance, third-tier vocational universities offer almost no benefits. Second-tier ones provide 5 free dungeon runs per month and a 10 subsidy. First-tier universities offer 10 free runs and a 20 subsidy. And double first-tier universities give 30 free runs and a 40 subsidy. Her eyes sparkled as she said, the most impressive are Imperial University and Magic University. These top schools provide 100 free dungeon runs each month and an 80 subsidy. Their students are strong, and if they're diligent, they can run high-difficulty dungeons, get equipment, and potentially make a profit at no cost. Don't worry about that, Gu Huai waved his hand. The old man said he'd reimburse these expenses. Hearing this, Li Miyue's eyes turned suspicious. Come to think of it, why is the old man so nice to you? Not only does he cover dungeon fees, but he also gave you a level 1 red celestial set. She suddenly widened her eyes in excitement and said, could it be that you're the old man's illegitimate child from another relationship, taking your mother's surname? Your imagination is way too wild. Gu Huai's face darkened instantly. I'm not an illegitimate child. Then why is the old man so special to you? Gu Huai hesitated for a moment, then casually showed off his spatial ring and flashed a black gold card in front of Li Miyue. He does treat me well. Besides giving me a dragon, he also gave me these. Wah! Li Miyue looked at the black gold card she'd been longing for and was almost in tears. You must be the old man's illegitimate child. So, you're really my little niece? Gu Huai looked at Li Miyue's sorrowful face, a teasing smile playing on his lips. Get lost. Li Miyue glared at him. Huh. Gu Huai laughed and explained. Old Li gave me these things purely because my job is somewhat special. Li Miyue looked Gu Huai up and down and said bluntly, you really are a pervert. I'm talking about the nature of my job, Gu Huai said seriously. I've signed a non-disclosure agreement, so I can't say much. I get it, it's just a special talent development program, Li Miyue said nonchalantly. Coming from such a family, she hadn't experienced it firsthand but knew a bit about it. Though her curiosity was piqued, she wisely refrained from asking further questions. Shall we continue the quest? Gu Huai asked. Yes, but let's up the difficulty this time. How about trying the hell level? Gu Huai suggested tentatively. Hell level? Li Miyue's eyes widened. Do you know what hell level means? Even at the Imperial University, only the top teams dare to attempt it, and they need thorough preparation. You think we can handle it with just the 2 of us? You misunderstood, Gu Huai corrected earnestly. I'll handle it alone. You just need to lure the monsters to speed up the quest. This left Li Miyue momentarily speechless. By the way, can you give me the leader's authority? I'll initiate it. I'll treat you to a big dinner tonight. I'll owe you one. Li Miyue's eyes flickered at his last sentence. All right, we can try the hell difficulty, but you must be extremely careful. Follow my lead and retreat immediately if there's danger. Understood. With Gu Huai's agreement, the leader's authority was transferred. The system notification sounded. Please select the quest difficulty. Hell level. The difficulty you've chosen is extremely high. Please confirm again. Confirm. 500 gold coins deducted. Hell difficulty of the Thunder Ruins successfully initiated. The scene reset in an instant, as if time had rewound, restoring everything to the state when they first entered. But this time, the hell difficulty was evidently different. Countless pairs of crimson eyes surrounded them, each pair flickering with dangerous lightning. Li Muyue couldn't help but swallow hard, her voice trembling slightly. Gu Huai, the quest hasn't officially started yet. Maybe we should leave for now. Her concern was justified being only level 2. She faced a horde of rare monsters no less than level 8, not to mention the elite ones of orange epic quality. The disparity in strength was truly daunting. We're no match for them, truly no match. This harsh reality echoed in Li Muyue's mind. If she were with her regular teammates in a high-difficulty dungeon, the situation might not be so dire. Their team was well-rounded main DPS, secondary DPS, tank, off-tank, and support all covered. As the secondary DPS, she could deal damage and take some hits. Gu Huai didn't respond to Li Muyue's comment. Instead, his eyes warily scanned the circle of reedied electric rats surrounding them. Through system prompts, he quickly analyzed the attributes of these creatures. The reedied electric rats in their enraged state were of rare purple quality, level 8, with a combat power index of 221, possessing discharge and charge skills. In their frenzy, they were stronger than other creatures of the same quality. The frenzied electric rats were also in a berserk state, of orange epic quality, level 8, with a combat power index of 253, having the same skill set. The elite demonized electric rat was even more troublesome, of orange epic quality, level 8, with a staggering combat power index of 476. Besides basic skills, it had a demonization ability. When its health dropped to 20, it would trigger demonization, increasing its strength by 1.2 times. Quite formidable, Gu Huai squinted. The power of this batch of electric rats far surpassed previous opponents. Even Zhang Wanqing ranked second strongest in Jiang City, right after Gu Huai in the provincial tests. Securing 8th place would struggle in this scenario. According to Gu Huai's calculations, even if she were equipped with a level 5 epic set and had a talent boosting her combat power by 1.2 times, her total combat power index would be around 396. This meant she couldn't even handle one elite creature, let alone being surrounded by multiple lesser ones. A team of 5 Zhang Wanqings would have zero chance of survival against this horde of electric rats. Given the ferocity these monsters displayed, they would likely be wiped out in the first round. Gu Huai turned to Zai Qinglong and asked, Zai Qinglong, are you afraid? Yeah, Zai Qinglong scoffed. As a top predator, these electric rats were nothing. Even if their numbers multiplied, they wouldn't pose a threat. After all, they weren't on par with the mighty Pikachu. It's up to you then, Gu Huai said with a serious expression. Although he had inherited 30 of Zai Qinglong's attributes, his level 2 restriction and lack of equipment left him with a total combat power of only 380. Li Muyue's situation was even worse. With her combat power barely over 100, even activating her Golden Goddess skill would only allow her to barely contend with a single frenzied electric rat. A horde of frenzied electric rats surged forward, having lost all reason after gaining immense power from the dungeon. They crackled with blinding electricity, creating a cacophony like 1,000 birds screeching, with a singular aim, to completely devour Gu Huai and his companions. The piercing noise infuriated the young azure dragon, who let out a sudden, resonant roar. The moment its dragon might appeared, a flicker of fear flashed in the eyes of the frenzied electric rats, causing their actions of gathering electricity to involuntarily halt. Azure Dragon's breath. The young azure dragon had no intention of showing mercy to those eyeing her dragon crystal. Facing the approaching swarm of electric rats, she unleashed the full power of her azure dragon's breath. Blue energy radiated from her, spreading outward, and as it passed, the electric rats fell one by one, dissipating into points of experience in the air. Even the elite monsters were not spared. This was no coincidence. The young azure dragon's 250 mental power, combined with the 8-fold damage multiplier of the azure dragon's breath, and the 100 additional damage from the azure dragon's power talent, resulted in a terrifying output equivalent to 16 times her mental power. Against these electric rats with less than 100 mental power, a single strike was more than enough to finish them. System notifications chimed repeatedly. The team gained 240 experience points. You received a total of 239 points, with Xiao Qinglong taking 119 points, and you gaining 120 points. The team gained 1,200 experience points. You received a total of 1,199 points, with Xiao Qinglong taking 599 points, and you gaining 600 points. As the kill count increased, both Gu Huai and the young azure dragon advanced to level 3. However, they still required 30,000 experience points to reach level 4, and the contribution from these 100 or so monsters was not enough to split between them. The spectacular scene left Li Muyue dumbfounded, unsure where to place her hands. As a prodigy, she always acted cautiously in dungeons and had never witnessed such a domineering fighting style. She was filled with questions. What kind of profession did Gu Huai have? How could he command such a powerful young dragon? It was known that while many attempted to contract a young azure dragon, only a select few with special talents or professions were successful, and most were experts above level 50. The strength Gu Huai displayed was clearly beyond the ordinary. For new visitors, we require everyone to sign a non-disclosure agreement, Li Muyue stated seriously. No one is allowed to disclose information about the Azure Dragon Egg to outsiders. Although Li Muyue came from a prominent background, with her father ranking among the top 10 in Longhua, rules were rules. Longhua's strength as a nation stemmed from its sound institutions and strict enforcers. For these influential families, maintaining national order was an undeniable responsibility. Li Muyue? Li Muyue, Gu Huai called out repeatedly, raising his voice when she didn't respond. When she finally turned her head in confusion, he couldn't help but tease. You're a top student at the Supreme Academy, and you're already stunned? Even students from the Supreme Academy aren't this offbeat. Li Muyue muttered under her breath. What did you say? Nothing. Li Muyue quickly changed the subject. Shall we go lure the monsters now? Yes, it's your job to lure the monsters. Li Muyue was taken aback, disbelief written all over her face. You want me to lure these monsters? They're too strong, I might die. All right, I guess I'll have to do it myself, Gu Huai said reluctantly. He had just reached level 3, so it was a good opportunity to test his skills. Although the little azure dragon was powerful, its abilities drained a lot of energy, so they needed to be used sparingly. After all, the day was long, and there were many places where the little azure dragon would be needed. I currently have a combat power of 480 points. It's time to test my strength, Gu Huai calculated to himself. It's a shame I don't have any combat skills, only basic attacks. Once I reach level 10, I must find a way to learn a powerful skill. Meanwhile, at the highest council meeting in Longhua, Elder Li and Elder Wen were present. Today, however, Elder Li sat in the second position on the left, rather than his usual central seat. To his right sat an elderly woman who had aged gracefully. Elder Li, are you saying the Azure Dragon Egg has truly been contracted? The elderly woman asked in shock. Yes, this is the panel from when the little Azure Dragon just hatched. Elderly displayed the data sent by Gu Huai. 800 combat power at level 1. This talent is extraordinary. Those 3 skills are ridiculously strong gatefold mental attack for groups, tenfold strength for single targets, and recovery buffs. It's too powerful. The elderly woman turned to the elder beside her. Old Ma, what were the stats of your sacred rainbow unicorn at level 1? Old Ma could only smile wryly. In the past, he would proudly boast about his unicorn whenever the topic of battle pets came up, but compared to the little Azure Dragon's panel, he was left with nothing but a wry smile. Hee hee, I happen to have a record of it. Elderly chuckled as he brought up the unicorn's data. Sacred Rainbow Unicorn. With base attributes at level 1 of Strength 80, Spirit 120, Agility 100, and Constitution 100, equipped with the Sacred Body talent and 2 skills, with a combat power index of only 400 points. With an initial attribute of 400 points, along with a powerful talent and 2 strong skills, this Sacred Rainbow Unicorn is a rare creature that Lao Ma went to great lengths to acquire from a small island near America. Many lives were lost in the process of capturing this unicorn. It became Lao Ma's pride, and with its help, he managed to secure a place among the world's top 100 elite professionals. This sacred unicorn's strength even surpasses many dragons. However, when everyone witnessed the gap in power between it and the young Azure Dragon, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The difference was staggering. A naturally nurtured young Azure Dragon could propel its owner into the top 50 worldwide, with hopes of reaching the top 10 in the Dragon Nation. This is unbelievable. By the way, Old Li, what profession does this kid have to earn the Azure Dragon's approval? Another big shot inquired. Old Li gave a mysterious smile. His profession? Well, you'll see for yourselves. You might not believe me if I told you. He clearly enjoyed the look of shock on everyone's faces, forgetting that he had been equally stunned when he first learned about it. Dragon Master? Whoa, that's incredible. The crowd finally saw the information, and everyone except Old Li and the elder in the center stood up in shock. Please, sit down, the elder in the center said softly. As the strongest in the Dragon Nation and the long-standing #1 in the world rankings, his words immediately silenced everyone. The tales of this legendary figure's feats could fill days and nights. You've all seen Gu Huai's information, right? Seeing everyone nod, the elder known as Long Lao said calmly, support him with the full strength of our nation. This simple statement caused the pupils of the other 8 leaders to contract sharply. As one of the 9 elders, each of them was a top-tier powerhouse, ranked within the world's top 100 and the country's top 30, each commanding vast influence. Although there were equally strong figures in the national team, Their immense sacrifices for the country kept their positions unshakable. The phrase support with the full strength of our nation, a term they had almost forgotten, now resonated again, prompting deep reflection. After all, they belonged to a generation that accelerated the Dragon Nation's development at the cost of their own lifespans through forbidden techniques. If the game hadn't later banned such techniques, these figures would have likely paid the ultimate price long ago. Despite gaining over 200 years of lifespan as their strength increased, these elders continued to burn their own lives for the nation's rise. But Elder Long, the plan to use the nation's full resources was rejected from the start. It's too taxing on the people and resources. Before the speaker could finish, Elder Long waved his hand decisively, cutting them off. The eyes of everyone present widened. Such a commanding Elder Long was something they hadn't seen in a long time. Oldly squinted and cautiously asked, "Elder Long, is it something from America?" The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly grew tense. If the rumors were true, special attention was indeed needed. An elderly lady massaged her temples, looking worried. Elder Long didn't respond directly but instead looked straight ahead and said firmly, "Select talented individuals. The number doesn't matter. Focus on their potential. I will personally assess them." After a pause, he added, "The matter concerning Gu Huai must be kept confidential. No one should approach him. There are too many eyes watching. Only Oldly will handle this. Also, hand over any dragon hatchlings you have. I will compensate you." "How can we refuse, Elder Long?" Someone immediately responded. "We've all benefited from your guidance. This is a matter concerning the future of our nation and even the global landscape. How can we be so short-sighted?" "Exactly. I'll go back and see if I can get a few top-grade dragon eggs," others echoed. They all understood Gu Huai's importance to the country and saw the potential for him to become one of the world's strongest figures. Who would pass up the chance to earn his favor? Meanwhile, Gu Huai was completely unaware of the high-level meeting revolving around him. He was focused on tackling dungeons, working seamlessly with his small azure dragon. In 8 hours, they completed 21 dungeon challenges, 1 on easy difficulty, 3 on hell-level Thunder Ruins, and then moved on to other dungeons. Their levels skyrocketed, but the cost was that the small azure dragon was utterly exhausted, lying limp in Gu Huai's arms. It wasn't injured, just drained of energy. Their strategy was simple. Gu Huai would lure the monsters while the azure dragon unleashed area attacks, taking only brief rests. After 3 hell-level Thunder Ruins runs, they reached level 5. Gu Huai then moved on to more rewarding dungeons, first tackling hell-level challenges to increase his level, and then directly facing the highest difficulty nightmare level. In the nightmare difficulty dungeon, a crimson figure flickered in the field of vision. It was filled with red monsters of celestial grade. The final boss, a level 10 blue-faced mantis, had a combat power index exceeding 1,000 points, moving with the agility of the wind. However, for Xiao Qinglong, who had grown to level 5, this so-called boss was nothing but a joke. With a single breath of the azure dragon, it cleared all the surrounding smaller monsters, and a subsequent strike of the azure dragon's claw instantly killed the blue-faced mantis. If not for the boss's special resistance bonuses, even the azure dragon's breath might have been too much for it to withstand. After 8 hours of frenzied dungeon grinding, Gu Huai's level soared to 18. At this point, Xiao Qinglong's attribute panel was astonishing. Strength, spirit, agility, and constitution all reached 1050 points, with the talent, power of the azure dragon, granting an additional 100 final damage during attacks. In terms of skills, it possessed Azure Dragon's Rending Claw LV3, Power of the Greenwood LV2, Azure Dragon's Breath LV3, Azure Dragon's Phantom LV2, Dragon's Might LV1, and Dragon Blood Boiling LV1. Its combat power index reached an impressive 4,200 points, a number that Gu Huai dared not easily reveal, fearing it might undermine Li Muyue's confidence. After breaking through level 10, Xiao Qinglong mastered 3 powerful skills. Azure Dragon's Phantom, which could condense an Azure Dragon's shadow behind it, akin to Susanoo, capable of both offense and defense. Dragon's Might, which, although not highly damaging, could cover the entire map and weaken enemy attributes. And Dragon Blood Boiling, a buff skill that drastically increased its own power, though it had never been used due to the weakness of opponents. In contrast, Gu Huai's panel, though having decent stats, left him slightly worried. As an 18th level Dragon Master, he possessed the unique mythic grade talent, Power of Dragon Mastery. His skills included Dragon Mastery LV2, Bloodline Connection LV2, and Sharing Pain LV1. Dragon Mastery allowed him to sign equal contracts with 2 dragon species. Bloodline Connection passively granted him 12 of the contracted dragon species attributes, and Sharing Pain could connect with any contracted dragon, reducing 20 of damage, with the option to either share the pain or have the dragon species bear it alone. Gu Huai carefully examined the newly acquired skill of Sharing Pain. This skill offered 3 modes. The ability to absorb all damage himself, share it equally with his contracted creature, or make dragon-type creatures completely immune to harm. Surprisingly, even at level 1, It provided a direct 20 damage reduction, making it a powerful survival skill in critical moments. Looking at the panel displaying a combat power index of 2064, Gu Huai's lips curled into a slight smile. This value signified that even without any equipment, he could instill despair in opponents of the same level. However, this joy was quickly overshadowed by a disappointing discovery. As he was about to reach level 10, Gu Huai, as the sole possessor of a hidden profession, had eagerly imagined how many skills and skill slots he would acquire. Reality, however, dealt him a harsh blow: only one skill and not a single skill slot. This meant he couldn't learn new skills through skill books, completely disrupting his plans. Upon hearing this, Li Miyue also showed a shocked expression, but after carefully examining the skill's specific effects, she fell into thought. Although it's just one skill, many beast masters dream of having such a life-saving ability, she gently reassured him. Don't worry, you should get skill slots when you change professions. With Li Miyue's encouragement, Gu Huai rekindled his anticipation for the upcoming level 20 job change. According to her explanation, the change would not only increase all attributes by 1.2 times after factoring in bonuses and equipment effects, but also grant powerful profession-specific skills and additional skill slots. So how do you usually use these skill slots? Gu Huai asked curiously. We usually keep 1 or 2 slots open just in case, Li Miyue patiently explained. Once we've learned the necessary combat skills, we also choose some passive skills to enhance our attributes and combat power. Noticing Gu Huai was exhausted, Li Miyue didn't linger. After a simple dinner, she bid farewell. Once home, she headed straight to the study to find her grandfather, Li Long, one of the 9 elders and ranked 32nd in the world. Well, the sun must have risen in the west today. Our girl actually came to the study on her own. Li Long teased with a smile. Grandpa, Li Miyue replied helplessly. Although her grandfather was a figure capable of shaking the nation, he loved to tease his younger relatives. I know you're here about Gu Huai, Li Long winked, but there's a confidentiality agreement. All I can tell you is follow your heart. Li Miyue immediately understood the hint in her grandfather's words, her cheeks flushing as she turned to leave, calling out, I get it. Watching his granddaughter's retreating figure, Li Long sighed softly. This girl, getting involved in this. Who knows if it's a blessing or a curse? That boy is talented and handsome. It's only natural he attracts attention. I just hope you don't get hurt. But children have their own fortunes. Let it be. With that, he put his thoughts aside, as there were more important matters to attend to. If that's true, then they really don't have much time left. The words national war simulation swirled in Li Long's mind, and his gaze grew deeper, as if he were trying to see through the boundaries of time and space. At this moment, in a luxurious suite in Hangzhou, Zhang Wanqing and 2 other girls lay sprawled like limp ragdolls on a 2-meter-wide bed. Exhaustion from training swept over her, but she mustered the strength to open her personal panel. Name Zhang Wanqing. Profession Moon Goddess, top-level profession. Level LV11. Talent Moonlight. Increases mental and physical strength based on moonlight markings on the body. Each mark adds 1, up to 20 marks. Skills Moon Strike LV2, Moon Assault LV2, Power of the Moon LV1, Empty. Combat Power Index 519. The data on the panel made Zhang Wanqing think of Gu Huai. Where are you now? What level have you reached? She pondered. The Genius Training Camp had indeed been a pleasant surprise for Hera's set of level 10 orange epic equipment, and at level 15, she would receive 2 powerful skills. By then, maybe I could surpass you. But why can't I reach you? Her thoughts were interrupted by the conversation of the 2 girls beside her. This Genius Training Camp is brutal. Especially since Lu Jun arrived, the training intensity has gone up a notch, one of them complained. But he did bring some good news. The person who performs best in the next 3 days can participate in the National Reserve Team selection. Are you interested? What's the point of being interested? The other girl rolled her eyes. With Jin Xian around, is there even a contest for first place? Zhang Wanqing agreed. Yeah, Jin Xian, your hidden profession, Sword Emperor, is simply too strong. We can't even compete. Before coming here, she thought she could compete with the top players, but Liao Jinxuan's presence shattered that illusion. During their previous dungeon cooperation, she witnessed the terrifying power of the Sword Emperor firsthand. Don't say that. You are all excellent. There's still 2 days left, and opportunities always favor those who are prepared. Liao Jinxian reassured them warmly. Suddenly, Zhang Wanqing remembered something from earlier and quickly asked, by the way, Jinxian, didn't you mention your cousin is in the provincial team? Could you help me find out about someone? Of course, I have a good relationship with my cousin. He's a classmate of mine, and we were in the same year. When he changed professions, it caused a celestial phenomenon, but I'm not sure about his exact profession. After that, he was taken away, and I haven't been able to contact him since I came out of the dungeon. He hasn't replied to my messages either, Zhang Wanqing said, her tone unconsciously tinged with worry. Seeing her like this, the 2 girls exchanged knowing smiles. What kind of look is that? Zhang Wanqing noticed their expressions, her cheeks flushing. Nothing. But, are you sure you're just classmates? Liao Jinxian moved her chair closer to Zhang Wansheng with a mysterious look in her eyes. Don't worry, I'm a person of my word. I won't tell anyone. Zhang Wansheng's face turned bright red as she hastily explained. We're just classmates. Don't make things up. She added, are you going to help or not? If not, just forget it. Seeing Zhang Wansheng's flustered state, Liao Jinxian had her suspicions, but with Zhang's current attitude, she knew she wouldn't get any answers. Of course I'll help. What's his name? As long as he's in the provincial team, even if he's just cleaning the toilets, I can find out for you. She paused and added, but honestly, I've never heard of anyone being recruited to the provincial team like that. He might not be in the provincial team, so be prepared. As a member of the prominent Liao family in Hangzhou, she had a good understanding of the provincial team. I'm just asking, Zhang Wanqing murmured. While sending a message to her cousin, Liao Jinxian suggested another possibility. If we can't reach him, it might be because he's left the signal range of Hangzhou. You mean Gu Huai left Hangzhou? Zhang Wanqing was taken aback. She hadn't considered that possibility. In this world, communication ranges are limited. Regular phone cards typically cover only 1 or 2 provinces. Going beyond that range results in losing signal until re-entering a covered area. Gu Huai could call home from the capital because Li Long had given him a special nationwide coverage phone card, usually reserved for important figures. Yes, but let's not jump to conclusions yet. We'll find out soon enough. The next morning, Li Muyue visited with breakfast. She had specifically bought a box of Longjing, Xiao Qinglong's favorite, hoping to win it over. This was after taking Li Long's advice. Although Li Long would be puzzled if he knew she was doing it to pursue Gu Huai, his intention was merely for her to act naturally, without overthinking. As Gu Huai enjoyed his breakfast, he was secretly impressed by Li Muyue's culinary skills. Xiao Qinglong, meanwhile, was delighted with the wood attribute Longjing, like a child with candy. To level up from 18 to 19, you need 360,000 experience, and from 19 to 20, it's 380,000. Together, you both need a total of 1,480,000. Considering your current experience, you're short by about 1,100,000, Li Muyue said cheerfully as she watched them eat. With your abilities, that much experience is just a matter of hours. You'll definitely reach level 20 by the afternoon. She then shifted the topic. But reaching level 20 means facing your first major challenge job advancement. Each profession has a different advancement quest. What's your profession? I can help you find some strategies for the advancement dungeon. Our school has a dedicated task library for advancement quests, covering nearly 99 of known professions. Never mind, my profession can't be tracked. Gu Huai glanced at Li Muyue and shook his head with a calm demeanor. Can't be tracked. Li Muyue's heart skipped a beat, her eyes widening slightly. Could it be that you have the only hidden profession? Although she had suspected this, hearing it confirmed still left her astonished. Gu Huai didn't respond directly, but his silence spoke volumes. Li Muyue thought to herself, in the past 30 years in Long Country, the number of hidden professions can be counted on one hand, and those who have survived are all top-tier experts. No wonder Gu Huai displayed such incredible strength. Once we level up by 20 levels, I'll take you to gather materials for the first job change, Li Muyue explained. These special items are bound and can't be traded, so you have to collect them yourself. Plus, once the job change quest is activated, the materials disappear. If you fail, you'll have to gather them all over again. Alright, I appreciate it. No need for formalities between us. Li Muyue's smile grew even brighter. Their leveling speed far exceeded Li Muyue's expectations. Just past 11 o'clock, Gu Huai and Xiao Qinglong had already gained 20 levels. This efficiency left Li Muyue in a white was beyond reason to go from level 1 to 20 in just over a day. Reflecting on her own experience a year ago when she changed jobs, even with 3 strong players taking turns leading and spending over 70 hours straight in instances, it took her more than 4 days to reach level 20. As for Gu Huai, he started leveling on the second day and reached the same level in just 11 hours of actual gameplay. The huge disparity made Li Muyue chuckle wryly. Let's take a break and have some lunch before continuing. I'm a bit tired, Gu Huai yawned, feeling the fatigue from 3 hours of intense grinding. Sure, but are you planning to do the first job change like this? Like this? Aren't you going to equip a set of level 20 divine gear? I almost forgot about gear, Gu Huai laughed awkwardly. The attributes on these items are too low. After several rounds of nightmare-level instances, especially with the higher drop rates from elite monsters, Gu Huai's inventory was packed with over 60 pieces of equipment, including 3 divine items and 9 epic ones. Though they were low-level, they could fetch a good amount of gold. Let's go. I'll take you to buy some gear. By the way, make sure to deal with your gear as well. Alright, Gu Huai nodded in agreement. Although he thought that the attributes of the Heavens gift set weren't particularly impressive, it did have some decent effects. If Li Muyue knew what he thought, she might be shocked on the spot. This was a god-tier set with outstanding attributes. The headquarters of Unicorn Trading Company, Limited stood tall, its 100-story height making it particularly striking in the prime real estate of the inner city. Li Muyue smoothly landed a small aircraft in the parking lot and began to introduce it to Gu Huai. This is one of Unicorn Group's branches. You can find almost any product imaginable here, from daily necessities to special equipment for job changers. As long as you have money, even the Golden Legend set can be yours. I've heard of this company, Gu Huai replied. Isn't their CEO's surname Ma? That's right, Ma Wu. Li Muyue was well informed about these matters. He has a good relationship with my grandfather. The most impressive thing is that he has a holy rainbow unicorn as a battle pet. With this pet and a strong financial backing, he made it into the world's top 100, ranking at 85. Such information was almost inaccessible to ordinary job changers. Although the authorities wouldn't deliberately conceal it, in this world, the flow of information was heavily restricted. While the internet existed, electrical interference limited it to a provincial level, with only places like the imperial capital and Magic City having broader coverage. The equipment is on the 16th floor, Li Miyue said. I know the manager there and can help you get a discount, and we can deal with your other items too. Sounds good to me. Gu Huai agreed readily, finding it much more convenient to have a knowledgeable guide. Meanwhile, in the CEO's office on the 99th floor, a young female secretary in a business suit was reporting to Ma Wu. Mr. Ma, Miss Li has arrived. Is there a handsome young man with her? Ma Wu immediately stood up from his seat. Yes, they are currently on the 16th floor purchasing equipment. Take me there. Ma Wu's words sent a jolt through the secretary's heart. Even if other top executives visited in person, Mr. Ma wouldn't usually make a special trip downstairs to greet them. Although Miss Li was Li Long's granddaughter, that alone didn't warrant such attention. What was even more intriguing was Mr. Ma's apparent special interest in the young man. As a professional secretary, she suppressed her curiosity and refrained from asking questions. After all, knowing what not to ask is a fundamental part of a secretary's job. Ma Wu's face lit up with a sly, fox-like grin as he waved his hand gently and said, It's not like I went out of my way to meet them. They came to my doorstep. It's only natural to meet them along the way. A glint of shrewdness flashed in his eyes. I've always been generous, investing in hundreds of young talents over the years. Thinking of this line, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased with his own cleverness. He patted his pocket, where he had a dragon egg he had prepared especially for these days. Although it wasn't quite like a young dragon, as a top-tier battle pet gift for Gu Huai, it was quite a favor. Please follow me, the secretary said, maintaining a calm demeanor, though inside she was in turmoil. While wearing a headset to communicate with subordinates and closely monitoring Gu Huai's group's location, she was quietly figuring out how to arrange the meeting properly. As a competent secretary, her job was to handle these trivial matters flawlessly, allowing the boss to remain worry-free. The mature woman behind the counter, wearing a uniform, was evidently well acquainted with Li Miyue. She said familiarly, You're a friend of Miyue's, so I'll give you a 10 discount on this equipment. The original price is 15 million. With a 10 discount, it's 13.5 million. I'll round it down to 13 million. She quickly glanced at Gu Huai's gear. We can also buy your current equipment, but the price will be lower than the market value. Let's say 9 million. To make it easy, you just need to pay an additional 3.99 million. 3.99 million. Gu Huai's heart skipped a beat. The Tianxi set was indeed pricey. Just a transitional set for level 20 cost 13 million. He carefully examined the price list. Both level 10 and 15 Tianxi sets were 10 million, but at level 20, the price jumped by half to 15 million. Interestingly, the level 25 set was only 12 million, and the level 30 set was 14 million, both cheaper than the level 20 set. This made sense, as the price of equipment was primarily determined by demand, not necessarily by level. Equipment at key levels like 20, 50, and 70 was often more expensive, while others were generally priced according to level. All right, let's swipe the card. Gu Huai agreed readily. After all, he had a black gold card with a national reimbursement limit of 100 million, so buying a Tianxi set wasn't a big deal. The 6-piece, Gentle Breeze set had attributes that suited him well, especially the percentage bonuses: Spirit 177, Strength 101, Agility 76, and Stamina 78. Even more enticing were the two active skills. One could form a breeze shield, with 5 times the spirit value, and the other could release 3 wind blades, dealing damage double the spirit value. Plus, the 1.2 times passive spirit attribute boost perfectly compensated for his lack of active skills. The strength of these two skills is somewhat lacking, but there's nothing that can be done. Gu Huai looked around and found that the skills attached to this equipment were the best option, offering both offense and defense. When the woman saw Gu Huai take out a black gold card, her eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that this young man's identity might be different from what she had initially thought. She had assumed he was Li Muyue's young boyfriend. Just as she was about to take the card, a voice interrupted. Muyu girl, why didn't you say hello when you came here? The woman's face showed surprise at the familiar voice. Mr. Ma, what brings you back? Just passing by? This doesn't seem like a place you'd casually drop by. Could it be for Li Muyue? Even her father wouldn't warrant a visit unless her grandfather was here. Grandpa Ma. Li Muyue's voice was filled with surprise. Although her grandfather was familiar with Ma Wu and she had met him many times, their relationship wasn't particularly close. I just happened to be coming down and heard from Xiaomi that you were here, so I thought I'd stop by, Ma Wu explained. Xiaomi was his secretary. The woman's suspicions were somewhat alleviated by this explanation. Such influential people often do unexpected things on a whim. Don't mind me. Carry on with your business, Ma Wu said with a smile, noticing the respectful looks from everyone. They knew his personality and returned to their tasks. Gu Huai had a strange feeling that Mr. Ma's presence might somehow be related to him. Muyu girl, is this your boyfriend? Ma Wu asked, glancing between Li Muyue and Gu Huai, silently cursing old Li for being so crafty. Huh? Grandpa Ma, what are you saying? Li Muyue didn't deny it, her face blushing slightly. What a handsome couple, Ma Wu remarked. I didn't bring much, but consider this a little gift for your friend. He handed a spatial ring to Li Muyue for Gu Huai. After giving the gift, Ma Wu smiled at Gu Huai and left promptly. This made Gu Huai certain it was just his imagination. Mr. Ma couldn't possibly know him. Gu Huai, this is a gift from Grandpa Ma for you. You should take it, Li Muyue said. Gu Huai hesitated, feeling it was a bit inappropriate. Grandpa Ma is very generous. He often gives gifts to the younger generation and invests in talented young people. Besides, he's the wealthiest person in Long Country. This is nothing to him, Li Muyue assured him. Hearing this, Gu Huai accepted the ring. He thought he could return the favor if the opportunity arose in the future. Ma Wu certainly knew how to make a good impression, which explained how he built such a large empire from scratch. When Gu Huai scanned the contents of the ring, he was stunned. Wait, does Mr. Ma really give dragon eggs as a welcome gift? What dragon egg? Li Muyue asked, looking puzzled. Without saying a word, Gu Huai tossed a ring to her. Li Muyue immediately used her mental energy to investigate, and soon discovered an unusual egg in the ring's space, a deep blue egg with a lightning pattern etched on its surface, exuding an extraordinary aura. As she checked the egg's information, her pupils suddenly widened. Item: Egg of the Thunder God Dragon. Quality. Description: When lightning strikes, the world perishes. The Thunder God Dragon, king among thunder dragons, commands the apocalyptic divine lightning, possessing world-ending power. When did Grandpa Ma become so generous? Li Muyue thought to herself. Just from the description, she knew this was absolutely a heaven-defying existence, probably on par with Grandpa Ma's holy seven-colored unicorn. She even considered asking Ma Wu for a dragon egg, even an ordinary one would do. However, after a moment's thought, she understood Ma Wu's intention. Gu Huai also seemed to realize that this precious gift made him somewhat uneasy. Gu Huai, there's also a letter in here. Li Muyue noticed the letter next to the dragon egg, but didn't take it out. It was obviously a personal item for Gu Huai. I see it. I'll read it later, Gu Huai replied briefly. Originally, he wanted to continue browsing around, but the Thunder God Dragon egg completely occupied his mind. Thunder God Dragon. I like it, just the name sounds fierce. Yeah, Li Muyue responded softly, keenly connecting several key points. Ma Wu's actions, Gu Huai's strength, and her grandfather's attitude, all pointing to one fact. Gu Huai's profession was likely so unique that it needed to be concealed to avoid attracting spies from other countries. After all, a person like Ma Wu was constantly under watch. Mr. Gu, here is your equipment and black gold card. A staff member handed over a set of equipment with the barcode removed. These barcodes were supposed to have alarm functions, alerting and locating the terminal if someone placed items in a backpack or space ring. Without hesitation, Gu Huai put on the equipment, and his attributes immediately changed. Level 20. Strength 692. Spirit 922. Agility 667. Stamina 669. Total combat power index 2950. More importantly, he finally acquired 2 offensive skills. After obtaining the equipment, the two quickly left the mall and headed to the hotel. This was Li Muyue's first time entering a hotel with a guy, and her cheeks were constantly flushed. Her thoughts wandered uncontrollably. Would Gu Huai think she was an easy girl? What if he tried something? Should she comply or resist? Oh, how annoying, she fretted internally, but couldn't help thinking. What should we name our future children? Gu Huai had no idea that Li Muyue had managed to imagine so much in just a few minutes. If he knew, he would be astonished by the imagination of a girl with a romantic mind. When they reached the hotel, Gu Huai eagerly took out the Thunder Dragon egg and summoned Xiao Qinglong. The little creature was still in a slumber when called out, with a glistening trail of drool at the corner of her mouth, clearly dreaming of delicious food. However, as soon as she sensed Gu Huai's presence, she sleepily opened her eyes. Daddy, Xiao Qinglong exclaimed joyfully. Xiao Qinglong, soon you'll have a little brother or sister, Gu Huai gently said, holding her. It was important to explain this to her in advance since children can get emotional. Besides, with his current abilities, he could contract quite a few dragons at just level 20. He could already contract 4 dragon-type creatures. As Gu Huai reached level 20, his skills were also enhanced. His dragon mastery advanced from level 2 to level 3. Although the number of contractable dragons didn't increase, It now included a boost effect for dragon-type creatures. Dragon Mastery LV3 allowed not only equal contracts with dragons, but also provided a passive effect, granting a 10 boost to all attributes of dragon creatures. The levels of Blood Bond and Shared Pain also increased, further enhancing Gu Huai's attributes. Little brother or sister? Are they tasty? Xiao Qinglong blinked in confusion, clearly not grasping the concept. In her simple world, there were only 4 types of beings: daddy, food, those who steal her food, and those who don't. Of course, daddy was special and didn't count among these. Gu Huai couldn't help but laugh at her response and quickly explained, little brothers and sisters are dragons like you. They'll play with you, grow up with you, and be your family, just like me. Will they take my food? Xiao Qinglong's ability to express herself had noticeably improved with her level up. No, they will only share delicious things with you. Then I like little brothers and sisters. Xiao Qinglong cheered, bouncing around happily. Watching Gu Huai sweetly coaxing Xiao Qinglong, Li Muyue felt a pang of envy. She wished she could have such an adorable little creature too. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be possible until she reached level 50, which made her sigh. While the first 20 levels were quick and easy to achieve, the difficulty increased significantly after that. This was not only because the monsters got stronger, but also due to the steep rise in experience points required for leveling up. The experience needed skyrocketed, while the experience gained from monsters remained about the same, making leveling up exponentially harder. Li Muyue is currently at level 44, and each level requires 4.4 million experience points. This number might not sound like much at first, especially since Gu Huai managed to gather nearly 4 million experience points in just one day. However, at their level, gaining experience isn't that easy. A standard hard mode dungeon, consisting of 200 regular monsters, 10 elites, and 1 boss, only yields a little over 300,000 experience points in total. Split among a 5-person team, each member only receives 60,000 experience points. To level up, they would need to run the dungeon over 70 times. Even with the formidable strength of their team, this pace is quite taxing. It's even more challenging for those who can only handle normal or easy difficulty dungeons, where the experience gained is pitifully low. Additionally, each dungeon run is extremely exhausting, so the number of times they can attempt it in a day is limited. Given Li Muyue's current situation, it would take at least 3 to 4 months to advance from level 44 to level 50. Gu Huai felt somewhat reassured as he watched the cheerful little green dragon. He understood the importance of educating young dragons. When there are only a few, they can be strictly guided, but as the number increases, Hansen management becomes difficult. Therefore, it's crucial to instill the right values during their early stages, with particular patience for the first few young dragons. After all, young creatures have a natural tendency to learn through imitation, and the later hatchlings are likely to mimic their predecessors. Then I'll start hatching their little siblings, Gu Huai said as he gently placed the Thunder Dragon egg on the table. By now, the little green dragon had grown noticeably since the previous day and was curiously peering at the dragon egg from the table's edge. Taking a deep breath, Gu Huai prepared to use his dragon taming skill. A drop of glistening golden blood fell from his fingertip, landing squarely on the egg. Li Muyue watched intently at this magical scene. Within seconds, the egg began to shake violently, and the shell soon cracked open. A round, chubby blue head emerged. It was an eastern dragon, even cuter and more endearing than the little green dragon. Mom! The little thunder dragon immediately recognized Gu Huai and eagerly attempted to leap into his arms. However, it was clearly much clumsier than the little green dragon and started to fall midair. Fortunately, the little green dragon reacted swiftly, using its azure dragon power to support the newcomer. Watching the fragile new member, the little green dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement. Is this the little sibling? So weak. How should I tease this little one in the future? Meanwhile, Li Muyue was already smitten by the adorable little thunder dragon, her eyes nearly turning into heart shapes, unable to resist the charm of the tiny creature. The confused little thunder dragon had no idea that the little azure dragon was already plotting ways to tease her. She steadied herself and looked up at the sister who had offered her a helping hand, her eyes shining with gratitude. Sister. As soon as the soft voice of the little thunder dragon fell, the little azure dragon happily flew over and affectionately rubbed against her with its small azure tail. The two little creatures quickly began to play together, their laughter echoing around them. Taking this opportunity, Gu Huai carefully examined the little thunder dragon's data panel. Species: Raijin dragon. Name: none. Level: LV1. Basic attributes: Strength: 90. Spirit: 130. Agility: 110. Constitution: 120. Talent: World-destroying divine thunder. Trait: Growth type divine thunder that strengthens with increased power. When using lightning-type moves, it deals an additional 3 times the spirit value and damage. Skills: Thunder Burst LV1. Active skill that releases explosive lightning, causing area damage with a damage coefficient 6 times the spirit value. Thunderous Might LV1. Charged lightning skill requiring precise hit, dealing 3 times the spirit value in damage per hit, with enhanced effect during rain. Combat power index, 440. Gu Huai silently assessed. The Raijin dragon only has these attributes and 2 skills. However, he quickly noticed the standout feature of this thunder dragon, the world-destroying divine thunder. This talent not only grows, but also adds an extra 3 times the spirit value and damage to lightning moves. Paired with the already high-damage thunderous might, it's a perfect match. Not bad. It's passable. Gu Huai concluded nonchalantly. If others knew he described a level 1 Raijin dragon with 440 combat power and such an extraordinary talent this way, they would probably be furious enough to want to kill him. This combat power already surpasses the base stats of Ma Wu's Sacred Rainbow Unicorn, with skills and talents that are equally impressive, if not superior. Even someone at Jiulao's level would be envious, yet in Gu Huai's eyes, it's merely passable. Gu Huai did not show the Thunder Dragons panel to Li Muyue. After all, a Battle Pets panel is one of the most important secrets for a dragon tamer. The information he previously shared was merely to gather useful intelligence. As a dragon tamer, although he possessed exceptional strength, without a dragon, he couldn't perform even the most basic attack skills, rendering him helpless in dungeons or team missions. Li Muyue rolled her eyes upon hearing Gu Huai's words. She always took what Gu Huai said with a grain of salt. Gu Huai then focused on bonding with the young Thunder Dragon, telling it 2 stories. With the little Azure Dragon chiming in, the effect was surprisingly good. The young Thunder Dragon was so fired up that it wanted to leap out of the 18th floor window to find monsters to fight, claiming it needed to level up and protect the Dragon Crystal. Fortunately, Gu Huai was quick to stop the impulsive little creature, or the window might have been in trouble. Through this interaction, Gu Huai discerned the young Thunder Dragon's personality easily incited and impulsive. Other traits would need more time to observe. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Gu Huai stood alone in front of the dungeon building. I can't go in with you this time, Li Muyue explained. The transfer material dungeon has special restrictions. You can only team up with people in the same transition realm. You're now farming first transition materials, and your teammates must be players below level 20 who haven't completed the first transition. I'm level 44, so I can't join you. No worries, you're just here to watch anyway, Gu Huai replied nonchalantly. Li Muyue was used to his way of speaking and didn't mind. Since I can't go in, you'll have to queue up. But there aren't many people farming first transition materials now, so it should be quick, Li Muyue continued. This batch of players has only been transitioning for 3 days, making a first transition almost impossible. As for the batch from a year ago, in a place like the Imperial City, not many haven't completed their first transition in a year. Despite that, the Imperial City was populous, and over 30 people were already waiting in the hall. Fortunately, the dungeon had 4 entrances, accommodating 12 teams at a time, so the queue moved swiftly. 20 minutes later, it was Gu Huai's turn. His solitary figure walking towards the entrance drew a few glances, but no one approached him. The dungeon was named Tower of Ascension, limited to level 20. The description noted that this tower once reached the heavens 3,000 years ago, but was casually broken by a passing deity, leaving it as it is today. Deity. Gu Huai squinted. This term frequently appeared in dungeons and legacies. It was said that deities wielded incredible power, capable of destroying nations or even the world with ease. Of course, these were unverified claims, and Gu Huai wasn't concerned. If there really are deities, I'll meet them eventually. The Tower of Ascension had no difficulty settings. The challenge increased with each level. Entering the dungeon required 5,000 gold coins. Standing before the tower, Gu Huai looked up, noting that the top still disappeared into the clouds. He marveled to himself. Even after being broken by a deity, it's still this tall. According to Li Muyue, the Tower of Babel boasts an infinite number of floors, and for 30 years, no one has reached its summit. The primary value of this tower lies in providing the materials needed to initiate the first transformation quest. Most people, for the sake of efficiency, choose to repeatedly clear the simpler levels on the lower floors. When Gu Huai stepped onto the first floor, he first confirmed the conditions for unlocking the first transformation dungeon: 100 proof of ascension tokens and 20,000 gold coins. While he was pondering this, the first floor's monsters appeared pitch-black stick figures. Though they seemed simple, these stick figures were not to be underestimated, as they often had unique traits in the game. The system displayed the current monster information: unarmed stick figures, common white quality, level 20, combat power index 278. The description of their skill, Iron Fist, was quite humorous. Don't be fooled by my bare hands. Okay, actually, I am the weakest. 2 stick figures stared menacingly at Gu Huai. Given their strength, it was a perfect opportunity for the Thunder Dragon to fight. After consuming the eggshell, the little Thunder Dragon had advanced to level 2, with its attributes rising from 550 to 605 points due to a 10 boost from the Dragon Mastery skill, far surpassing the combined power of the 2 stick figures. This was an excellent chance to train the little Thunder Dragon's combat skills. Come out, little thunder dragon, Gu Huai called. The space rippled as the little azure dragon appeared first, with the little thunder dragon following closely behind, looking like a small follower. Gu Huai couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern when he noticed the little thunder dragon's admiring gaze towards the little azure dragon. What had the little azure dragon done in less than an hour? However, before Gu Huai could plan a strategy, the little azure dragon casually unleashed its dragon might, instantly defeating the two stick figures. The system notification sounded, 200 experience points gained. Since Gu Huai and the little azure dragon's experience was maxed out, all the experience went to the little thunder dragon. Gu Huai felt a bit exasperated. Come here, little azure dragon. This is the thunder dragon's battlefield. We just need to protect her, Gu Huai said softly, confirming that the little thunder dragon was indeed female. The little azure dragon flew over, affectionately nuzzling Gu Huai. Your role is crucial, little azure dragon, Gu Huai continued, patting the little azure dragon's head. The thunder dragon has just been born and lacks combat experience, so she needs more practice. You must ensure her safety, understood? The little azure dragon nodded solemnly, with a focused expression. Once the mission is complete, you'll get an extra dragon crystal today. Yeah, protecting the thunder dragon sister is my duty. I don't need a dragon crystal reward. The little azure dragon's refusal of the food reward made Gu Huai quite pleased at it. Seemed his education was successful, as the little azure dragon had learned to care for her sister. Xiao Leilong, the next battle is yours. Make sure to give it your best effort, okay? Gu Huai said gently. Yes. Xiao Leilong replied, standing tall with confidence, her eyes gleaming with eagerness. She had long wanted to fight monsters on her own, and was secretly grateful to her father for giving her this opportunity. Let's head to the second level, Gu Huai said, leading the team forward. The first level's two monsters hadn't dropped the proof of heaven, but he wasn't concerned. According to Li Muyue, the drop rate was low to begin with. As they stepped into the second level, they were greeted by three unarmed stickmen. Seeing these feeble opponents, Gu Huai couldn't help but think, the first few levels really are just a warm-up, no challenge at all. Xiao Leilong, these stickmen are very weak. You can. Before he could finish, he saw Xiao Leilong already powering up and quickly shouted, stop charging and just release it. But it was too late. Xiao Leilong excitedly unleashed her ultimate move. Gu Huai shook his head helplessly. It was like using a cannon to swat a fly. Thunderous might, Xiao Leilong called, and thunder clouds rapidly gathered in the sky. A hint of strain appeared on her small face. The biggest drawback of this move was that once it was initiated, it couldn't be taken back. It had to be fully unleashed. Hearing Gu Huai's reminder, Xiao Leilong stopped charging further. The three stickmen, who had initially wanted to show off, now huddled together, trembling as they looked up at the overwhelming power above them. Why make things difficult for stickmen? Gu Huai sighed softly. Zap! Over a dozen bolts of lightning crashed down. The first bolt alone reduced the three stickmen to dust, while the remaining bolts struck the air in vain. Xiao Qinglong watched with great interest, cheering for the fireworks display. Seeing her big sister cheering her on, Xiao Leilong proudly raised her head, eagerly awaiting Gu Huai's praise. Watching these two little troublemakers, Gu Huai couldn't help but laugh, his annoyance evaporating. You really are a handful, Gu Huai said, walking over and lightly tapping Xiao Leilong on the head, prompting a pout from her. You know, that's not how you fight, Gu Huai patiently instructed. Think about it. Was it necessary to use your ultimate move on three weak stickmen? Seeing Xiao Leilong's confusion, Gu Huai continued. The first bolt of lightning was enough to take them out. The remaining dozen or so were wasted, weren't they? Xiao Leilong nodded, somewhat understanding. Next time, in situations like this, just throw a couple of lightning bolts. You have the natural talent for world-ending thunder, and using it for regular attacks doesn't consume much energy. Or you could just swat them with your hand. Your strength is more than enough. The key is to assess your opponent's strength first. If you're unsure, test them a little. Gu Huai's words were not only for Xiao Leilong, but also for Xiao Qinglong. He knew that teaching wasn't a one-time thing and didn't expect them to grasp it all immediately. Let's move on to the third level, Gu Huai said, leading the two little ones forward. Yippee! Yay! The two little creatures nimbly leaped onto Gu Huai's shoulders, sitting securely on either side as they set off toward the third level. As expected, the third level was just as Gu Huai had predicted. For unarmed stick figures were already waiting for them. The little thunder dragon, upon spotting the enemy, was so excited that it crackled with lightning, ready to unleash a powerful attack. However, it suddenly caught Gu Huai's stern gaze and remembered his earlier adversito test with lightning first. Cautiously, the little thunder dragon gathered its strength and summoned what appeared to be an ordinary world-ending thunderbolt. In an instant, the lightning flashed, and the four stick figures were engulfed without a chance to react. Huh. The little thunder dragon widened its eyes in disbelief. Was it over just like that? It turned back to Gu Huai with admiration, its eyes sparkling. That is amazing. Faced with such admiration, Gu Huai couldn't help but stand tall, secretly pleased. As they ascended through the levels, the monsters steadily grew stronger. Every 10 levels featured a boss, with difficulty increasing progressively. Soon, Gu Huai and his companions reached the 60th level. Upon entering this boss level, they were met with a vast army of stick figures. The level 60 boss is finally at the Heaven's Gift tier. It should pose a bit of a challenge, Gu Huai thought to himself. The previous stick figures had been too weak. Even the level 50 boss couldn't withstand the little thunder dragon's overwhelming power. One strike not only defeated the boss, but also took down a swath of minions and elite monsters. Taking advantage of the 10-second preparation time graciously given by these honorable stick figures, Gu Huai scrutinized the boss's attributes. Sword Master Stick Figure. Quality, Red Heaven's Gift. Level, LV20. Combat Power Index, 2102. Skills, 9 solitary swords, Sword Chi Envelop, Sword Flash. Description, I once dominated the martial world, laughing proudly. Unexpectedly, even in death, I haven't done too badly, with a harem of 3,000 stick figures. It's just a bit confusing to tell who's male or female. A combat power index of 2,102 was indeed formidable. Gu Huai glanced down at the little thunder dragon's attributes, furrowing his brow. The little thunder dragon had exclusively gained experience from the first 59 levels, including 5 bosses, which was quite substantial. Especially every 10 levels, where the number of monsters was particularly abundant. This experience had elevated the little thunder dragon from level 2 to level 11, just a hair's breadth from level 12. At level 11, the little thunder dragon's attributes had significantly improved, and it had acquired 2 powerful skills. Thunder Armor LV1, active skill. When activated, it forms a lightning armor on the surface, with a paralyzing effect. Maximum defense value is mental 10, and the armor remains unbroken as long as lightning is continuously supplied. Thunderball LV1, active skill. Condenses lightning into a ball, which, when thrown, causes area damage with a damage coefficient of mental 5. These skills were perfectly suited to the little thunder dragon's combat style. Although its current combat power index of 1694 didn't match the boss's, battles were never just about comparing numbers. Just like the previous boss with over 1600 combat power, wasn't it also instantly defeated by the little thunder dragon's overwhelming lightning strike? According to Gu Huai's estimation, this little thunder dragon is exceptional even among the highest golden legend quality. With the same combat index, it demonstrates a potential that completely dominates. Little thunder dragon, after so many battles, your improvement is significant. Next, these will be your tests. If you can defeat them, you'll be rewarded with a dragon crystal, Gu Huai said. The continuous battles have left the little thunder dragon somewhat fatigued, yet her eyes still sparkled brightly. The visible strength she gained in battle filled her with excitement. Unlike the little thunder dragon, who pursued strength and desired to defeat her enemies, the little azure dragon remained much more composed. For her, good food, baths, and making her father happy were the most important things. As the 3-second countdown ended, the sword master, wielding a heavy sword, flicked the 3 strands of hair on his forehead and began a dazzling sword dance in place. The surrounding underlings put down their weapons and clapped enthusiastically. Witnessing this, Gu Huai's expression turned peculiar, especially when he recalled the introduction of this boa shaving a harem of 3,000 stick figures, but it's a bit confusing to tell the gender. He couldn't help but shiver, surprised at how playful the owner of the Tongtian Tower was. Yeah, the little thunder dragon let out a light shout, instantly activating her thunder armor. Black lightning enveloped her body, a color unique to the world-destroying divine thunder, containing a terrifying destructive force. Among the various types of lightning, whether ordinary, 5 thunders, or purple heaven divine thunder, none could compare to its pure destructive power. After all, the world-destroying divine thunder was born to annihilate the world, with no regard for reason. The sword master sensed the destructive aura emanating from the thunder armor, slightly raised his head, and pointed his heavy sword at the little thunder dragon, as if to say, "You are worthy of my full effort." The surrounding underlings applauded even more fervently. Thunderous might. Seemingly provoked by this gesture, the little thunder dragon immediately unleashed her ultimate move. Due to the constraints of the Tongtian Tower, the condensed black clouds almost touched the ground at a height of just over 10 meters, brewing a heart-palpitating power of lightning. Sensing the terrifying force within the black clouds, the sword master dropped his pretense. Although his face was a featureless black, Gu Huai could imagine his expression was quite remarkable at that moment. Despite his inner fear, the sword master attacked without hesitation. With a flash of his sword, he appeared instantly before the little thunder dragon, swinging his blunt heavy sword, which carried immense power. The sword blade landed precisely on the little thunder dragon, but the erupting thunder armor completely blocked it. The sword master clearly didn't expect his attack to be ineffective, but his combat instincts were extremely sharp. Realizing the thunder armor's formidable defense, he immediately executed a 1-second 7-sword strike, cleverly concentrating all attacks on a single point. The thunder armor finally showed a crack, and the sword master smugly flicked the 3 strands of hair on his forehead, as if showing off his prowess. The swordsman's face suddenly froze. The crack on the thunder armor healed instantly, as if it had never existed. The black clouds above grew denser, making it hard to breathe. Realizing the dire situation, he knew that if he didn't take this seriously, not only would his 3,000 concubines be doomed, but he himself would also be in grave danger. Unfortunately, this realization came too late. Huh. With a light shout from the little thunder dragon, the first world-ending divine thunder struck down. The swordsman's body trembled, and he instinctively leaped back. The lightning struck where he had just stood, creating a deep crater. Not bad reflexes, Gu Huai remarked, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he watched the swordsman's evasive maneuver. This thunderous skill, while the most powerful single-target damage ability, had its limitations. It had to hit its target. Though lightning was fast, its trajectory from the sky could be predicted. Experienced warriors often found patterns to avoid most of the attacks. But this time, over a dozen bolts of lightning struck almost simultaneously, making it nearly impossible for the swordsman to escape unscathed. He sighed softly, seemingly lamenting that his frail body couldn't unleash its full potential. Gu 9 swords. The swordsman gathered immense power in his hand and cleaved through the approaching lightning. Boom! The little thunder dragon's pupils narrowed. This was the first time anyone had managed to slice through her lightning. But it made sense. Being a level 20 divine boss, the swordsman's strength was indeed extraordinary. A typical 5-person team would be no match, each member likely taken down with a single strike. Even the provincial genius Zhang Wancheng, equipped with divine gear, only had a combat power index barely over 1,000. Though she could amplify her power with moonlight marks, the swordsman wouldn't give her the chance. Sadly, the lightning surged like a tide, and after slicing through one bolt, the second followed immediately. This time, he abandoned resistance and was shattered into pieces. A system notification sounded. Thunder Dragon gained 100,000 experience points and leveled up to 12. The remaining lightning spread outwards, leaving barren land in its wake. The stick figure creatures, seeing the swordsman's demise, rushed towards the little thunder dragon like moths to a flame. Logically, with limited lightning strikes, if these stick figures scattered, she wouldn't be able to deal with them until the lightning ended, cleaning them up one by one. Yet, seeing these reckless creatures, she felt no joy. The first layer of monsters was cleared. Among these divine minions were several elites, providing the little thunder dragon with ample experience, pushing her to level 13. Gu Huai casually checked the collection progress of the proof of ascension and was stunned it was already complete. He had expected to grind several times, not anticipating it would be completed so quickly. Starting from the 50th floor, the number of heaven's proofs dropped increases exponentially, with several being obtained on each floor. Especially on the 60th floor, Gu Huai managed to acquire nearly 30 heaven's proofs in one go, which far exceeds the normal situation Li Muyue described. According to experienced players, it's usually recommended to clear the first 30 floors, repeating the process 6 times. In the final rounds, players can decide whether to continue based on their needs. This conservative strategy makes sense. Apart from items for class transitions, the Tower of Heaven offers no rewards, not even equipment. Players above level 20 who haven't completed their first class change can't gain experience. More importantly, as the floor levels rise, the difficulty increases significantly, and dying results in substantial losses. However, for Gu Huai, the difficulty of this Tower of Heaven is negligible, which is why he has pushed forward so far. 100 should be enough, he calculated silently, noting that the Thunder Dragon's experience was not yet full. A glint of inspiration flashed in Gu Huai's eyes as a bold idea emerged. This was an ideal environment for concentrated combat, due to the dense monsters and limited space. He turned his gaze towards the little green dragon, who had been watching for a while. You've been watching for so long. You must be itching to join in, right? Iya, not really. The little green dragon responded haughtily. Now it's your time to shine, Gu Huai chuckled. Little thunder dragon, watch closely how your sister green dragon performs. Yeah, okay. The little thunder dragon replied weakly. Compared to the little green dragon, who had battled nonstop for 8 hours and cleared 21 dungeons, the difference was noticeable. This was understandable. The little green dragon specialized in the wood element, with energy that is ever-renewing. Meanwhile, the little thunder dragon followed a burst strategy, with lightning attacks consuming a tremendous amount of energy, making it difficult to sustain. Once the little green dragon's power matures, it could even create a small world within itself to generate its own energy, achieving true self-sufficiency. Let's move to the 61st floor. Meanwhile, outside the Tower of Heaven, Li Muyue waited anxiously. Half an hour had passed, and given Gu Huai's strength, he shouldn't have needed even 10 minutes for the first 30 floors. A single azure dragon's breath could clear them, with the early monsters not even warranting such a move. Could he be challenging the higher floors? She wondered, worried. She had heard a rumor. Once, The four strongest young experts of the time were organized to explore the limits of the Tower of Heaven, seeking hidden rewards that might exist. The outcome was both surprising and expected. 5 individuals stumbled out of the Tower of Babel, disheveled and exhausted. They explained in detail to the crowd that beyond acquiring job transfer items, the tower held no further exploration value. As they ascended, the difficulty of the monsters increased continuously, yet the rewards remained stagnant. Even if some unwilling adventurers attempted the challenge, they all reached the same conclusion. Now, the Tower of Babel serves a single purpose for players to obtain the 100 certificates of ascension needed for the first job transfer. Li Muyue shared this information with Gu Huai, knowing his adventurous spirit would compel him to try. As she thought about how even a team of 5 top young adventurers barely made it through, a deep worry filled her heart. Gu Huai, please stay safe. At this moment, Gu Huai was unaware of Li Muyu's concern for him. He stood on the 61st floor of the Tower of Babel, facing an astonishing scene. 21 level 20 legendary golden stick figures, including an elite among them. The stick figures were armed with an array of impressive equipment, ranging from traditional cold weapons to modern Gatling guns, sniper rifles, and rocket launchers. Gu Huai couldn't help but smirk at the tower's bizarre design. He curiously examined the creature's attribute panels. Even the ordinary gunner stick figures had a combat power index of 867, wielding skills like laser cannons and grenades. One stick figure, claiming to have aspired to be a gunner since childhood, had certainly achieved its goal. More intimidating was the elite sword demon stick figure, boasting a combat power index of 1521, with fearsome skills such as sword demon, rivers of blood, and bloodsword rampage. This arrogant creature even wrote in its introduction, "You call me a stick figure? No. I am merely the sword that annihilates anyone who calls me a stick figure." Little Thunder Dragon, seeing this lineup, felt overwhelmed. Though not unbeatable, the complexity was apparent. However, Little Azure Dragon seemed unusually relaxed, playfully winking at Little Thunder Dragon. Under the watchful eyes of Gu Huai and Little Thunder Dragon, Little Azure Dragon exhaled a breath of Azure Dragon. This move triggered a chain reaction, instantly turning all the monsters into nothingness. Even the imposing sword demon stick figure was not spared, defeated without a chance to fight back. Gu Huai remained calm in the face of the scene before him, but the small Thunder Dragon on his shoulder had a completely different reaction. As a descendant of the Thunder Dragon, the Little Thunder Dragon had always been proud of her noble lineage. She knew her elder sister, the small green dragon, was strong, but only thought she was slightly stronger than herself. In her opinion, her own lineage, if not surpassing the small green dragon, was at least on par. She firmly believed that once she leveled up, she would not be weaker than the small green dragon. However, the power displayed by the small green dragon at this moment left the Little Thunder Dragon speechless with shock. Instinctively, she stood up straight on Gu Huai's shoulder, but in her astonishment, she accidentally leaned backward. Fortunately, Gu Huai reacted quickly, catching her in time, preventing a painful fall. Eek! Next level, next level, the Little Thunder Dragon cried out in panic. The small green dragon, on the other hand, appeared nonchalant, as if all this was perfectly normal. Indeed, as a level 20 small green dragon, her strength had reached an unbelievable level. Upon reaching level 20, she had mastered 3 astounding skills. The Azure Dragon's Tail LV1 is an active skill that can concentrate terrifying power in her tail, delivering explosive damage 12 times her strength when swung. This damage factor even surpasses the initial level of the Azure Dragon's Sky-Splitting Claw. The other 2 passive skills are equally coveted. Azure Dragon's Blood LV1, once awakened, boosts all attributes by 120. Azure Dragon's Body LV1 enhances physique and strength by 1.3 times, and when using melee moves, it deals additional damage twice her strength. Such passive skills could spark a scramble among countless factions even in the outside world. The small green dragon's attribute panel is astonishing. Species, small green dragon. Level, LV20. Strength, 1840. Spirit, 1495. Agility, 1495. Physique, 1840. Combat power index, 6670. Not only does she possess terrifying attribute values, but she also commands 9 powerful skills, including Azure Dragon's Sky-Splitting Claw LV4, Azure Wood's Power LV3, and Azure Dragon's Breath LV3. Whether in close combat, long range, single target, or group skills, she is fully equipped, leaving no weaknesses. In comparison, the Little Thunder Dragon, though possessing decent attributes, pales in comparison to the small green dragon. The only regret is that the attribute bonuses from these passive skills cannot be inherited. Only the small green dragon's base attributes can be. Yet even so, the strength exhibited by the small green dragon remains unmatched. Gu Huai sighed with regret, his gaze resting on the Little Thunder Dragon. If I could inherit abilities, just contracting a few more dragons would make me truly invincible. But even now, I suppose I'm unbeatable at this level. he comforted with a light laugh. Don't zone out. You'll become this strong one day too. The little thunder dragon nodded silently, a surge of excitement welling up inside. The feeling of being carried by a dragon was simply exhilarating. Just 20 small monsters had contributed 40,000 experience points, plus 10,000 from an elite monster, totaling 50,000 experience points. For the little azure dragon, it was just a matter of a single breath, which made the little thunder dragon even more thrilled. The following scenes were even more exhilarating for the little thunder dragon. One breath per level, one heap of experience. Her level skyrocketed like a rocket. In less than 3 minutes, she had reached level 17, her attributes soaring once again. However, after witnessing the little azure dragon sister's astounding power, this progress seemed insignificant in her eyes. The next level is the 70th floor, where we should encounter a golden legend level boss, Gu Huai said. The little thunder dragon's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness upon hearing this. She had understood the classifications of these potentials, having to use her big moves and consume so much energy for the 60th floor red gift boss. The golden legend boss must be even harder to deal with. However, Gu Huai's next words completely broke her defenses. Little azure dragon, do you think you can take it down instantly? Yeah. The little azure dragon responded after serious consideration. This level of strength shouldn't be a problem. Then let's make it quick, Gu Huai said. After we deal with this floor, the little thunder dragon should reach level 20. But we can keep going. I'm curious to see what's beyond the golden legend. With that, Gu Huai put his hands in his pockets, with the azure dragon on his left and the thunder dragon on his right, and together they stepped into the 70th floor. As soon as they entered, a blinding light forced Gu Huai to squint. When he focused, he was stunned. The scene looked like a low-budget production. What shocked Gu Huai wasn't the strength of the boss in this level, but the fact that the entire space contained only a single stick figure, and it was the size of an ordinary person. The stick figure's design was even more absurd. A very low hairline, holding a special effect labeled exotic fire in its left hand and keyboard in its right, with eyes that flashed golden light with the words 24 aluminum alloy dog eyes written above them. This crude portrayal starkly contrasted with the detailed stick figures of the previous 69 levels. Aside from the stick figure itself being somewhat refined, the weapons in its hands and the eyes labeled with flashy golden text left Gu Huai profoundly puzzled. The stick figure opened its mouth, but no sound came out. Instead, golden words slowly floated from its lips. Little one, do you have many questions? 11 shimmering golden characters hung in the air. Gu Huai watched this scene, finding it amusing. He took the opportunity to check out the information on this bizarre stick figure. Monster, matchstick man with damaged origin. Quality, golden legend level. LV20 combat power index, 3890. Skill, exotic fire. Introduction, I was once charming, with a head full of lush black hair. After my origin was damaged, now I can barely manage with a thermos of goji berry tea. Although the attribute value of 3,890 wasn't low, it was insignificant to Gu Huai. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with this self-important stick figure and directly summoned the little green dragon to attack. The stick figure tried to keep up its act, about to speak again, when it suddenly felt the terrifying aura emanating from the little green dragon. The golden words it intended to utter hadn't even fully formed before the dragon's sharp claws descended upon it. A wave of despair erupted, and the stick figure didn't even have a chance to struggle before it was instantly reduced to ashes. Thunder Dragon gained 200,000 experience points and leveled up to level 19. This scene left the nearby little Thunder Dragon utterly shocked. It trembled slightly and unexpectedly awakened a new skill from the heart. It silently decided to always remain humble in front of the little green dragon sister, as it could not withstand a single claw strike from her. However, unlike before, no staircase to the next level appeared after defeating the boss. Just as Gu Huai was puzzled, the little green dragon nudged him, pointing in a direction where a thatched hut had appeared without him noticing. A middle-aged man with thinning hair emerged from the hut, holding a black and gold thermos. His voice carried a deep sense of envy. I originally intended to meet you as a matchstick man, but I didn't expect you to gain her favor. Gu Huai immediately checked the man's information, but found only question marks. Monster. Quality. Level. Combat power index. Introduction. This situation either meant the man had a special skill to conceal his information or his strength was too immense to be detected. The middle-aged man gazed intently at Gu Huai. Since you've gained her, cherish her well. She is the last hope of our world. If we fail again, and then, Gu Huai pressed. Not telling you. The middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. Knowing won't do you any good. Do you know that teasing someone and then leaving them hanging is really infuriating? Gu Huai glared at the middle-aged man in front of him, a flash of anger in his eyes. If it weren't for the difference in strength, he would have already acted. Xiao Qinglong immediately stood protectively in front of Gu Huai, watching the middle-aged man warily. Meanwhile, Xiao Leilong seemed a bit frustrated. This was the second time he had struck his most impressive pose. only to be ignored. The middle-aged man glanced at Gu Huai, then at the protective stance of Xiao Qinglong, and finally sighed deeply. I know, but I really can't say anything about this. So, how about a little compensation instead? Before Gu Huai could react, everything went dark and his head spun. When he regained his senses, the middle-aged man was gone, and he was standing in the hall outside the dungeon. Gu Huai, you're finally out. Li Muyue ran toward him with tears in her eyes. Gu Huai quickly sidestepped gracefully. The crowd watching raised their thumbs in admiration of his agility. Although Li Muyue managed to steady herself, she couldn't hide the resentment in her eyes. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed from the Tongtian Tower dungeon. Everyone's attention was drawn as golden letters emerged from the tower. Congratulations to player Gu Huai for passing the Tongtian Tower trial and successfully activating the hidden dungeon, Path to the Heavens. This dungeon will open in 3 days, with entry limited to levels no higher than Gu Huai's at the time. The dungeon is full of resources, rewards, and high drop rates. The first to clear this dungeon will receive my treasure. It ended with an exaggerated smiley face. Gu Huai's face grew darker as he looked at this extravagant compensation. If he hadn't already allied with the state, this kind of high-profile attention would have surely brought endless trouble. The crowd, though unfamiliar with Gu Huai, was shocked that someone had cleared the previously unbeaten dungeon. Only Li Muyue recognized Gu Huai, her eyes fixed on him, seemingly trying to confirm the truth. I don't even know if I really cleared it, Gu Huai said, waving his hand as if to avoid her gaze. Yet after sizing him up, Li Muyue simply uttered 2 words. Freak. The unusual incident in the annex was quickly brought under control by the higher-ups. Because it involved Gu Huai, officials were promptly dispatched to handle the situation, and all witnesses were required to sign confidentiality agreements, promising to keep what they saw today absolutely secret. Gu Huai was invited alone to the top floor of the Annexa mysterious area that even someone like Li Muyue did not have the authority to access. There, he encountered a familiar face. Gu Huai, my young friend, we meet again. Wenren Suanan greeted him with a friendly smile. This was the elderly man who had once handed Gu Huai a photo of a beautiful woman, claiming it was his granddaughter. Now, he was looking at him with a grin. Senior Wenren. Gu Huai responded respectfully. Good, you still remember this old man. Wenren Suanan waved his hand dismissively. No need to be nervous. I'm here mainly to understand the situation. By the way, I heard you want to clear some dungeons? It just so happens I have some connections in this annex. As he spoke, he casually tossed a golden card. Gu Huai instinctively caught it, looking puzzled at the card in his hand. This is a legendary VIP card, Wenren Suanan explained. Holding it grants you numerous privileges, like queue jumping rights, with a level higher than that of Imperial University's card, a 50 discount, and more entry opportunities in special dungeons. You can check the detailed benefits downstairs. Upon hearing the words queue jumping and 50 discount, Gu Huai's eyes lit up. This was a godsend for him. Having to always take Li Muyue, who was a burden. To clear dungeons was a hassle. If Li Muyue knew Gu Huai thought of her this way, she might just want to kill him. In fact, Li Long could have given this card to Gu Huai, but he refrained considering his granddaughter's feelings. Thank you, Senior Wenren. Gu Huai gladly accepted the gift, which was indeed something he urgently needed, and mentally noted this favor. All right, back to the main topic. Wenren Sanan said seriously, what exactly happened this time? It's nothing special, just that I've leveled up to 20, Gu Huai said calmly. What? You're already level 20. Wenren Suanan jumped up from his seat, visibly shocked. Gu Huai was startled by his intense reaction, but nodded to confirm. Wenren Suanan realized he had overreacted and tried to calm himself, but couldn't quite manage it. He thought of his granddaughter, Wenren Lingxue, who had awakened a rare hidden class, Sword Master, and had been working tirelessly to level up. Although he knew Gu Huai was strong and possessed a remarkably powerful little green dragon, had seen the impressive data panel at the last meeting, still believed his granddaughter wasn't too far behind. These past 2.5 days, Wenren Lingxue had been pushing herself to the limit. She arranged for 10 people to take turns sparring with her, having them take her through dungeons when she was exhausted, then continuing to clear dungeons solo once she recovered, sleeping only 6 hours a day. Wenren Suanan watched, feeling both pained and helpless, knowing her stubborn nature wouldn't allow her to be persuaded otherwise. Through such efforts, Wenren Lingxue had finally reached level 19 and was on the verge of breaking through to level 20, only to find herself overtaken by Gu Huai. If all goes well, I should be able to reach level 20 today. That was Gu Huai's original plinto: tackle the Tower of Heaven tomorrow, earn the Heavens Proof, and then challenge the first turn dungeon in the evening to prepare for the upcoming National Reserve Team selection. Logically, Gu Huai, who had one less day to level up, should still be striving for level 20. However, here he was, this extraordinary young man, nonchalantly standing in front of Wenren Suanan, announcing that he had already reached level 20. Wenren, is something wrong? Gu Huai paused as he noticed the change in Wenren Suanan's expression. No, go on. Wenren Suanan waved his hand, secretly sighing. No wonder Elder Long wants to nurture this kid with the nation's resources. His insight is truly sharp. So, I went to tackle the Tower of Heaven. Gu Huai continued. Li Muyue suggested stopping at the 30th floor and repeating it 6 times. Wenren Suanan nodded, acknowledging that this method was indeed suitable for young people with decent abilities. That was my plan too, Gu Huai said calmly. But as I breezed through to the 30th floor, I found the difficulty beyond that wasn't much different, so I. Wenren, what's wrong again? Gu Huai asked, puzzled, as Wenren Suanan stood up once more. Nothing, continue. Wenren Suanan felt a pang of disbelief. This guy's tone was so casual about breezing through to the 30th floor. Right, where was I? Oh, so I kept going and accidentally reached the 60th floor, Gu Huai said. Noticing Wenren Sunan's stiff expression, he added, even though I had already gathered the heavens proof, I found the 60th floor quite easy too, so I just pushed on to the 70th floor. And then I encountered that bald, greasy middle-aged man, Gu Huai said with a touch of helplessness in his voice. He said a lot of incomprehensible things, claiming he was giving me an opportunity. It turned into such a big hassle. I thought I would get something like a dragon egg, but it turned out to be a hidden dungeon that everyone knows about. When Rin Sunan processed the information, according to that greasy man, this path to heaven dungeon will open in 3 days. The entrance level cannot exceed yours, and it can only be accessed from here. Do you have any suggestions? Faced with a matter of national importance, Gu Huai showed restraint. This is a national matter, so I'll leave it to you. I have no suggestions. All right, I'll see you in 3 days to run the dungeon, Gu Huai grinned. Hidden quests usually have time limits, but the exact duration depends on the specific dungeon. Mr. Wunren, do you need anything else from me here? I'm planning to start my class change dungeon. No, you're free to go. Downstairs, Li Muyue was anxiously waiting. As soon as she saw Gu Huai coming down, she hurried over. Did they give you a hard time? No, they even gave me a dungeon card, Gu Huai replied, pulling a shiny, golden card from his pocket and waving it slightly. A golden legend dungeon card. Li Muyue's eyes widened in shock. What's the big deal? Gu Huai asked, puzzled. What does a golden legend card represent? Li Muyue took a deep breath and explained seriously. It's basically a status symbol. The dungeon building cards are divided into 7 levels. White, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold. Ordinary people can only get a white card, and from green onwards, they're privilege cards. However, these privilege cards aren't what you might think. They can't be bought with money. Not bought with money. Gu Huai raised an eyebrow in surprise. He initially thought this was a membership scheme for the dungeon building to make a profit, worrying it might deprive resource-poor people of fair opportunities. Yeah, every card requires strict review before issuance, Li Muyue continued. Even among hundreds, only a few might get a green card. Do you know what level our Imperial Capital University student card is? Seeing Gu Huai shake his head, she explained, our student card is only equivalent to a temporary purple card, and it's only valid for 4 years. As for the golden privilege card, there are only about 20 in the entire Dragon Nation. Hearing this number, Gu Huai couldn't help but gasp. Only 20 in the whole Dragon Nation? Yes, the 9 elders hold 9 of them, and the rest are for people who have made significant contributions to the country, Li Muyue added. And this card has an important privilege: you can sell equipment in the dungeon building with only a 1 handling fee. At this point, Li Muyue's expression suddenly darkened, her head bowed, and she fell silent. What's wrong? Gu Huai noticed the change in her mood. Nothing. Li Muyue shook her head slightly, not saying much more, but the disappointment was clearly written on her face. Gu Huai noticed that Li Muyue wasn't speaking, and he couldn't be bothered to press her for answers. In his view, if someone wants to talk, they will. If not, asking is pointless. As for trying to guess a girl's thoughts, Gu Huai, handsome yet perpetually single, had always scoffed at the idea women's hearts are like needles at the bottom of the sea, impossible to predict and not worth the effort. All right, I'm about to start the first level quest, Gu Huai said nonchalantly. Seeing that Gu Huai truly wasn't going to ask, Li Muyue felt even worse. Ever since Gu Huai obtained that quest card, it seemed he no longer needed her. This realization deepened her gloom. Inside the quest building, there were designated areas. To start a first-level quest, one not only needed to gather 100 proofs of passage, but also find a spacious area to release the gate of transition. When Gu Huai presented his golden quest card, the staff immediately showed respect, waived the venue fee, and even led him to a luxurious space. The area was vast, surrounded by numerous seats clearly meant for spectators. Many people who cared about appearances would invite friends and family to witness their transition moment, but Gu Huai had no interest in such displays. His support group consisted solely of Li Muyue. Once at the site, Gu Huai hesitated no longer and activated the first-level quest. The system prompt immediately followed, consuming 100 proofs of passage and 20,000 gold coins to start the first-level quest. Confirm. Confirm. Upon Gu Huai's confirmation, the 100 proofs of passage he had collected rose into the air. A dazzling blue light quickly formed a circle, with energy connecting to gradually shape into a large door. At the same time, the quest information, visible only to Gu Huai, appeared. Special quest, Heart of the Dragon quest. Restriction, solo quest. Description, a quest focused on the first transition of a dragon master, with tasks and storyline to be explored independently. Heart of the Dragon? The name gave Gu Huai a slight sense of foreboding. He squinted, wary of the quest's difficulty, but at this point, he had no choice but to push forward. With you too. I'm not afraid of anything. Gu Huai looked at the two little creatures on his shoulders, gently stroking their heads. The little green dragon and little thunder dragon seemed to sense his feelings, nuzzling against his cheeks affectionately. Though they hadn't been together long, they already saw Gu Huai as their most trusted companion. Let's go in. Gu Huai stepped through the door with the two little ones. The familiar dizziness hit him, and once it subsided, he found himself in an empty room. It was then he realized something was wrong. The two little creatures on his shoulders had disappeared. Panic set in for Gu Huai. As in this unfamiliar environment, his biggest worry was that something might happen to the little green dragon and little thunder dragon. Little green dragon, little thunder dragon, where are you? He shouted, rushing towards the door. It opened easily, but outside was a mirror. In the reflection, he saw a scene. The little green dragon happily bathing with an unfamiliar girl, looking quite content. Seeing this, Gu Huai abruptly stopped in his tracks. Faced with Gu Huai's appearance, Xiao Qinglong's gaze was unusually unfamiliar, as if she didn't recognize the person in front of her. The girl next to her, however, reacted dramatically, covering her eyes with her hands and shouting, "Pervert!" Gu Huai watched her actions and smirked. "Miss, are you covering the wrong place?" The girl realized her mistake, quickly crouched down, and her face flushed with a mix of shame and anger. "Xiao Qinglong, use the Azure Dragon's sky-splitting claw and tear this rogue apart." Xiao Qinglong immediately obeyed, unleashing a familiar power aimed directly at Gu Huai. However, Gu Huai was ready, deftly conjuring a breeze shield and rolling to the side to skillfully dodge the attack. Meanwhile, in another realm, a different story between Gu Huai and Xiao Qinglong was unfolding. There, Xiao Qinglong was utterly obedient and displayed incredible strength in battle, filling her with immense pride. In a third realm, a lone Xiao Qinglong arrived at a forest and discovered a luxurious palace made of dragon crystals. A stunning woman appeared, gently smiling and generously offering the palace to her. Back at the battle scene, the girl had donned a large coat and arrogantly declared, "You're Gu Huai, right? From now on, your Xiao Qinglong is mine." Gu Huai ignored her boastful claim and launched a wind blade attack. Xiao Qinglong effortlessly deflected it with her tail. "Are you angry, Gu Huai?" the girl taunted. "Anyone would be mad after losing such a useful tool." "Sorry, Xiao Qinglong isn't a tool," Gu Huai replied with a grin, unable to resist correcting her even though he knew it was all an illusion. "She's family." Realizing this might be an illusory world, Gu Huai decided to take a gamble. A glint of madness flashed in his eyes as he began summoning the legendary dragons. "Come forth, Inglong." With Gu Huai's call, a colossal dragon, 100 meters long, appeared out of thin air, its golden back and silver belly gleaming as its wings spread wide, exuding an overwhelming presence. The girl was so frightened by the sudden appearance of the giant creature that she stumbled backward. What kind of dragon is that?" "This is just the beginning," Gu Huai said proudly, his smile widening as he gestured again. "Come forth, Zulong. Zujioi and you too." Though Gu Huai knew little about these legendary dragons, he summoned their images from his imagination. Zulong, as the progenitor of dragons, radiated supreme authority, while Zujin was a terrifying being with a human face and snake body, entirely crimson, and its vertical pupils were said to control the alternation of day and night, a mythical power inherited from Pangu, where closing its eyes brought night and opening them brought day. As Gu Huai linked the images of Zulong and Zhu Juin in his mind, an unmistakable look of terror appeared on the young girl's face. The overwhelming aura emitted by the three divine dragons was too much for the space to bear, causing it to crack like a spider web. "Who are you?" the girl asked, her voice trembling. "Me? I'm family to the little green dragon," Gu Huai replied just as the entire space shattered like a broken mirror. The imaginary dragons he had conjured vanished, and as he watched them disappear, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If only he could truly bond with these three, he would be invincible. Looking at the pitch-black, fragmented world before him, Gu Huai sighed. "Seems I overdid it." The energy of this world was so fragile that it couldn't even withstand the phantoms he imagined. Surrounded by endless darkness, he found himself momentarily troubled. Meanwhile, in another space, the girl was trying to persuade the little green dragon to stay. "It's all yours," she promised, a bright smile on her face. "Yeah? What about Dad?" the little green dragon suddenly asked. "Dad? What dad?" The girl was momentarily stunned. "Iya, you're so silly. Dad is Gu Huai. Gu Huai is Dad." The little green dragon gave her a disdainful look, stirring a flicker of anger within her. But to keep the little dragon, She suppressed her irritation. I don't know this person. Upon hearing this, the little green dragon immediately turned to leave, ignoring the enticing palace made of dragon crystals. What's wrong, little green dragon? Iya, I'm going to find Dad. But don't you love dragon crystals the most? If you stay, I will. Before she could finish, the little green dragon shot skyward. At that moment, a violent tremor occurred. One of the dreamscapes had shattered. This unexpected event made the flaws in the space even more apparent. The little green dragon keenly detected the breach and immediately gathered all its strength to unleash its most powerful attack, boiling dragon blood. Power of the green wood, green dragon phantom, green dragon's tail. The attack, powerful enough to kill a small thunder dragon 10 times over, hit the crack precisely, and with a sharp sound, the space collapsed completely. Iya, Dad. Feeling a familiar presence, the little green dragon joyfully flew towards Gu Huai. Little green dragon. Gu Huai's tense heart finally relaxed. Although he always believed in the little green dragon's abilities, he couldn't help but worry. The little green dragon affectionately coiled around Gu Huai, chattering about its experiences, especially the Dragon Crystal Palace, pleading with its dad to build one for it too. Gu Huai listened intently to the little dragon's tales, warmth filling his heart, though he knew that constructing such an extravagant palace from dragon crystals was beyond his means. Dragon crystals don't come cheap. Gu Huai recalled the prices he'd encountered before, causing a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. A single dragon crystal cost 500, and Xiao Qinglong's appetite was growing daily from 1 crystal per meal initially to 3 now. Even more troubling was the fact that the little creature digested them swiftly, especially during battles, consuming at least 15 crystals a day. Having only been contracted for less than 2 days, Gu Huai was already worried about the future expenses as he watched Xiao Qinglong devour its food. Fortunately, with the support of the nation, he wasn't on the brink of bankruptcy just from raising a dragon. As for Xiao Qinglong's dream of having a palace made entirely of dragon crystals, that was an astronomical endeavor, far beyond just a few billion. However, as a responsible dragon dad, Gu Huai smiled and promised, "Don't worry, I'll build you a dragon crystal palace one day, a really big one." Yay, Dad's the best. Xiao Qinglong's eyes sparkled with admiration at Gu Huai's words. Gu Huai fondly ruffled its head, thinking that although he was making promises for the future, it wouldn't be impossible to make Xiao Qinglong's dream come true if the opportunity arose. Just then, Gu Huai remembered a question. Why hasn't Xiao Leilong come out yet? According to Xiao Qinglong's previous explanation, this dragon heart instance would present scenarios based on one's likes or fears. However, the instance was too low-level to withstand strong power. Gu Huai had already noticed the instance's weakness and shattered it with force beyond its limits. Though this might have meant missing out on some interesting plot developments, his concern for the safety of the 2 little dragons, particularly Xiao Leilong, led him to break the rules. Yay, such a worrywart, Xiao Qinglong said with a sisterly, exasperated expression. Let's go, I know where Xiao Leilong is. Just as Gu Huai was about to activate his dragon-riding power to search for the location, Xiao Qinglong had already broken the instance. Gu Huai couldn't help but marvel at Xiao Qinglong's strength, far surpassing that of a typical level 20 battle pet. Especially with its terrifying skill set, level 3 Qingmu power boosting strength and spirit by 24, level 1 Dragon Blood Boil, doubling all attributes, level 2 Azure Dragon Phantom dealing 8.8 times strength damage, plus a level 1 Dragon Tail with 12 times strength bonus, and the innate Azure Dragon power providing a 100 final damage bonus. With these effects combined, Xiao Qinglong's original strength of 1840 surged to 3,266 points, and after calculating skill multipliers and final damage, the result was equivalent to 41.6 times strength damage. Such immense destructive power was something a mere level 20 instance could not withstand. Finally, Gu Huai, with Xiao Qinglong, arrived at a certain location, gently signaling. The little azure dragon was enveloped in a glowing aura of dragon blood boiling with energy. With a casual flick of its tail, it tore a hole in the space before them. Gu Huai exchanged a curious glance with the little azure dragon, both intrigued by the current state of the little thunder dragon. Let's go inside and have a look, the little azure dragon suggested, leaping lightly onto Gu Huai's shoulder. In a flash, Gu Huai moved, taking the little azure dragon into the dream world. The scene before them left both momentarily stunned. A colossal sculpture, hundreds of meters tall, stood majestically. Made entirely of thunder attribute dragon crystals, it exuded an overwhelming aura. The sculpture depicted a mature little thunder dragon, with every detail rendered vividly. The base was inscribed with the words, Emperor Thunder Dragon, and beneath it, densely recorded were its glorious achievements battles across levels, protection of Little Gu, and Little Azure Emperor, and standing timeless with the body of a thunder dragon. Gu Huai cringed awkwardly. This, Little Gu must be referring to me. A black line appeared on his forehead as he finally understood why the little thunder dragon was so enamored with this realm. Eek! The little azure dragon bristled instantly. Why am I called Little Emperor? I should clearly be the Great Emperor. Then, with a sly look, she added, but Little Gu is such a cute name. Can I also? No. Gu Huai interrupted firmly. Eek, really not. The little azure dragon looked at him with pleading eyes. No, Gu Huai replied resolutely. The little azure dragon drooped, but soon regained her spirits. This guy is too much. Let's go find him. Gu Huai grinned, summoning several wind blades to strike the sculpture. Instantly, numerous dragon soldiers, entwined with lightning, emerged, full of vigor. However, when they recognized the arrivals as Little Emperor Gu and Little Azure Emperor, their momentum deflated after all. In this dream world, even though Emperor Thunder Dragon was the strongest, these two were his sworn brothers. Led by the dragon soldiers, the two arrived at Thunder Dragon City. The Grand Thunder Dragon Hall, constructed entirely from electric attribute dragon crystals, was so vast that even the little azure dragon was secretly amazed. Her anger flared up even more. How dare this shameless little thunder dragon cast himself as Little Emperor? She would soon show him who the true Great Emperor was. Meanwhile, the little thunder dragon, upon hearing that Little Emperor Gu and Little Azure Emperor were visiting, was initially puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be in the neighboring Azure Dragon Hall and Gu Hall? Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. Oh no, I'm in trouble. He finally realized what was happening. The little thunder dragon quickly waved her hand, instantly reverting from the beautiful girl she had transformed into, according to human standards, back to her true form. With another wave, all the illusions around her vanished without a trace. The view suddenly cleared, and she immediately spotted Gu Huai and the little green dragon. The little thunder dragon instantly turned into a drama queen, with teary eyes, as she ran towards them. Seeing this, the little green dragon let out a triumphant yip and raised his tail, ready to teach his disobedient sister a lesson. The little thunder dragon, seeing this, resignedly landed in front of the little green dragon, bracing for the punishment to come. However, when the little green dragon's tail touched her, the expected pain didn't occur. Surprised, the little thunder dragon looked up and heard the little green dragon softly say in dragon language, "Do you know how worried Dad was about you?" Hearing this, the little thunder dragon turned her head, and as soon as her eyes met Gu Huai's, she couldn't hold back her tears any longer and rushed into his embrace. Gu Huai and the little green dragon exchanged a knowing smile, looking at the mischievous little one, thinking that they still needed to settle scores with Gu Xiaodi and the little green dragon emperor. Hey, the little thunder dragon quickly defended. I'm the little thunder dragon emperor. You two are the great emperors. Yep, the little green dragon immediately corrected. Wrong. Only I'm the great emperor, and Dad is the emperor's father. Gu Huai chuckled, teasing, since you've all said so, should I add? My daughter, the green dragon, has the makings of a great emperor? The trio burst into laughter, a genuine joy from the heart. The little thunder dragon looked at the warm scene before her, deeply moved. No wonder the simulated versions of Gu Huai and the little green dragon had always seemed lacking. True happiness lay in such simple interactions. Gu Huai mused silently. Although this dragon heart test had its flaws and wasn't too challenging, it wasn't entirely meaningless. At the very least, this experience had deepened their bond. A system notification appeared. Congratulations on completing the first transformation trial successfully. Your attributes will be multiplied by 1.2 in the final results. Each level up will grant you 20 points of strength, 20 points of spirit, 20 points of agility, and 20 points of constitution. Congratulations on earning a skill enhancement opportunity. You can choose any skill to enhance or save the enhancement for before the second transformation. Gu Huai carefully reviewed these notifications, confusion in his eyes. According to what Li Muyue had previously mentioned, after the first transformation, one should receive class-exclusive skills and additional skill slots. Just like Li Muyue, at level 44, she already had 7 class-exclusive skills and 9 skill slots, totaling 16 skills. Top-tier classes start with 2 exclusive skills, gaining 1 exclusive skill and 2 skill slots every 10 levels, resulting in 6 exclusive skills and 8 skill slots. The remaining exclusive skill and skill slot are acquired during the first transformation. However, Li Muyue hadn't filled all her skill slots, leaving 2 open. She believed that quality was more important than quantity in skills, as one's energy is limited, and it's impossible to invest heavily at every level. Skill level upgrades require accumulating proficiency, and only when proficiency meets the standard can a skill be upgraded. As the level increases, the difficulty of advancing skills also multiplies. Even Li Muyue's forte, the Golden Goddess transformation, has only reached level 7 despite her diligent daily practice, highlighting the challenge of skill advancement. Gu Huai stared at the skill enhancement point displayed on the system panel, feeling utterly disheartened. Am I just not meant to have offensive skills? He thought in frustration. Little did he know that if Li Muyue learned he had acquired a skill enhancement point, she would be thrilled. This rare resource can significantly boost skill strength, and is considered a game-breaking element. Many players save it until level 80 after their third class change to maximize its effect. However, although Gu Huai wasn't fully aware of its value, he understood it wasn't the best time to use it. After all, he was only at level 20 with just 3 skills, and as he leveled up, he would acquire more skills, making it wiser to wait before deciding. Suddenly, Gu Huai was taken aback. Wait, why do I only have 3 skills? Where are the skills I'm supposed to get at level 20? His focus had been entirely on Little Azure Dragon, causing him to overlook this detail. Realizing this, a wave of frustration surged through him. In fact, it was precisely because he received the skill enhancement point that he lost the skill he was supposed to gain at level 20. If other players knew they could exchange 2 skills for 1 skill enhancement point, they would likely jump at the chance. But now, regret was futile, and Gu Huai could only pin his hopes on Little Azure Dragon. He eagerly opened Little Azure Dragon's information panel. Little Azure Dragon has successfully undergone its first transformation, greatly enhancing its power, with final attributes increased by 1.2 times. Little Azure Dragon has learned an exclusive skill, Kong Long Yu Hui. Little Azure Dragon has obtained 1 skill enhancement point. With each level up, Little Azure Dragon gains 100 points in strength, 100 points in spirit, 100 points in agility, and 100 points in constitution. Kong Long Yu Hui LV1. Active skill that gathers all strength to launch 3 rapid consecutive attacks on the target, with each attack having a damage coefficient of combat power index 2. The target can be changed. Seeing this skill description, Gu Huai's eyes lit up instantly. This is practically a divine, single-target skill. Although the combat power index isn't exactly 4 times the strength value, it's more than triple. For Little Azure Dragon now, this means each attack can deal about 7 times the damage, and 3 consecutive attacks result in an astounding 21 times damage. And that's just the power of a single skill combined with other buffs. The potential damage is unimaginable. Xiao Qinglong still had an unused skill enhancement point, and Gu Huai decided to keep it for now. His eyes fell on Xiao Qinglong's attribute panel, and he couldn't help but gasp. The numbers were truly astonishing. Species, Xiao Qinglong transformed. Level, LV20. Base attributes. Strength, 2,208. Spirit, 1,794. Agility, 1,794. Constitution, 2,208. Innate ability, Power of the Azure Dragon. Effect, contains the power of the Azure Dragon, dealing an additional 100 final damage during attacks. Skill set, Azure Dragon's Sky-Splitting Claw LV4. Power of Green Wood LV3. Breath of the Azure Dragon LV3. Phantom of the Azure Dragon LV2. Dragon's Might LV1. Boiling Dragon Blood LV1. Tail of the Azure Dragon LV1. Blood of the Azure Dragon LV1. Body of the Azure Dragon LV1. Unyielding Dragon LV1. Combat Power Index 8004. An index of 8,000. And it's only at level 20. Gu Huai calculated. With an increase of 400 base attribute points per level, just 2 or 3 more levels, and ITLL surpassed 10,000. I want to see too. Xiao Leilong noticed Gu Huai's astonished expression and curiously came over. Wait until you reach level 20. Gu Huai gently nudged Xiao Leilong aside, not wanting to discourage the little one who was still at level 19. A major advantage of being a Dragon Master is that once Gu Huai completed the transformation task, any young dragon reaching level 20 would automatically receive the transformation bonus without additional assessments. Xiao Leilong looked down in disappointment, and Gu Huai patted its head, comforting it. Don't worry, I'll help you level up soon. He was eager for Xiao Leilong to transform, which would also boost his own attributes. Gu Huai glanced at his own combat power index, 4,599 points. Even without attack skills, with the 2 skills provided by the set, I might not even need the dragon to make a move in tomorrow's national team preliminary assessment. He pondered for a moment. But I should stick to my role as a pure summoner. After all, summoners don't usually charge into battle themselves. As for the Wind Blade and Gentle Breeze Shield, it's reasonable for a summoner to have 2 self-defense skills from equipment. Gu Huai was already envisioning future scenarios where he could show off. With strength comes the ability to stand out, but it's important to strike a balance, showcasing talent without being too extraordinary. Feeling the increasing repulsion from the instance, Gu Huai knew it was time to leave. After sending the 2 little ones back to the Dragon Master space, his own form returned to the real world. The day passed quickly, and the National Reserve Team selection arrived as scheduled. On this day, over 40 prodigies from across the country, including Gu Huai, gathered at the National Team Center in the capital. The National Team Center stands prominently in the heart of the inner city, surrounded by towering walls and heavily armed soldiers on high alert. Everyone entering must undergo stringent security checks, meticulously inspecting both identity and personal belongings. This rigorous control is not without reason. This is one of the most crucial strategic locations in the country, tasked with nurturing the nation's elite forces. Gu Huai and over 40 other members passed through the stringent security procedures one by one. As they stepped into the compound, They were greeted by a bright red national flag rising in the morning light, standing out vividly. Even those typically rebellious youths instinctively lifted their heads, eyes fixed on the flag, filled with respect and fervor. Li Long stood at the front of the group, his voice slightly choked as he recounted events from 30 years ago. It was a tumultuous time when games and reality merged, and countless predecessors sacrificed their lives to secure the founding decree of the country, allowing this land to endure in the new world. Over the past 30 years, many unsung heroes shed their blood, paving the way for the nation's rise. It was their sacrifices that enabled the country to stand against multinational alliances and ultimately become the world's leading power. Listening to these well-known historical accounts, Gu Huai felt his eyes moisten. These stories are not just for commemoration, but to remind future generations. In this world full of uncertainties, survival has never been easy. At any time, the world's rules may spiral out of control, presenting new crises for humanity. This is precisely why the nation places such importance on education to cultivate more geniuses ready to face unknown disasters. All right, I won't say more than necessary, Li Long said, regaining his composure and scanning the young faces before him. You are the best talents from each province, but I hope you can set aside your pride. The opponents awaiting you are stronger than you can imagine. Only by staying humble and constantly improving can you hope to reach the end. He paused, then continued. Many come here each year, but only half will remain. And of those, only half again will become official national team members. We must be among that half of the half. Everyone shouted in unison. Even the usually composed Gu Huai felt his blood surge with excitement. In the observation room on the 7th floor of the training ground, a few young people watched the scene with interest. Old Li is firing up the newbies again, one person laughed. His knack for stirring emotions must have been honed in a past life selling pyramid schemes. He even made me tear up back in the day. You've got it wrong, another corrected. Old Li came from the military. We are moved by him because every word he says comes from the heart. Old Li is quite a decent person. An elder nodded approvingly, then shifted the topic. But do you think there are any prospects from this batch who could directly make it into the first reserve team? The National Reserve Team isn't just a single team, another person explained. Each batch has over 20 people selected, but very few actually make it to the national team. Based on their performance in the reserve team, the country allocates resources differently, dividing the reserve team into 3 tiers. The first reserve team is where the top seed players are, a veteran team member added. Once you reach this level, you're almost guaranteed a spot on the national team. However, such talent is extremely rare, and direct selections are even rarer, with maybe one every year on average. Only about 5 or 6 make it through later on. It's indeed hard to be directly selected, but there are 3 promising candidates in this batch. 3? That many. Those around showed expressions of surprise. I've heard about it too, a well-informed person whispered. One of them is the only son of the Qian family, who has awakened the 7 treasures Taoist profession. Even Mount Longhu and Wudong want to take him in, but old Qian, with only this one heir, wouldn't let him go and sent him to the national team instead. The Qian family has indeed been impressive these years, nearly securing the position of the 2nd richest in the country. And the other 2? They have even bigger backgrounds. One is the cherished daughter of the Wunren family, who has awakened as a sword master. A sword master? Someone gasped. It seems the Wunren family is about to produce another prodigy. The last one is even more impressive. The speaker paused meaningfully. From the inner sanctum of the Dragon Temple, personally chosen by Long Lao. The Dragon Temple? At this, everyone's attention shifted. That's right. The Dragon Temple is a force built by Long Lao, Long Tianya, backed by Dragon Island, and its strength is extraordinary. There are already several strong members from the Dragon Temple in the national team. This is truly a battle of the Titans, and these 3 are likely to directly enter the first reserve team. We'll see soon enough. Meanwhile, Gu Huai was unaware that these elders were discussing the newcomers' future paths. Strangely, no one mentioned him. Those who knew Gu Huai's true strength had signed contracts forbidding them from disclosing it. So this group of reserve members knew nothing about him. All right, Li Long's voice interrupted the discussions. After receiving your medical examination forms, head to the designated area for checkups, and finally submit the forms too. His gaze swept over the crowd. Wenren Lingxue, Qian Boyong, and Long Xinhong all straightened their backs, thinking they would be called. However, Li Long's gaze finally landed on Gu Huai, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips. Gu Huai, you're the strongest, so you'll be in charge. This decision wasn't part of Li Long's original plan. He was just reminded of his granddaughter's distracted demeanor lately, which annoyed him. But some things were beyond his control. Matters of the heart are for the young to handle themselves. Li Long understood this well, yet he intended to use this opportunity to put some pressure on Gu Huai, hoping to give these young people a profound lesson. Before Gu Huai could speak, a man with a buzz cut standing behind Qian Boyong jumped out and exclaimed, "I disagree." Li Long remained silent upon hearing this, choosing instead to watch the situation unfold. Everyone else present also turned their attention to Gu Huai, eager to see the man Li Long had called the strongest. Gu Huai. Among the crowd, Liao Jinxian from Hang Province furrowed her brows as the name echoed in her ears. Though it sounded familiar, she didn't associate it with Zhang Wanqing. As a standout in the provincial team, she knew how difficult it was to become a national team reserve member. Even someone like her, who had long dominated the top spot in Hang Province's talent camp, wasn't entirely confident of securing a place. Gu Huai had little interest in entertaining such trivial provocations, but seeing the meaningful look in Li Long's eyes, he sighed and decided to take on the task for the sake of the country. Do you have a problem? Gu Huai turned to the buzzcut man. Of course, I don't think you're the strong. And now, Gu Huai's calm tone abruptly cut the man off. Not far from the buzzcut man, a young dragon exuding a sense of destruction suddenly appeared, with black lightning dancing around it. The man immediately felt the threat of death, breaking into a cold sweat. I have no problem. Does anyone else have a problem? Gu Huai's gaze swept across the crowd. This time, everyone remained silent. As top talents from various provinces, they could sense the terrifying power of the young dragon more acutely than most. No one was willing to risk confronting Gu Huai, whose strength was unknown, over a mere health check form. If there are no objections, please remember to hand in your health check forms to me later. Thank you. Little Thunder Dragon, come back. Yeah. The Little Thunder Dragon pouted reluctantly. It had been working hard to enhance its strength over the past day, hoping to showcase its abilities and shed the inferiority it felt in front of the little green dragon. It was disappointed that its rare chance to shine ended so quickly. In the meeting room, Li Long's voice was firm and resolute. Since no one has any objections, it's decided that Gu Huai will take this position. Of course, if anyone is dissatisfied, you're welcome to challenge him at any time. If you can defeat Gu Huai, the position is yours. As soon as he finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Even the three members with considerable strength showed no interest in challenging him. After all, a position involving the distribution of medical examination forms wasn't worth the effort. It seems there are indeed no objections. Gu Huai, come over and help distribute the medical examination forms, Li Long gestured. All right, Gu Huai replied succinctly, giving Li Long due respect. Taking the forms, Gu Huai quickly scanned their contents. The forms listed detailed test items, four-dimensional attributes, reaction speed, physical condition, solo dungeon performance, and skill mastery. When his eyes landed on the skill mastery section, Gu Huai couldn't help but twitch his lips. 3 active skills required for display? Gu Huai inwardly chuckled. He only had 3 skills in total, and excluding the passive bloodline connection, he barely had 2 that could be considered active, especially the dragon riding skill. He rubbed his temples, wondering how to demonstrate such a skill. Oh well, if worst comes to worst, I'll ask old Li. Gu Huai thought as he steadily distributed the examination forms. This time, no one gave him any trouble. Li Long surveyed the room and continued. Everyone, disperse and get your checkups done. Go where there are fewer people. Remember, the medical examination is only for the morning. In the afternoon, we'll arrange 6 days of training based on the results, ending before noon on the last day, with a final test in the afternoon to decide who stays. In the examination area, medical staff in white coats were busy at various stations. Gu Huai chose a station with fewer people, and the first task was a blood draw. Seeing a total of 8 blood tubes in front of him, he couldn't help but twitch his lips again no matter how good a transferee's physique was. This was excessive. After the blood draw, Gu Huai proceeded with other physical examinations. He noticed most people flocked to the attribute and physical fitness testing areas, leaving the basic examination area sparsely populated. Just as Gu Huai was about to leave, a female voice called from behind. Gu Huai? Do you know Zhang Wanqing? It was Liao Jinxian. She stood behind Gu Huai, seemingly asking on a whim. Zhang Wanqing. Hearing his friend's name in a different place, Gu Huai was indeed a bit surprised. Seeing his expression, Liao Jinxian immediately pressed on. You're not really that Gu Huai, are you? That one. Gu Huai chuckled. Are there many Gu Huais? But since you know Zhang Wanqing, you must be from Hang Province too. Wow. I never expected to meet you here. Liao Jinxian exclaimed excitedly. Wanqing would be so happy to know. Just as Gu Huai thought her reaction was a bit exaggerated, Liao Jinxian added, You don't know? Wanqing has been looking for you. You two can catch up later. We're still waiting for our checkups here. An impatient voice interrupted their conversation. The girl standing in line behind Gu Huai and Liao Jinxian noticed their conversation and politely said, Excuse me, please continue. Realizing his faux pas, Gu Huai quickly gave the girl an apologetic look. This caught the girl, who had initially thought he was arrogant, off guard. By the time she snapped out of it, Gu Huai had already bid farewell to Liao Jinxian and left. Gu Huai, huh? Interesting. The girl murmured thoughtfully to herself. Inside the examination room, the nurse, Xiao Yao, reviewed the results while giving Gu Huai a knowing smile. Healthy. Healthy. Urinary system is normal, and male function is quite perfect. Her words made Gu Huai feel uncomfortable, and he practically grabbed the medical report and dashed out. Xiao Yao, did you scare someone off again? A colleague's voice came from behind. I can't help it. I have no resistance to handsome guys, especially. Gu Huai ran outside and took a deep breath. Apart from waiting for the blood and urine test results, the physical examination was complete. Next was the occupational ability test, which included basic four-dimensional attribute data, mental reaction speed, skill demonstration, and dungeon challenges. Let's start with the basic four dimensions, Gu Huai thought. Everyone here is a genius among geniuses. Their stats must far exceed the average. When he reached the basic four-dimensional testing area, there were fewer people around. He happened to see his fellow townsfolk, Liao Jinxian, approaching. Gu Huai, what a coincidence. Liao Jinxian greeted with a smile. What a coincidence, Gu Huai replied, feeling a sense of camaraderie with her and wanting to ask about Hang Province. Let's chat after I come out, Liao Jinxian said as she went in and came out less than a minute later. Gu Huai, it's your turn. Inside the testing room, Gu Huai's attention was drawn to a sophisticated four-dimensional detector. This equipment could test basic attributes without needing to remove gear, more advanced than any he had seen before. Please step into the red circle in the center for testing, the staff instructed. Gu Huai followed the instructions, and the test was completed in under a minute. The staff informed him that the results would be ready in 3 minutes and could be collected at the door. As soon as he stepped out, Liao Jinxian started chatting enthusiastically. Gu Huai, this testing equipment is so advanced. Even the provincial talent training camp doesn't have such facilities. By the way, how did you end up here? Were you brought to some special center in the province? You know, Zhang Wanqian was worried about you and asked me to look for you in the provincial team. Oh, and what profession did you switch to? What level are you now? Faced with Liao Jinshuan's barrage of questions, Gu Huai managed to keep up at first, but soon found himself overwhelmed. She really has a lot of questions, he thought to himself. Liao Jinxian, your results are out, Gu Huai announced grimly as he stood at the testing room door. Great. Liao Jinxian quickly jogged over and took her career assessment sheet. As she glanced down at the scores, she couldn't help but mutter, an A rating? That's strict. It was the first time she'd ever received such a low score, as she had consistently achieved levels in all assessments since childhood. She looked up at Gu Huai, a spark of competitiveness in her eyes. Gu Huai, you're next. Senior Li said you're the strongest one. I'm curious about your results. But the scoring here is indeed strict. Getting its level rating is no easy feat. Next, Gu Huai. The staff member called, their voice trembling as if witnessing something unbelievable. It's my turn, Gu Huai said, quickly striding to the front desk, fearing that Liao Jinxian would start chattering again. Liao Jinxian, unable to contain her curiosity, quietly followed. The staff handed over the test sheet with an expression as if they'd seen a ghost, making Gu Huai feel a bit uneasy. He took the sheet and quickly scanned the simple information. Name, Gu Huai. Level, 26. Rating S. Liao Jinxian tried to peek at the sheet, but Gu Huai deftly avoided her. However, she managed to catch the most crucial detail, level 26. You're level 26? Liao Jinxian exclaimed in disbelief. Before coming here, she was confident that she would rank among the top, if not the strongest, as she was undoubtedly top tier in Hangzhou. But now, she was truly taken aback. She had put in so much effort to reach level 20, and just yesterday afternoon, she had pushed herself to the limit to break through to level 20, leaving her exhausted. Then she received the notification to come to the capital for the National Reserve team training, without even having the energy to collect materials for her advancement. Not letting you see is really for your own good, Gu Huai said calmly to the visibly shaken Liao Jinxian. Come on, stop dawdling. Let's go to the next test. It'll be over soon. Okay, Liao Jinxian replied, snapping out of her daze. She pressed on. Gu Huai, are you really level 26? You saw it, didn't you? I'm afraid I saw it wrong. All right, let me tell you, you didn't see it wrong. Now keep quiet. All right, just answer me one last question. Go ahead. Liao Jinxian stared intently at Gu Huai. Is your rating S? Faced with her serious demeanor, Gu Huai could only nod honestly. Just as I thought, Liao Jinxian murmured, a hint of bitterness on her lips. Her father was right. Hangzhou is too small. The world is vast, and she shouldn't limit herself to just Hangzhou. She needs to broaden her horizons. I finally understand the true meaning of this phrase today. Upon hearing Liao Jinshuan's insight, Gu Huai thoughtfully responded, yes, without meeting some talented peers, how would you truly know yourself? Before he could finish, Liao Jinxian quickly agreed. You're right. That's exactly what makes it challenging. You misunderstood, Gu Huai cleared his throat. Misunderstood. Liao Jinxian turned to Gu Huai with a puzzled expression, her brow slightly furrowed. A confident smile played on Gu Huai's lips. What I meant was, without encountering talented peers, how would you realize you've already become invincible? Liao Jinxian was momentarily stunned, as if countless question marks appeared above her head. But on second thought, considering Gu Huai's rapid advancement to level 26 in just 4 days and his ability to summon that powerful young dragon, he might indeed be the strongest among their cohort. No wonder Senior Lee had such high praise for his abilities. In the subsequent tests, the two teamed up. During the reaction test, Gu Huai once again easily achieved its level rating. However, during the skills test, he appeared somewhat embarrassed. I don't have 3 active skills, Gu Huai admitted. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. What did you say? I really only have 1 skill. At most I can show 2. Could you possibly lower the standard a bit? Gu Huai asked sincerely. The staff member could hardly believe their ears. You must be joking. Everyone here for the test is the future of the nation. How could you not have 3 active skills? I really only have 1 skill to demonstrate. Then, just show us the skill you can use. All right, but I'll need some assistance. Gu Huai nodded and then called out. Come out, little thunder dragon. Meanwhile, in an office at the National Team Center, Li Long, the test director, and Old Dragon were reviewing the assessment results. Old Dragon, despite his vast experience, couldn't help but show a look of surprise as he examined the data before him. The data read, Name, Gu Huai. Level, 26. Strength, 1,649. Spirit, 1,790. Agility, 1,704. Constitution, 1,704. Combat Index, 6874. Rating, S beyond limits. After a long silence, Old Dragon asked, what is Long Xinhan's combat index? Long Xinhan is level 22, with a combat index of 1958 points. 1958 points. Old Dragon mused. Achieving such high base attributes at level 22 was indeed astounding, surpassing even last year's strongest youth by far. Li Long and the test director held their breath, watching Long Lao deep in thought. Neither dared to interrupt. The shock they felt was hard to quell. Having over 6,000 base attributes at level 26 was unheard of, even for the first generation of job changers like them. What about Gu Huai's other test data? Long Lao inquired. The test director gave a wry smile. His reaction speed also received its level rating, and it likely far exceeds the standard range. We set S level as the highest rating because it's usually sufficient. Instances exceeding S level are rare, and since the backend can access the specific data, there wasn't a need to create a higher level. What about the dungeon and skill test results? They're still ongoing. Let me adjust the monitor, the test director replied, skillfully operating the equipment. The room was equipped with monitoring devices for various tests, allowing real-time observation of the test conditions. The screen quickly focused on the skill testing center. Through the amplified audio, the three clearly heard a surprising conversation. Gu Huai apparently didn't have 3 active skills. Is it possible all his skills are passive? Long Lao cast a questioning glance at Li Long. Old Li, you know him best. What's going on? Li Long gave a helpless smile. To be honest, Long Lao, I know very little about him. Long Lao nodded and didn't press further, as the trio's attention returned to the monitor. Just then, Gu Huai began his first skill test. You're saying you're level 26? The staff member confirmed, though the level was indeed surprising. Yes, Gu Huai replied calmly. The first skill I want to test is pain sharing, which allows me to establish a connection with a contract creature and reduce damage by 26. It's now at level 4. Gu Huai briefly introduced his other skills. Dragon Mastery, also at level 4, still allowed for 2 contracts, but the increase in all attributes for dragon-type creatures had risen from 10 to 15. With the talent's doubling effect, he could actually contract 4 dragon-type creatures. Additionally, Bloodline Connection provided a 16 attribute boost. Please summon your creature. The staff member's tone became serious. If he knew Long Lao was watching, he might have trembled. Come out, little thunder dragon. With a flash of light, a small thunder dragon about 70 centimeters long appeared, its head larger than Gu Huai's fist. This sight left the staff member astonished. Though he had seen many talents, summoning a dragon at level 26 was unprecedented. He gave Gu Huai a deep look, ready to commence the formal test. Are you ready? I won't defend myself, so go ahead and attack, Gu Huai said calmly. But considering we're not at a high level, don't hit too hard. The staff member nodded and quickly pressed a button on the control panel. A flash of light appeared, and a stern-looking level 26 robot materialized in the center of the arena, its metallic body glinting under the lights. We'll start with level C, the staff member advised. Be careful. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the robot raised its arm, and an energy orb quickly formed at the cannon's mouth, shooting directly at Gu Huai. As the attack came roaring toward him, Gu Huai stood still, allowing the energy orb to hit his body. As the dust settled, Gu Huai remained standing unscathed. This was no stroke of luck, but thanks to his partner Xiao Leilong. As a formidable thunder dragon, it had learned 4 skills by level 20 in its first transformation. At this moment, the Thunder Dragon's attribute panel clearly displayed. Species, Thunder Dragon. Level, LV26. Strength, 1,351. Spirit, 1952. Agility, 1,534. Constitution, 1,534. Talent, World-Destroying Divine Thunder. A growth type, Divine Thunder, becomes stronger as abilities improve, Adds Spirit, 3.4 damage to Thunder-type moves. Skills: Thunder Blast LV3, Mighty Thunder LV3, Thunder Armor LV2, Thunderball LV2, Thunder Dragon Roar LV1, Thunder Dragon Body LV1, Thunder Sprint LV1, Thunderous Body LV1. Combat Power Index, 6371. With a combat power index of 6,371, plus Gu Huai's activation of the shared pain mode, this level of attack was naturally manageable. After all, Gu Huai's own attribute points were over 6,800. Didn't feel anything? The staff member asked, observing Gu Huai's expression. I'll increase the attack power. Let me know if it gets uncomfortable. Let's go straight to this level standard, Gu Huai replied. Doing it step by step is too tedious. Are you sure? The staff member was a bit surprised. Yes, I'm not one to back down. The staff member considered advising him again, but, recalling Gu Huai's astonishing rise to level 26 in just 4 days, decided against it. Be careful, adjusting to S-level attack. Upon command, the robot's arm transformed, revealing a high-powered laser cannon the size of an adult's head. Blue light flickered at the cannon's mouth, and a blinding laser beam shot out. Faced with the formidable laser cannon, Gu Huai remained unflinching, allowing the beam to strike him. This hit did cause him some pain, but it was within a bearable range. Without the shared pain skill, this might have been troublesome. However, with this powerful skill reducing damage by 26 and splitting the remaining damage, both he and Xiao Leilong only endured 38 of the impact each. The staff initially expected Gu Huai to put up some resistance, perhaps throwing a punch or two to weaken the power of the laser cannon, as these actions were within the rules. However, to their astonishment, Gu Huai chose to take the hit directly, and even more incredibly, he seemed completely unfazed. By the way, if I only test this one skill, what score can I get? Gu Huai asked. He was calculating in his mind. Although he had the active skill of dragon mastery, it could only be effective when contracting a young dragon, and was useless otherwise, yielding no score. The staff member was momentarily speechless. This was a first for him. Well, I need to consult my superior. Go ahead and ask. The staff member stepped aside and called the test director. Before he could even organize his thoughts, the director on the other end gave a direct instruction. Give him a grade score. What? Just give Gu Huai a grade score. No questions, the director said before hanging up. The staff member stood stunned for a good 10 seconds before regaining his composure. He then approached Gu Huai. It's possible, but your score is only in a grade. And a grade is fine. Are you sure you don't want to try any other skills? Man, I really don't have any other skills. The final test took place in the dungeon area, where nearly half of the participants had gathered. The most eye-catching feature was a large screen showing the difficulty level and completion time of each tester in real time. So far, 23 people had completed the test, with Qian Boyong leading with a time of 13 minutes and 22 seconds on hell difficulty. The second place had chosen a hard difficulty, finishing in 12 minutes and 13 seconds, a significant gap. Additionally, there were 3 failures, their names displayed in black on the screen. Gu Huai is here, someone pointed out, and all eyes immediately turned to him. The attendees were all top talents, and no one was willing to concede without witnessing Gu Huai's abilities firsthand. He seems to have a profession similar to a beast tamer, but it's unclear how many battle pets he can contract. I'm a beast tamer myself. Normally, it's 2 pets, said a man in a mage's robe. 2, huh? Then that young dragon from before must be one of them. The crowd buzzed with speculation, curious about how Gu Huai would perform in the dungeon. Since each person only had one chance, failure would result in a low score. A few impulsive individuals, having seen the failed attempts, cautiously opted for the hard difficulty dungeon. On the difficulty display screen for the dungeon, Qian Boyong's name is marked with Hell Mode, while everyone else is labeled as Hard Mode. Liao Jinxian looked at the surrounding speculation about Gu Huai's profession and couldn't help but curl her lips. Beastmaster? The guess seemed ridiculous to her. Gu Huai's basic 4-dimensional score was as high as an S rating, which was extremely rare across all professions. Even she, as a sword emperor known for her combat prowess, only had an A rating. The dungeon entrance had only 4 slots, forcing participants to queue up. Other testing projects progressed quickly, but this dungeon test took significantly longer. People in the crowd began discussing the results of Wenren Lingxue and Long Xinhong. Both were undoubtedly formidable, much like Qian Boyong, with abilities clearly surpassing ordinary people. They've been in there for 10 minutes. They should be coming out soon, someone said. At this moment, a young girl with glasses and an innocent look precisely pointed out, Wenren Lingxue went in at 12:14, and Long Xinhong at 12:16. How do you know that so accurately? Someone asked in surprise. It turned out that this girl was Lin Yue from Shan Province, a data analyst by profession, naturally endowed with powerful data processing abilities. This information left everyone present in awe. Even the usually indifferent Gu Huai glanced at her. Suddenly, a new record appeared on the display screen. Long Xinhong cleared Hell Mode Dungeon. Time taken 12 minutes 26 seconds. This achievement was nearly a minute faster than Qian Boyong's, causing a wave of astonishment. As someone from the Dragon Shrine, Long Xinhong had demonstrated impressive strength. When Long Xinhong emerged from the dungeon, her face was slightly pale, indicating a tough battle. She immediately saw Gu Huai and, after catching her breath, walked straight over. Gu Huai, let's make a bet, she said directly. Gu Huai looked puzzled, wondering why this stranger suddenly wanted to bet with him. He instinctively sized up Long Xinhong's petite face. Let's see who can clear the dungeon faster. Long Xinhong continued. I've already finished. If you can do it faster than me, I'll agree to one condition of yours. If I win, you will. Do we know each other? Gu Huai interrupted her. To him, this kind of random bet was absurd, especially since it usually took him 2 hours to clear a dungeon. No, we don't, Long Xinhong answered instinctively. Since we don't know each other, why should I bet with you? Gu Huai replied coldly. All right, I'm not interested in playing these childish games. Could you step aside? Although Long Xinhong was indeed impressive, it had nothing to do with Gu Huai. He always kept his distance from girls with such personalities and had no interest in participating in such trivial contests. Do you really need to care about a woman's opinion if you're not interested in her? No, you don't. These words hit Long Xinhong like a sledgehammer, leaving her frozen in place with her expression fixed. Never in her life had anyone dared to speak to her like that. Standing nearby, Liao Jinxian watched Gu Huai's carefree departure, unable to resist a mental thumbs up. Of course, she kept this gesture hidden, as she was too soft-hearted to provoke a recently rejected girl. Gu Huai headed straight for the dungeon entrance, only then realizing he had misunderstood the situation earlier. Although there was a crowd, most people were just there for the spectacle. There were 4 entrances, each accommodating 8 people at a time, and there was an open spot. Just as he was about to step in, a figure appeared at the entrance. Gu Huai. The person recognized him immediately. Wenren Lingxue? They exchanged smiles but didn't say much more. They weren't close, so there was no need. Gu Huai stepped inside, while Wenren Lingxue walked out. Lingxue's gaze fell on Long Xinhong, and she sighed. Looks like you lost to him, but you don't seem happy. Clearly familiar with Long Xinhong, she approached her directly. Upon seeing someone she knew, Long Xinhong pouted, looking as if she was about to cry. Lingxue, someone bullied me. Bullying you? Wenren Lingxue looked surprised. She knew Long Xinhong all too well. Though not a spoiled princess, she was used to doing as she pleased, and very few people could control her besides Long Lao and a few Dragon Temple masters. Was it Gu Huai? Lingxue's eyes showed a hint of amusement. Yes, that jerk. Long Xinhong said, feeling wronged. Hold on. Liao Jinxian couldn't help but interject. As a close friend of Gu Huai's friend Zhang Wanqing, she felt the need to speak up for him. Like a floodgate opening, she said. Isn't it unfair to accuse him like that? You challenged him to a bet out of nowhere, and he just said he didn't know you. How does that make him a jerk? Her rapid-fire words left Long Xinhong and Wenren Lingxue momentarily speechless. At the dungeon entrance, the system prompt appeared. Welcome to the Snowy Mountain Arena. Don't be misled by the name. There's no snow here, I just thought it sounded nice. Please note, while you won't truly die in the dungeon, the pain of death is real, so choose your difficulty wisely. Also, this dungeon's overall difficulty is higher than usual, so proceed with caution. After a 3-second pause, Gu Huai unhesitatingly chose Nightmare difficulty. Copies that offer immortality are incredibly expensive, with only a select few possessing this feature. Each activation requires resources 10 times that of a normal copy, yet for some challengers, the cost is justified. A system notification sounded in Gu Huai's ear. Selection successful. Scanning body, constructing life form. Construction complete. Challenger level determined. Level 26. Challenge difficulty, nightmare level. Generating monsters. Generation complete. Please step through the light gate. A silvery white light gate appeared before Gu Huai, and he stepped through without hesitation. Instantly, he was met with deafening cheers and blinding lights. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Snowy Mountain Arena. Let's give a warm welcome to our new challenger, Gu Huai, who will take on our undefeated champion. The victor will bask in unrivaled glory. The host's voice echoed through the arena. Gu Huai frowned as he surveyed his surroundings. It was a massive arena filled with fervent spectators whose reactions were so lifelike that it was hard to believe this was merely a virtual world. A bold thought crossed Gu Huai's mind. What would happen if he eliminated all these spectators? He carefully examined the spectators' attribute panels. Guan Meixian, level 36 Golden Legend, Combat Power Index 3466. The panel indicated she was an ordinary Snowy Mountain spectator who enjoyed using these intense battles to numb herself. Wang Xiaohu, level 36 Golden Legend Elite Monster, Combat Power Index 5201. As a regular here, his strength was evidently superior. Most notable was the undefeated champion Liu Yixio, a level 36 Golden Legend boss with a Combat Power Index of 10,086. It was said he never revealed his true strength, always holding something back. Besides Lu Yishou, the host with the microphone was also a BOS level character with a combat power index of 10,010. Though slightly lower than Lu Yishou's, the difference was negligible. Gu Huai quickly grasped why this copy was so challenging. With attributes like these, even a team of 5 from outside might struggle to succeed. All at level 36, a full 10 levels above him. This was the hallmark of nightmare difficulty. He mentally calculated the rules for other difficulty levels. Easy difficulty 1 level, normal difficulty 2 levels, hard difficulty 3 levels, hell difficulty 5 levels, nightmare difficulty 10 levels. This gap in levels was the true essence of the challenge. Gu Huai checked his team's stats. He was at level 26 with a combat power of 8,096. His equipped Thunder Dragon was also level 26, with a combat power of 6,371, and the Little Azure Dragon, also level 26, boasted a formidable combat power of 12,600. This battle should be manageable. Gu Huai quickly assessed the power gap between the two sides, and initially thought there was no need to summon the Little Thunder Dragon. After all, with its strength, it could only handle minor enemies in this situation. With the Little Azure Dragon present, a few Azure Dragon's breaths would suffice to end the fight. On stage, the boss holding the microphone was passionately stirring up the crowd. I believe everyone has been eagerly awaiting this battle for a long time. The audience erupted with roaring cheers, and Lu Yishou's eyes glinted with a bloodthirsty light. Don't worry, everyone. The match is about to begin, the boss continued to announce loudly. Hey, has anyone ever told you guys you're really loud? Gu Huai interrupted disdainfully, obviously displeased at being treated like a spectacle. What did you say? The two bosses were taken aback, momentarily unable to process Gu Huai's words. I said you're noisy, Gu Huai replied coldly. As soon as he spoke, a green baby dragon and a slightly purplish-black baby dragon appeared on either side of him. He eventually summoned the Little Thunder Dragon, mainly to ensure it didn't fall too far behind in experience points. Azure Dragon's Breath. The already level 4 Azure Dragon's Breath erupted instantly, with a mental damage coefficient of 10.4 times, plus the power of the Azure Dragon, making it devastating. Lu Yishou's bloodthirsty expression froze, turning to terror. As a veteran who had survived countless battles, he realized immediately that he had to give it his all, with no room for holding back. He mustered all his strength and sprinted away at high speed. But even so, he was hit by the Azure Dragon's breath. His clothes tore apart, and blood seeped out, but he barely withstood the attack. The microphone-wielding boss wasn't as lucky. Being too close to the Little Azure Dragon and sluggish from a lack of combat practice, his moment of hesitation cost him his life under the dragon's breath. Those nearby weren't spared either, and even those farther away couldn't withstand the near 20-fold terrifying damage. System notifications flashed continuously. Total experience gained, 370,000. Experience evenly distributed. Total experience gained, 18,500. Experience evenly distributed. The sudden turn of events left all the spectators bewildered. They couldn't believe someone dared to commit such a massacre here. Yet it was too late to ponder whose territory this really was. The Little Azure Dragon's rampage had just begun. Lu Yishou was severely injured and had to leave the field after holding on for just a moment longer. His body trembled, clearly unable to withstand Xiao Qinglong's second wave of attacks. Azure Dragon Mirage. Although Xiao Qinglong knew that using Azure Dragon's Breath would clear the monsters faster, he favored these flashy skills to add some flair to the otherwise monotonous battle. At this point, Gu Huai and his group had taken on the role of the villains in the scene. A large number of armored soldiers, elite monsters, and even several bosses rushed into the area one after another. With experience points skyrocketing, an excited smile appeared on Gu Huai's face. Is this the true essence of a dungeon? Gu Huai mused as he looked at the ruins of buildings devastated by Xiao Qinglong. Through the collapsed walls, he noticed that the scene on the streets outside seemed incredibly realistic, with troops continuously pouring in. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Anomaly detected in dungeon data. The dungeon will forcibly close in 1 minute. Is it closing? Xiao Qinglong, Xiao Leilong, stop fooling around. Make the most of the last minute. Xiao Leilong wasn't supposed to join the battle, but her eager eyes eventually convinced Gu Huai. Xiao Qinglong unleashed his strongest combo. Dragon Blood Boil, Azure, Dragon Mirage, Dragon Might. The terrifying aura spread out from him, and even a master like Lu Yishou would find it hard to resist. At the same time, Xiao Leilong refused to be outdone, channeling the power of destructive divine thunder, forming a purple-black thundercloud in the sky. Thunderous Might. Thunderburst. The thundercloud descended, and lightning cascaded down like a waterfall, with each bolt amplified by the thunderburst skill, causing even more devastating damage. Amidst this frenzy of carnage, level-up notifications kept ringing. Your level has increased, current level 27. Xiao Qinglong's level has increased, current level 27. Unfortunately, Xiao Leilong fell just short of the experience needed to level up. Outside, Wenren Lingxue and Long Xinhan were defeated under Liao Jinxian's fierce assault in less than 3 minutes and fled in panic. Liao Jinxian mistakenly thought she had persuaded them, nodding in satisfaction and secretly marveling at the abundance of experts here, realizing that sheer force wouldn't suffice, and that verbal persuasion was essential. Shaolin, how long has Gu Huai been in there? Someone asked. Lin Yue replied without hesitation. 17 minutes and 31 seconds. Over 17 minutes? I thought this Gu Huai was something special. Turns out he's just average. Disdainful murmurs echoed around. The buzzcut man, previously intimidated by Gu Huai, seized the opportunity to vent his dissatisfaction, trying to regain some face. Let's go, Ling Xue. Long Xinhan glanced at the timer, and the result of 17 minutes made her eyes flicker with a hint of disappointment. She shook her head slightly, having hoped to encounter an interesting opponent, but Gu Huai turned out to be nothing special. Thinking of Gu Huai's special attitude towards her earlier, the momentary flutter in her heart lingered, but seeing such a result, that fleeting excitement vanished instantly. She muttered to herself, anyone I, Long Xinhan, choose to like must be better than me. Wenren Lingxue nodded slightly, not paying much attention to Gu Huai's performance. Unlike the lively and outgoing Long Xinhan, she preferred a quieter pace of life, enjoying a sense of calm and ceremony. However, being born into such a family, to maintain this leisurely lifestyle, she had to continually improve her skills. Waiting here now was merely to accompany a friend. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. Liao Jinxian couldn't help but retort, hearing the surrounding comments about Gu Huai. Do you really think being a big fish in the province makes you invincible? The world outside is much bigger than you imagine, with strong competitors everywhere. These words hit the crew-cut guy where it hurt. In the provincial genius training camp, he had always been the center of attention, hailed as a once-in-a-century talent and a top pick for the national team. But here, he found no one around him weaker than himself. What was even harder to accept was his failure in the hell difficulty dungeon, becoming just another among the defeated. At first, he consoled himself that the dungeon was simply too difficult, and others couldn't possibly succeed either. But as person after person succeeded, his mindset began to crumble. If he really is stronger than me, I'd naturally admit it. But with Gu Huai taking this long and not passing, how can I be convinced of his level? Who said Gu Huai is attempting the hell difficulty? Liao Jinxian sneered. What if he chose nightmare difficulty? This remark made Long Xinhan, who was about to leave, stop abruptly. She curled her lips into a scornful smile. Nightmare difficulty? Even she had to give her all to pass hell difficulty. How could anyone possibly complete an even harder nightmare mode? Before she could speak, the crew-cut guy burst into laughter. Are you trying to make me laugh to death? Once you enter this dungeon, you'll realize just how naive your words are. If Gu Huai can really complete the nightmare level dungeon, I'll do a live stream of myself eating dirt upside down. The moment this audacious claim left the mouth of the crew-cut man, laughter erupted from the crowd. Everyone present had attempted that dungeon before and knew how difficult it was. Getting through even the hell level was nearly impossible, let alone the nightmare level. Just then, a striking line of text flashed across the big screen. Gu Huai has completed the nightmare level dungeon in 17 minutes and 52 seconds. The room fell silent for a moment before erupting into a chorus of astonished exclamations. Gu Huai's results are out. Is this really the nightmare level? Am I seeing things? The crew-cut man stared wide-eyed, disbelief etched all over his face. How is this possible? Long Xinhan whipped her head around at the commotion. The mocking smile that had been on her lips vanished, replaced by sheer shock. Even Wenren Lingxue, who had maintained her calm demeanor, showed surprise, having once challenged the hell level herself. She knew all too well what this meant. It seems what Grandpa Li said about Gu Huai being the strongest wasn't a joke. Wenren Lingxue mused, recalling Li Long's words, her lips curving into a slight smile. Interesting, he's quite an interesting person. She always enjoyed people who could add a bit of excitement to her elegant life. Suddenly, Wenren Lingxue noticed Long Xinhan trembling beside her. Xinhan, what's wrong? Lingxue, I think I've found true love. Long Xinhan's face was flushed, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her voice trembling. Wenren Lingxue was puzzled, wondering if Long Xinhan had lost her mind. Hey, crew cut, Liao Jinxian beamed at him. Should I prepare dirt for you? Or do you need streaming equipment? As the crew cut man stood there, red-faced and at a loss, a loud bang came from the direction of the dungeon. Suddenly, the big screen began to glitch, all the scores disappeared, and a piercing alarm sounded from the dungeon entrance. Dungeon data anomaly, error. Everyone's gaze turned to the dungeon entrance, where Gu Huai emerged. Surprisingly, he looked completely unscathed, his complexion healthy and natural, as if he had just taken a leisurely stroll. Why is there smoke coming out as soon as I step out? Gu Huai paused, looking at the smoking dungeon, and quickly moved away from the entrance to avoid any potential danger. What is going on? Gu Huai asked Liao Jinxian, confusion written all over his face. I just went in to clear a dungeon. Don't you know? Liao Jinxian looked at him strangely. The dungeon was fine before. It only turned like this the moment you came out. Those who had been closely following Gu Huai's progress, including the Elder Long, exchanged bewildered glances, their minds filled with questions. Such an alert had almost never appeared before. It indicated that the dungeon had encountered an extraordinary situation beyond its computational limits. What exactly did Gu Huai do inside the dungeon? This unique phenomenon, where the game merges with the real world, only occurred in the early stages of the two realms converging. Over time, and with multiple system patches, such anomalies have long disappeared. Because of this, Gu Huai's actions in the game instance intrigued the three of them even more. Please invite Gu Huai over. I have a small gift prepared for him. I'll go right away, Li Long replied, standing up, equally curious about Gu Huai's performance in the instance. 10 minutes later, Gu Huai followed Li Long into the meeting room. As soon as he entered, his eyes were drawn to a towering figure, instantly recognizing who it was. Long Lao. Gu Huai's voice trembled slightly with excitement. This Long Lao was the legendary figure he revered the most, a man who rose from humble beginnings to single-handedly bear the burden of leading New Long country to the pinnacle of the world. Long Lao's story was akin to a novel, as if destined to guide his nation through numerous challenges and create one miracle after another. As the strongest in Long country and even globally, he had reached the pinnacle 10 years ago, unmatched to this day. His profession matched his Namia Dragon Knight. Gu Huai, my young friend, it's a pleasure to meet you. Long Lao stood up with a smile. He was tall, about 6'3", with silver hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Yet he was vigorous and his posture was as straight as a pine tree. Long Lao. Gu Huai quickly stepped forward. Please, have a seat. Long Lao's kindness surprised Gu Huai, differing greatly from his reputed image. After some pleasantries, Long Lao steered the conversation towards the game instance. I didn't really do anything special, just killed a lot of people. Gu Huai replied without hesitation. Killed a lot of people. The others looked surprised. Wasn't there just one monster in that instance? Li Long voiced his confusion. One monster. Gu Huai's expression turned peculiar. Weren't the referee, the audience, and the soldiers who barged in later all monsters too? Wait, are you saying you even killed the referee and the audience? Li Long swallowed hard. Yeah, I cleared all the monsters I could see. Then the system detected an anomaly and ended it, Gu Huai said with a hint of regret. What a pity. I saw a large army approaching outside. If only there was more time. Seeing Gu Huai's regretful expression, the three couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Gu Huai, how strong are you now? Long Lao asked. With my equipment, my combat power index is over 8,000. Over 8,000 doesn't seem enough for that instance, Long Lao mused. I couldn't handle it alone, especially without any attack skills. But I have Xiaoqing Long. Gu Huai's eyes lit up. Long Lao, the little green dragon you gave me is amazing. Her attribute values were over 12,000 during the instance, and have now increased to over 13,000. Oh, and I've reached level 27. Gu Huai grinned brightly. Level 27. Li Long and the test director exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Gu Huai's display of strength left the two present utterly astonished. They were well aware that Gu Huai had a whole day's less practice than others, yet he had managed to reach level 27 in such a short time. This incredible speed was hard to believe, but considering the unparalleled attributes of the little green dragon, it all seemed quite logical. Elder Long gazed at Gu Huai and spoke slowly. Gu Huai, would you be willing to join the Dragon Temple? It's an organization I personally established, and it's now a special branch under official jurisdiction. Of course, this won't affect your entry into the national team. Elder Long had long intended to invite Gu Huai to join the Dragon Temple, as Gu Huai, being a dragon tamer, seemed a perfect fit. He originally planned to extend the invitation after Gu Huai successfully completed his second transformation, but witnessing Gu Huai's remarkable strength prompted him to act sooner. More importantly, this would allow Gu Huai to go to Dragon Island. With his demonstrated abilities, he might just pass the assessment and obtain that ancient dragon egg. Joining the Dragon Temple would be an honor. Gu Huai immediately accepted the invitation. It was a wise decision being part of the Dragon Temple, a special national institution, offered numerous benefits with no reason to refuse. Good. Elder Long laughed heartily 3 times before his expression turned serious. Gu Huai, your talent is the strongest I've ever seen. I believe you have the potential to surpass me and become the strongest in Long Nation. But no matter how strong your talent, it takes time to grow. For now, we will keep your existence confidential, known only to those of us who have signed the contract. Until you have enough strength to protect yourself, we won't expose you to the outside world, understand? Gu Huai nodded in agreement. Surviving is the key. Only by staying alive can all possibilities remain open. By the way, how many young dragons can you contract with now? 4. 4 is it? That's not bad. Elder Long nodded and took out a silver dragon egg from his bag, covered in mysterious tadpole-like runes, similar in size to the 2 Gu Huai had previously received. This is a gift for you. Seeing Gu Huai's surprised expression, Elder Long smiled kindly. This is part of the nation's investment in you. We intend to use all available resources to find you a suitable divine dragon. If you need anything, just speak up. If you can't reach me, contact all.I. Remember, the nation will always be your strongest support, he said, patting Gu Huai's shoulder with sincerity. Thank you, Elder Long, and thank you to the nation, Gu Huai said, his eyes misty with emotion, deeply moved by Elder Long's regard. Good child, the future of Long Nation rests on your shoulders. Don't cry, quickly contract it and see. This dragon egg has been with me for over 10 years, and I've never found a suitable owner until now. Elder Long's tone was gentle, his gaze filled with affection. Gu Huai nodded firmly, taking the dragon egg. The system immediately displayed the item's information. Egg of the elemental dragon. Quality. Description. Born of the elements, it is the darling of the elements. It possesses the most direct power to control elements, embodying the essence of the elements itself. Elemental dragon. Gu Huai exclaimed, as the legend recorded in textbooks immediately came to mind. This was the ultimate boss in a level 75 epic large-scale dungeon, a terrifying dragon capable of controlling all elements and immune to any elemental attacks. The core mission of the dungeon was to reseal this elemental dragon, which had just awakened from its seal. Even so, it took the Dragon Nation a full 5 years to finally conquer this dungeon, highlighting the formidable power of the elemental dragon. That's right, this is the treasure left behind after the elemental dragon was sealed, Li Long said, looking at Gu Huai with anticipation. You can try to form a contract with it. If you succeed, your power will experience a qualitative leap. As someone who had personally experienced that battle, Li Long vividly remembered the strength of the elemental dragon. Back then, even with the constraints of a super large-scale storyline dungeon and the strong support of NPCs, they struggled immensely to defeat the level 75 elemental dragon. Gu Huai's heart began to race. He clearly remembered the appearance of the elemental dragon from the Buxa, majestic silver body, capable of manipulating various elemental forces at will, even able to cast multi-attribute compound forbidden spells. Such a contract beast was irresistible to anyone. All right, let's begin the contract now, Gu Huai said with determination. At this moment, Long Lao spoke up. As for your remaining contract slot, once you reach level 50, I will personally take you to Dragon Island. Dragon Island? Gu Huai asked curiously. Li Long immediately explained. It's one of the important assets of our dragon nation, home to many dragon species and subdragons. They have close ties with our nation, and Long Lao is the representative of Dragon Island. Gu Huai's eyes lit up at these words, but Li Long continued. However, be aware that the pure dragon species on Dragon Island are extremely proud. You must pass their test to obtain their offspring. The difficulty of this test is very high. Even I couldn't pass it back then. This revelation shocked Gu Huai. How challenging must the test be if even one of the nation's top 9, Li Long, couldn't pass it? All right, Gu Huai, focus on completing the contract at hand, Long Lao reminded. Gu Huai took a deep breath to calm his excitement. At this moment, he was more certain than ever that choosing to align with the nation was the wisest decision he had made. With his professional advantages and strength, he had confidence in becoming powerful even as a lone traveler, but it would require unimaginable time and effort. Now, he easily obtained treasures that many of the second generation could only dream of. He began to perform the dragon taming technique, and a drop of golden blood flowed from his fingertip, shimmering like a golden jewel. Golden blood? The test director exclaimed in surprise at the sight. The blood wasn't golden. It turned that color due to the mysterious power it contained. His blood was originally red. With just a glance, Elder Long saw through the mystery, and the test director suddenly understood. At that moment, a drop of golden blood fell onto the egg of the elemental dragon. The eggshell began to glow faintly, absorbing the mysterious blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. With a familiar ripple, cracks appeared on the shell, which soon shattered completely. This was the third time Gu Huai had hatched a dragon egg, and he skillfully cradled the newly born elemental dragon, carefully feeding it the eggshell. This newborn elemental dragon was quite unique, entirely silver, only 20 centimeters long, with large, sparkling eyes that had a girlish charm. Even more astonishing, it leveled up twice during the feeding process. Under the expectant gazes of the three, Gu Huai revealed the stats of the elemental dragon at level 1. Species, elemental dragon. Name, none. Level, LV1. Strength, 50. Spirit, 250. Agility, 100. Constitution, 120. Talent, child of elements. Element affinity increased by 100 times. Rapid understanding of elemental moves. Elemental move damage increased by 1.8 times. 80 reduction in elemental damage received. Skills. Elemental mastery, LV1 passive. Can manipulate any element for attacks, dealing extra damage equal to twice the spirit value. Elemental sphere, LV1 active. Condense any element into a sphere for attacks, with effects varying by element type. Combat Power Index, 520. These stats left the three in shock, especially the astounding 250 spirit points. Combined with the extraordinary talent of the Child of Elements, it was practically a super elemental bomber. Wow, Gu Huai, your class is incredibly powerful, Li Long said enviously. We need to team up to deal enough damage, but you can just bring a few dragons, and it's like having a high-level national team, easily dealing tons of damage. Elder Long looked at Gu Huai with increasing respect. Gu Huai, keep it up. The potential of this class was indeed astonishing. I will, Gu Huai replied, and then exchanged a few more words with Elder Long before leaving, as he needed to collect medical examination forms. While collecting the forms, Gu Huai noticed a significant change in Long Xinhong's attitude. She handed over her form hesitantly, and even seemed to want his phone number. Faced with this sudden show of interest, Gu Huai politely declined, earning a wistful look from Long Xinhong. At 2 p.m., all the test results were in. Although the data was kept confidential from other members, everyone could sense the tension in the air. Li Long called the group together again to begin the unknown coaching assignments. For the newly transitioned prodigies, these 6 days would be a significant leap forward. The first 4 days of basic training had already pushed most participants to the brink of reaching level 20, with a few standout individuals already achieving the milestone. This progress far surpassed the level of the provincial genius training camp where ordinary trainees took 10 days to reach level 20, while elites like Long Xinhong easily broke through level 30. When it was Gu Huai's turn, a female instructor clad in form-fitting leather armor stood before him. She appeared to be in her early 20s, with healthy sun-kissed skin and an air of wild charm in her movements. Hello, instructor, Gu Huai greeted respectfully. Although he didn't know her identity, anyone in the role of an instructor here had to be extraordinarily skilled. The woman smiled slightly. My surname is Gong. Just call me Instructor Gong. Instructor Gong. Good boy, Gong Jing teased before composing herself. Gu Huai, you are indeed the most exceptional among this group. Reaching level 26 in 4 days truly surprised me. Reporting to Instructor Gong, I am now at level 27, Gu Huai added. Level 27. A flash of surprise crossed Gong Jing's eyes. Even better than I expected. Thank you. Such a polite young man. I like that, Gong Jing said earnestly. However, there's a critical weakness in our Beastmaster profession. Our personal strength tends to be weaker. In the early stages, it's manageable, as the advantage of controlling beasts can suppress opponents of the same level. But as time goes on and other professions acquire more skills, especially when equipment enhancement becomes available at level 70, this disadvantage becomes more pronounced. She looked directly into Gu Huai's eyes. Therefore, we cannot neglect our personal strength just because we're Beastmasters. Over the next few days, I will focus on training your combat skills so that you can protect yourself in dungeons and national war expansions. A large-scale national war expansion. Gu Huai frowned slightly, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. This term was completely unfamiliar to him. It's normal that you don't know, Gong Jing nodded slightly. This information was obtained in advance from the level 80 dungeons. According to the data, when the 5 countries activate their level 80 dungeons, the national war expansion will commence. The first to open are the youth group battles. At this point, Gong Jing's voice turned somber. The rewards here are crucial as they directly impact the progress of the level 80 raids and the acquisition of subsequent intelligence. Gu Huai's expression grew serious. Instructor, what's your class? Spirit Master. Gong Jing's lips curled into a smile. Just like your Dragon Master, it's a unique hidden class. By the way, I'm a member of the national second team, so we might become teammates in the future assuming I survive until then. Upon hearing her identity, a trace of surprise crossed Gu Huai's eyes. He had assumed that the country had only sent someone with decent skills and a similar class to guide him, not expecting a national team member. Don't compare the national team here to the one in the real world. The difference is vast, Gong Jing continued to explain. In this power-centric world, the national team represents the highest combat strength of Long Country. Even members of the national third team are significant figures, equivalent to high-ranking officials in ancient times. But I don't command beasts or dragons. I command spirit entities without life, Gong Jing said nonchalantly. My contract range is extensive, from ghosts and artifact spirits to beast spirits and spirits of nature, and the number is astonishingly high, which is quite different from yours. She paused. Instead of explaining, why don't I show you? Little darlings, come out and say hello, but don't scare him. As soon as she finished speaking, a sudden eerie wind swept around. Gu Huai felt the temperature plummet, a chill reaching his spine. At that moment, a piercing cold sensation touched his neck. Are you feeling hot, little brother? A faint breath brushed against his neck. Gu Huai wanted to move, but found his entire body seemingly bound by an invisible force, leaving him frozen in place. Xiao Qian, stop teasing him. He's still a kid, Gong Jing intervened. Hee hee. A ethereal laugh echoed in his ears. But the aura on this little brother is so tempting, I really want to devour him. The sense of constraint suddenly vanished. and Gu Huai's vision was filled with countless semi-transparent spirit forms. One even boldly clung to him, and the suffocating icy touch made Gu Huai acutely aware of his own insignificance for the first time. Gu Huai turned his head to see a woman in a red coat standing behind him. She was stunningly beautiful, yet her face was unnaturally pale, exuding a chilling aura. This was Xiao Qian, the ghost queen of 100 years, who died with a grievance, harboring a heavy resentment, especially towards handsome men. Don't worry, she won't harm anyone. These spirits around you are all under my care, Gong Jing explained. Hearing this, Xiao Qian playfully stuck out her tongue at Gu Huai before drifting away. Only then did Gu Huai breathe a sigh of relief. The cold sensation was indeed unsettling. This experience further strengthened his resolve to enhance his skill. She never wanted to feel so powerless again. Looking around, he saw an astounding number of spirits floating in the air, easily over 100. They varied in form, human, beast, and even weapon-like shapes. To Gu Huai, each seemed capable of defeating him effortlessly. It wasn't surprising, considering Gong Jing was a member of the national second team, and these spirits' levels were likely above 75, with some possibly reaching 80. Although Gu Huai didn't fully grasp these numbers, he understood it meant their combat power started in the 6 figures, possibly reaching 7. Now that you've seen my spirits, we can start today's training, Gong Jing said. But before that, I need to assess your situation. Go all out. I'll keep my power at level 27. Oh, and don't summon your young dragon just yet. All right. Gu Huai took a deep breath. This was his first actual combat since changing roles, and his opponent was overwhelmingly strong. He didn't expect to win, only to do his best and see what advice Coach Gong could offer. Here I come. Gu Huai pulled out a stylishly designed staff, a part of the divine set he purchased at level 20, as he hadn't decided on a weapon type yet. Seeing Gu Huai's staff, Gong Jing frowned slightly. While a staff could indeed boost energy, she believed this class wasn't suited for a mage set. This wasn't prejudice, but a practical consideration. Their magical skills were inherently weak, and most skills were meant to enhance contracted beasts. Their attributes were average, with few passive skills to boost them. Even with many skill slots, trying to cover all bases would be counterproductive, preventing them from leveraging their class strengths. Unlike mages, Gong Jing's plan for this class involved choosing melee weapons, developing agility and nimbleness, and mastering 1 or 2 survival and breakthrough skills. This wasn't to engage in direct combat, but to have basic self-defense capabilities, so as not to become a burden to the spirits. When Gu Huai charged at Gong Jing with a staff, she couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth. A dragon master using a staff for close combat? It made no sense. Close combat mages should be wielding enchanted weapons like magical spears. However, when Gu Huai's figure flashed, Gong Jing's expression turned serious. Even though she had suppressed her power to level 27, Gu Huai's speed was astonishing even at that level. A sense of danger surged through her, and she instinctively summoned her weaponized sword, about 1.2 meters long, its blade glinting with a faint purple light and adorned with intricate violet patterns. Clang! The sound of metal clashing filled the air. The staff collided with the sword, sending a shower of sparks flying. Gong Jing was forced back a step by the immense force, utterly shocked. How could a dragon master possess such terrifying strength? Her level 27 was not just any ordinary level 27. Even those like Long Xinhong, at level 30, were no match for her. Yet now, she was being pushed back by Gu Huai wielding a staff. Be careful, Instructor Gong, Gu Huai's warning came. Gong Jing immediately adjusted her stance, noticing that Gu Huai's fighting style was extremely raw, no flashy moves, no complex techniques, just pure instinct. This kid is definitely a freak, she cursed inwardly. Old-I really misled me this time. This is nowhere near the same profession. When I was at level 27, I didn't even have half his strength. Witnessing Gu Huai's incredible power, speed, and reflexes, Gong Jing had no choice but to quietly raise her level cap. She didn't want to be defeated while instructing someone else. That would be too embarrassing. Even after raising her level to 40, Gong Jing still felt the pressure from Gu Huai. Reluctantly, she had to increase it to level 50, only then freeing herself from the oppression. No wonder Old-I wants me to be his instructor. This kid is indeed a treasure. With this kind of strength, it won't be long before he joins the 3rd team, and maybe we could even team up. However, Gu Huai's thoughts were entirely different. As expected from a member of the national 2nd team, being so capable at level 27, handling me with ease. It seems I've been too arrogant. Although my profession is strong, Longhua has plenty of talented individuals and powerful professions. I need to work even harder. Otherwise, having such good conditions yet falling behind would be a real failure. With these thoughts in mind, Gu Huai fought with even more focus and dedication. 10 minutes later, the battle concluded. Everything that needed to be observed had been observed. With a single sword strike, Gong Jing effortlessly pushed Gu Huai back, standing poised and calm, showing no signs of exertion. To her, this battle didn't even qualify as a warm-up. Instructor Gong, your strength is incredible. Gu Huai steadied himself after being repelled, his expression calm. The outcome was expected. Gong Jing's power was indeed terrifying. Even when limited to level 27, she displayed astonishing prowess. Gu Huai estimated that only by summoning the little azure dragon could he possibly contend with Gong Jing at level 27. Hearing the compliment, Gong Jing's cheeks flushed slightly before she changed the subject. Gu Huai, why didn't you use any skills during the fight? Well, Gu Huai appeared embarrassed. I don't have any offensive skills. No offensive skills? Gong Jing's brow furrowed, her tone clearly puzzled. That's right. Gong Jing's expression turned serious. You should learn at least 2 offensive skills to handle unexpected situations. Instructor Gong, it's not that I don't want to learn, I simply can't. Can't learn? What do you mean? Gong Jing was baffled. Does your class have special restrictions on learning skills, preventing you from gaining offensive skills? She thought to herself that while classes do impose some limitations on skill learning, they usually aren't too strict. Judging by their earlier exchange, Gu Huai seemed capable and should know quite a few skills. No. Gu Huai shook his head and quickly explained as Gong Jing was about to speak. It's like this, Instructor Gong. I don't have any skill slots. Besides the 2 initial skills and one I gained at level 10, I haven't acquired any new skills. I've never even seen a skill slot. I don't know why. Have you ever encountered this? Gong Jing initially intended to advise Gu Huai against indiscriminate skill learning, but after hearing his explanation, her face showed disbelief. Are you saying you've never received a skill slot? Not even at level 20 or after your first job change? Gu Huai nodded with a wry smile and pulled up his status panel, showing Gong Jing the screenshot of his skill count. Only 3 skills and 0 skill slots. Gong Jing's eyes widened in surprise. She had never heard of such a situation. Did you receive anything else at level 20 or during your first job change? She asked offhandedly. Nothing at level 20, but during my first job change, I received a skill enhancement point. This statement seemed to trigger something in Gong Jing, who instinctively grabbed Gu Huai's shoulder with such force that he felt it might dislocate. At that moment, he truly understood Gong Jing's frightening strength. Instructor Gong, it hurts. Sorry, I lost my composure. Gong Jing quickly released him, but her eyes were still filled with shock. But what did you say you received just now? Gong Jing quickly let go of Gu Huai's shoulder, an apologetic look on her face. Her gaze fell on the skill enhancement point, a hint of disbelief flashing in her eyes. Is this really a skill enhancement point? She carefully confirmed the system prompt. Indeed, it says it must be used before the second job change. After saying this, Gong Jing exhaled deeply and looked at Gu Huai with eyes full of shock, as if she were looking at an incredible marvel. What's wrong, Instructor Gong? Gu Huai noticed her unusual expression. Do you know how valuable this skill enhancement point is? Seeing Gu Huai shake his head, Instructor Gong took a deep breath and explained gravely. We only get one of these enhancement points at the third job change. It not only upgrades the skill tier, but also guarantees at least 1 level increase from the original skill level, with an upper limit that's unpredictable. Gong Jing grew more excited as she spoke, and Gu Huai could understand her feelings. Is it really that precious? Of course. Gong Jing shot him a look. Gu Huai smiled awkwardly, realizing he had been taking it for granted. But I still want a skill slot to learn a cool attack skill. There will be opportunities in the future, Gong Jing reassured him. For now, let me see your dragons. I need to fully understand your capabilities. Originally, she was just completing the task assigned by Li Long, but now she was increasingly curious about Gu Huai. She knew well the power of the skill enhancement point was what had propelled her from 5th to 2nd among her peers. All right, Gu Huai agreed readily. He understood that showcasing his abilities would earn him more national resources, so there was no need to hide them. Come on out, little ones. Slight ripples appeared in the air, and 3 young dragons materialized. A blue 2-horned dragon, nearly a meter long. A purple-black thunder dragon, surrounded by destructive currents, also close to a meter long. And finally, a palm-sized silver dragon with adorable big eyes, blending harmoniously with its surroundings. Gong Jing didn't have any special feelings for the second and third dragons, but the silver dragon gave her an indescribably unique sensation. Is that the little azure dragon? She asked, pointing to the first one. Yes, Gu Huai nodded. Little azure dragon, little thunder dragon, little silver dragon. Say hello to Instructor Gong. He admitted the names were rather casual, and because the elemental dragons' names were difficult to simplify, he used colors to refer to them. Although the elemental dragons had their opinions about this, they had to accept their father's dominance. Aa. The 3 little ones each let out their own unique sounds, as if competing to see who could be the most adorable. Gong Jing looked at their innocent faces, and her heart melted instantly. Their cuteness was simply irresistible to both men and women. After playing with the little ones for a while, Gong Jing suddenly remembered her main task. She glanced up at the towering replica building, where the floor housing the sky tower had been opened but appeared unusually quiet. The reason was simple. This replica was set to match Gu Huai's level, and players who were still at level 30 after more than a year generally had average talent and thus weren't qualified to enter. A few people were scattered around, watching with a mix of longing and helplessness. If only the level requirement for this replica were higher, someone sighed. After all, hidden replicas often meant rare opportunities. As people discussed, a sudden exclamation broke through the crowd. They're here. They referred to the participants in this year's National Reserve Team selection. Over 40 teenagers filed in, led by a particularly striking young man. Who's that leading them? He's so handsome. I don't know him. But the two beauties beside him are Long Xinhan and Wenrin Lingxue. With the arrival of these outstanding youths, the atmosphere on site became tense. Staff in military uniforms quickly moved to clear the onlookers and secure the area. These teenagers were the country's future hope, and security measures were crucial to prevent any foreign infiltrators from causing trouble. Once the area was cleared, Li Long appeared before the group. You're in luck, you've stumbled upon a hidden replica, he announced, scanning the group before his gaze settled on Gu Huai. But this time, you owe your thanks to one person. The reserve team members exchanged puzzled looks. Due to information lockdowns and confidentiality agreements, they were unaware of the specifics. Although the background-savvy onlookers knew there was a hidden replica here, they were clueless about its trigger conditions or origin. That's right, it's Gu Huai. Li Long named him directly. This replica was triggered by him. As for the exact reason, he smiled mysteriously. That's a secret. Let's thank Gu Huai. The expressions of those present grew complex. Once again, Gu Huai had quietly worked a miracle. No wonder he's the man I chose, someone in the crowd remarked with admiration. Long Xinxin gazed dreamily into the distance, looking every bit like a girl in love, which made Wenrin Lingxue rub her temples in exasperation. It dawned on her that the usually haughty Xinxin was indeed a romantic at heart, just that she had never before met someone who caught her eye. The experiences of the past few days had indeed caused a dramatic shift in everyone's mindset. They had to admit that each person here possessed formidable abilities, leading them to accept some previously hard-to-swallow realities. All right, enough chatter, Li Long said, looking around at everyone. I don't know much about the specifics of this hidden instance. The choice is yours now. Stay here if you want to enter, or stand behind me if you wish to leave. No one moved. They all understood that a hidden instance represented a massive opportunity, and no one wanted to miss it. Good. Seems like there are no deserters, Li Long nodded. But I must remind you, the difficulty of this instance is likely high. It's set according to Gu Huai's level, whatever level he is. That's the level of the instance. Got it. The group remained calm upon hearing this, except for Liao Jinxian, whose expression changed slightly on par with Gu Huai. He had already reached level 26 the day before yesterday, so now he must be. Oh, by the way, Li Long continued, observing their calm reactions, Gu Huai is currently level 32. What? The room erupted in shock. Even the usually composed Wenrin Lingxue couldn't help but glance at Gu Huai twice, blurting out, freak. Qian Boyong's face changed dramatically. As the future hope of the Qian family, he always thought his talent was unparalleled, with only Wenrin Lingxue and Long Xinxin as his equals among his peers. But Gu Huai's sudden rise shattered his perception. He had been working tirelessly these past 2 days, earning praise from the instructors for his determination. Now he too had reached level 26, which should have been a source of pride, but in front of level 32, it seemed insignificant. Liao Jinxian sighed, but there was no sign of retreat in her eyes. She had been striving to improve over the past 2 days and had reached level 22. Although the 8-level gap with Gu Huai was daunting, she had no intention of giving up. The legendary hidden instance was a treasure trove, with possibilities of finding pink inheritance, skill books, profession enhancement scrolls, and hidden profession transfer books, precious soulbound items. Obtaining any of these could significantly boost her strength and secure her place in the national team. Having encountered so many outstanding peers, Liao Jinxian felt only excitement and a fighting spirit. She didn't want to return to Hangzhou as a frog in a well. She longed to face more challenges here and become even more exceptional. When Gu Huai announced his level as 32, the entire scene fell silent. Qian Boyong's expression changed noticeably. He had assumed that even though his level of 26 might not match Gu Huai's, the gap wouldn't be too large. However, the 6-level difference felt like a harsh wake-up call. It wasn't just Qian Boyong. Everyone present was stunned by the number. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief as they looked at Gu Huai with a mix of awe and incredulity. In contrast, Liao Jinxuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. She couldn't wait to return to Han Province to tell Zhang Wanchun the news and see how this girl, who secretly admired Gu Huai, would react. Facing the varied looks of surprise and complexity from the crowd, Gu Huai could only offer a wry smile. He was well aware that the leveling spots provided by the state had indeed accelerated his progress significantly. At this pace, reaching level 50 might not take long. Li Long, satisfied with the reaction, asked, "What do you think now? Anyone want to back out?" Among the 44 participants in the assessment, excluding Gu Huai, only 5 were above level 25. This meant that most were around 10 levels behind Gu Huai. For these prodigies, a 10-level gap typically wouldn't be a big deal, but when it was widened by someone even more talented, it stung deeply. Yet no one spoke up to quit. Their pride wouldn't let them leave in defeat. It seems you've all made up your minds, Li Long nodded. Very well. Gu Huai, go ahead and activate the instance. Gu Huai approached the instance, his gaze shifting slightly. Soon, the Tower of Babel emitted a beam of light that enveloped him. In less than 3 seconds, the system's voice chimed. Detected Gu Huai's level as 32. The hidden instance path to the heavens is being constructed based on Gu Huai's level. Construction time, 3 minutes. Please wait patiently. 3 minutes later, a deep blue instance gate appeared out of nowhere before everyone. Even Li Long couldn't discern how it had formed. The system prompt sounded again. Instance construction successful. The instance information then appeared before them. Hidden instance. Path to the heavens. Instance difficulty, abyss level. Instance description. The path to the heavens is incredibly challenging. This instance simulates only part of the path to the heavens due to low levels. Here, as long as your strength suffices, you can obtain what you desire. Upon seeing the words abyss level, everyone's expressions turned serious. Abyss level is a difficulty higher than nightmare level and the highest known difficulty. This level typically appears in instances above level 70, and even Li Long was witnessing abyss level in a sub-70 instance for the first time. Seeing this difficulty level made even the usually composed Li Long consider stopping everyone from entering the instance. Because Gu Huai and his group represent the hope and future of the nation. Amidst the tense expressions of the crowd, a gentle voice emerged. Got scared, didn't you? It's normal. Facing such a high-level challenge suddenly would frighten anyone. Just then, outside, a series of golden letters appeared, crookedly arranged. The moment Gu Huai saw them, he couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Such poor taste was truly speechless. Don't worry, you're my descendants in a way. How could I be so cruel? Dying in this instance doesn't mean real death. But remember, if you die here, everything you've gained, including experience and memories, will vanish. The golden text continued to flash. No need to worry. Only the memories related to this instance will disappear. I've set a time reversal ability at the entrance. Once you pass through, a time mark will be imprinted on you. If you die within the instance, this ability will automatically activate to revive you, at the cost of losing everything acquired during this time. The text paused briefly, seemingly giving everyone a moment to digest the information. By the way, this instance only lasts for 3 hours. Once time's up, the instance will disappear. Make the most of this great opportunity. With that, the text vanished completely. Everyone exchanged glances, turning their eyes to Li Long, awaiting his decision. We can go in, Li Long said with a complex expression. These young people might not understand what time reversal means, but he knew very well such power only appeared in certain expansions, and those who could wield it were extraordinary. This instance was evidently more complex than it seemed. With Li Long's approval, the group seemed to shed a psychological burden. Since they wouldn't truly die, what was there to fear? Then I'll go in first. Standing at the forefront, Gu Huai stepped directly into the instance. The familiar feeling of teleportation washed over him, and soon he found himself in the world of the instance. In front of him stretched a corridor 10 meters wide and 30 to 50 meters high, its sides made of some unidentifiable material, extending endlessly into the distance. Welcome to the path to the heavens, a voice echoed in his mind. At the end of the path lies the treasure you seek. Go ahead and set out. Before the words had fully settled, the sound of orderly footsteps echoed, like soldiers clad in armor marching. Gu Huai alertly looked towards the source of the sound. An advancing squad of soldiers came into view, led by a figure in purple armor, followed by a group in blue armor. Intruder detected, no mercy. A cold, mechanical voice reverberated through the corridor. Gu Huai quickly pulled up the detailed information panel of the soldiers, carefully studying the guards of this abyss-level difficulty instance. 11 armored soldiers' data appeared before him. The most striking was the purple elite monster, of divine quality, at level 32, with a combat power index of 3,612. It possessed 4 skills: Harden, Execution, Swift, and Phantasm. The remaining 10 were blue elite monsters, of epic quality, also level 32, with a combat power index of 2,998, and similar skills except for the absence of Phantasm. The souls guarding the path to heaven, armored, will block all who attempt to cross it. Gu Huai recited the description, not overly concerned with these seemingly ordinary attribute values. Meanwhile, another challenger, Liao Jinxian, also entered the instant space. To her surprise, she was greeted by the same lineup of 11 armored soldiers. The aura of a battle goddess enveloped Liao Jinxian instantly. She swiftly changed into her combat gear of form-fitting black leather armor, accentuating her perfectly trained physique, with a cyan longsword gleaming with a cold light in her hand. She quickly glanced at her attribute panel, Sword Emperor, a hidden class she was particularly proud of. At level 22, combined with this sword heart talent, she could enhance her final damage by 1.5 times when using sword techniques. Her skill list included powerful abilities like Sword Heart Storm LV3, Chaotic Flower Sword Burial LV2, and Sword Heart Strike LV2. What gave her the most confidence was her combat power index breaking the 4,000 mark for 1004. Let's deal with these first, then worry about what's next, Liao Jinxian thought to herself. The battle was about to begin. The armored soldiers launched a charge, and Liao Jinxian immediately entered combat mode. Sword Heart Strike. Chaotic Flower Sword Burial. Her rapid-fire skills unleashed a barrage, taking down the 10 blue armored soldiers one after another with her sharp sword techniques. Only the purple armored soldier remained, and its phantasm skill was proving to be a headache for Liao Jinxian. She rubbed her temples, knowing that without this skill, despite the similar attributes, it wouldn't withstand her full-force assault for long. As an elite professional, she was well aware that she could often defeat stronger opponents, even battling elite monsters with attributes 1.2 times higher than her own. Not to mention, she could usually hold her own against bosses of the same level. Such was the power of elite classes. If skills were used wisely, or if she encountered a counter relationship, defeating stronger adversaries was possible, though it would require more effort. Sword Heart Storm. Liao Jinxian raised her long sword once more, determined to end this battle. Under Liao Jinxuan's assault, the armored purple fell heavily to the ground. She was about to advance further when she suddenly halted. An overwhelming sight lay ahead. 100 monsters lined up in 10 neat rows, led by a commander clad in black armor. Liao Jinxuan's face turned ashen. Facing such a horde, unless she fought them one by one, she stood no chance. A single reckless charge could spell her doom. Run, she thought urgently, turning to flee without hesitation. The situation for the other prodigies was no better. Even Long Xinhong, who had reached level 27 with a combat power index exceeding 5,800, had to choose to fight and retreat simultaneously. Although she had a level 30 gold set ready, she was currently only equipped with a level 25 red set, and chose to avoid the unknown threat of the army ahead. Across the other 43 regions, all the prodigies were engaged in similar life-saving escapes, though their speed varied. However, when Gu Huai witnessed this scene, his eyes lit up. To him, this was not danger. It was a veritable goldmine of experience points. Whether it was the ordinary armored blue or the elite armored purple, they were all prey he could dispatch instantly. Each armored blue provided 4,800 experience points, and the armored purple a whopping 8,000. Considering the monsters he'd already defeated, this amounted to over 600,000 experience points. If he encountered such dense groups again, he was confident in leveling up 1 or 2 more times. Xiao Qinglong. Gu Huai summoned his most powerful companion. Although Xiao Leilong could handle the task, it would take more time. In contrast, Xiao Qinglong needed only a single dragon roar to annihilate the monsters. Yeah, Xiao Qinglong cried out excitedly, long accustomed to viewing these monsters as nourishment for her strength. One dragon roar reverberated, and the monsters fell without resistance. This was the gap in power gathering. All 43 other prodigies would still leave them kneeling before Xiao Qinglong. Even with just Xiao Leilong, Gu Huai was confident he could defeat them all, illustrating the insurmountable gap between him and the other prodigies. Gu Huai didn't even bother checking the information on the armor, black, mainly because he was too lazy. In his eyes, this path to the heavens might seem insurmountable to others, even for the most talented who team up, but for him, it was as easy as a stroll in the garden. To maximize efficiency, Gu Huai decided to keep the little green dragon with him, while putting the little thunder dragon and little silver dragon into the dragon space. This setup ensured that all the experience points would be concentrated on him and the little green dragon. His plan was simple. First, level himself and the little green dragon up to level 50. Then let the little green dragon help train the other 2 baby dragons. This method was definitely more efficient than leveling up together. In just over 10 minutes of progress, they left countless monster corpses in their wake. At that point, a system notification sounded, indicating that they had only completed a quarter of the journey. Gu Huai was overjoyed considering that leveling up from 32 to 33 required 3.2 million experience points. He and the little green dragon would need a total of 6.4 million experience points. Including the experience they had accumulated before, they were already on the verge of reaching level 33. And since they were only a quarter of the way through, there was still a huge amount of experience to be gained, possibly even reaching level 35 directly. No doubt it's a hidden quest. The experience is indeed generous. Gu Huai turned to the little green dragon beside him and asked with concern, "How are you holding up?" After all, the battles were mostly fought by it. "Yeah, Dad, I'm very strong." The little green dragon proudly raised its head, clearly enjoying the time alone with him. "I believe in you." Gu Huai affectionately patted its head. Suddenly, the little green dragon let out a warning cry. "Yeah? There's a big one coming." Gu Huai focused his gaze ahead and saw a flamboyantly dressed man appear in front of them. This man was astonishingly tall, about 2.5 meters, clad in luxurious gear, with rainbow-colored wings spread behind him. making him shine dazzlingly. Are you the intruder? The man glanced between Gu Huai and the little green dragon. And you even have a dragon with you. Your strength must be considerable. It's just unfortunate you encountered me, she. Before he finished speaking, the wings on the man's back flapped violently, stirring up a fierce whirlwind. Gu Huai took the opportunity to glance at the man's information. Monster, she. Boss quality, golden legend. Level, LV32. Combat power index, 11,000. Skills, holy light, hurricane, she annihilation. Description, one of the four generals guarding the path to the heavens. This is a phantom, possessing only a fraction of the true power. One of the four generals? With this level of strength, it dares to claim abyss-level difficulty? Gu Huai muttered to himself. Nowadays, he was a different person, with his bloodline power reaching level 5, plus talent bonuses, allowing him to inherit 38 of attributes. His combat power index at level 32 was already as high as 19,274, far surpassing his opponent. Xiao Qinglong, level 32, combat power index 20,500. Xiao Leilong, level 32, combat power index 9,926. Xiao Yinlong, level 17, combat power index 3,587. These stats of his battle pets filled Gu Huai with confidence. Over the past few days, Gu Huai had been anything but idle. Under Gong Jing's meticulous guidance, he not only raised his level from 27 to 32, but also significantly enhanced his close combat skills. Just yesterday, when he reached level 30, Gong Jing arranged a set of golden equipment for him, including a heavy sword. This style of weapon, which emphasized broad, sweeping attacks, was what Gong Jing discovered best suited Gu Huai during their training sessions. It was this set of golden gear that boosted Gu Huai's combat index to such an impressive level. Even more exciting, the equipment came with two powerful skills, Blazing Mountain Slash and Earth Shatter. Blazing Mountain Slash is an area attack skill, dealing damage at 6 times his strength. Earth Shatter is a single target attack, with damage reaching 7 times his strength. These multipliers are already remarkable to most, though they seem less dazzling compared to Gu Huai's extraordinary dragons. Gong Jing chose these pure attack skills because Gu Huai had already mastered the Share Pain ability, a skill almost divine in its effectiveness. It not only provides damage immunity, but also has 3 transformation forms, making it perfectly suited for their profession. Faced with Shi, Gu Huai was well aware even his Xiao Leilong could take down the opponent alone. When Shi unleashed a hurricane, Xiao Qinglong dismissively flicked its tail. This simple gesture instantly tore the hurricane apart with a terrifying force, striking Shi directly. Although this boss with a combat power index of 11,000 wasn't defeated instantly, it was left in a sorry state, sprawled on the ground, its proud wings losing their brilliance. Pathetic little creature, Gu Huai scoffed, walking forward without giving Shi a second thought. I'll have your life. She roared in fury, but it was destined to be his final cry. In the next moment, Xiao Qinglong's tail slammed down, reducing Shi to fragments. The system notification followed. Total experience gained 320,000. This bountiful experience allowed both Gu Huai and Xiao Qinglong to surpass their level caps. Gu Huai advanced to level 33, gaining a 20-point boost in all basic attributes, while Xiao Qinglong also reached level 33, with each basic attribute increasing by 100 points. These were the raw values. With various enhancements, the actual increase would be even more astonishing. Not bad, level 33. Gu Huai looked at his level increase with satisfaction, while the little green dragon let out a cheerful "ya" sound. The upcoming section posed little challenge for Gu Huai. The 3 generals appeared one after another, each stronger than the last, but even the strongest, with a power index of just 12,400, was defeated by Gu Huai with a single move. After this series of battles, Gu Huai's level rose to 34, just one step away from 35. The continuous expenditure of energy from releasing dragon breath for 40 minutes made the little green dragon show signs of fatigue. Seeing this, Gu Huai decided to take a short break and took out a dragon crystal to replenish energy. As soon as the little green dragon saw the crystal, its eyes lit up immediately. Meanwhile, other contestants, though not as strong as Gu Huai, managed to hold on using their own survival tactics. They fought and retreated, each defeating at least 100 armored foes, with the stronger ones advancing to checkpoints with 500 armored enemies. Phew, I'm really out of strength, Long Xinhong said, exhausted, as she lay on the ground after defeating another wave of monsters. Each of these armored foes had a power index of over 5,200, requiring effort even unknown, let alone facing hordes of them. She looked at the endless path ahead and couldn't help but acknowledge the abyss-level difficulty of this instance. Long Xinhong's thoughts drifted to Gu Huai. She had never seen such an outstanding and handsome guy before, and even his fierce nature was part of his charm. Determined not to fall too far behind, she gathered her spirits to continue, unaware that her progress hadn't even reached 5. As Gu Huai defeated the last of the four generals, a system notification sounded. You have entered the second half of the path to the heavens and have caught the attention of some significant figures. Be cautious, many strong opponents will target you. If you feel endangered, you can exit and still receive substantial rewards. So the first half just ended? Gu Huai chuckled, realizing this was fitting for abyss-level difficulty. While pondering, the system gave another prompt. Current progress, 80. This number puzzled Gu Huai. Shouldn't it be just 50? However, he didn't have much time to think about it, as a group of winged birdmen suddenly appeared ahead, shouting in unison, "Prepare to die, sinner. This is no place for you. But since you're here, there's only one path left for you, death. Divine punishment." Suddenly, an angel radiating a holy light appeared before Gu Huai, his pure white wings stretching out in the air, the golden glow enveloping the entire space. This unexpected encounter caught Gu Huai off guard. He never imagined he would meet the legendary winged being here. The system immediately provided detailed information about this creature. Monster, two-winged angel. Quality, legendary gold. Level, LV37. Combat power index, 6811. Skills, divine punishment, light feather arrow, holy radiance. Description, a member of the angel legion under the god of light. A fervent believer in the supremacy of power. God of light, angel legion. Gu Huai's pupils suddenly contracted. Although he had heard rumors about deities, witnessing such an existence firsthand was truly astounding. These details seemed to faintly connect with the legend of the Tower of Babel said to once reach the heavens, but was severed by the gods for some reason. Despite the considerable number of enemies before him, with the little green dragon by his side, Gu Huai didn't feel particularly anxious. Instead, his thoughts began to wander, recalling the vague records and ancient texts that hinted at traces related to job changers appearing centuries ago. Focus on the present. Gu Huai shook his head, dismissing these distant thoughts. No matter how intriguing the secrets of the gods were, they were far too remote for him now. The most important thing right now was to enhance his own strength. Just then, the system unexpectedly delivered a new prompt. Killed an enemy faction monster, gained double experience. Total experience gained, 37,000. Faction monster? Gu Huai frowned. In the game mechanics he knew, he had never heard of such a term. This brand new concept left him deeply puzzled. A two-winged angel fell under the sharp claws of the little azure dragon, and the system immediately popped up a double experience notification. Gu Huai squinted. His suspicion confirmed the broken Tower of Babel was likely related to the Light God faction. As for this path to the heavens, it might have been constructed by those who once sought to challenge the Light faction. Judging by the current silence, the outcome of that battle was probably not favorable. The battle continued. Over 200 two-winged angels were quickly cleared, bringing Gu Huai a generous haul of 7 million experience points. This allowed both Gu Huai and the little azure dragon to level up again, and he couldn't help but reassess these bird people, at least in terms of providing experience. They were quite valuable. Little azure dragon, let's keep moving forward. Gu Huai was about to step forward when he suddenly stopped. In the horizon ahead, a dense swarm of flying figures approached, blocking out the sky. The leading angel was particularly striking, with 3 pairs of wings shimmering with holy light under the sun. Exuding a nobler aura than the other sit was a 6-winged angel. Behind it, hundreds and thousands of angel troops formed a grand formation. Now this feels like a true abyss-level dungeon. Gu Huai's blood surged with excitement as he surveyed the scene. The 6-winged angel's gaze fell on the little azure dragon, completely ignoring Gu Huai. Dragon clan? Why are you here? This planet was first discovered by us, the angel clan. Gu Huai took the opportunity to check the information on the 6-winged angel. Monster, 6-winged angel boss. Quality, demigod level. Level, LV37. Combat power index, 24,300. Skills, summon god, holy feather arrow, triple divine punishment, light magic, angel's flame, forbidden spell, eternal light. Description, under the light god's command, the leader of 1,000-strong angel legion, endowed with the light god's blessing, possesses immense power. Seeing this demigod-level boss with a combat power index of 24,300, Gu Huai couldn't help but feel a sense of gravity. Even more challenging was the presence of over a dozen 4-winged angels and over 1,000 2-winged angels behind the 6-winged angel. This was bound to be a tough battle. Fortunately, they had leveled up to 36. The little azure dragon's combat power index reached 24,000, only 300 points shy of the 6-winged angel. Gu Huai also had a combat power of 21,800, enough to put up a fight. The little azure dragon looked at Gu Huai upon hearing this, and only then did the 6-winged angel cast its gaze upon the human, eyes full of disdain and contempt. However, as it began to say human race, I didn't expect you to be, it suddenly shuddered, its gaze becoming vacant, its tone suddenly respectful. I did not realize you were the great and holy human race. Gu Huai was full of questions. This sudden change in attitude bewildered him. Even stranger, The six-winged angel's eyes quickly cleared, and its face once again showed obvious disdain and contempt. Gu Huai immediately sensed the hidden implications behind the previous words, causing his mouth to twitch slightly. His mind conjured the image of the bald man he encountered in the sky tower. Given that man's personality, such trickery was to be expected. Perish! The six-winged angel arrogantly looked down at Gu Huai as the angelic flames gathered in his palm. I'll handle this. Just as the little green dragon was about to step in, Gu Huai's calm voice resonated. It had been a long time since he had personally fought in a dungeon. This life-and-death battle was the perfect opportunity to get his adrenaline pumping and hone his close combat skills. Besides, the little green dragon had been fighting continuously for nearly an hour and might struggle against such a powerful foe. As Gu Huai contemplated, he summoned the little thunder dragon. Although the little thunder dragon's combat power was slightly lacking against the six-winged angel, her powerful thunder-based attacks were excellent for clearing out lesser enemies, albeit at a high energy cost. As for the weaker little silver dragon, she was not yet ready to participate in battles of this caliber. With a grand flourish, Gu Huai swapped his equipment. He donned the golden legendary set known as Kaloya, a light armor style with a crimson greatsword, giving him the appearance of being cloaked in flames. Earth Shatter. Gu Huai struck with his sword, only to find the ground here exceptionally solid. Not only him, but even the little green dragon had failed to leave any marks on this path after prolonged combat. Although the ground didn't crack, the power of the strike was still impressive, dispersing the angelic flames and sending a hot gust that lifted Gu Huai's hair. You, a noble human, managed to block it, the six-winged angel said incredulously, emphasizing the word noble. The little green dragon, understanding Gu Huai's intent, quickly grasped his plinto, personally gauged the six-winged angel's strength while creating an opening for her and the little thunder dragon to clear the remaining minions. Power of the Greenwood. Dragon Blood Boil. Dragon's Might. The little green dragon and the little thunder dragon coordinated seamlessly, unleashing a chain of skills. With the dual buffs, the aura emanating from the little green dragon was intimidating. The sudden dragon's might left the once confident six-winged angel visibly shaken. This area attack affected everyone except allies, causing thousands of angels in the sky to fall like beads from a broken string. Forbidden Spell, Eternal Light. Seeing his subordinates fall one after another, the six-winged angel, in a panic, unleashed his ultimate move. Flame Mountain Slash. Gu Huai smirked slightly, launching a counterattack against the six-winged angel without hesitation. Thunderheart. Thunderous Wrath. Not to be outdone, the little thunder dragon began forming thunderclouds in the sky. This was a skill she had mastered at level 30, significantly boosting lightning damage in the Thunderheart state. This time, she was going all out. On the battlefield, a person, two dragons, and a birdman unleashed an astonishing display of power. Under this terrifying force, the remaining birdman warriors were as helpless as small boats in a raging storm, unable to fight back. These birdman warriors shouldn't have been so fragile. They could have formed an angelic battle formation to significantly boost their combat power. However, since this was merely a challenging level in a game, the designers had limited knowledge of such advanced tactics and only managed a rough imitation. The six-winged angel watched Gu Huai's fierce attack coming towards it, panic evident on its face. In a moment of impulse, it had attempted to cast a forbidden spell, forgetting the substantial preparation time and resources such powerful magic required. In desperation, it threw out a half-finished forbidden spell. The target was not Gu Huai, as it knew that defeating him alone was futile. The priority was to protect its angelic army. Phantom of the Azure Dragon. The dragon's might swept across the battlefield, an indiscriminate attack that managed to clear about a third of the angels due to the sheer number of enemies, all originating from the same source. Even so, the experience gained was substantial. If not for the little thunder dragon sharing the experience points, Gu Huai and the little azure dragon would each have leveled up. Behind the little azure dragon, a large and solid phantom appeared. She gently waved her arm, enveloping the little thunder dragon within the phantom. As for Gu Huai, she did not extend her protection, partly because he was slightly farther away, and partly because Gu Huai had activated his pain-sharing ability, transferring the damage to her. With the Azure Dragon Phantom providing a safety net, the little Azure Dragon was fearless. Azure Dragon's Sky-Splitting Claw. In the sky, a blue dragon claw over 2 meters long appeared, more imposing than before. The claw, carrying terrifying power, directly tore apart the forbidden spell, Eternal Light. Seeing this, the six-winged angel's expression changed drastically. It seemed to make a resolute decision, using a secret technique and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Summon the deity. Tail of the Azure Dragon. By this time, Gu Huai had already begun to retreat. Although his combat power index was similar to that of the little Azure Dragon, he was well aware of his own limitations. In a friendly spar, he might exchange a few moves with the little Azure Dragon, but if she went all out, he wouldn't last even one move. Anyone who has played mobile games understands that combat power index is just a number. Real battle skills are what matter. Like the tier system in card games, the little Azure Dragon was definitely at the top T0 level in actual combat, while Gu Huai was at best a T2. With such a disparity, even with equal combat power, Gu Huai couldn't withstand the little Azure Dragon's relentless attacks. A brilliant light shield enveloped the six-winged angel as the little Azure Dragon's tail struck it heavily. With a loud bang, fine cracks appeared on the shield. The six-winged angel closed its eyes, concentrating, as a divine aura descended from the heavens into its body. In an instant, its 3 pairs of wings increased to 4, upgrading it to an 8-winged angel. The divine aura around it intensified, and even Gu Huai could feel the aura of death emanating from the 8-winged angel. Now this feels like abyss-level difficulty, Gu Huai murmured to himself, acknowledging that this was undoubtedly the strongest opponent he had encountered so far. On the other side, Xiao Leilong had gathered all its strength. The sky was heavy with thick black clouds, pressing down like a giant curtain, exuding an oppressive and suffocating atmosphere. Thunderous Might. Thunder Control Technique. The Thunder Control Technique was a new skill Xiao Leilong had mastered upon reaching level 30. It not only enhanced the power of lightning-based moves, but also elevated Xiao Leilong's control over lightning to a whole new level. Gu Huai had high hopes for this skill, although its full potential couldn't be unleashed yet. Once Xiao Leilong undergoes a second, or even third transformation, it would surely yield more spectacular results. With the Thunder Control Technique, this display of Thunderous might showcase a power capable of destruction on a massive scale. A black bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, formed in the sky, radiating a chilling aura of destruction. Meanwhile, the 8-winged angel, having completed its summoning ritual, stood with eyes devoid of any emotional fluctuations, resembling a soulless war machine. It coldly unleashed its power of light to clash with the descending black lightning. Surprisingly, there wasn't the expected fierce collision. The power of light directly consumed the lightning. Seeing this, Gu Huai promptly ordered Xiao Leilong to adjust its attack range. Although the power of Thunderous Might was formidable enough to even make him wary, the strength displayed by the 8-winged angel was overwhelming. Even if the lightning hit its mark entirely, it would barely faze the angel. Besides, this move was primarily intended for its subordinates. The true opponent for the 8-winged angel was Xiao Qinglong. The two mighty beings engaged in an intense aerial battle. For Xiao Qinglong, it was the first time encountering an opponent of equal strength. Previous battles were either won in a single strike or within a few moves. This evenly matched contest filled Xiao Qinglong with excitement. As Xiao Qinglong and the 8-winged angel began their duel, only Gu Huai, Xiao Leilong, and nearly 1,000 2-winged and 4-winged angels remained on the field. Xiao Leilong, it's up to us now. Yeah, Xiao Leilong responded with excitement, marking its first time fighting independently without the protection of its elder sister, Qinglong. Xiao Leilong, be careful, don't forget to control the sea of lightning. Gu Huai quickly reminded, seeing Xiao Leilong's excitement causing the black sea of lightning in the sky to waver. However, with the boost from the thunder control technique, managing such a vast sea of lightning became much easier for Xiao Leilong. Yeah, almost forgot. Xiao Leilong looked a bit embarrassed, but then its eyes turned resolute. Although it didn't possess the raw power to decimate monsters like its sister Qinglong, it had its own advantage-perfect synergy between its skills. Black lightning poured down like a waterfall, engulfing the angels. Thunderstorm. Accompanied by deafening thunder, a scorched scent spread across the battlefield as numerous angels turned to charred remains and fell. The visual effects were breathtaking, with experience points bursting forth like a shower of stars. The only disappointment was that the monsters in this hidden dungeon didn't drop any materials or equipment. Otherwise, the value of the gear alone could easily fetch millions. Blazing Mountain Slash. A fierce flame carved a graceful arc through the air, akin to a sharp fiery blade slicing into the crowd of angels. Watching these winged birdmen being engulfed by the flames brought an indescribable thrill. Meanwhile, outside, Li Long was puzzled when he saw Gong Jing. Today, Gong Jing was uncharacteristically dressed in a loose robe, intentionally hiding her perfect figure. From what he knew of Gong Jing, this female warrior usually stuck to a strict routine, either on missions or at the national team base, rarely venturing out. Gong Jing, what brings you here? Is it about Gu Huai? Li Long guessed the purpose even before she spoke. Indeed, Li Lao. Gong Jing approached Li Long with genuine respect. Although their abilities were comparable, Li Long's contributions as one of the 9 elders were well recognized. How has Gu Huai been performing under your training these past few days? Li Long was curious about Gu Huai's progress. His knowledge of Gu Huai was limited to surface-level information, but Gong Jing was specifically tasked with observing him. He's outstanding, a natural-born warrior. Gong Jing couldn't help but praise. Li Long frowned slightly at her words. A natural-born warrior? While Gu Huai's combat index was indeed extraordinary, his lack of effective attack skills would significantly limit his combat effectiveness. Sensing Li Long's doubts, Gong Jing explained, "It's not just about his combat index. It's his incredible combat instincts, especially when wielding a heavy sword, that are truly intimidating. Although the lack of attack skills is a weakness, it can be compensated with skills from equipment. Honestly, even if he weren't a dragon master, his combat instincts alone would make him formidable." Li Long was genuinely surprised by Gong Jing's high evaluation. Known for her caution, Gong Jing rarely praised others so easily. "It seems you have high hopes for Gu Huai." Gong Jing smiled slightly, but said nothing. "Do you think he can conquer the abyss-level path to heaven?" "With his strength, there's no doubt." Gong Jing's tone was firm. "I'm looking forward to his performance. However, the path to heaven seems linked to a historical event, whether by coincidence or—" Li Long mused. "This might not be a coincidence. The path to heaven could indeed be connected to those pre-epic transferees." If Gu Huai were present to hear this conversation, he would be shocked. The so-called pre-epic transferees referred to those who completed their transitions 30 years ago. At this moment, many had already started to withdraw from the path to heaven. As time passed, not only did the number of monsters increase, but their quality also improved, making the challenge progressively harder. Exhaustion washed over Liao Jinxian like a tidal wave as she panted heavily, having just defeated the last monster. Her legs felt weak, and she was nearly out of energy, making any further effort pointless. Although this instance wouldn't result in real death, continuing in her current state would be a waste of time. She decisively chose to exit. The system's notification chimed in, calculating instance progress. Current completion is 6.12, performance is very poor. Seeing this number, Liao Jinxian's face darkened instantly. Over an hour of fierce fighting, and she had only advanced a mere 6.12? The disappointment was overwhelming. As she silently lamented, the system's voice sounded again, calculating instance rewards. Congratulations on earning a chance to flip for equipment. Four golden cards appeared before her, each with detailed information below, an heirloom weapon and 3 complete golden sets for levels 25, 30, and 35. The system continued. Please flip a card within 1 minute. You have only one chance, countdown starting. Note, all items are soul-bound, cannot be traded or gifted, and will disappear if unbound. Heirloom weapon. Liao Jinxian's heart raced. While heirloom equipment and ordinary golden legendary items have similar base attributes, their true value lies in their growth potential. These items can evolve with the user and be customized and enhanced according to their needs. However, upgrading heirloom equipment requires a large amount of rare materials, making the cultivation cost extremely high. Such rare equipment can only be occasionally found in hidden instances, special realms, and ruins, and cannot be obtained through trading. Few possess heirloom equipment, and now, she had a 25 chance of getting one. Even if she didn't draw the heirloom, the other 3 golden sets were worth at least a significant goal. Taking a deep breath, Liao Jinxian, with trembling fingers, pointed to one of the cards. It slowly flipped over, releasing a burst of pink light. Oh my god, I must be dreaming. She could hardly contain her joy, as the pink glow was the signature of heirloom equipment. Although she hadn't yet seen the weapon's exact appearance, the excitement of this moment made her forget all previous fatigue. Meanwhile, other players were also exiting the instance to flip their cards. With this 25 chance, some were delighted, while others were disappointed, as it wasn't an opportunity easily obtained. The buzzcut guy stared at the lottery interface in front of him, his expression dark enough to drip water. With a 4.99 completion rate of the dungeon, his prize pool was different from Liao Jinxian's. He had to choose from inheritance equipment, a level 30 golden set, a level 30 divinely bestowed set, and a level 25 golden set. His fingers trembled as he turned over the card, only to draw the level 30 divinely bestowed set, a result that nearly made him faint on the spot. Qian Buiyong's mouth twitched involuntarily. With a 14.56 completion rate, he had 2 chances at the lottery. Although his prize pool was the same as Liao Jinxian's, he could draw cards consecutively. The first attempt had a 25 hit rate, and the second increased to 33, but unfortunately, neither was successful. He shook his head with a wry smile, muttering to himself that he needed to wash his face properly when he got back. Wenren Lingxue, with a 15.1 completion rate, also had 2 chances to draw, but her prize pool was unique. Inheritance weapons, inheritance equipment, a level 30 golden set, and a level 40 golden set. Her luck was evidently much better. She first drew the level 30 golden set, and then she even got the inheritance weapon. It was a pair of unnamed white ordinary inheritance dual swords, only level 1, but with a 1 strength attribute. Even though these pink quality inheritance weapons required a lot of materials and emotional investment to develop, they perfectly matched her swordmaster profession. Looking at the pair of dual swords that demanded significant resources to cultivate, she was already planning how to ask her grandfather for resources. At that moment, with Xiao Qinglong's final strike, The massive tail formed by the Azure Dragon's phantom utterly crushed the eight-winged angel. The system immediately notified them of gaining 7.4 million total experience points, boosted by the opposing faction bonus. This staggering experience caused the levels of one person and two dragons to soar. Gu Huai and Xiao Qinglong both advanced to level 39, with all basic attributes increasing by 20 and 100 points respectively. The Thunder God Dragon also rose to level 35, with strength increasing by 48 points, spirit by 64 points, and both agility and constitution by 54 points each. 7.4 million experience? Gu Huai murmured in disbelief. A level 37 monster's base experience should have only been 370 points, even with a 1,000-fold boost for a golden legendary quality boss, plus a double for opposing factions, it would only be 2,000 times. Yet, this quasi-god level existence directly provided 20,000 times the experience, which was simply astonishing. Looking at the somewhat fatigued Xiao Qinglong after the battle, Gu Huai gently cradled it in his arms. Feeling the warmth of its owner, Xiao Qinglong happily nuzzled closer, emitting a contented "yah" sound. It's nothing, just a bit tired from the prolonged battle. Although the eight-winged angel was quite powerful, in Xiao Qinglong's eyes, it was merely a worthy opponent. Xiao Qinglong was clearly not in her best state, having expended a great deal of energy in the intense battle that lasted nearly an hour. Despite this, she managed to defeat the quasi-god level boss who had temporarily transformed into an eight-winged angel using the secret summon god technique, a testament to her impressive strength. Gu Huai gently stroked Xiao Qinglong's head, his eyes filled with concern. In his arms, the little thunder dragon also appeared utterly exhausted, having fought alongside Gu Huai to fend off nearly 1,000 bird people. She had nearly depleted all her strength. Little ones. Gu Huai cradled both dragons in his arms, his voice full of affection. The battle hadn't been easy for him either. If not for reaching level 38 with a combat power index of over 24,000, along with Gong Jing's attentive guidance over the past few days, he might not have endured until now. Thinking of Gong Jing, a smile unconsciously appeared on Gu Huai's lips. She had been incredibly attentive, not only teaching him combat skills without reservation, but also arranging for her spirit warriors to spar with him to help accumulate real combat experience. Most memorable was the century-old Ghost King, Xiao Qian, who always clung to him after defeating him, leaving Gu Huai both amused and annoyed. Xiao Qinglong, Xiao Leilong, let's retreat from here and take a break, Gu Huai said, scanning the surroundings warily. Having just fought a great battle, he was concerned that other angels might be drawn to the area. In their current state, encountering another army of similar scale would be perilous. The two little dragons responded softly, as they always unconditionally supported Gu Huai's decisions. Just as they were about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. Congratulations, Challenger, on completing the dungeon challenge with 100 completion. Calculating dungeon rewards. Gu Huai was momentarily incredulous. Had a dungeon of abyss level difficulty really ended just like that? But on second thought, reaching this point was indeed worthy of such a rating. You really lived up to expectations, clearing this dungeon, came a familiar voice. A middle-aged man with thinning hair and a black gold thermos appeared before him. Gu Huai's eyes were sharp. So it was you. What exactly are you up to? What is the deal with this dungeon? The angels, the opposing faction. The middle-aged man smiled warmly. Young one, knowing certain things now wouldn't benefit you. Just understand that our enemies are stronger than you imagine. But don't worry too much. Your predecessors have secured development time for you and found some allies. I can't answer your questions for now, but here are your rewards. We'll meet again. As he spoke, the middle-aged man's face broke into a bright smile, and his figure gradually became blurred. Gu Huai watched as the middle-aged man irresponsibly disappeared once more, his expression darkening. However, his attention was quickly drawn to the 8 floating cards before him. These cards were unlike those of Liao Jin Xian and the others, each bordered with a regal purple gold trim. A system notification appeared. Progress 100 complete. Select 4 cards from the 8 available as a reward. The rewards were displayed in order of rarity. Sacred Beast Pill, Ancient Dragon Blood, 5-colored Dragon Egg, 5-turn Dragon Crystal, Inherited Weapon Extreme, Inherited Armor Extreme, for gold sets, 3 gold sets. Gu Huai's breath quickened involuntarily. Although unfamiliar with names like Sacred Beast Pill and Ancient Dragon Blood, their top placement indicated their extraordinary nature. As for the Dragon Egg, he was less interested. Backed by a nation and Long Lao, he had already arranged to contract a young dragon on Dragon Island, making an unknown egg less appealing. The inherited weapon marked Extreme was intriguing. Its placement ahead of the gold set suggested its exceptional value. Taking a deep breath, Gu Huai began his first card draw. A heavy sword emitting a rainbow glow appeared before him. This unprecedented glow indicated it was indeed the inherited weapon Extreme. Suppressing his excitement, he carefully examined the weapon's attributes. Equipment, unnamed. Position, weapon. Quality, White common inherited weapon upgradable. Check growth conditions. Level 1. Effect, Strength 2. Binding, unique character Gu Huai. Description, a colored inherited weapon containing a trace of divinity, with the potential to evolve into a divine artifact. Though the attribute panel was simple, Gu Huai's pupils contracted sharply at the words, evolve into a divine artifact. In various dungeons, divine artifacts were described as world-altering items, capable of dramatically enhancing the holder's power. He had never heard of an inherited weapon evolving into a divine artifact. A heavy sword without a blade. In that case, I'll name you immortal, Gu Huai murmured, content as he successfully named the sword and stored it in his backpack. Although immortal held great promise for the future, at present, this level 1 basic weapon wasn't suitable for use. While inherited weapons could disguise themselves as part of a set and benefit from set effects, at immortal's current level, this feature remained underutilized. Gu Huai was contemplating how to gather more resources to upgrade this immortal quality equipment once he left this place. The issue of resource consumption was trivial to him. This was the advantage of having the backing of the nation. His gaze fell on the remaining 7 cards, his fingers trembling slightly. 3 chances to draw, each one crucial. Even with bad luck, the least valuable items heritage equipment, for sets of legendary gold equipment, and another piece of heritage equipment would be enough to make anyone envious. Remembering the excitement on Liao Jinxian and Wenren Lingshue's faces when they obtained heritage equipment, Gu Huai began to relax. Taking a deep breath, he flipped over the second card. The card face vanished, replaced by a battered dragon egg hovering before him. A dragon egg? Gu Huai frowned slightly, not showing much excitement. He moved closer to examine it, the cracked exterior making him doubt if there was any life left inside. As he neared the egg, a strange sensation washed over him, as if some life force was continuously draining away. This unusual feeling only piqued his curiosity further. The system displayed. Item, Egg of the Primordial Wild Dragon. Quality. Description, a dragon egg from the ancient world, with a history too long to trace. The egg contains only a faint trace of life force, requiring a significant infusion of life energy to awaken the life within. Primordial Wild Dragon. Gu Huai's eyes lit up. Though unsure of its exact power, anything associated with primordial, or wild, was bound to be extraordinary. He was eager but quickly calmed down. The life force within this dragon egg was extremely weak, and reviving it would not be easy. Temporarily setting the dragon egg aside, Gu Huai decided to consult Long Lao later. His intuition told him that if he could draw the primordial dragon blood he had seen earlier, it might have a miraculous effect on this primordial wild dragon's egg. Although the odds were only 1 in 3, it was worth a try. With anticipation, he flipped over the third card. As the card disappeared, a massive drop of blood appeared before him, roughly the size of his head. It was a drop of pure black blood, so deep it seemed to swallow all light. Gu Huai's gaze was instantly captivated by this mysterious dragon blood. The system displayed again. Item, Primordial Dragon Blood. Quality. Effect, significantly enhances the quality of dragon life forms and provides abundant life energy. Description, Primordial Dragon Blood, ancient and with most of its life energy lost, still has a significant effect on high-potential dragon species, providing a vast amount of vitality. Gu Huai murmured to himself, his thoughts drifting back to the ancient dragon egg he had just seen. Both carried the term ancient, suggesting there might be some connection. His gaze shifted to the detailed description of the ancient dragon blood, and he frowned. Although it could enhance the power of dragon-type bloodlines, its effects were negligible for dragons with high-level bloodlines. He recalled his 3 dragons. The Thunder Dragon, as the king of thunder dragons, boasted an initial total attribute of 440 points. The Elemental Dragon had an even more impressive 520 points, with elemental control that rivaled the Thunder Dragon, and Xiao Qinglong, as the leader of the 4 sacred beasts, dominated with a staggering initial attribute of 800 points. These are top-tier dragons. The effect of the ancient blood would be limited. Gu Huai shook his head. Especially for Xiao Qinglong, it might be more of a hindrance than a help. Deciding to set aside this option for now, Gu Huai turned his attention to the last 4 cards. His luck had been good so far, drawing high-ranking treasures in the previous attempts. As long as it's not those 4 gold sets, he muttered under his breath. Though the sets were valuable, even more than a random piece of legacy equipment, he didn't urgently need them. Unless it was gear that could boost the attributes of battle pets above level 70. The current level 30 gear would suffice until level 50. Taking a deep breath, Gu Huai flipped over the last card. Wow, this luck, he said, half amused, half incredulous. All 4 draws yielded the best treasures, a fortune that was truly remarkable. The final prize was a sacred beast pellet, emitting a rainbow glow, crystal clear, and exuding a captivating fragrance. Just the scent alone invigorated him. He couldn't help but take a few more whiffs, while the 3 little dragons beside him stared in awe, especially Xiao Qinglong, who was practically drooling. If Gu Huai weren't there, it might have gulped it down in an instant. Seeing the little one's eager expressions, Gu Huai was even more convinced of its value. He eagerly opened the properties panel of the sacred beast pellet. The sacred beast pill, crafted by a legendary alchemist, lay quietly in Gu Huai's palm, emitting a gentle glow. Not only is its effect astonishing, but it also has an excellent taste. More importantly, each battle pet can only consume it once in their lifetime. Gu Huai's gaze was fixated on the pill, his pupils slightly dilated. The effects of the sacred beast pill were indeed remarkable. It guaranteed a minimum increase of 1.1 times the base attributes, with a potential maximum of 1.5 times. Although a 1.1 times increase might seem modest, since it directly affects the base attributes, the actual impact is extraordinary. He quickly calculated in his mind. Assuming a battle pet's base attribute is 100,000, with a skill providing a 5x boost, the usual total power would be 500,000. However, if the sacred beast pill is consumed, the base attribute increases to 110,000, and with the skill's 5x boost, the total power skyrockets to 550,000. This enhancement becomes even more significant as the base attributes grow. While Gu Huai pondered, 3 little dragons had already gathered around, their big watery eyes full of longing. Seeing their eager expressions, Gu Huai sighed softly. Such a valuable item that only one can use is indeed difficult to allocate. He decided to tentatively ask, "There's only one pill, and all 3 of you want it. How should we distribute it?" Although he leaned towards giving it to the strongest, the little azure dragon, he wanted to see how the 3 would handle the situation. To his surprise, the 3 little dragons did not argue but instead showed touching sisterly affection. The little azure dragon spoke first. "I'm the eldest, I should let my sisters have it." The little thunder dragon immediately countered, "No. Azure Dragon's sister is the strongest, it should go to you." Her eyes sparkled with wisdom. "Agreed." The little silver dragon nodded in agreement. The heartwarming scene of the 3 little ones pushing the pill to each other warmed Gu Huai's heart, and his eyes even felt a bit moist. Ultimately, with everyone's consent, the sacred beast pill was given to the little azure dragon. Gu Huai also solemnly explained that having the little azure dragon consume, it would not only maximize its effect, but also help them tackle higher-level challenges, bringing more benefits to everyone. "Eat it." Xiao Qinglong's eyes sparkled with gratitude as she carefully swallowed the sacred beast pill. Instantly, an unprecedented deliciousness bloomed in her mouth. The sweet, silky texture was utterly intoxicating. It was far more delectable than any dragon crystal she had ever tasted, and her eyes involuntarily took on the shape of the sacred beast pill. Gu Huai and the other 2 little ones watched Xiao Qinglong's reaction anxiously. In less than a minute, a system notification chimed. "Xiao Qinglong has consumed the divine-grade sacred beast pill. The effect is excellent, permanently increasing basic attributes by 1.5 times. 1.5 times. Gu Huai's pupils contracted. Although he had always believed in Xiao Qinglong's extraordinary bloodline, triggering such a maximum effect was truly astonishing. After digesting the sacred beast pill, Xiao Qinglong let out a satisfied burp. "Yeah." Her face beamed with joy, clearly feeling the surge in her strength. Her original level 39 with a combat power index of 26,700 jumped to 40,700 with the 1.5 times boost. Even more surprising to Gu Huai was his own combat power index increasing from 25,600 to 30,600. He quickly realized this was because the sacred beast pill enhanced basic attributes, an unexpected bonus. At that moment, the system notification sounded. "Dungeon cleared. It will close in 1 minute, please prepare." Gu Huai intended to deal with the ancient desolate dragon before leaving, but with time running out, he had to let it go. Meanwhile, in another part of the dungeon, a tall beauty clad in dragon scales wielding a silver spear was in battle. She unleashed this silver dragon skyward thrust, her spear transforming into a silver dragon charging at armor black with incredible power. However, the armor suddenly vanished, followed by a system notification. "Someone has cleared the dungeon. It will close in 1 minute. You are detected to be in the process of clearing. Completion rate 16.41. Rewards available." "Only 16, and someone cleared it?" The tall woman was initially shocked. Then her eyes filled with admiration. "It must be Gu Huai. No wonder I like him." She exited her combat form, her height shrinking from over 6 feet to just over 5, giggling. "Hee." Long Xinshin's mind was filled with images of Gu Huai until the final 10-second warning sounded, abruptly snapping her back to reality. In her flustered state, she hastily flipped over a card without even glancing at its contents and hurriedly left with her reward. Outside, 5 people had already gathered. As soon as Liao Jinxian emerged, she eagerly announced, "I completed 6.12. 6.12? I only finished 5.01, replied a cheerful long-haired girl, quickly striking up a lively conversation with Liao Jinxian. The others gathered around, creating a bustling scene. Li Long and Gong Jing exchanged smiles and listened intently to the conversations. hoping to glean some insights into the hidden level. Seizing the opportunity, Liao Jinxian began to boast. What rewards did you get? She was ready to flaunt the pink sword she had obtained at any moment. I only got a level 35 golden set, someone sighed. It's valuable, but my family already prepared a level 30 set for me. You're lucky. I only got the level 30 set, another person chimed in. By the way, did anyone get a pink legacy? Everyone shook their heads. The guy with a buzz cut remained silent, feeling out of place since he only completed 4.99 and didn't even qualify for the legacy draw, ending up with a gifted set instead. Liao Jinxian was overjoyed inside but feigned indifference on the outside. Huh? How did you know I got a pink legacy? We didn't. Everyone responded, looking puzzled. Ah, it's a pity I just got a basic weapon. Who knows how many resources it will take to develop it? Liao Jinxian continued to boast, reveling in the thrill of showing off among the geniuses. Initially, the long-haired woman responded, but as Liao Jinxuan's chatter went on and on, she could only listen silently. Just as the group began to feel overwhelmed by her talk, Wenren Lingxue stepped out. You got a legacy too? What a coincidence, so did I. Wenren Lingxue said excitedly. Not far away, Qian Boyong, who had been silent with his eyes closed, clenched his fists tightly upon hearing this. He didn't care about Liao Jinxuan's legacy, but Wenren Lingxue was a different story. He considered her an equal in strength, and if she had a legacy weapon, it could pose a real threat. You got it too? Liao Jinxuan's eyes lit up, her face breaking into a delighted smile. Yes, I did. I got a level 1 whiteboard dual sword, which suits me perfectly. Wenren Lingxue smiled slightly and subtly changed the subject. But hasn't Xinhan come out yet? This clever shift in conversation allowed everyone to breathe a sigh of relief and join in. Indeed, it's just Gu Huai and Long Xinhan left now, someone remarked. They're the strongest, especially Gu Huai. I wonder how much progress he'll make. By the way, Lingxue, how much did you complete? Qian Boyong, who was standing nearby, perked up his ears, particularly interested in the results of Wenren Lingxue, Long Xinhan, and Gu Huai. In his view, only these three were worthy opponents. Wenren Lingxue rarely showed any embarrassment, her cheeks slightly flushed. I only completed 15.1 of the progress. For her, having such a low completion rate in a stage was a bit embarrassing. 15.1? Qian Boyong's face turned pale instantly. She had outperformed him in the last stage, and despite his intense training over the past few days, the gap remained. What frustrated him even more was that Wenren Lingxue not only obtained a legacy weapon, but also had a higher tier reward pool than him. At this moment, a companion of Qian Boyong, who had a good relationship with him, noticed his silence and thought he was looking for an opportunity to show off, so he asked, Boyong, you must have at least 15 completion too, right? Qian Boyong initially intended to boast, but after hearing Liao Jinxian brag about her legacy weapon, he lost the desire. After all, having a high completion rate, but not drawing a legacy weapon would just prove his bad luck. He tried to find a corner to stand in, just waiting for the stage to end so he could return to training. However, his companion's question drew everyone's attention to him, making him wish he could kill his talkative friend with a glare. Oh well, I also have 15 progress. Qian Boyong, who had always been the top, couldn't admit he was lesser, so he lied. And your legacy weapon? In my pocket. One lie required another to cover it. Impressive as always, Boyong. Hearing everyone's praise, Qian Boyong's expression softened slightly, but the thought of having to maintain the lie gave him a headache. In hindsight, he wished he hadn't said anything. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps interrupted their conversation. Long Xinhan stumbled out of the portal, tightly gripping a whiteboard spear in her hand. Although the spear appeared plain, its material suggested that it was of high quality. Qian Boyong's heart skipped a beat as he looked at the spear, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Could this be a legacy item too? Qian Boyong wondered to himself. Am I the only one without a legacy? At that moment, Long Xinhan was holding the spear with a disdainful expression. This spear is such an eyesore. If it weren't for the fact that it's a legacy weapon, I'd have tossed it away. As she spoke, she mimicked the motion of discarding it. Qian Boyong couldn't help but twitch at her exaggerated behavior. So it really is a legacy. Does she have to flaunt it so blatantly? In reality, Long Xinhan had already stored the golden set she drew in her backpack, intentionally leaving the legacy spear out for this moment of showing off. Xinhan Yu. Wenren Lingxue immediately recognized the legacy spear and hurried over. However, she was only halfway there when a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. Just before they collided, the figure deftly sidestepped with a quick, that was close. Wenren Lingxue recognized it as Gu Huai, a vein popping on her forehead. Am I really that scary? Is it necessary to dodge so dramatically? Gu Huai, you're out. Long Xinhan initially wanted to share her joy with her friend, but upon seeing Gu Huai, she immediately forgot about her friend. She excitedly ran towards Gu Huai, holding 2 bottles of legendary elixir. Were you hurt in the dungeon? These are my treasured elixirs. All for you, she said, reaching out to touch Gu Huai, her eyes shining with infatuation. Startled, Gu Huai backed away repeatedly, his face pale. What are you trying to do? I just want to give you the best things. If this legacy spear weren't bound, I'd give it to you too. Long Xinhan's eyes sparkled as she seemed ready to pounce. Gu Huai remembered his mother's advice: boys should protect themselves when out and about, and felt its truth deeply at this moment. Seeing this female rogue, he turned and ran. Wenren Lingxue quickly grabbed Long Xinhan before she could chase after him. Xinhan, mind the occasion. Occasion? What aka? Long Xinhan looked around and finally noticed all the people nearby, her face turning red with embarrassment. It's all Gu Huai's fault for being so handsome and skilled, making me forget there were others around. The people around, especially those who knew Long Xinhan, had strange expressions on their faces. The goddess known for her aloofness and indifference was now showing such an unusual demeanor, leaving everyone momentarily at a loss. Mr. Li, Sister Jing. Gu Huai quickly ran over to Li Long and Gong Jing, finally breathing a sigh of relief. You made it out? How was this instance? Li Long asked with interest, though he knew that given their low completion rate, the information they had would be limited. Seeing this, the crowd gathered around, eager to learn about the instance and gauge their own strength compared to Gu Huai's. Gu Huai looked at the crowd and, after a brief pause, said, "This instance has two parts. The first half isn't too difficult, but the four generals that appear periodically might require some strategy." He deliberately omitted the fact that he had easily defeated the four generals. Four generals? The people exchanged puzzled looks. The crew-cut man immediately glanced at Qian Boyong for help, hoping the expert could explain. Although Qian Boyong was equally confused, he feigned composure, maintaining an awkward smile. He sneaked a glance at Wenren Lingxue and Long Xinhan, hoping to glean some insight, but Wenren Lingxue's face was expressionless, and Long Xinhan was currently staring at Gu Huai with a fiery gaze, as if she wanted to devour him. At about 20 progress, you'll encounter one of the four generals, Gu Huai continued. Defeating them leads you into the second half, where the monsters become even more terrifying. The most notable are a new type of monster birdmen, or more accurately, angels. Are you talking about those humanoid creatures with wings, looking down on us? Li Long interjected, his tone slightly urgent. Yes, those birdmen. Gu Huai's eyes lit up, clearly indicating that Li Long was familiar with these creatures too. Birdmen? Haha, that description is spot on. Gong Jing chuckled, obviously having no fondness for these so-called angels either. The strength of these bird creatures is indeed formidable. Did you encounter them? Li Long pressed on. Yes, the monsters in the latter half are increasingly powerful. At this point, the group began discussing among themselves, eager to grasp the instance's details. The crew-cut man suddenly asked, Mr. Li, Sister Gong, have you also been to this instance? They had indeed been there before, but Gu Huai laughed and said, I've said what I should, you can figure out the rest yourselves. Li Long and Gong Jing also smiled, but said nothing more. The crew-cut man felt a bit frustrated, as Gu Huai's words revealed little. Time passed in casual conversation until Tang Xiao reappeared right on schedule. The instance is ready, you can start now. Gu Huai. Wenren Lingxue also approached Gu Huai. Gu Huai nodded, and after everyone left, Wenren Lingxue briefed Gu Huai on the situation outside. The most pressing issue was the matter of the herb field. As it was unclaimed, a decision was needed before entering the instance. That herb field, whether spiritual or ordinary, should belong to the Wei family. Even if Master Wei doesn't mention it, it certainly belongs to them, not outsiders. Wenren Lingxue said seriously. Gu Huai nodded thoughtfully. He'll explain the situation to the elders. Such things shouldn't be taken lightly. Wenren Lingxue was relieved, as this was her main concern. Now, with this resolved, there'd be no gossip. The other texts, though mechanical, were forming in her mind without causing external conflict, which was sufficient. Yes, let's go in. Seeing there were no major issues left, Wenren Lingxue said to Gu Huai, Wait, let me tell you about the inside. This time, I suggest you choose the full mirror instance. The mirror mode isn't singular, but currently, the full mirror is our only hope. It has special beasts, some unknown outside but quite strong, including a particularly challenging AO dragon. Full mirror? Got it. Based on Wenren Lingxue's words, Gu Huai made his decision. Yes, we'll go in together. I'm familiar with this instance since acquaintances have gone in before. Wenren Lingxue said, heading toward the instance. Acquaintances? Watching her back, a smile appeared on Gu Huai's lips, and he followed her. Usually so cold, yet so considerate in front of him. Have you thought of everything for me, Sister Qin? This favor is a big one. The heart of the instance was complete. Wenren Lingxue led Gu Huai to the multicolored structure, touched the light pillar with her jade hand, and the two entered the instance. Back at Juyo sect. As they entered, Gu Huai glanced around, a smile appearing on his face. Full mirror, just like last time? He was already looking forward to it. The two-winged birdmen are roughly equivalent to ordinary golden legendary elite monsters in strength. The four-winged ones are significantly stronger, but still not quite at the level of quasi-divine elite monsters, Gu Huai said calmly, a hint of deeper meaning in his eyes. He briefly described the battle, deliberately omitting the overwhelming number of the angelic legion and the dramatic moment when a six-winged angel used a divine invocation skill to evolve into an eight-winged angel at the last minute. Li Long and Gong Jing exchanged a meaningful glance, clearly sensing that Gu Huai was withholding something. Although the others were not fully aware of the details, their eyes showed genuine admiration. These geniuses usually held themselves in high regard, but when faced with someone stronger, they were willing to acknowledge it. All right, since this dungeon is completed, let's head back, Li Long said, adding, "Oh, and Gu Huai, come with me for a moment." "Sure," Gu Huai replied, when suddenly an unexpected event occurred. His inherited weapon spontaneously fell out of his backpack. This unexpected scene left everyone present momentarily stunned. The scene shifts to the Dragon Nation National Team Conference Center. Gu Huai followed Li Long back to this familiar place. This time, he was once again met by three people, but one of them had been replaced by Gong Jing. When Gong Jing saw Old Dragon, her usually calm demeanor instantly broke. "Old Dragon! Old Dragon!" she exclaimed excitedly, her voice filled with unmistakable reverence. Old Dragon smiled kindly. "Xiao Jing, it's going to be tough on you to guide young Huai for a while." "Don't worry, Old Dragon," Gong Jing responded even more enthusiastically. "I'll teach Gu Huai everything I've learned in my life. But this kid is so talented, he might surpass me in just a couple of days." Gu Huai had never seen this side of Gong Jing before and couldn't help but take a closer look. He mused to himself that indeed, everyone shows different sides of themselves to different people. Seeing Gong Jing's open admiration for Old Dragon, Gu Huai had to admit that Old Dragon's charisma was truly exceptional. After some small talk, Old Dragon turned his gaze to Gu Huai, his eyes shining with approval. "Xiao Huai, I heard you cleared the hidden dungeon at abyssal difficulty." "Yes. Did you gain any insights or have any questions from this experience? Feel free to ask me, though I might not answer," Old Dragon joked, lightening the somewhat serious atmosphere. Despite consciously suppressing his aura, the pressure of being the world's strongest still seeped out inadvertently. "Old Dragon, I do have many questions I'd like to ask you." "Go ahead." "Well, Old Dragon, I encountered a type of creature called angels in there." At the mention of angels, Old Dragon's previously calm eyes suddenly flashed with an astonishing light, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. Gu Huai felt his breath catch, as if enveloped by an invisible pressure. But this suffocating sensation lasted only a second before Old Dragon reined in his aura, returning to normal. "Continue, Xiao Huai." "All right." Gu Huai nodded quickly, gaining a deeper understanding of Old Dragon's formidable power. After defeating the Angel Legion, Gu Huai not only earned double experience, but also gained crucial information about the opposing faction. He carefully examined the description of the angels and discovered that they belonged to the bright god throne. Connecting this with the description of the sky tower broken by a passing deity 3,000 years ago and the encounter with the Angel Legion on the path to the sky, a bold hypothesis formed in Gu Huai's mind. Could it be that the sky tower was broken by this bright god? Gu Huai gazed intently at Long Lao, hoping to catch a hint from his expression. However, apart from a slight change in expression upon hearing the word angel, Long Lao remained calm. After a moment of silence, Long Lao spoke slowly. "I'm not familiar with the sky tower and the path to the sky, but I do know a bit about the opposing faction. Could you tell me?" Gu Huai asked eagerly. "I can, though my information is limited and mostly speculative," Long Lao replied seriously. In this current level 85 large-scale instance, which is akin to a grand secret realm, the opposing factions have emerged. After completing the level 80 instance, players can enter this secret realm. It is a place of conflict between different factions, including the angels you encountered. Long Lao continued. There are still 3 countries that haven't cleared the level 75 instance, so some functions aren't available, and most of the opposing factions are still holed up in the city. It is speculated that the level 80 instance could very well be a national war system, where the battles between you young players will directly affect the game's progression and rewards. Gu Huai nodded thoughtfully, shocked by the scale of the level 80 instance. "So these angels are, whether they are real or data, we can't say for sure." Long Lao's tone turned grave, a hint of menace in his aura. "But they are indeed troublesome. Some of our people have already fallen to them. These angels harbor clear hostility towards Dragon Nation, targeting us specifically every time they leave the city." Upon hearing this, Gong Jing and Li Long radiated a fierce aura, evidently harboring deep resentment towards these bird people. However, due to the rules of the secret realm, they were currently limited to localized skirmishes and couldn't completely eliminate the threat. "Let's talk about something else." Long Lao shifted the topic. "Bear Nation cleared the level 75 instance yesterday and is preparing to challenge the level 80 instance. After meeting with their emperor, we reached a joint agreement. Among the remaining 5 countries, only Bear Nation maintains a good relationship with us, while the other 3 are aligned against Dragon Nation. Their progress is also nearing completion. So your most important task now is to strengthen yourself and give them a tough time in the national war, securing more benefits for Dragon Nation. After hearing Long Lao's words, Gu Huai's heart burned with fierce determination. This was exactly what he wanted. Gu Huai never really had a fondness for America. At this moment, Elder Long looked at him and said in a calm tone, "You must have gained quite a bit from inside, and I assume you've obtained a legacy? You can bring it out, and the country will help you develop it to a level 30 golden legend, customized just for you." This statement made Gu Huai's eyes light up. Developing a legacy to a level 30 golden legend and having it tailor-made was a massive project that often required significant resources. Just as he was worrying about this, Elder Long provided a solution. "Elder Long, you said it," Gu Huai replied happily, then added, "But my legacy seems a bit different." "I did say it." Elder Long responded with the same calm yet authoritative tone. He asked with a hint of curiosity, "What do you mean by a bit different?" "Look, Elder Long." Gu Huai immediately took a heavy sword from his backpack and respectfully handed it over. Elder Long took the sword, his eyes scanning the blade, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. "G, you've really outdone yourself, getting a G legacy. That's top tier." "What?" Li Long and Gong Jing both exclaimed simultaneously. "Gu Huai's legacy is G." Their faces were filled with disbelief. "What? Is this G really valuable?" Gu Huai asked, curious about their reactions. "Valuable? It's more than just valuable." Li Long's eyes gleamed with envy as he explained. "Ordinary legacies are pink. Even when they reach their limit, their attributes are only comparable to the same level golden legends. However, because they're custom-made, they suit the user better, making them slightly superior to golden gear." Hearing this, Gu Huai nodded. Li Long continued. "Moreover, legacies are cheaper to develop, especially when the enhancement feature unlocks at level 70. Many high-level players opt for legacy equipment. After all, the gaps between level 70, 75, and 80 gear are significant, and frequent changes consume too many resources. However, legacy equipment is inherently difficult to obtain. But your colorful G legacy is different," Li Long said seriously. "You've heard of divine artifacts, right?" Elder Long remained silent, allowing Li Long to explain. Gu Huai nodded to show he understood. This G legacy can be compared to a divine artifact. Although upgrading it to a divine artifact is almost impossible due to the vast number of divine fragments required, it can definitely grow into a top-tier quasi-divine artifact, Li Long explained with envy in his voice. "Do you know how many G legacies there are in the entire Dragon Nation? Fewer than 10. Hearing this, Gu Huai finally understood the rarity of this equipment. "So, do you have one, old Li?" Gu Huai asked casually. This question made Li Long's mouth twitch. He certainly wished he had one, but unfortunately, his abilities didn't allow it. Seeing Li Long's frustrated expression, Gu Huai's lips curled into a smug smile. He realized that this treasure was indeed extremely valuable, as even someone like Li Long couldn't obtain it. Gong Jing, noticing the situation, spoke up to ease the tension for Li Long. "It seems this item is indeed quite precious." Gu Huai's smile grew even brighter. Long Lao remarked, "Xiao Huai, you're really lucky. Even I only have 3 of these items." He paused and continued, "I'll have someone send over resources to upgrade your weapon to a level 30 golden legend. As for a quasi-divine artifact, that requires accumulation and can't be upgraded directly. But with your skills, it shouldn't take too long. Don't leave yet. We'll need you to specify the attributes later." "Thank you, Long Lao." Gu Huai quickly expressed his gratitude before adding, "However, I have 2 more items I'd like you to take a look at." At this, curiosity flickered in the eyes of everyone present. "What items?" Long Lao asked with interest. Without hesitation, Gu Huai took out the egg of the ancient desolate dragon. As soon as the dragon egg appeared, it emitted a peculiar aura of diminishing life force. Its surface was riddled with holes, which even surprised the well-informed Long Lao. Gu Huai then displayed the information on the dragon egg. Item: Egg of the ancient desolate dragon. Quality: Description: a dragon egg from the ancient world, with a long history. It contains only a faint life force, requiring a substantial infusion of life energy to awaken the life within. Ancient world, ancient desolate dragon. The 3 exchanged puzzled looks, clearly unfamiliar with such entities. "Though I haven't heard of it," Long Lao said after a moment of thought. "I can call on my old partner to take a look. He might know something." Before he finished speaking, the air rippled, and a towering man, 2.5 meters tall, appeared out of nowhere. This man had horns on his head, and his emerald eyes exuded an extraordinary aura, with a powerful presence emanating from him. Long Quan, Li Long and Gong Jing immediately greeted him respectfully. The man nodded slightly in response. Then his gaze was drawn to the egg of the ancient desolate dragon, and his pupils contracted sharply. "This power," Long Quan murmured. "Old friend, do you recognize it?" Long Lao inquired. Gu Huai realized the man's identity. This must be Long Lao's battle pet dragon. He knew that only high-level battle pets with certain talent and bloodline standards could gain the ability to transform at specific levels. The dragon race, being inherently powerful, naturally possessed this ability, though the required level varied depending on bloodline purity and dragon type. Long Quang first shook his head, then nodded, saying, I don't recognize this power, but there seems to be related information in my inherited memories. It appears to be a power known as desolation. The power of desolation? Everyone was puzzled, having never heard of it. The inherited memories only mention that this power is extremely strong, but detailed information has been lost, Long Quang added. At this point, Long Quang turned his gaze to Gu Huai, and his face immediately blossomed into a kind smile. His eyes shone with admiration, as if he had spotted a treasure. So you're the little rascal Wu Ya mentioned? Not bad indeed. Long Quang felt an inexplicable fondness for Gu Huai the moment he saw him. There was something about Gu Huai's unique aura that made Long Quang feel unusually comfortable. If he weren't in human form, he might have been tempted to nuzzle up to him. However, he quickly realized that such behavior would be inappropriate in his human form. This sense of closeness wasn't surprising, given that Gu Huai had an extraordinary 1,000 affinity with dragon attributes. Xiao Huai, this is my brother Long Quang. You can call him Uncle Quang, Long Wuyao introduced. Uncle Quang. Gu Huai promptly greeted him respectfully. Very good, very good. Long Quang laughed heartily. Since you're calling me uncle, I should prepare a gift for our first meeting. I don't have it with me now, but I'll give it to you the next time you come to Dragon Island with Wuya. Thank you, Uncle Quang, Gu Huai replied, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Long Quang's gaze then fell on the dragon egg, and his expression gradually grew serious. Xiao Huai, is this dragon egg yours? Yes. What a pity, Long Quang sighed. I don't know much about this ancient wild dragon, but its strength must be immense, perhaps even comparable to your young dragon. Unfortunately, the life force of this egg has diminished significantly, making it almost impossible to hatch. Is there no way to replenish it? There is a way to replenish it, Long Quang turned to Long Wuya. But it requires something of very high quality. Wuya, do you have anything of quasi-divine quality that can replenish life? No, Long Wuya shook his head. I can get something of legendary quality, but I can't manage quasi-divine. However, there's a high-level raid with elves that might have what we need, though it will take time to acquire. Just then, Gu Huai retrieved something new from his storage space. What about this? A pure black ancient dragon blood, the size of a head, appeared before them, releasing a rich life aura. Long Quang couldn't help but swallow. If he could consume this, his power would surely increase significantly. What is this? Long Wuya and the others were captivated by the ancient dragon blood. Ancient dragon blood, Gu Huai calmly explained. It can greatly enhance the quality of dragon life and provide a significant amount of life force. It will work. Long Quang's eyes blazed with excitement. The life force contained in this ancient dragon blood could definitely revive the egg, and might even cause the life inside to transform, becoming even more formidable. Gu Huai sighed in relief. He had been concerned that this might not be effective for the dragon egg, but on second thought, if it weren't valuable, it wouldn't have ranked second, even before the inheritance that could be cultivated into a divine artifact. Seeing Long Quang's eager eyes, Gu Huai handed the ancient dragon blood to him. Uncle Quang, I'm giving this to you. Gu Huai's sudden action left everyone present stunned, including Long Quang. The ancient dragon blood in his hand shimmered slightly in the air, emitting an unsettling energy wave. Long Quang quickly regained his composure, a grateful yet resolute expression crossing his face. Xiao Huai, I appreciate your kindness. While this ancient dragon blood would indeed enhance my power, my own bloodline is already at a quasi-divine level. It cannot break the shackles of my bloodline and elevate me to a mythic dragon bloodline. Instead, it would be better for you to use it to hatch this ancient wild dragon. To be honest, I'm quite interested in this ancient wild dragon as well. These words revealed the mindset Long Quang had developed over the years by Long Wuya's side, always placing the interests of the dragon nation first. Long Wuya chimed in at the right moment, a look of anticipation in his eyes. Yes, Xiao Huai, this is more important for you. But Gu Huai began to speak. No buts, Long Wuya interrupted, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Hurry and hatch this wild dragon. I'm very curious to see this ancient species. Yes, yes, Gu, don't hesitate, others echoed in agreement. Seeing the three prioritize the development of the dragon nation, Gu Huai's respect for the elder Long deepened. Taking a deep breath, he nodded. All right, then I humbly accept. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Gu Huai activated the dragon control technique. Instantly, the ancient dragon blood seemed to sense something and began to tremble slightly. Under the control of the technique, a drop of crystal clear blood squeezed from Gu Huai's fingertip. Although its quality was far inferior to the ancient dragon blood, it emitted a unique life aura. As soon as the blood touched the ancient wild dragon egg, it was absorbed, and a faint glow appeared on the eggshell's surface, enhancing its absorption of surrounding life energy. About 3 seconds later, Gu Huai sensed a mysterious connection forming between him and the dragon egg. Through this connection, he clearly perceived a dying little life inside the egg, frantically absorbing the surrounding life energy and even sending him a faint distress signal. However, the surrounding life energy was too weak for this small life, like a drop in the ocean, unable to replenish its dwindling vitality. Without external intervention, this life would eventually perish. Realizing this, Gu Huai hesitated no longer and immediately directed the ancient dragon blood towards the dragon egg. The egg, as if finding a lifeline, began to absorb the energy contained in the ancient dragon blood frantically. Everyone present could clearly see the ancient dragon blood shrinking at a visible rate. Through the connection, Gu Huai felt the little life expressing joy, as if thanking him for his help. Watching the little creature's vitality gradually recover, an uncontainable smile spread across Gu Huai's face, filled with a sense of accomplishment. Long Wuya and the others could also sense the once weak life within the egg rapidly reviving, their faces simultaneously breaking into expectant smiles. Time flew by, and 10 minutes later, the mass of ancient dragon blood, once the size of a head, had been completely absorbed by the dragon egg. Everyone remained focused on the eggshell, awaiting the arrival of new life. Crack! As the ancient dragon blood was fully absorbed, the eggshell began to shake violently, followed by a crisp cracking sound. As the father of 3 dragon babies, Gu Huai leaned in skillfully to take a closer look. Through the crack, he saw a new life that was completely different from before. This little creature didn't energetically burst out of the eggshell like the previous little green dragons, but instead lay there weakly. She was emaciated, all skin and bones, with a body that appeared in a shade between white and gray. The pair of small, folded wings on her back looked especially fragile. Sensing Gu Huai's gaze, the little one struggled to lift her head. Her pure eyes, though weak, blossomed with a heartwarming smile upon seeing Gu Huai. His heart stirred with fatherly love as he carefully lifted her out of the shell. Perhaps it was Gu Huai's 1,000 affinity with dragons or the bond of blood, but the little one showed no fear. She softly uttered the sound Huang, so faint it was almost inaudible. This palm-sized little wasteland dragon clearly needed nourishment. Gu Huai picked up a piece of broken eggshell and brought it to her mouth, but she shook her head, clearly uninterested in the shell. Gu Huai realized unlike the previous lively dragon babies, this little creature had existed in the egg for countless years, having already absorbed all the vitality from the shell. Sorry, Gu Huai apologized with a smile. I have all kinds of dragon crystals here. See which one you like. He laid out over a dozen dragon crystals of various colors in front of the little wasteland dragon. Past experience had taught him that each little dragon had different tastes. Little green dragon favored the vitality of wood attributes. Little thunder dragon was fond of thunder attributes, while little silver dragon wasn't picky, accepting all kinds of elemental dragon crystals. The little wasteland dragon's eyes lit up the moment she saw the dragon crystals. Huang, I want them all, she declared in a childish voice. Watching her greedy demeanor, Gu Huai couldn't help but smile. This, I want them all, assertive declaration reminded him of the widely shared meme about adults making no choices. This little one sure had quite the appetite. Gu Huai's gaze involuntarily fell on the information panel of the young wild dragon. Species: Ancient Wild Dragon. Name: None. Level: LV1. Basic attributes: Strength, 250. Spirit, 120. Agility, 150. Constitution, 150. Talent: Power of the Wild. Possessing the power of the wild, it is automatically activated in battle. When in contact with an enemy, it absorbs their life force, causing continuous damage. The damage coefficient increases as the ancient wild dragon's power grows. Skills: Desert Claw, LV1. Active skill: the dragon's claw is infused with the power of the wild, dealing damage equal to strength x6 and allowing the power of the wild to seep into the enemy. Wild Desolation Scripture, LV1. Active skill: reciting the Scripture of Desolation detonates the residual power of the wild within the enemy. Each strand of the power of the wild causes damage equal to strength x3. It also summons 5 desolation talismans to circle the body, which explode when enemies approach, releasing the power of the wild and causing spirit x3 damage. Wild Dragon Tail, LV1. Active skill: the tail gathers the power of the wild, causing damage equal to strength x7 and allowing the power of the wild to seep into the enemy. Combat Power Index, 670. Examining this pure basic attribute panel, Gu Huai couldn't help but be amazed. This is a combat dragon species specializing in strength. Although its skills are oriented towards single-target combat, the unique power of the wild combined with skill combos can accumulate terrifying damage in battle. Compared to the all-around Little Azure Dragon, each has its strengths. The Little Azure Dragon's basic attributes skyrocketed to 1200 after taking the Sacred Beast pill, making it nearly unbeatable, but the young wild dragon has its unique advantage in single-target combat. Since you want them, they're all yours, Gu Huai said happily, pushing over more than 10 dragon crystals to the young wild dragon. It sneaked a glance at Gu Huai, a faint blush appearing under its grayish-white scales. Gu Huai was a bit puzzled by her shy demeanor, but the young wild dragon, too eager to bother with shyness, began devouring the dragon crystals with great urgency. Perhaps due to extreme hunger or critically low life force, she ate so quickly that Gu Huai worried she might choke. Gu Huai's worries quickly dissipated. He watched as the little wild dragon devoured 6 dragon crystals in one go, letting out a satisfied burp, a look of happiness spreading across its round little face. However, Gu Huai's brow remained slightly furrowed, could sense a fundamental weakness within the little dragon, something beyond ordinary fatigue. It seemed that the life force from the ancient dragon's blood wasn't sufficient, and he would need to find ways to supplement her with more life-infused resources. As Gu Huai pondered, the little wild dragon sneaked a glance at him. Upon being noticed, she shyly burrowed her little head into his embrace, prompting smiles from those around. Gong Jing couldn't hide the envy in her eyes, secretly wishing she could also have such a little dragon. Gu Huai looked around at everyone with a gentle smile on his face. Long Lao, Huang Shu, Jing Jia, all.I. This is the initial panel of the little wild dragon. With that, he openly shared the dragon's attribute data. He had no secrets from those who truly cared about him. These skills, these initial attributes. Long Quang exclaimed in awe as he examined the panel. He recalled that his own initial total attributes were only 480 points, and now the little wild dragon far surpassed him, leaving him both envious and helpless. Li Long also couldn't help but remark. No wonder it's an ancient breed. Its initial aptitude is just a step away from a mythical bloodline, right? Having an initial attribute of only 380 points himself with his sky blue white tiger, he understood the significance of these numbers. But her essence hasn't fully recovered yet. I'll have someone bring some essence-restoring items later, Long Lao offered proactively. Thank you, Long Lao. Gu Huai expressed his gratitude joyfully. Although he hadn't had the little wild dragon for long, the blood connection already made her feel like an important family member. No need for thanks between us, Long Wei chuckled heartily. By the way, what level are you now? I'm already at level 39. Level 39, huh? That's quite a pace. Wait, what did you just say? Not only Long Lao but everyone else was shocked by the number. They remembered that Gu Huai was only at level 32 when he entered the hidden dungeon. How did he level up 7 times in just under 2 hours? In response to their astonishment, Gu Huai casually explained, the hidden dungeon had a lot of monsters, and since I focused solely on leveling up the little green dragon, the speed naturally increased. His nonchalant words made the others' mouths twitch, and even Long Lao couldn't help but inwardly praise. This kid sure knows how to play it cool. Level 39, you're quite the little monster, Long Lao admired. But what about your little green dragon's current strength? Well, I wouldn't recommend you guys look, Gu Huai chuckled. The little green dragon's terrifying attribute panel might indeed be disheartening. Facing the curious gazes of everyone, Gu Huai slowly revealed the attribute panel of the young azure dragon. Of course, he deliberately omitted the specific details of the skills, only showing the basic information. Species, young azure dragon. Level, LV 39. Basic attributes. Strength, 10,980. Spirit, 9,333. Agility, 9,333. Constitution, 10,431. Innate ability, Power of the Azure Dragon. Special effect, contains the power of the Azure Dragon, dealing an additional 100 final damage when attacking. Skill list. Azure Dragon Sky-Splitting Claw LV6. Power of the Greenwood LV5. Breath of the Azure Dragon LV7. Azure Dragon Phantom LV5. Dragon Might LV6. Dragon Blood Boiling LV3. Tail of the Azure Dragon LV5. Blood of the Azure Dragon LV3. Body of the Azure Dragon LV3. Dragon's Regret LV2. Dominating Azure Dragon LV2. Azure Dragon enters the sea LV2. Dragon Traveling the World LV2. Combat Power Index, 40,700. When the attribute panel was fully displayed, even Long Wuya, who was well informed, couldn't help but be stunned. A level 39 creature with a combat power index of 40,000 and an astonishing 13 skills. This was completely beyond common sense. Long Quang widened his eyes. As a member of the Dragon Clan, he knew exactly what this meant. He had seen many powerful dragons, including the dragon ancestor sleeping on Dragon Island, but he was certain that this young Azure Dragon's future potential might even surpass that of the ancestor. To possess such exaggerated attributes at such a young age made it one of the top existences even among mythical bloodlines. Astonishing, exclaimed Gong Jing and Li Long. Once you break through level 50 and complete the second transition, your combat power index might directly surpass 100,000. Maybe when you first enter the third transition, you could lead Gu Huai onto the world ranking list. Long Wuya immediately expressed his stance. Gu Huai, I will find a way to prepare a complete set of legacy gear for your dragons, custom-made to comprehensively enhance their strength. Seeing the young Azure Dragon's incredible potential strengthened his resolve to nurture Gu Huai. In his view, Gu Huai was more suitable than himself to take over his position. Gu Huai nodded earnestly. Even if Long Wuya hadn't mentioned it, he would have given his all. Just as Long Wuya was about to say more, the person delivering resources arrived. With the help of the old dragon, the process of upgrading the legacy equipment became much easier, far more convenient than Gu Huai collecting materials on his own. Take it. Only you can upgrade it. Alright. Gu Huai accepted the artifact and began the upgrade process. Upgrading from a blank slate to a green item required 100 green small crystal shards and 20,000 gold coins. These green small crystal shards were obtained by dismantlers breaking down equipment and were mainly used for enhancing equipment above level 70, with a huge demand. In the evolving world of gaming, the introduction of the equipment enhancement feature has completely transformed the market landscape. Prior to this, low-quality gear was quite literally trash, often ignored even when it dropped on the ground. This was not only due to their low value, but also because no one was interested in them. The profession of dismantlers was once considered nearly useless. The crystals they painstakingly extracted were like unwanted scrap, piling up in warehouses with no purpose. However, the launch of the equipment enhancement feature was like a bolt of lightning, instantly highlighting the value of this profession. Dismantlers suddenly became one of the most sought-after professions, with their crystals in high demand, driving up the market prices of lower-grade equipment. When the legacy equipment system was later introduced, it also required crystals to enhance quality, but its impact on the market was minimal. This is understandable, as the rarity of legacy equipment meant its demand for crystals was insignificant compared to the vast equipment enhancement market. At this time, the price for 10,000 green small crystals stabilized at around 50,000 gold coins. Gu Huai began the process of upgrading his equipment. After consuming crystals, a white common immortal weapon successfully advanced to a green excellent immortal weapon, maintaining its level at 1. Although the immortal greatsword now looked slightly more refined, it still retained a simple style. The subsequent upgrades were even more astonishing. Consuming 10,000 blue small crystals and an additional 100,000 gold coins, it was elevated from a green excellent immortal to a blue excellent immortal. Finally, with the investment of 10,000 golden small crystals and 20 million gold coins, the red divine immortal transformed into a golden legendary immortal. At this moment, the immortal greatsword had undergone a complete metamorphosis. It was enveloped in a dazzling golden glow, and its size had doubled, even surpassing Gu Huai's height. When Gu Huai checked the weapon's attributes, he couldn't help but gasp. This golden legendary immortal greatsword not only had an 18 strength bonus, but also boasted an impressive 4 additional attribute slots, along with a universal set disguise feature. According to the experiences of Gong Jing and Li Long, ordinary legacy equipment usually only has 3 attribute slots, but this exceptional piece had 4. If it could be upgraded to a quasi-artifact, it might gain a 5th slot, with a significant boost in quality. Long Lao, standing silently nearby, added, "Upgrading to a quasi-artifact is incredibly difficult. It was only by a stroke of luck that I acquired one." His tone carried a hint of pride, underscoring the rarity and value of quasi-artifacts. Gu Huai stood in front of the equipment enhancement platform, carefully contemplating the attribute combinations for the ultimate legacy gear. Long Lao's voice echoed in his mind. Of the 4 attributes, 2 can be used for skills, 1 should be effect-based, and the other is best as a percentage attribute. Considering your high personal attribute values, percentage boosts will be more advantageous. Gu Huai nodded in agreement. Although he preferred an all-skill setup, the rules required compromise. Li Long, noticing something, turned to Gong Jing and said, "Have you noticed? The attributes on this ultimate legacy gear are much higher than on regular equipment." Gong Jing nodded, unable to hide the envy in her voice. This conversation resonated with Li Long, sparking his desire to obtain such a top-tier piece of equipment. Unfortunately, the difficulty of acquiring it was enormous, even for someone like him. However, he could see that if the attributes were focused on strength, the gear would be a perfect match for Gu Huai. Both of their gazes fell on the focused Gu Huai. By now, Gu Huai had determined his enhancement direction, focusing on boosting dragon-type attributes and basic attribute skills, with a primary focus on multiplier enhancements. The system quickly displayed the required materials: 2 dragon nether stones, 4 portions of heavenly blood essence, 20,000 small golden crystals, and 20 million gold coins. Gu Huai relayed the list to Long Lao, who promptly gathered the resources, allowing Gu Huai to begin the enhancement process immediately. When the first attribute was generated, the room's atmosphere froze. Passive 1. Increases the basic attributes of contracted dragon-type creatures, enhancing the base multiplier by 1.2 times. Gu Huai's eyes lit up at this attribute. The expense was absolutely justified. Long Lao also showed approval. At their level, ordinary attribute boosts were already stacked over tenfold, so a 1.2x boost might seem trivial. However, this was a basic attribute enhancement, and even at their level, the base multiplier rarely exceeded twofold, underscoring the rarity of this attribute. Truly enviable, Gong Jing remarked. As a spirit user who relied on battle pets, she yearned for such attributes, but her spirit beast wasn't dragon type, rendering the equipment useless for her. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gu Huai quickly finalized the remaining 3 attributes. Calculations showed that merely upgrading the immortal quality from basic white to legendary gold, along with these attributes, consumed nearly 500 million in resources. Factoring in future upgrade costs, the total expenditure was staggering. However, compared to the ongoing expense of constantly replacing legendary gold sets, this investment was well worth it. The value of a legendary set is astonishing, with a full set at level 30 costing 2 billion, and individual pieces priced at 30 to 40 million. For levels 50 and 60, the prices are even more astronomical, with any piece easily surpassing a billion. Gu Huai examined the equipment in his hand, calculating in his mind. The greatest advantage of a legendary set lies in its ability to maximize one's strength at any time, which is why those with the resources are willing to spend heavily to acquire it. The equipment's attributes appeared before him one by one. The second attribute read, Contracted Dragon-type Beast, total attributes increased by 1.6 times. The third attribute was Dragon Master Random Skill Level 1, can be reassigned every 3 days. The fourth attribute was even more astounding. Total Strength Attribute 50. As these attributes were revealed, the eyes of those present immediately burned with interest. Li Long looked at the data, feeling a mix of emotions. Despite also having a legacy set, his total attribute increase was only 1.5 times, and his attribute bonus was merely 40, highlighting a significant gap. This isn't fair, Li Long muttered. Typically, pink legacy sets provide a 1.4 to 1.5 times increase based on specific needs, but Gu Huai's colored legacy offered a direct 1.6 times boost. Even the fixed base attribute bonus, normally capped at 10, reached an astounding 50 on this equipment. What seemed like a small difference could create a massive advantage when 6 sets were combined. At their level of competition, this disparity could result in tens of thousands or more in combat power differences. I'm so envious. I need to find a way to get a colored legacy set to play with, Li Long said, with a hint of jealousy. Beside him, Old Dragon remained unfazed, having already owned 3 pieces of colored legacy, one of which had been elevated to near divine status. He suggested, focus on leveling up first. Increasing levels is relatively straightforward, requiring only small colored crystals. However, remember that after level 30, you'll need to kill monsters to charge your weapon before you can continue using crystals to level up. Hearing this, Gu Huai immediately sprang into action. His fingers moved swiftly, and the equipment's level quickly climbed to 30, its appearance becoming even more dazzling. The ease with which he could enhance the colored legacy's level made Gu Huai feel as if he were in a private server, thoroughly enjoying the experience. Give it a try, Long Lao said with a smile. Gu Huai immediately switched his weapon and carefully examined the attribute panel of this immortal-grade piece of equipment. The legendary golden-quality weapon glowed softly in his hands. It could potentially become a quasidivine artifact, requiring only 20 quasidivine crystal shards and 1 billion gold coins. Upgrading it from level 30 to 35 was not too difficult. He just needed to slay 1,000 legendary quality monsters and collect 300 crystals of each of the 7 colors. The weapon's attributes were astounding. It not only increased the base attributes of contracted dragon-type creatures by 1.2 times, but also boosted the total attributes of beast companions by 1.6 times. Every 3 days, it randomly upgraded one of the dragon tamer's skills by 1 level. Most enticingly, it increased total strength attributes by 50 and could mimic any weapon from a set to gain set bonuses. This colorful legacy weapon contained a trace of divinity, with the potential to grow into a divine artifact. When Gu Huai equipped it, not only did his own strength surge, but his dragon companions also experienced an impressive boost. The battle power index of the little green dragon soared from 40,700 to 60,300. The thunder dragon increased from 11,200 to 18,400. The elemental dragon rose from 3,588 to 6,259. And even the newly hatched ancient wild dragon climbed from 804 to 1,447. Gu Huai's personal battle power index also increased from 31,100 to 34,900. While Gu Huai's personal enhancement was moderate since he only benefited from 38 of the 1.2 times base attribute increase for the dragon race, his dragon companions underwent a transformative boost. The combination of a 1.2 times base attribute increase and a 1.6 times total attribute boost sent their power skyrocketing. Seeing the surge in battle power, Gu Huai felt a bit giddy and couldn't help but turn to ask, Old Li, what's your battle index? Li Long's expression turned peculiar at the question. You really want to know? Of course. Gu Huai grinned, prompting Gong Jing and Long Lao to chuckle as well. Go ahead and tell him, Li Long, so the kid won't keep wondering, Long Lao said. Li Long nodded and pulled up his attribute panel. When Gu Huai saw the string of numbers, his eyes widened in disbelief. Whoa, how many digits is that? The panel clearly displayed. Name, Li Long. Class, Annihilator Hidden Class. Level, LV80. Battle Index, 80,080,000. Just an 8-digit number, nothing much. A little over 80 million. Li Long finally flashed a smug smile. After being amazed by Gu Huai's performance, it was his turn to surprise the young man. After all, the kid's tail was almost wagging in the sky. What a freak. Gu Huai's eyes fell on Long Wuya, filled with undeniable curiosity. Long Lao, if old Li is already so strong, what exactly is your total combat index? This question piqued not only Gu Huai's curiosity, but also caught the attention of Li Long and Gong Jing, who both looked expectantly at Long Lao. Clearly, even they had no clue about this mystery. Long Wuya waved his hand dismissively. There's no need for you to know my combat index. Besides, at our level, the combat index is merely a reference. What truly determines victory is the mastery of skills and combat techniques. Upon hearing this, Gu Huai and the others couldn't help but show disappointment. Although there is indeed a leaderboard recording the rankings of thousands, it is securely kept in the heart of a neutral territory, a highly mysterious place. Various nations have formed a 5-nation alliance to manage it, and even members of the alliance can only see the names, never the combat indices. Every year, in the last 5 minutes of December 31st, those on the list receive generous rewards. The specifics of these rewards depend on the progress of nations worldwide. All right, Xiao Huai, you can go now. Long Lao shifted the topic. Focus on improving your strength. If you need anything, just ask Gong Jing, and she'll do her best to assist you. You won't be staying with the national team for the next few days, as the training here won't benefit you much. I've recommended a place for you, full of monsters and perfect for leveling up. Gu Huai was about to nod when he noticed Gong Jing and Li Long's expressions suddenly change. Long Lao, you don't mean that place, do you? Gong Jing asked, her voice laced with obvious concern. Yes, that's the place, Long Lao replied with a slight smile. It's just right for this brat to have a good experience. But Long Lao, it's too dangerous there. Sending Gu Huai now might. Gong Jing's words were cut off by Long Lao. No worries, this kid has enough strength to handle it. Besides, I'll send a 100-member elite team to ensure his safety. Reassured by this promise, Gong Jing and Li Long relaxed a bit. Gu Huai, seeing the three of them talking in riddles, couldn't help but ask, what place are you talking about? You'll find out when you get there. Gong Jing replied with a mysterious smile. But for you, it's indeed the fastest leveling paradise. In just a few days, you and your little companions might all reach level 50. No matter how much Gu Huai pressed for details, Gong Jing and Li Long kept their lips sealed, repeatedly saying, you'll understand once you arrive. This left Gu Huai with no choice but to accept it. Today's competition was exhausting, so take a rest, Gong Jing said as she walked out. It'll take some time to assemble the elite team. Meet me at the entrance at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Watching Gong Jing's departing figure, Li Long gave Gu Huai a meaningful smile, which sent an inexplicable chill down Gu Huai's spine. Returning to his single dormitory, Gu Huai surveyed the one-bedroom apartment. The room was fully equipped and even came with a dedicated AI butler robot providing unknown service. He thought to himself that once he officially became a National Reserve member, he could upgrade to a more luxurious villa. Come on out. Now in his private space, Gu Huai immediately summoned his 4 little companions. The most eye-catching was the small azure dragon, now at level 39. It had grown from its initial 20-centimeter size to over 3 meters, starting to exude the majesty of an eastern dragon. Although still far from the legendary dragons that could stretch for thousands of meters, its inherent dragon aura was unmistakable. As soon as the small azure dragon appeared, it keenly noticed the new member, the small wild dragon, and a gleam of joy flashed in its eyes. As the big sister, it was used to and enjoyed this role. The small thunder dragon and small silver dragon curiously circled the small wild dragon, especially the small silver dragon, who was particularly excited to finally be promoted from the youngest to an older sister. Small azure dragon, I'm leaving this to you. Got it, the small azure dragon responded cheerfully. Initially a bit timid, the small wild dragon quickly relaxed in the company of the other dragon's friendliness. Watching this heartwarming scene, the small azure dragon secretly smiled, ready to help the new member get familiar with the environment. The small thunder dragon and small silver dragon shared a knowing smile. After entrusting the small wild dragon to the small azure dragon, Gu Huai wearily sank into the sofa. He was indeed a bit tired today, but he wanted to handle the skill matters first. He pulled up the panel. Focusing on the third entry of the immortal greatsword, what appeared to be a simple random 1 skill level increase held immense potential. It could be reassigned every 3 days, allowing him to experience higher level skills in advance and accelerate skill mastery and improvement. After randomly selecting from his 3 level 4 skills, the attributes of the Dragon Mastery skill immediately changed. Dragon Mastery, LV41. Can establish an equal contract with dragon-type creatures. Contract limit 3. Passive effect. All attributes of dragon-type creatures 15. I can finally increase the contract limit. Gu Huai's eyes lit up. From level 2 to level 4. Only the attribute increase had improved, making him worry that the limit might be 2. Now, reaching level 5 had added a new contract slot, and with the talent effect, the total had reached 6. This meant he could seek out 2 more powerful dragon partners. Gu Huai's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Perfect. Gu Huai was in a great mood. He was just a step away from reaching level 50, after which he could join Long Lao on a journey to the legendary Dragon Island. The next morning, Gu Huai woke up from his warm bed to find it crowded with little green dragons. He sighed softly, thinking that the bed was indeed too small. Looks like I'll need to get a custom-made extra-large bed once I move into the big villa, he mused as he watched the little creatures sleep. But then he remembered what Uncle Kwong had mentioned. Most dragon-like creatures learn the growth skill upon reaching level 50, allowing them to change their size at will. That's good news, Gu Huai muttered. I can't possibly turn the whole house into a bedroom for them. After getting up, Gu Huai prepared a hearty breakfast for the 4 little ones, using the opportunity to bond with them. Once he finished a quick wash, he headed to the meeting place he had arranged with Gong Jing. Along the way, he was curious about their destination, but Gong Jing remained mysterious. Soon, a modified large thunder fighter appeared before him. This wasn't an ordinary plane. It was a mechanical creation brought to life by engineers. While the profession of a mechanic was notoriously expensive, often requiring a family fortune to pursue, the nation placed great importance on them. They had established a special mechanic corps, creating awe-inspiring mechanical life forms like fighter jets, mechas, and even giant aircraft carriers. The Thunder Fighter was fully equipped with facilities like a dining area and a training ground, and it even had 2 dungeon entrances. Inside the cabin, soldiers in camouflage uniforms occasionally walked by. These were members of the elite squad Long Lao had mentioned. This squad was no ordinary team. Each member was a top talent in their field, ranging from combat roles to support and life professions, all with a minimum level of 80. Under the nation's full support, even those in life professions possessed incredible combat abilities. This was the power of the nation, far beyond what an individual could achieve. Seeing these over 100 elites made Gu Huai feel a bit intimidated. All right, I can tell you now, Gong Jing said seriously. We're headed to the city of the dead. Hearing this unfamiliar name, a hint of confusion flashed in Gu Huai's eyes. Gong Jing had expected him to be shocked, but seeing his puzzled expression, she quickly understood. After all, he had just become a class changer and wasn't from a prominent family, so it made sense that he didn't know about this place. The City of the Dead is a forbidden land shrouded in the shadows of death. Although it lies within the territory of Long Kingdom, it is a perilous area that even the high authorities of Long Kingdom dare not approach lightly. This is truly a realm of the undead. Gong Jing's voice carried a hint of gravity. Even Long Lao nearly met his end here. If it weren't for the fact that the ruler of this land didn't intend to kill him, he might have. What? Gu Huai interrupted, his pupils contracting in disbelief. Even Long Lao almost fell here. To him, Long Lao was synonymous with the strongest being on earth. Gong Jing nodded in confirmation and then explained, that's precisely why Long Lao designated this area as a restricted zone, strictly forbidding anyone from entering the inner circle. He also deployed heavy troops around the City of the Dead to prevent any undead uprising. Fortunately, over the years, although there have been occasional disturbances, they've remained manageable and haven't affected the surrounding cities. At this point, Gong Jing unconsciously patted his chest. If the undead army here were to launch a full-scale attack on Long Kingdom, the consequences would be unimaginable. Long Lao has always wanted to eliminate this ticking time bomb, but the disparity in power is too great. He dares not act rashly, fearing it might provoke the emperor. Seeing Gu Huai nervously swallowing, Gong Jing chuckled and reassured him. Don't worry, if it were truly that dangerous, Long Lao wouldn't let you take the risk. You are extremely important to him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent 100 elite squads to protect you. So this time we are only going to a special area of the City of the Dead, the edge of the ancient city, Gong Jing explained. Due to the world's restrictions, all entrants and monsters there are limited to level 50 or below. However, her expression turned serious again. Don't think it will be easy to handle. The number of undead there is astonishing. With a solemn expression, Gong Jing continued. Even with 100 elite squads and the 300 to 500 spirit wielders under my command, we can only operate on the outskirts of the ancient city. The inner city is too dangerous, with high-level undead like bone dragons, skeleton kings, and lich kings. If surrounded by the undead army, the consequences would be dire. Okay, Gu Huai agreed, but seemed thoughtful upon hearing the term bone dragon. By the way, is a bone dragon considered a true dragon? No, Gong Jing shook her head. A bone dragon is merely an undead creature resurrected from a dragon's skeleton. It lacks a dragon's soul and, strictly speaking, is just an animated corpse. If I ever come across it, I can see whether it really fits into the dragon category. The Thunder Fighter sliced through the sky, leaving only a silver streak in its wake due to its incredible speed. Despite the dangers lurking in this airspace, the fighter's superior capabilities and carefully planned route allowed them to avoid areas swarming with powerful flying creatures, ensuring a smooth passage. Half an hour later, the aircraft landed smoothly. Gong Jing pointed ahead and said, "Up ahead is the territory of the City of the Undead. There's a quasi-mythical creature there called Wings of the Dead. For safety reasons, we need to proceed on foot." Gu Huai nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in keeping a low profile around a quasi-divine creature. It takes about half an hour to reach the ancient city, if all goes well, Gong Jing warned seriously. You'll encounter many high-level monsters above level 60, which are beyond your current capability. These elite teams will handle any threats and ensure your safety. Remember, don't wander off. Understood. Gu Huai responded solemnly. 100 elite team members took their positions, working in perfect harmony. They quickly deployed a range of high-tech equipment, mechanical electronic dogs, mechanical scouts, and various uniquely shaped mechanical life forms. 5 max-level mechanics in the team controlled these sophisticated devices. As they stepped into the City of the Undead's domain, a chilling, uncomfortable aura enveloped them. Gu Huai surveyed the surroundings, seeing nothing but charred wasteland devoid of life. Even at the outskirts, low-ranking skeleton soldiers from the undead race roamed sporadically. Their hollow eye sockets flickered with multicolored soul flames, and their gray-white skeletons resembled floating ghost lights from afar. Gu Huai was intrigued by these creatures' attributes, but was too far to gather detailed information. The elite team moved cautiously, avoiding these undead soldiers to prevent unnecessary battles, as the sound of combat could easily attract more undead creatures in this area. The journey progressed smoothly according to plan. Besides occasionally clearing some minor obstacles, the elite team ensured a safe passage. 20 minutes later, the massive silhouette of an ancient city appeared on the horizon. Jingjia, is that the ancient city you mentioned? Gu Huai asked, swallowing hard at the sight of the imposing structure. He had expected a dilapidated small town, not something of such grandeur. Yes, it's impressive, isn't it? Gong Jing replied, pleased with Gu Huai's astonished expression. But once you see the City of the Undead, you'll realize that everything here pales in comparison to its grandeur. Is the City of the Dead bigger than this? A hint of curiosity flashed in Gu Huai's eyes. Bigger? Gong Jing chuckled softly. Would you believe me if I said the capital city isn't even a tenth the size of the City of the Dead? Gu Huai was stunned. The capital had always been the most magnificent city in his mind, and now he was being told of something even more colossal. This isn't a guess, it's a fact, Gong Jing explained, noticing Gu Huai's shocked expression. Actually, from the moment we landed, we've been within the boundaries of the City of the Dead. It's a massive underground city. The desolate black land we're standing on is just the upper layer. The spirits wandering above ground have merely been pushed out from the underground world. Gu Huai stood with his mouth agape, struggling to process this information. When you see the inner city below, you'll understand what true awe is. It's nothing short of a miracle. Gong Jing's tone carried a hint of longing. As the group approached the ancient city, the sight before them shattered all of Gu Huai's preconceived notions. He had expected to see a dilapidated ruin, but was instead met with a grand city. Towering walls over 10 meters high, spotless, and a massive bronze gate wide enough to allow 100 people to walk side by side. What left Gu Huai utterly speechless was the scene at the city gate. Several skeletons were diligently sweeping and mopping the ground. What is this? Gong Jing laughed. In other lands of the dead I've visited, the spirits are even more refined. They play violins, sip wine, and dine on Western cuisine. Gu Huai couldn't help but imagine a comical scene. A skeleton in a tailored suit, elegantly holding a wine glass, with wine pouring into its skull and trickling out through the gaps. Stop imagining, Gong Jing interrupted. The skeletons in this ancient city are special. Once you leave the city, they forget everything that happened inside and go back to their original tasks. They never chase beyond the city walls. Her tone turned serious. So our plan is to have you fight near the city gate, maybe venture a little deeper. If things get dangerous, retreat immediately. We'll be on guard around you, ready to fend off any undead army or powerful spirits. Finally, Gong Jing solemnly reminded. Remember, death here is eternal. Be very careful. The outside world is completely different from the dungeons, Gong Jing said gravely, looking at Gu Huai. The monsters in the dungeons are just data formed by the will of heaven and are subject to many restrictions. But the monsters outside are real living entities that have advanced through brutal battles and training, step by step. Gu Huai listened intently, nodding. He had read about this in books before. The wild monsters and dungeon monsters might have the same attributes and skills, but their combat instincts, awareness, and thirst for blood are worlds apart. Especially those high-level monsters. Each one is a survivor from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. I'll be extra careful, Gu Huai promised solemnly. All right, elite teams, prepare to move out. Roger that. With Gong Jing's command, all the elite teams quickly sprang into action. Each team consisted of 5 members and a mechanical electronic dog, swiftly spreading out in all directions and taking their positions. The mission of these elite teams was clear. First and foremost, they must protect Gu Huai at all costs if he encounters any life-threatening danger. Even if it means sacrificing their own lives, this was the resolve they had made when becoming elite teams, to dedicate everything to the country. Secondly, they were responsible for luring monsters, drawing the dangerous creatures closer to the ancient city's center towards the city gates, making it easier for Gu Huai to slay them. I'll activate the national mode in a moment, Gong Jing said. In this mode, the friendly fire protection will be enabled, so your attacks won't harm the team members. As an important member of the national second team, Gong Jing was one of the few who had the authority to activate this feature. Thanks, Sister Jing. Gu Huai took a deep breath, his eyes becoming resolute. He was well aware that the upcoming challenge would rely entirely on himself. Team training might be useful for others, but for him, it would only slow down his progress. The elite teams and Gong Jing were sent by Old Dragon purely as a precaution. Although the ancient city had a large number of monsters, the danger level was extremely high. If Gu Huai were to be overwhelmed by the undead army and couldn't retreat in time, it would truly break Old Dragon's heart. Don't be so polite. I'm counting on you to help me level up in the future. Gong Jing laughed. Definitely, Gu Huai nodded firmly. Although level 80 was the current cap, as the country's strength increased, the level limit would inevitably rise. Taking a deep breath, Gu Huai summoned Xiao Qinglong. Sensing its master's mood, the blood-bonded companion affectionately nuzzled Gu Huai's cheek. Gu Huai gently stroked Xiao Qinglong's head, relishing the cool, comforting sensation. Let's go in. As Gu Huai stepped into the ancient city, a strange force swept over his body and then dissipated without a trace. Following closely behind, Gong Jing also entered, and to Gu Huai's surprise, her aura became unusually ordinary, as if he could knock her down with a single punch. He shook his head, dismissing the absurd thought. Gu Huai recalled the first time he met Sister Jing, when she easily subdued him with just a level 27 power. Now, even though he had advanced to level 39, he still felt he couldn't match Sister Jing, who was suppressed at level 50. If Gong Jing knew about this thought, she would probably find it amusing. Last time, she had to exert her full level 50 strength to barely subdue Gu Huai. Now that he had reached level 39, with her current suppressed power, she actually wasn't his match. As soon as Gu Huai entered the arena, his eyes fell on the nearest skeleton. The system immediately displayed the monster information. Monster, Skeleton Warrior. Quality, White Common. Level, LV 50. Power Index, 1661. Skills, Limb Regeneration, Broom Attack. Description, I'm a cleanliness-loving skeleton. Cleaning is my passion. Alright, can you take the knife off my neck now? This skeleton warrior wielded a bamboo broom, with white soul fire flickering in its eye sockets, its actions betraying a hint of silliness. Upon seeing Gu Huai, it initially threw down its broom to charge at him, but halfway there, it seemed to remember something important and turned back to pick up the broom before charging at Gu Huai again. This sequence of actions left Gu Huai and Gong Jing dumbfounded. Smack! Little Qinglong casually swung its tail, and the not-so-bright skeleton instantly shattered into pieces. Its broom flew through the air and landed right under the foot of another skeleton warrior. With a crack, the skeleton stepped on the broom, lost its balance, and its head tumbled to the ground. Then, in a comical turn of events, the headless skeleton staggered to its feet, seemingly sensing the location of its head, and stumbled in that direction. However, it clearly hadn't learned its lesson and stepped on the broom again. This time, with too much momentum, it shattered into pieces once more. Gu Huai and Gong Jing exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. These skeleton warriors' intelligence was truly questionable. The system prompt soon sounded. You gained a total of 500 experience points. You received 250 points, and Little Qinglong receives 250 points. Although this wasn't a lot of experience, it was reasonable, given that these were just white-quality skeleton warriors with no bonus experience. Sister Jing, it seems the broom attack is quite effective, Gu Huai joked. Haha, it seems so, Gong Jing laughed. Little Qinglong, however, didn't understand their humor at all, and just fiercely glared at the broom-wielding skeleton warriors. It took a deep breath and then unleashed Dragon's Breath. Instantly, bone fragments flew everywhere, and all the skeleton warriors turned into a bizarre rain of bones. Experience notifications began to flood the system interface. Gu Huai, Team 003 has lured the monsters. Can we bring them over? Sure, Little Qinglong is very powerful. They can bring more over. Alright. Gong Jing nodded in agreement. Soon, an elite team led a large group of skeleton warriors charging over. The appearance of this batch of skeleton warriors was completely different from before. They wielded sharp swords instead of comical brooms, and the flames flickering in their eye sockets had changed from ordinary red to an eerie green. Gu Huai quickly glanced at their attribute panel. Monster Skeleton Warrior. Quality, Green Excellent. Level, LV50. Combat Power Index, 1901. Skills, Limb Regeneration, / Description, finally no more gate sweeping, hooray. Keep working out, soak up some sun, and strengthen those bones. Before Gu Huai could take a closer look, the eager young Azure Dragon had already launched an attack. For skeleton warriors with a combat index of just over 1900, a casual dragon breath from the Azure Dragon was enough to annihilate them. Although the experience points for a single skeleton were not high, there were plenty of them. In just half an hour, they had swept through over 2,000 skeleton warriors, gaining nearly 2 million experience points. Your Azure Dragon is really good for grinding, Gong Jing analyzed. At this rate, you can level up in 4 to 5 hours, gain 3 levels in a day, and reach level 50 in 4 days. Once you and the Azure Dragon hit level 50, you can lead the whole team to level 50 in another 3 to 5 days to start the second transition. She couldn't help but marvel. Including the previous training time, reaching the second transition from level 1 in half a month is unheard of. I've seen so many prodigies in the national team, but I've never heard of anyone leveling up this fast. Gu Huai yawned. Sister Jing, can we push forward a bit? These monsters are too weak, and the experience points are pitiful. Even the Azure Dragon is getting bored. Compared to the Hidden Dungeon's experience points, this place is really lacking. Although there are many monsters, most are green excellent quality, giving only 750 experience points each, and the few blue quality ones give just 1,000 experience. There's no sense of achievement. No, your safety is the most important. Gong Jing refused without hesitation. But Sister Jing, you know my strength, Gu Huai argued. My Azure Dragon has a combat index of 60,000 and an area attack skill, Dragon Might. Even if we're surrounded by an undead army, we can fight our way out. But, Sister Jing, don't worry, I won't recklessly push too far. If anything goes wrong, I'll retreat immediately. Gong Jing pondered for a moment, realizing she was indeed being too cautious. She was accustomed to thinking with the national team standards, but she had to admit that even the genius Luo Xiao at level 50 couldn't compare to Gu Huai now. Speaking of Luo Xiao, he was the top figure in Gong Jing's cohort, always leading the way and eventually joining the national team. Now Luo Xiao is a main force in the national first team, ranking 60th in the world individual combat power rankings, and has awakened the unique hidden class Azure God. Back then, he set a record by completing the second transition in 24 days, shocking the entire cultivation world. Gong Jing recalled the 3 inherited items and other opportunities Gu Huai had when he reached level 50, and his combat power index was only 26,000 at that time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but glance at the small Azure Dragon beside Gu Huai. Her lips twitching slightly, this little guy had already reached a combat power index of 60,000 at just level 39. In such a level-restricted environment, it was like a dimensional reduction attack. The astonishing power gap sparked a bold idea in Gong Jing's mind. If Gu Huai could raise all 4 of his little companions to level 50, with their strength, they might truly be able to shake this ancient city. According to Long Lao's speculation, the City of the Dead harbors a great secret capable of significantly boosting the strength of the Dragon Kingdom. Although the ancient city strictly limits levels to 50, Long Lao had long been prepared. The ancient city plan was in preparation. According to Gong Jing's estimates, this plan could only hope to be implemented after conquering the level 85 large dungeon. However, now, seeing Gu Huai's remarkable potential, it seemed possible to attempt an early breakthrough. Of course, all this would have to wait until Gu Huai and the small Azure Dragon reached level 50. Sister Jing, I'm heading out now, Gu Huai said. Yes, I'll go in with you. If there's any danger, I'll have you retreat immediately, Gong Jing replied with a nod. Gong Jing then ordered 100 elite team members to withdraw from all directions and form ranks behind Gu Huai. Although their personal attributes couldn't match Gu Huai's, they were well equipped and could provide crucial support in key moments. Let's move out. Gu Huai and the small Azure Dragon led the way. Half an hour later, they had almost fully explored the surrounding area. The architectural style here resembled that of an ancient city, entirely wooden structures with no bricks or tiles in sight. Gu Huai chose to advance along the wide main road, allowing the small Azure Dragon to fully utilize its combat advantages. Although the alleyways were safer and less likely to result in being surrounded, they were too narrow for the small Azure Dragon to maneuver effectively. Perhaps because the elite squad had already drawn away nearby monsters, they walked for 2 minutes on the main road without encountering any enemies. Just as Gu Huai was beginning to wonder, the rapid sound of hoofbeats reached their ears. A squad of knights riding skeletal horses came charging from the front. Gu Huai quickly scanned and locked onto the information of this squad. Monster, Skeleton Knight Captain Elite. Quality, Red Heaven's Gift. Level, LV50. Combat Power Index, 6312. Skills, Night Charge, Necromancy. Description, Junior Officer of the Skeleton Legion, commanding 100 skeleton knights. The attributes of the subordinate knights also appeared. Monster, Skeleton Knight. Quality, Red Heaven's Gift. Level, LV50. Combat Power Index, 4008. Skills, Knight Charge. Description, Ordinary Cavalry of the Skeleton Legion. Heaven's Gift Monsters. Gu Huai's eyes lit up. These high-quality monsters were his favorite. Each ordinary knight provided 2,500 experience points upon defeat, and taking down the knight captain would yield a full 12,500 experience points. Gu Huai, be careful. These skeletal knights aren't very strong, but their charges can still be quite troublesome, Gong Jing warned softly, her eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Dad, more monsters are coming out. Xiao Qinglong's previously indifferent face lit up with excitement. The previous battles had been too dull, and the meager experience points almost put her to sleep. The skeletal knight leader didn't charge directly, but stopped a short distance from Gu Huai and the others. At that moment, countless skeleton warriors crawled out from the surrounding alleys, crowding the streets. Gong Jing's pupils suddenly contracted, and she immediately summoned her weapon, ready to protect Gu Huai at all costs. Gu Huai's sharp gaze swept over the wooden houses around them, spotting more monsters hiding inside. Black-robed undead mages, floating gray spirits, and headless warriors behind the skeletal knights. In the blink of an eye, they were completely surrounded, with monsters in every direction. Jingjia, we're surrounded, Gu Huai said, his face still wearing a bright smile. Gu Huai, this is the most dangerous situation, Gong Jing said, her expression grave. The most dangerous? Aren't they just some monsters? Gu Huai asked, puzzled. A normal undead army surrounding us isn't scary. With our strength, we can break through. Gong Jing quickly gave orders. Elite squad, gather up. Yes. The team members responded in unison, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. Although things were heading in the worst direction, they had long overcome their fear of death. There are two types of undead armies, Gong Jing explained. The first kind rushes at the target on sight, acting on instinct, and are easy to break through. But now it's the second kind. Is someone commanding these undead? Gu Huai asked thoughtfully. Gong Jing nodded in confirmation. That's right, and to command such a diverse and large number of undead, it's likely a demigod-level boss. This is the worst-case scenario. She looked at Gu Huai, determination flashing in her eyes. But don't worry, we'll make sure to get you out safely. Within the ancient city's inner sanctum, a palace-like structure stood majestically. Inside, a skeleton clad in an elegant suit sat gracefully at a dining table, swirling a crystal goblet filled with red wine between its bony fingers. Next to a steaming steak on the table, a silver knife and fork were neatly arranged. As the suited skeleton raised the goblet to its mouth, another skeleton in a pale yellow dress hurried in. General, someone has breached the ancient city. Xiao Yi, the suited skeleton said nonchalantly, pouring the wine into its mouth. The dark red liquid flowed down the stark white jawbone, meandering along the spine, yet vanished mysteriously before reaching the floor, as if truly absorbed by the bones. If someone has broken in, they've broken in. There's no need to report it specifically. I've already entrusted control of the ancient city to you. The skeleton named Xiao Yi skillfully picked up the bottle and poured herself a glass. This intruder is quite powerful and has already taken down many of our subordinates. Then send the Black Dragon Guard to teach them a lesson. The suited skeleton replied with continued elegance. But remember to hold back and actually kill them. That would displease the Lord. Xiao Yi downed her glass in one gulp and was about to leave when the suited skeleton added, wait, make it a big commotion this time. These constant disturbances are truly tiresome. Understood. Meanwhile, Gong Jing had just finished saying, don't worry, we'll get you out safely, when the ground shook violently. She looked towards the source of the noise, her face turning pale. In the distance, massive shadows began to form, their enormous size striking fear into her heart. Abominations. Death Knights. Gong Jing gasped. Why are these top-tier units being deployed? Her voice was filled with shock. These two were among the undead army's most powerful forces, legendary in quality, with each one an elite among elites. A few that had developed perfectly could even ascend to BOS level status. Gong Jing quickly assessed the situation. The combat strength of these creatures was at least over 10,000, and there were certainly BOS-level entities among them with attribute values exceeding 20,000. Although she was currently suppressed to level 50, her attributes were over 30,000, and with an elite squad averaging close to 20,000, they should have been sufficient to handle the situation. However, what truly alarmed her was the realization that these abominations and death knights were likely just the tip of the undead army's iceberg. As she pondered how to break through with Gu Huai, his voice broke her thoughts. Sister Jing, is that a bone dragon? It doesn't look quite like the ones described in the books. Bone dragon. Gong Jing looked up in confusion and immediately went pale. This is bad, really bad. In the sky, 5 bone dragons were approaching. But these were not the Western bone dragons described in books. Rather, They resembled the skeletal frames of eastern dragons, with massive bone wings added to enhance their imposing presence. In the center of the undead army, a gigantic skeletal dragon spread its wings, spanning a width of 200 to 300 meters, making it the largest creature Gu Huai had ever seen. As the bone dragon appeared, the surrounding wooden huts collapsed with a crash, fully exposing the scene around them. A dense army of undead had completely surrounded them. Skeleton warriors, liches, necromancers, abominations, skeletal knights, wraith knights, soul demons, and more, over 10 different types of undead creatures, were lined up in formation, each in staggering numbers. They resembled a well-trained army, forming an impenetrable circle around Gu Huai and the others. Gu Huai quickly scanned the area, conservatively estimating tens of thousands, possibly even 100,000 creatures. The undead army stretched endlessly into the distance. Even more daunting were the 5 bone dragons circling high above, their oppressive presence making it hard to breathe, almost sapping the will to fight. Gong Jing and the elite squad members were terrified, nearly succumbing to despair. She took a deep breath, ready to face death. Gu Huai, in a moment, we will break through towards the gate. You take Xiao Qinglong and just run in that direction. We will carve a path for you. The determination in the eyes of the elite squad members mirrored her own. They knew their fate was likely sealed, but they were resolved to ensure Gu Huai could break free. Don't rush into it just yet. Gu Huai quickly intervened, seeing the madness in their eyes. Although the undead army is vast, it might not be all bad. Gong Jing was puzzled. A hint of excitement flashed in Gu Huai's eyes. I've observed that these creatures' combat power is not high. There are many of them, but it's a perfect opportunity for Xiao Qinglong and me to level up quickly. Once we gain a few levels, even if we can't eliminate all of them, escaping will be possible. We might even call in some other little guys to gain experience. Gong Jing was baffled. She understood every word, but together they made no sense. She looked around blankly, her mind unable to process. Everyone move in closer. I'm about to go on a rampage. Gu Huai said no more and nodded at Xiao Qinglong once the elite squad gathered. Yeah, Xiao Qinglong leapt into action with excitement. Although both it and Gu Huai were puzzled as to why the undead army was merely surrounding them without attacking, there was no time to ponder this now. The priority was to act quickly before more bone dragons arrived, which would make the situation truly dire. Gu Huai understood that the urgent task was to quickly level up before the controller behind the undead army could react. If Xiao Qinglong could reach level 50, they could completely disregard that mysterious controller. Xiao Qinglong caught on instantly, unleashing her full power. A series of skill lights flashed around her Azure Dragon Phantom, Azure Dragon Domination, Dragon Blood Boiling, Dragon Might. As the Azure glow intertwined, her body expanded to 2.2 times its original size, a result of the second-level Azure Dragon Domination. Although this level 30 skill primarily provided a 1.22 times strength boost, the expansion in size was crucial at this moment as it significantly increased the range of Dragon Might. Xiao Qinglong's original spiritual power of 14,300 was boosted to nearly 30,000 under the 2.2 times effect of Dragon Blood Boiling. More astonishingly, the level 6 Dragon Might already had a damage coefficient of 3 times spiritual power, and with the 100 final damage bonus from her innate talent, the actual damage reached an incredible 6 times spiritual power. Once this nearly 200,000 spiritual power area attack was unleashed, the terrifying Dragon Might swept outwards from Xiao Qinglong as the center. The scene was awe-inspiring. The densely packed undead army was powerless under the Dragon Might, instantly turning into nourishment for experience points. Whether it was ordinary skeleton warriors or powerful abominations and evil spirit knights, they all appeared fragile under this pressure. Gong Jing and her elite squad were dumbfounded, and even the well-traveled Gong Jing had never seen such an unbelievable spectacle. Even the 5 bone dragons circling in the sky were not spared. If it weren't for their inherent dragon might and strong power, they would have been shaken to the ground by this pressure. On the back of the largest bone dragon, a skeleton named Xiao Yi, dressed in a pale yellow dress, stood up. Her joints creaked, and the faintly colored soul flames in her eyes became unstable. Originally planning to intervene personally, Xiao Yi changed her mind upon sensing Xiao Qinglong's power. Such strength could only be countered by a general. She had no desire to experience death again and immediately ordered, "Black Dragon Guard, let's go." As for the losses of the undead army, she didn't care at all as long as no soul-bearing beings were lost. It didn't matter how many were sacrificed within the boundaries of the city of the dead. As Xiao Yi led the retreat, Gu Huai was elated. A system notification soon appeared. Total experience gained 500,000. You gained 250,000 experience, and Xiao Qinglong gained 250,000. Shortly after, another notification appeared. Experience full, current level increased to 40. Your attributes have been enhanced. Upon reaching level 40, Gu Huai still hadn't acquired any skills or skill slots. He had stopped expecting anything, assuming his Dragon Master profession was an exception. However, he wasn't disheartened even without skills. The inherent power of the Dragon Master profession was enough to keep him undefeated. But when he checked the information on his little Azure Dragon, his eyes widened in surprise. The screen displayed a notification that thrilled him. Not only had the little Azure Dragon reached level 40, but it had also simultaneously learned 3 powerful skills. The first skill was a magnification ability, typically unlocked at level 50, which had arrived early. It allowed the little Azure Dragon to change its size at will. When enlarged, its strength doubled while agility halved, and vice versa when shrunk. The second skill was Bloodline Awakening, a passive skill that gave a staggering 120 boost to all basic attributes. Lastly, there was Azure Dragon Bite, which could summon 2 Phantom Azure Dragons for an attack, each capable of dealing 3 times its combat power, far surpassing its previous strongest single-target attack. Just as Gu Huai was overjoyed by this unexpected surprise, an even bigger one followed. A wave of dragon might released by the little Azure Dragon swept across the battlefield, instantly clearing a large number of undead creatures. The influx of experience points surged like a tide, pushing both of their levels from 39 to 43. This strike harvested nearly 30 million experience points, thanks to the presence of numerous elite monsters and bosses. Had it been ordinary skeleton soldiers, even killing 40,000 of them wouldn't have reached this number. Though the strike was powerful, it only cleared less than a tenth of the overwhelming undead army. Gu Huai knew that to annihilate all enemies in a single blow, the little Azure Dragon would likely need to reach level 70. He noticed that 5 bone dragons in the sky had fled, but he wasn't in a hurry to chase them. Sister Jing, you all stay here, I'll be right back, Gu Huai said cheerfully. To him, harvesting the experience points in front of him was the priority. As for the escaped bone dragons, they could run, but not hide. Once he reached level 50, not only would he easily take down these bone dragons, but he might also let the little thunder dragon show off its prowess. Azure Dragon descends. In that instant, the young Azure Dragon dove down like a bolt of lightning, plunging directly into the densely packed army of undead. Its body rapidly expanded under the influence of its magnification skill, doubling in size in an instant. 2 nearly 100-meter-long Azure Dragon shadows intertwined and spiraled through the air, unleashing a formidable power that embodied the true essence of Azure Dragon Descends. With the activation of the Azure Dragon Bite skill, the entire battlefield was thrown into chaos. Countless undead creatures were flung into the air, as effortlessly as leaves in a storm. Even those top-tier bosses with over 20,000 combat power were nothing more than mere ants before the young Azure Dragon. Experience points surged in like a tide, and Gu Huai and the young Azure Dragon's levels skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. In just 10 minutes, they both soared to level 50. A system notification chimed. Experience full, current level increased to 50. Your attributes have been enhanced, and you have gained a skill enhancement point. Although no new skills were unlocked at level 50, both Gu Huai and the young Azure Dragon received valuable skill enhancement points. Gu Huai earned 1, while the young Azure Dragon received 2. Currently, Gu Huai holds 2 points, and the young Azure Dragon has 3. Both have reached the first transformation level cap, and these skill points must be used before the second transformation. The battle continued, and Gu Huai timely summoned the young Thunder Dragon, the young Silver Dragon, and the young Desolate Dragon to share in the experience. Taking advantage of the young Azure Dragon's focus on the slaughter, Gu Huai opened his attribute panel. Name: Gu Huai. Class: Dragon Master Unique Hidden. Level: LV 50. Talent: Dragon Mastery Unique Mythical Talent. Attributes: Strength: 12,677. Spirit: 11,118. Constitution: 10,155. Agility: 10,233. Skills: Dragon Mastery LV 41. Allows signing an equal contract with dragon-type creatures. Current contract capacity is 3. Passive effect: all attributes of dragon-type creatures 15. Bloodline Connection LV 4. Passive: gains 16 of contracted dragon-type creatures attributes. Pain Sharing LV 4. Active: can connect with a contracted dragon to reduce damage by 26. Supports 3 mode switches. Other data: contractable dragon species 6. Skill enhancement points 2 reset after the second transformation. Combat Power Index 44,100. I didn't expect my combat power index to exceed 40,000, Gu Huai thought with delight. And this is just the beginning. Once the other 3 young dragons also reach level 50, this number will be even more astonishing. The current increase of over 10,000 is largely due to the young Azure Dragon's contribution, as its combat power index has already surpassed the 90,000 mark. Gu Huai stood still, his brow slightly furrowed. He knew that the Dragon Mastery was the foundation of his profession. He had planned to wait until the skill reached level 5 before enhancing it, but reality did not go as planned. With his second advancement imminent, and all 3 skills stuck at level 4, he had no choice but to use his enhancement points early. Enhance Dragon Mastery first, Gu Huai decided, thinking to himself. Blood connection and shared pain are just supportive. Increasing the number and attributes of dragons is the key. The system prompt appeared. Enhancement successful. Dragon Mastery upgraded to Strong Dragon Mastery, with excellent effects. Level increased by 2. Strong Dragon Mastery, LV61. Can establish an equal contract with dragon-type creatures. Contract capacity, 5. Passive effect. All attributes of dragon-type creatures increased by 70. Gu Huai's pupils contracted sharply. A level increase of 2 meant he could contract 2 more dragons, and with his innate bonus, the contract limit soared to 10. In the distance, the little green dragon fighting in the sea of the undead suddenly paused, sensing a surge of powerful energy within. If someone were to check her combat power index, they would find it had skyrocketed to 110,700, a truly astounding figure. There's one more enhancement point. Gu Huai's eyes gleamed with excitement. Enhance Dragon Mastery again. However, the system responded negatively. Enhancement not allowed. Current level permits only 1 enhancement per skill. Gu Huai pondered. Blood connection could enhance his attributes, while shared pain could boost the dragon's survivability. Weighing the options, he ultimately chose the latter. Shared pain not only served as a lifesaver, but also increased the overall strength of the little green dragon and her companions, making it the more cost-effective choice. This decision starkly contrasted with Dragon Elder's previous judgment. Dragon Elder had assumed that even an 80-level beast master focusing all skill points on the number of beasts could at most contract 6 beasts. Yet, Gu Huai, at level 50, could already contract 10 dragons, suggesting that by level 80, this number might exceed 20 or even more. After careful consideration, Gu Huai made a decision and immediately began enhancing the pain sharing skill. Upon completion, the skill upgraded to Strong Pain Sharing, advancing by 2 levels. The new version of pain sharing introduced 2 selectable modes. The first mode allows both parties to share the damage, with a 12 damage reduction. The second mode lets dragon-type creatures bear all the damage alone, but as compensation, they receive up to a 24 additional damage reduction. Seeing the effects of this enhancement, Gu Huai's eyes lit up. Although the skill now had dual modes, the effect of each mode was significantly stronger than before. What surprised him even more was that the number of contract targets increased from 1 to 2. Without hesitation, he retargeted the young Azure Dragon and activated the second mode. The moment the connection was successful, the young Azure Dragon immediately felt a massive increase in its defense. Its original 26 damage reduction soared to 79. This dramatically improved the young Azure Dragon's survivability. As Gu Huai pondered the astonishing damage reduction effect, the system promptly provided a reminder. Damage reduction cannot reach 100. When damage reduction hits 99, any excess is compressed 100-fold. For example, 100 is effectively 99.01. 200 is equivalent to 99.99, and so on. Understanding this mechanism, Gu Huai turned his attention to the young Azure Dragon's attribute panel. Species: Young Azure Dragon, first transformation. Name: Gu Qingma, as determined in response to reader requests. Level: LV50. Base attributes: Strength: 34,000. Spirit: 31,700. Agility: 34,000. Constitution: 31,700. Talent: Azure Dragon's power attacks inflict 100 final damage. Skill list: Azure Dragon's Rending Claw, LV7. Power of Green Wood, LV5. Azure Dragon's Breath, LV7. Azure Dragon's Phantom, LV6. Dragon's Might, LV7. Dragon Blood Boiling, LV3. Azure Dragon's Tail, LV5. Regret of the Writhing Dragon, LV2. Azure Dragon's Dominance, LV2. Dragon's Roam, LV2. Doubling, LV1. Azure Dragon's Bite, LV1. Bloodline Awakening, LV1. Azure Dragon's Blood, LV3. Azure Dragon's Body, LV3. Looking at this impressive attribute panel, Gu Huai couldn't help but swallow hard. This dazzling skill list was far more striking than his own panel. Gu Huai focused intently on the skill list before him. With 3 enhancement points and 16 skills to choose from, he found himself briefly lost in thought. His gaze first fell on the most frequently used skills, Dragon's Might and Azure Dragon's Breath. Though these skills were practical for clearing enemies, their current efficiency was already sufficient, making further enhancement unnecessary. The immediate priority was to boost Xiao Qinglong's individual combat capabilities. After careful consideration, Gu Huai decided to enhance Azure Dragon Phantom first. This choice immediately yielded an unexpected reward. The system indicated a perfect enhancement, upgrading the skill by 3 levels. The enhanced Azure Dragon Phantom evolved to Strong Azure Dragon Phantom, LV9. With a stunning effect, it could conjure an illusion of the Azure Dragon 81 times its original size, ignore damage within 18 times the Constitution, and contact attacks could inflict a terrifying damage multiplier of 9 times the combat power index. This is practically the dragon version of Susanoo. Gu Huai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Although he couldn't use the skill himself, the thought that this was Xiao Qingma's power filled him with exhilaration. With 2 enhancement points remaining, Gu Huai decided to continue in this direction. His attention turned to Azure Dragon's Tail, a level 5 contact skill that, while not the strongest, could produce astounding effects when paired with Azure Dragon Phantom. This combination would elevate Xiao Qingma's combat prowess to a new level. Taking a deep breath, Gu Huai unhesitatingly chose to enhance Azure Dragon's Tail. All of this was still before the second transformation. Enhancement successful. The system notification chimed as the Azure Dragon's Tail completed its perfect upgrade, instantly boosting 3 levels to become the mighty Azure Dragon's Tail, LV8. Gu Huai carefully examined the skill description. It's an active skill that gathers terrifying power in the tail, not only imposing a binding effect, but also leaving enemies momentarily stunned. Although the stronger the enemy, the shorter the stun duration, the incredible 34 times damage multiplier is enough to instill fear in any opponent. Unstoppable. Gu Huai's eyes glowed with excitement. The power was truly astonishing. 34 times damage, combined with the Azure Dragon's Phantom, left him wondering who at the same level could withstand Xiao Qingma's tail strike. Even a level 50 Xuanwu would likely see its sturdy shell shattered. With adrenaline surging, Gu Huai decided to strike while the iron was hot and continue the enhancements. The next target was Dragon Blood Boil, an excellent choice for boosting attribute values. Only by maximizing the base attributes could the full power of the Azure Dragon's Phantom and the Azure Dragon's Tail be unleashed. Enhancement succeeded again. Dragon Blood Boil was perfectly upgraded by 3 levels, becoming Mighty Dragon Blood Boil, LV6. This active skill causes the blood to boil, providing an astonishing 750 boost to all attributes for a full 30 minutes. Seeing this data, Gu Huai's smile grew even brighter. Although considering Xiao Qinglong's inherent bonuses, the actual increase wasn't as exaggerated as it seemed. He couldn't help but calculate the power of a full force burst. The strength index soared from 34,000 to 105,000, while the battle power index skyrocketed from 131,700 to 415,500. This meant it could inflict over 7.3 million in battle power index damage. And with the Azure Dragon's Might's 100 bonus, the final damage reached an astounding 14.6 million battle power index. Thinking of this figure, Gu Huai's hands trembled with excitement. Even old Li's battle power index was just over 80 million. Though this was only the base power and didn't represent actual combat ability, the potential of a level 50 Xiao Qingma was already formidable. And what about at level 80? Qingma, test the strength of these 2 skills. Gu Huai communicated with Xiao Qingma through telepathy. Although they rarely used this method to communicate, at this moment, he couldn't wait to see the enhanced power of the Azure Dragon's Phantom and Azure Dragon's Tail. As for Dragon Blood Boil, considering its enormous consumption, Gu Huai decided to keep it as a trump card for now. After all, in the City of the Dead, where even the world's top warrior Long Lao nearly fell, who knows what terrifying entities they might encounter. With Xiao Qingma's current strength, there was no need to use Dragon Blood Boil to deal with these undead. When he sensed the 3 skills enhanced by Gu Huai, excitement surged in Qingma's heart, eager to test their power. Yeah. Upon receiving Gu Huai's telepathic message, Qingma readily agreed. Azure Dragon Phantom. Roar. The deafening roar of a dragon echoed across the ancient city. The sheer power of this roar was so overwhelming that even Gong Jing, who had activated the national mode, could feel the terrifying pressure threatening to shatter her insides. Immediately after, a massive azure dragon shadow appeared in the sky, stretching an astonishing kilometer in length. At level 50, Qingma's true form was already over 10 meters long, and with an 81-fold increase, this dragon winding through the sky seemed like a legendary divine dragon, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. Before Gong Jing and the others could recover from their shock, they found themselves effortlessly swept up by the azure shadow and transported to Gu Huai's side, without the slightest resistance. Sister Jing, stay here, came Gu Huai's voice. With Qingma's protection, your safety will be greatly enhanced. The 3 young ones inside the shadow were rapidly leveling up, seizing this rare opportunity. Gong Jing and the others swallowed hard. The scenes of awe they witnessed today likely surpassed all they had experienced in their lives. At this moment, the elite team members finally understood why Long Lao had dispatched so many forces. When they received the mission yesterday, they thought protecting a prodigy required only a dozen people at the city gate, and it wasn't worth mobilizing such manpower. But now, they finally comprehended this young man was worth the nation's full protection. With this realization, their eyes burned with fervor. Such terrifying strength. If this youth broke through to level 80, who could stop the rise of the Dragon Nation? While everyone was still in shock, Qingma's onslaught had already begun. Azure Dragon's Tail. The massive dragon, over a kilometer long, swung its tail, instantly stirring up a cataclysmic storm within the ancient city. The surrounding space was riddled with cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. This apocalyptic force instilled fear even in the undead army, who knew not the meaning of fear. All the undead turned and fled in panic, desperate to escape this land of death. However, an invisible pressure had descended, pinning them in place, leaving them no choice but to await Qingma's deadly strike in despair. The Azure Dragon's tail crashed down with tremendous force. Boom! The undead army struck directly was obliterated in an instant, leaving not a trace behind. The others suffered heavy casualties in the terrifying aftermath. The ground was cleaved open by this strike, forming a massive chasm stretching several kilometers and unfathomably deep. The architectural style of the inner city is vastly different from the outer city. Majestic palace-like structures tower grandly, exuding a royal aura at every corner. However, at this moment, a deafening explosion suddenly erupts, causing the entire ancient city to shake violently. The splendid palace splits in two, and the surrounding buildings collapse with a thunderous crash, sending bricks and rubble flying. Xiaoi, having just arrived in the inner city on her skeletal dragon, looks at the shocking scene before her, her gray skeletal hand trembling slightly. This is it, we're doomed. Before she can finish, a figure quietly appears on the back of the dragon behind her, coldly saying, "He dirted my suit." Just then, an astonishing change occurs. Gu Huai watches in disbelief as the experience points of the three little creatures soar at an incredible speed. The dragon tail strike, enhanced by the Azure Dragon's phantom, is unimaginably powerful. Although it directly hits only a few undead, the shockwave engulfs nearly half of the undead army. Billions of experience points are instantly credited, and the three little dragons become immensely wealthy. The previously level 35 Little Thunder Dragon, level 17 Little Silver Dragon, and level 3 Little Desolate Dragon all experience rapid level advancement from this single strike. Especially Little Thunder Dragon, which jumps directly to level 50 and learns two new skills. Thunderous Realm LV1, an active skill that allows the user to resummon previously cast lightning within 10 minutes, increasing its damage by 20. Bloodline Awakening LV1, a passive skill that awakens the bloodline within, enhancing basic attributes by 10. Gu Huai eagerly checks the complete attribute panel of the Thunder Dragon. Species, Thunder Dragon, first transformation. Name, Gulema. Level, 50. Strength, 9,666. Spirit, 14,180. Agility, 10,917. Constitution, 10,917. Talent, World-Destroying Divine Thunder, a growable divine thunder that strengthens with increased power. Deals additional damage equal to 6.6 times the spirit value when using lightning-type skills. Skills, Thunder Burst LV6, Thunderous Might LV5, Thunder Armor LV5, Thunderball LV4, Thunder Dragon's Roar LV3, Thunder Dragon's Body LV3, Swift Lightning LV2, Lightning Body LV2, Thunder Heart LV2, Thunder Mastery LV2, Thunder Arc LV1, Spirit Enhancement LV1, Thunderous Realm LV1, Bloodline Awakening LV1. Combat Power Index, 45,600. Seeing this data, Gu Huai is initially stunned, then suddenly understands. It's not that Gulema's power is weak, but that Gu Qingma is incredibly formidable. It's important to note that these attributes are enough to easily defeat someone like Gong Jing of the same level. Even the genius Luo Xiao, whom Gong Jing speaks of, would likely struggle to compete with Lema at level 50. However, compared to Gu Qingma, Lema's skill enhancements still have a long way to go. Gu Huai looked at the scene before him, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. Lemo had grown to over 10 meters long and was now excitedly flying in front of his face. The two other little creatures circled around him, their eyes sparkling with excitement. The little wild dragon, however, appeared somewhat confused. In just a few seconds, she had transformed from a level 3 mini dragon cub into a massive level 42 dragon. This sudden change left her feeling a bit uneasy. Her large size meant she could no longer crawl into her father's sleeve or snuggle in his arms. Thinking about this, a look of grievance appeared on her dragon face. Yet, this was only the beginning. Gu Qingma had already set his sights on the undead army fleeing in panic. Currently, the little silver dragon was at level 43, and the little wild dragon at level 42, with just over 1.7 million experience points between them. To reach their collective goal of level 50, they needed over 60 million experience points. If they could destroy the remaining less than half of the undead army, the task could be completed ahead of schedule. Gu Huai hadn't expected to complete the task in less than 2 hours since arriving here. No wonder this place was recommended by the old dragon, he mused. However, once they reached level 50, this place would lose its value. Continuing to level up in the City of the Dead would be akin to courting death. Outside were level 80 monsters and terrifying bosses, a place he dared not venture recklessly. Meanwhile, over 10 kilometers away, General, Xiaoi said, her voice trembling. She knew very well that the general cherished that somewhat incongruous suit above all else, a gift from the master. more precious to him than life itself. Don't worry, I'm fine. The general's hollow eye sockets flickered with colorful soul fire, as if seeing through space to Gu Huai and Qingma. That guy is stronger than expected, and he brought a green dragon. A green dragon? Xiaoyi asked, puzzled. It's normal you don't know. Your level hasn't reached that point yet. The general lightly tapped his skull, then continued. That guy is coming soon. With us limited to level 50, we are no match for that green dragon. We must retreat quickly. Retreat. In Xiao Yi's understanding, apart from the master, the general was the closest thing to invincible. Even though the green dragon had shown a strength that would make skeletons despair, she still believed the general could fight. Or do you want to stay here and wait to die? The general patted the massive bone dragon, which then descended. But the master ordered us to guard the ancient city and not leave until he fully awakens. The general didn't answer, merely reached into the void to summon a black door and walked through it without hesitation. Xiaoyi stood frozen in place, clearly taken aback. Despite living in this area for years, she had no idea such a place existed. As the general's silhouette was about to disappear from view, she quickly decided to follow him. The space was not large, and she soon caught up to the general. The sight before her made her soul's fire flicker wildly. Had she been alive, she would have widened her eyes in disbelief. In the center of the cramped space, a jet-black pool exuded an aura that seemed to devour the light. Even more astonishing were the two eggs floating above the pool. One was pitch black, appearing to absorb all the surrounding light. The other was completely transparent, seemingly formed from pure soul energy, nearly blending into the air. General, what is this? Xiaoyi began to ask. The black one is a bone dragon's egg, the general said calmly. A bone dragon's egg? Xiaoyi's mind was filled with questions. If not for her absolute trust in the general, she might have thought he had lost his mind. How could a bone dragon lay eggs? The general seemed to understand her doubt, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. When I first saw it, I reacted the same way. Of course, this isn't laid by a bone dragon. This is the master's creation, fused the corpse of the apocalypse evil dragon with the power of endless darkness, eventually refining it into this bone dragon egg. The master's creation. Xiaoyi's voice was sharp with excitement. Exactly, the general continued. The other one is a ghost dragon egg, crafted from the soul of that apocalypse evil dragon, combined with numerous rare treasures. And because of the unique materials, these are not ordinary dragon eggs, but the highest grade bone dragon king and ghost dragon king eggs. The master calls them his most perfect creations. Then we must take them immediately, Xiaoyi said, moving forward in excitement. No, these two dragon eggs must remain here. This is the master's wish. The general stopped her. Now that the entrance is open, as long as they're not too foolish, they'll find this place. Our mission is complete. It's time to leave. Xiaoyi was full of confusion, but the general merely said, there's no need to ask too many questions. This is beyond your clearance. You only need to know that even though the master has passed, the people of the Dragon Kingdom will always be his people, and those who possess the Azure Dragon. The general's voice trailed off, and Xiaoyi strained to hear, but he stopped speaking. At that moment, a young voice broke the silence. Dad, there's a presence over there that's not weaker than mine, watching us. Although Gu Huai hadn't noticed, the little green dragon had indeed sensed the general's gaze. This discovery immediately made Qing Mo stop underestimating them. As Qing Mo leveled up to 50, her 3 skills were enhanced, and a confident gleam shone in her eyes. To her, monsters of the same level were nothing more than trivial obstacles, and even an army of 100,000 posed no threat. However, at that moment, a chilling gaze from afar made her quickly restrain her dismissive attitude. Someone as strong as you? Gu Huai was taken aback by this. The level cap in the ancient city was 50, yet according to Qing Mo, there was someone who could match her at that level. Not quite as strong as me, Qing Mo said gravely, but if it came to a life-or-death struggle, I'm not so sure. I see. Gu Huai took a deep breath, his brow furrowing. It seemed this land of the dead was more perilous than he had imagined. No wonder even a powerful figure like Long Lao almost got trapped here. Once everyone reaches level 50, we'll head in and take a look. All right. Qing Mo agreed without hesitation. Although the owner of that gaze was formidable, she wasn't one to be trifled with either. Knowing there was a worthy opponent inside, her eyes brimmed with intense battle spirit, and her attacks became even more fierce, eager to meet this rival soon. Meanwhile, despair deepened in the eyes of the little wild dragon. There's no going back. Never going back. As her body continued to swell and her power surged, tears began to fall from her eyes. Feeling emotional, huh? Gu Huai noticed, and mistakenly thought the little wild dragon's tears were from excitement. He patted her with a smile, saying, very happy, right? Don't worry, you'll be even happier soon. It won't be long before you undergo your second transformation. Woo woo woo. The little wild dragon cried even more. Under Qing Mo's relentless assault, both the little wild dragon and the little silver dragon quickly reached level 50. Gu Huai checked their status panels, a look of satisfaction crossing his face. He focused on Yuan Yin's attribute panel. Species, elemental dragon, first transformation. Name, Gu Huai. Level, LV50. Strength, 4,670. Spirit, 29,400. Agility, 9,711. Constitution, 11,653. Yuan Yin's stats were astounding, surpassing even those of Lei Mo. Her spirit attribute, in particular, accounted for more than half of her combat index. Most of her skills involved the term element, and many were not standalone skills. For instance, elemental storm could harness the powers of water, fire, wind, thunder, and earth to create a storm for attacks, either with a single element or a fusion of multiple elements. This gave Yuan Yin immense versatility and adaptability in battle. Gu Huai frowned as he examined Yuan Yin's skill panel. This element control platform, resembling a free mode, was indeed unique. As she leveled up, her ability to control elements and her skill damage both increased continuously. However, the sheer magnitude of these cumulative bonuses was almost intimidating. He rubbed his temples, thinking quickly, with so many buffs and additional attributes stacked together, what will the final damage output be? And how do you even execute this complex type of magic? What worried Gu Huai more was Yuan Yin's lack of combat experience. Although she had exceptional talent in elemental skills, capable of advancing the first 4 skills to level 5, it was entirely due to repeated practice in the dragon taming space. Her actual combat experience was nearly non-existent. In contrast, Lei Mo was slightly better off, having gained some insights into skill application from early combat experiences. But when his gaze fell on the young Huanglong, he couldn't help but gasp. The speed of improvement is astonishing. Gu Huai murmured, quickly accessing the young dragon's panel. Race, level, and various attribute values appeared one after another. But what shocked him the most was the terrifying combat power index 110,600. This number nearly made his eyes widen in disbelief. This exceeds all expectations. Gu Huai stared at the panel incredulously. All the skills are still at level 1, yet it can reach this level? If the skill levels are increased, won't it surpass Qing Mo? This rapid leap in improvement forced Gu Huai to rethink the training plan. While quick advancements could provide immediate combat power boosts, for long-term development, they certainly needed solid combat experience and skill honing. The young Huanglong, who had skyrocketed from level 3 to level 50 shortly after birth, especially needed systematic training to harness this sudden surge of energy. Gu Huai decided that after completing the second transition, they must undergo more real combat experiences rather than solely relying on guided training. Although the combat index doesn't represent absolute strength, the current figure is truly astonishing. Gu Huai swallowed hard and eagerly checked Gu Yan's skill list, only to find, amusingly, that this guy had put all his points into strength. As Gu Huai carefully examined Gu Yan's skill composition, he couldn't help but marvel at this extreme development path. There were few active skills, but a vast number of passive skills, along with Bloodline Awakening 1 and 2. No wonder the combat index was so high. This focused point allocation was indeed ingenious. A few powerful combat skills are enough. Gu Huai nodded to himself, quite satisfied with Gu Yan's skill setup. This was the combat mode favored by many strong individuals focusing on developing a few core skills, while converting the rest into attribute boosts or damage-enhancing passives. This was the correct path to enhance combat capability. Those practitioners who piled on flashy but impractical skills often found it hard to gain an advantage in real combat. Of course, none of the 4 dragons under Gu Huai belonged to this type. As Gu Huai's gaze fell upon the 2 skill enhancement points, his eyes lit up with excitement. These were valuable resources that could cause a qualitative change in skills. However, deciding which 2 skills to enhance was a dilemma. Compared to the other dragons, his time spent with Gu Yan was the shortest, and their bond was the weakest. Although he had hatched Gu Yan with his own blood and had a 1,000 dragon affinity, their relationship was still not as strong as with Qing Mo. While he was pondering, Qing Mo's cheerful voice rang out. "Yay, Daddy, let's go." She had completed her level 50 upgrade and was no longer interested in hunting monsters. For her, killing monsters was meaningless unless it was for experience. All right, Gu Huai was about to set off, but his attention was caught by the equipment scattered on the ground. In this world, the drop rate for equipment was extremely low, especially in dungeons. The drop rate in the wild was slightly higher, but still scarce. Qing Mo had just wiped out 70 to 80,000 monsters and numerous bosses, resulting in only about 300 pieces of equipment. "I'll have the spirits help you gather them. They're quick," Gong Jing suggested timely. "That would be great, Sister Jing." With a wave of her hand, Gong Jing sent over 100 spirits into action. In less than 2 minutes, they had collected all the equipment, a total of over 380 pieces of level 50 gear, mostly of epic orange quality or higher, including 14 legendary gold items. Gong Jing placed these spoils into a space ring and handed it to Gu Huai. "This many." Gu Huai took the ring, his face lighting up with surprise. The golden armor shimmered enticingly before Gu Huai. Though he had never purchased gear from a store, and even the level 30 golden set he wore had been acquired through Gong Jing's connections with the state, he understood well that 14 pieces of level 50 golden gear, along with a significant number of divine and epic items, were a treasure trove of immense value. Surveying these spoils, Gu Huai calculated silently. This bounty was largely due to the extraordinary quality of the monsters and the loot from numerous bosses. Yet, he still underestimated the true worth of level 50 gear. Why is level 50 gear so valuable? Gu Huai pondered as he gazed at the equipment. Because it perfectly aligns with the pivotal point of the second job transition. The second transition quest is notoriously difficult, impossible to complete without sufficient power. This forces many players to pay a premium for high-quality level 50 equipment to conquer the second transition dungeon. Market trends show that level 50 gear is even more expensive than level 60 gear. An epic set costs 8 million, a divine set a staggering 50 million, and a legendary set reaches an astonishing 500 million. While connections might allow for a 10 discount on purchases, selling typically fetches only 80 of the value. This means a level 50 epic piece is worth around a million, divine gear roughly over 6 million, and legendary items can sell for over 60 million. Gu Huai tallied 14 pieces of legendary gear, 132 divine pieces, and 161 epic items, totaling no less than 1.8 billion. Even better, he possessed a membership card for the dungeon building, allowing him to store these items conveniently and easily cash in over 2 billion. Oh, right, Sister Jing. Gu Huai suddenly remembered after stowing away the level 50 gear. Isn't there a pet slot at level 50? He had nearly forgotten, overwhelmed by Qing Mo's attributes. You need to actively activate the quest dungeon, Gong Jing explained. Once completed, you can unlock the additional pet slot. How do I activate it? Open the panel and enable the pet function. Gu Huai immediately brought up the panel and selected the pet function. The system prompt appeared. Activating pet function, initiating activation quest. A pet dungeon button appeared on his panel. Gong Jing added. Although you can run the pet dungeon countless times, with various difficulty levels, only the first clear yields rewards. So most people choose a difficulty they can confidently clear in one go. Gu Huai nodded. Let's not rush into the dungeon. We'll handle it later. Let's check out the inner city first. Qing Mo, iya. Qing Mo responded. Gu Huai was filled with anticipation. What kind of creature could command such respect from Qing Mo? Qing Mo maintained the form of the Azure Dragon Phantom. Although its speed was slightly affected, it remained agile and nimble. Meanwhile, Gu Huai was intently studying Gaian's skill list, carefully weighing which two skills would be best to enhance. After much consideration, Gu Huai first chose to enhance the Great Desolation Sutra. This skill is the core of all Gaian's abilities and is crucial for dealing damage. With the successful enhancement notification, the Great Desolation Sutra evolved into the Enhanced Great Desolation Sutra, instantly increasing by 3 levels. The Enhanced Great Desolation Sutra displayed incredible power. The level 4 active skill could release 26 strands of desolation force surrounding the area, each capable of inflicting 6.5 times the strength and damage. Even more impressive, the skill would form a set of desolate armor on the surface of the ancient desolation dragon, with a defense value 130 times the strength stat. Gu Huai's eyes lit up. If all 26 strands of desolation force were injected into an enemy, the resulting damage would be terrifying. Additionally, with the desolate armor's astounding defense, combined with Gaian's strength far exceeding that of ordinary beings, even monsters of the same level would take a considerable amount of time to breach this protection. Choosing the second skill left Gu Huai somewhat hesitant. He temporarily excluded passive skills from consideration and focused on Gaian's remaining 6 active skills: Desolate Claw, Dragon Tail, God Palm, 8 Desolate Pillars, Amplify, and 8 Desolate Harmony. He carefully analyzed the characteristics of each skill. Desolate Claw and God Palm were similar and could serve as high-frequency basic attack skills. Dragon Tail was more powerful with a larger attack range, but lower frequency. 8 Desolate Pillars not only had astonishing damage, but could also summon 8 pillars with both offensive and defensive capabilities. Amplify and 8 Desolate Harmony were both highly suitable buff skills for Gaian. Ultimately, Gu Huai decided to enhance the 8 Desolate Pillars. Although this skill might not be used frequently, it held greater value when facing strong enemies. After the successful enhancement, the 8 Desolate Pillars rose to level 4, achieving an impressive effect. It could concentrate all its strength to form 8 pillars imbued with desolation force, setting up an 8 desolate array to trap enemies. Within the array, a desolation force would be generated every minute, dealing continuous damage at 1.03 times the strength value per second. The pillars could also actively strike, pausing the continuous damage during the attack, but each strike carried tremendous power and would form new desolation force within the enemy. Wow! Gu Huai's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the enhanced 8 Desolation Divine Pillar. The artifact's effects were truly remarkable. Although its true power still needed to be tested in battle, he was already eager for Guyan to give it a try. However, Gu Huai's anticipation was destined to be in vain. As they ventured deeper into the inner city, the terrifying aura emitted by Qing Imo scared all the undead away, leaving them with no signs of monsters by the time they reached the palace. Qing Imo, where's that guy? Gu Huai asked, looking around in confusion. Yeah. Qing Imo first sensed the surroundings with confusion. Then suddenly her eyes lit up. Yeah. Her tail whipped through the air, tearing open the space to reveal a dark door. So there's another entrance here, Gu Huai realized, finally understanding why they couldn't find their target. The entrance is small, and the space inside must be limited. Jing, you all wait outside while Qing Mo and I take a look inside. Okay, Gong Jing and the others responded. As a member of the national second team, she felt a tinge of bitterness. She never thought she'd become a burden. Lei Mo, Yuan Yin, Guyan, they'll leave the outside to you. After receiving nods of confirmation from the three little ones, Gu Huai felt more at ease. Qing Mo, let's go. Yeah. Gu Huai led the way into the black door, his confidence bolstered by his current strength. As a level 50 Dragon Master, he boasted impressive attributes: 22,500 strength, 19,200 spirit, 16,000 constitution, and 16,400 agility. With skills like level 6 Dragon Mastery, Bloodline Synchronization, and Pain Sharing, along with his newly upgraded level 50 Immortal Heavy Sword, his combat power had reached a staggering 74,200. As soon as they stepped inside, an overwhelming evil aura hit them, making them uncomfortable. Even Qing Imo frowned, appearing uneasy. Clearly, the enemy they were about to face was formidable, promising a tough battle ahead. Despite the absence of any monsters, neither Gu Huai nor Qing Imo dared to let their guard down. This eerie calm felt like the quiet before a storm, hinting at a greater threat looming on the horizon. Gu Huai and Qing Imo finally reached the end, where a pool of inky black water lay before them, absorbing all light with its pure darkness. Above the pool floated an equally black egg, exuding an aura of mystery. Surprisingly, they hadn't encountered any monsters along the way, leaving both of them puzzled. Given Qing Mo's abilities, it was impossible not to sense any creatures nearby at such a close range. Gu Huai focused intently on the egg's information, and his pupils contracted instantly. It was a mythical bone dragon egg. The system indicated that it wasn't born of a bone dragon, but rather crafted by a powerful being using the flesh and bones of an apocalyptic evil dragon, fused with countless treasures, and nurtured for centuries in this black holy pool. Mythical level. Gu Huai's heart raced. Although he possessed 4 dragons, he estimated that only Qing Mo and Gu Yan had reached the mythical level, while Lei Mo and Yuan Yin were still at the quasi-mythical level. The fact that this was a bone dragon egg was an added delight. Though he knew little about the apocalyptic evil dragon, the mythical quality was enough to convince him to take the egg. Even if it didn't hatch into a pure dragon, he could still form a contract with it after completing the battle pet task. Gu Huai decisively placed the bone dragon egg into his backpack. As he and Qing Mo were about to explore their surroundings, his attention was drawn to an anomaly next to where the bone dragon egg had been. He leaped over, initially finding nothing, but when he activated his dragon-wielding power, a solid object appeared in his hand. Upon reading the system's information, his pupils contracted violently. Once more, it was another mythical egg, this time a ghost dragon egg. This egg also originated from the mysterious apocalyptic evil dragon, but was nurtured from its soul essence. This is too unbelievable. Gu Huai stared in disbelief at the 2 mythical dragon eggs in his hands. To acquire 2 such precious eggs at once, what kind of fortune was this? And what kind of terrifying entity was the apocalyptic evil dragon that could produce mythical dragon eggs from both its flesh and soul? Moreover, the mysterious being capable of such feats. Gu Huai's mind was filled with questions. After surveying the area, Gu Huai carefully put away the precious ghost dragon egg. The surroundings were still devoid of any presence, and this unusual silence only fueled his suspicion. Did the others flee because they were wary of Qing Mo's strength? But leaving behind such a priceless ghost dragon egg seemed too odd. Perhaps they weren't aware of its value? Or was there another hidden reason? Questions swirled in Gu Huai's mind, but unfortunately, there were no clues or traces to follow. With a sigh, he decided to set these mysteries aside for now. Once he became stronger, he would return to the city of the dead to confront the mysterious emperor face to face. For now, the priority was to leave this perilous place quickly. 2 hours later, Gu Huai stood before the main entrance of the National Team Center. The other members of the elite team had already departed for their respective missions, and Gong Jing had left earlier to report to Elder Long. Now, he was the only one left at the grand entrance. After a thorough identity verification, Gu Huai had just stepped through the door when he heard a familiar voice calling out to him. Looking up, he saw Qian Boyong approaching with an excited expression, accompanied by a middle-aged instructor in military attire. Gu Huai, it really is you. Qian Boyong exclaimed, his eyes bright with enthusiasm. Why are you alone? Where's your instructor? I bet you went out for some training, right? I'm about to head out myself. Gu Huai. Qian Boyong's tone was fervent. Even though I lost to you in yesterday's instance, I won't give up. I'll work even harder until I surpass you. In response to such a passionate declaration, Gu Huai calmly replied, good luck. Gu Huai, I'm serious. Qian Boyong emphasized eagerly. I know. Do you know what level I am now? Qian Boyong asked proudly, straightening his posture. Since returning yesterday, he had taken a brief rest before diving into instance after instance, tirelessly leveling up. The instructor was taking him out today to fight monsters in the wild, aiming to increase his strength quickly. What level? Gu Huai asked in cooperation. I'm already level 28. Qian Boyong announced with pride, quickly adding, though I'm still 4 levels behind your level 32, I will catch up in the next few days. I won't lose to you in the written exam the day after tomorrow. Hearing this level, a flicker of surprise crossed Gu Huai's eyes. The progress seemed a bit slow, but seeing Qian Boyong's fighting spirit, he decided not to dampen his enthusiasm and simply said again, good luck. Gu Huai's gaze was already set on a more distant horizon. His goal was to become a top-tier national powerhouse, perhaps even a member of the national first team. Just as he was about to leave, Qian Boyong called out to stop him. This kind of conversation, like punching a pillow, left Qian Boyong quite dissatisfied. His impassioned challenge was met with only a perfunctory, good luck. Wait. Gu Huai turned around, his gaze falling on Qian Boyong. Qian Boyong stood in front of Gu Huai, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. Gu Huai, what level are you at now? This question made Gu Huai hesitate slightly. Although all.I had instructed him to give these newcomers a bit of a lesson, he also wanted to leave them some hope to catch up. Revealing his true level of 50 might severely dampen their enthusiasm. As Gu Huai pondered, Qian Boyong spoke up on his own. I know. You must have leveled up by 2, reaching level 34, right? You're certainly someone I, Qian Boyong, recognize. Who needs your recognition? Gu Huai thought to himself, but considering all.I's advice, he decided to go along with it. If you think it's level 34, then it's level 34. He didn't want to get into trouble with all.I by demoralizing these prospective members. After Qian Boyong's instructor nodded at Gu Huai and left with Qian Boyong, Gu Huai returned to his dormitory to prepare for the battle pet dungeon. As for the hatching of the bone dragon and ghost dragon eggs, he had already contacted Long Lao, who would discuss it with him once his current tasks were completed. Meanwhile, at a high-level meeting in Longgua, various leaders gathered. Long Lao surveyed the room with a serious expression as he reported the latest developments. The Sun Never Set's empire has already cleared the level 75 dungeon. As soon as someone reaches level 80, a new dungeon will open. The Romantic Nation is also about to clear it. At the current pace, it will take about a month for all countries to level up from 75 to 80. This month is our preparation period, Long Lao continued. According to the rules, those participating in the prelude to national warfare must be those who have been job changers for less than 3 years. You all need to invest more resources in training this batch of newcomers. After the meeting adjourned, Long Lao contemplated the situation alone. Although Longgua was the strongest nation in the world, their advantage was not significant. Facing an alliance led by Gua, along with the Sun Never Set's empire and the Romantic Nation, the situation remained challenging, even with Xiongua as an ally. Especially in the youth sector, Longgua did not have a significant advantage. The known rules were only twofold. The prelude to national warfare would begin once all 5 countries opened the level 80 dungeon, and participants must be newcomers who had been job changers for less than 3 years. The specific rules and number of participants were still unknown. This time, it's up to you, Xiao Huai, Long Lao mused. As long as it's not a quick victory scenario, we'll make sure to buy you enough time. In his view, Gu Huai was the key figure most likely to disrupt the current balance of power. A month is too short, she thought to herself. Even if it takes 2 months, 3 months, or even half a year or a year, I must secure this for Gu Huai. This determination solidified her resolve after all. Having waited 30 years, what's the rush now? Long Lao frequently monitored the progress of each batch of trainees. In the last batch, the most outstanding was undoubtedly Nie Rongfeng. His performance was astonishing during the national team preliminary selection. He directly entered the reserve team with his exceptional skills, becoming the only genius of that cohort to start in the reserve team. Nie Rongfeng's prowess was impressive. During the selection, he had already reached level 35, clad in a set of golden equipment, unmatched by anyone. Even members from the previous batch who had entered the reserve team, when suppressing their level to 35 to compete, were easily defeated by him. Such talent destined him to be part of the national team. His leveling speed was equally remarkable, reaching level 35 in 10 days, breaking through to level 50 in 28 days, and completing the second transition in 32 days. Although not as extraordinary as Luo Xiao, it was still an exceptional achievement. However, after the second transition, his leveling speed noticeably slowed. The difficulty of leveling up past level 50 increased significantly. Each level required experience points equal to the level multiplied by 1 million. This meant that leveling up even once required over 50 million experience points, while monsters of the same level only provided around 500 experience points, even with quality bonuses. To level up meant defeating thousands of monsters. Moreover, after level 50, the monster's strength greatly increased, with comprehensive attribute enhancements. The difficulty was evident from the experience of Gu Huai's parents. They had been striving for over 20 years, often clearing dungeons, yet their levels were only in the 50s. In a place like Jiancheng, reaching over level 50 after the second transition already marked one as a formidable presence, with someone like Lu Jun reaching level 70 being considered a top-tier figure. Even for a genius like Nie Rongfeng, the leveling speed slowed significantly after level 50. It took him 99 days to reach level 60, and now he had just reached level 69. This was because the difficulty of leveling up past level 60 increased again. Each level required experience points equal to the level multiplied by 2 million, meaning over 100 million experience points were needed to level up even once. The difficulty of dungeons starting at level 50 was also vastly different. At this level range, there were no more white common or green excellent monsters. Those that had grown to this level had already evolved, with the lowest being blue quality. Even in a simple level 55 dungeon, the monsters were primarily blue and purple quality, presenting a significant challenge. Of course, for those with extraordinary strength, the leveling speed remained impressive. Like Luo Xiao, who broke through level 70 in less than half a year and completed the third transition in just 2 months of accumulating strength. Among the previous batch of geniuses, the highest level was still Nie Rongfeng, who had reached level 69. Time is running short, and the hope of breaking through the third transition rests on the previous generation of competitors. Long Lao had conducted a thorough investigation when the national battle information was released. Over 10 people from the last generation had completed the third transition, with the highest reaching level 75. These individuals would be crucial. Gu Huai, with your skills, can you reach level 70 in a month? Long Lao asked, his eyes filled with hopeful anticipation. Oldly, come with me to meet Gu Huai later, Long Wuya said. Gu Huai has already reached level 50. I'll need you to keep an eye on things here while I take him to Dragon Island. Li Long nodded out of habit, then suddenly realized. Long Lao, what did you say? Gu Huai is level 50. He widened his eyes in disbelief. Although he knew Gu Huai was exceptionally talented, he was only level 39 yesterday and should still be leveling up in the ancient city of the dead. Even for Gu Huai, going from level 39 to 50 should take 2 or 3 days. This kid is truly surprising, Long Wuyao admitted, equally shocked when Gong Jing reported the news. Gu Huai had only been a job changer for 8 days and had already reached level 50. This speed was simply unimaginable. If not for the undeniable facts, even Long Wuyao wouldn't have believed it. Li Long was even more astonished. This isn't just surprising, it's miraculous. While Long Wuyao was in a meeting, Gu Huai had already entered the Battle Pet instance. The system interface displayed the instance information. Battle Pet instance. Level requirement, starting at level 50. Difficulty levels, easy, normal, hard, hell, nightmare, abyss. Special note, monster levels synchronize with the challengers. Rewards are only available on the first challenge. Subsequent attempts, successful or not, offer no rewards. Only the first try has rewards. Gu Huai chuckled softly and unhesitatingly chose the abyss difficulty. Warning, extreme difficulty, please confirm again. Confirm. Upon confirmation, Gu Huai felt a wave of dizziness. When he regained clarity, he found himself in a brand new world. Before him stood a grand arena surrounded by a crowd of spectators, where 2 battle pets were fiercely combating. The system immediately popped up with a task prompt. Task objective. Challenge the battle pet arena with your own body and win 3 matches. Time limit, 3 hours. Special reminder, opponents under task intervention are extremely strong. Proceed with caution. Failure condition. Failure to complete within the time limit. Reward. Unlock battle pet features and receive special instance rewards. Gu Huai glanced over the arena, narrowing his eyes slightly. Although he could choose to eliminate everyone, he realized his experience points were already maxed out, making any further battles pointless. Better just focus on completing the task, he thought to himself. Gu Huai, despite the lack of experience requirements, maintained his usual demeanor, avoiding crossing any boundaries outside the rules. However, if he were to attack these outsiders at this moment, he would discover an unexpected truth: his attacks would have no effect on them. This is because, after the last Gu Huai incident, the will of this world had patched the loopholes. Only designated monsters could be targeted, and any existence outside the rules would automatically be immune. Unfortunately, Gu Huai was unaware of all this. As Gu Huai approached the arena, the 2 battle pets on stage had just decided a winner, as if intentionally clearing the space for him. The victor was a creature resembling a wolf, covered entirely in silver fur. Gu Huai quickly glanced at the attributes panel of this wolf. Battle Pet, Silver Moon Howling Wolf. Level 50. Quality, Golden Legend. Combat Index, 18,600. Unlike monsters, this Battle Pets panel did not display specific skill information. However, Gu Huai didn't care about these details because the Silver Moon Howling Wolf strength was simply too weak. The Abyss level difficulty shouldn't be this low. It's probably just an appetizer, Gu Huai thought as he stepped forward. Next up, it's me. I accept your challenge, declared a somewhat dramatic young boy, standing proudly. Under the influence of the world's rules, they ignored all of Gu Huai's irrational behavior. With the referee's signal, the battle officially commenced. Silver Moon Charge. The Silver Moon Howling Wolf launched its attack instantly, surrounded by countless silver lights, charging fiercely at Gu Huai. This level of strength and speed would be unmatched even if Long Xinhan reached level 50 and wore a full set of golden legendary equipment. However, facing the fierce Silver Moon Howling Wolf, Gu Huai remained calm, not even bothering to draw a weapon, merely throwing a casual punch. This seemingly ordinary punch contained a terrifying force of 22,000, far exceeding the combat index of the Silver Moon Howling Wolf. The outcome was predictable. The Silver Moon Howling Wolf was shattered by a single punch, marking the end of the first match. The dramatic young boy let out a cry of despair, while the surrounding audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. To Gu Huai, this was all just virtual data. Your strength is impressive. You've caught my attention, said a red-haired boy stepping out from the crowd after the dramatic boy's defeat, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Come forth, sky-supporting demon ape, he shouted, and a giant ape over 5 meters tall appeared. Gu Huai glanced at the information, raising his eyebrows slightly. Battle Pet, sky-supporting demon ape. Level 50. Quality, Quasi-God. Combat Index, 30,100. Although this combat index broke through 30,000, Gu Huai was surprised by how low the combat power of this Quasi-God ape was. After all, the 2 Quasi-God dragon cubs he held had much stronger combat indices. This demon ape's strength is average, a good opportunity for Yuan Yin to get some practice, Gu Huai thought, and without hesitation, he summoned Yuan Yin. When Yuan Yin, at level 50, appeared, his massive form made everyone gasp in shock. The silver dragon stretched nearly 20 meters long, exuding pure dragon might. A chorus of astonished cries erupted around. A dragon? This guy is strong enough to summon a dragon. Even the red-haired boy, who always wore a proud expression, showed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, but quickly regained his cool demeanor. So what if it's a dragon? My sky-towering demon ape can tear a dragon apart. I will definitely. Before he could finish, Yuan Yin launched his attack. A fireball, formed from pure flames, traced a scorching path through the air. This was a practical application of the elemental ball technicite could concentrate any elemental force into a ball, enhancing the original damage by 1.8 times. Fire inherently has a damage coefficient of 2 times the mental value and can cause a burning effect for 5 seconds, dealing 0.2 times the mental value per second. With various enhancements on Yuan Yin, the power of this fireball spell reached terrifying levels. The Child of Elements brought 1.8 times the final damage, the Heart of Elements provided an additional 28 damage, and Mastery of Fire Elements increased it by 50. With these stacked bonuses, the fireball spell's damage coefficient skyrocketed to 9.28 times the mental value. The duration of damage extended to 13 seconds, and it could deal an extra 0.516 times the mental value per second. Calculating with Yuan Yin's mental attribute of 29,400, this strike alone could cause over 270,000 instant damage, followed by over 15,000 sustained damage per second for the next 13 seconds. And this was merely a fireball spell casually conjured by Yuan Yin. Sensing the deadly threat, the sky-towering demon ape immediately gathered all its strength, black energy concentrating on its fists, and launched a powerful punch towards the incoming fireball. Boom! The flames engulfed the demon ape, followed by a piercing scream. The red-haired boy had just breathed a sigh of relief when his face turned pale. He saw the silver dragon had already conjured 3 new fireballs aimed directly at his demon ape. He immediately conceded defeat, knowing full well that his demon ape could barely withstand 1 fireball, let alone a new 3-fold assault. With the red-haired boy conceding, Gu Huai noticed that the mission progress was now 2/3 complete, just 1 step away from completion. At that moment, the task panel suddenly displayed a new prompt. Challenger's strength detected as extremely high. Would you like to increase the difficulty? Please confirm within 10 seconds, or it will default to a refusal. Note: increasing the difficulty will significantly enhance the final reward, but failure will result in losing all rewards. This unexpected prompt left Gu Huai stunned. According to Sister Jing, Abyss level was supposed to be the highest difficulty, yet now there was an option like this? Can the difficulty really be increased? Gu Huai's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. For him, an increase in difficulty was a rare opportunity. The system's prompt sounded timely. Difficulty increase confirmed. Current difficulty set to mythical level. Task conditions remain unchanged. Defeat 3 opponents. Change in content. The strength of the final opponent will be significantly enhanced. Before the words had fully settled, the sky suddenly darkened. Gu Huai instinctively looked up, his pupils contracting sharply. A massive demon-winged rock was soaring with its wings spread wide, its enormous body casting a shadow over the entire battlefield. The surrounding spectators also looked up in unison, awestruck by the terrifying scene. Gu Huai quickly brought up the information panel for this battle pet. Battle pet, demon-winged rock. Level, 50. Quality, mythical. Combat power index, 98,000. Description, possesses the bloodline of the golden-winged rock, with incredibly powerful strength. Demon-winged rock. Gu Huai pondered silently. In ancient legends, the rock evolved from the koan and was known as the largest divine bird, said to prey on dragons. Although dragon strength varied, from ordinary golden legends to world-altering ancestors like the ancestral dragon and candle dragon, the golden-winged rock, as the royal family of the rock clan, had formidable bloodline power. However, seeing the combat power index of 98,000, Gu Huai breathed a slight sigh of relief. Though formidable, it was still manageable. A figure gracefully descended from the rock's back. It was a young man in a dark trench coat, his expression full of arrogance. I came from afar, sensing the presence of a dragon here. His gaze landed on Yuan, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes. Is this the dragon? Too weak, but it can still serve as an appetizer. Before the words were finished, the demon-winged rock launched an attack with lightning speed. Despite its massive size, its speed and agility were beyond imagination. Yuan's pupils shrank, instinctively sensing a lethal threat. At the critical moment, she quickly formed a seal. Compound magic, earth flow wall. Under the blessing of the elemental god, the earth and water elements instantly fused, forming a solid barrier. Bang! The demon-winged rock's attack collided heavily with the earth flow wall, effectively blocked. A flicker of surprise crossed the face of the young man in the trench coat as he watched the battle unfold before him. The seemingly weak elemental dragon had effortlessly blocked a casual strike from the mighty demon-winged rock. This was far beyond his expectations. The demon-winged rock's eyes glowed a blood red, a mix of astonishment and a ravenous hunger for its delicious prey. Devouring this young dragon would undoubtedly enhance its power further. Yuan's body was tense, fully prepared for battle. She knew well that with her combat power of 55,400, defeating the rock with its 98,000 combat power and mythical lineage was no easy feat. Gu Huai initially considered sending the more powerful Guyan into battle, believing his combination of skills might secure a victory. However, sensing Yuan's intense fighting spirit, he decided to give the young elemental dragon a chance. After all, combat power wasn't the sole measure of strength. Such pressure might just unlock her potential. Indeed, under immense pressure, Yuan's skills broke through simultaneously. Elemental deity, fire element mastery, advanced meditation, bloodline awakening, elemental soul, and elemental body all advanced to level 2. Her combat power instantly surged from 55,400 to 56,200. Yuan then entered a berserk state. At level 2, advanced meditation not only increased her energy recovery rate by 11 times, but also boosted her mental strength by 55. Without hesitation, she unleashed the flaming cold storm, a terrifying whirlwind where fire and ice fused perfectly to consume everything in its path. Initially dismissive, the arrogant demon-winged rock believed it could easily defeat this weaker opponent. But as the fiery, icy storm approached, its expression changed drastically. This power was beyond anything it had anticipated. How could this mere elemental dragon unleash such formidable strength? In haste, the rock flapped its wings to defend itself. Although it managed to block the main attack, some icy flames still landed on its wings, causing slight damage. Just as it breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to counterattack, a barrage of fireballs suddenly appeared, roaring towards it like machine gun fire. Even faced with such an onslaught, the demon-winged rock remained somewhat composed. The fireball spell might leave it disheveled, but it wasn't enough to inflict fatal damage. It immediately used divine speed, its massive 100-meter wings shining with dazzling silver light. While the rock was distracted by the fireball spell, Yuan seized the moment to unleash her most powerful forbidden spell, Fire Dragon Crossing the River. Although fire damage typically paled in comparison to lightning and wind, with the enhancement of fire element mastery, this attack reached its peak potency. As the rock finally dispelled the swarm of fireballs, a massive dragon, 100 meters long and wreathed in searing flames, had formed. Despite being smaller in size, the intense heat waves it emitted sent a shock through the proud mythical creature. Only then did it realize that it had severely underestimated the elemental dragon's strength. The great rock with magic wings finally got serious and engaged in an intense battle with Yuan. Despite fighting with all his might, Yuan gradually fell into a disadvantage due to the dual drawbacks of bloodline and attributes. Although the battle ended in defeat, Yuan gained significantly from it. Multiple skill levels improved, particularly his fire element mastery, which jumped from level 1 to level 4. Additionally, 2 or 3 other skills advanced by 2 levels, boosting his strength considerably. Witnessing this, Gu Huai couldn't help but marvel at the powerful talent of the elemental child. Even the exceptionally skilled Qing Mo paled in comparison to Yuan. However, it was unfortunate that Yuan did not receive any skill enhancement points. Otherwise, he might have achieved the miracle of defeating a stronger opponent. Aware of his limits, Yuan nodded slightly and voluntarily stepped back. Instead of sending out the overly powerful Qing Mo, Gu Huai chose Gu Yan, who had not yet experienced battle, giving it a chance to familiarize itself with real combat. Gu Yan's dragon shadow instantly appeared in front of Yuan, firmly blocking the charge of the great rock. The young man in the windbreaker frowned slightly upon seeing yet another dragon appear. This one had an aura not inferior to that of the great rock. Before he could think further, Gu Yan demonstrated its astonishing power. 26 strands of the great wilderness force surged into the great rock's body like a torrent. Gu Yan's claws held the opponent firmly, leaving it no chance to escape. By the time the great rock realized the danger, it was too late. Explode. A heart-stopping power erupted from within. If not for the great rock's incredible vitality, this blow would have been fatal. Even so, it lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, teetering on the brink of death. This sudden turn of events left the young man in the windbreaker completely stunned. Just as Gu Yan was about to launch another attack, everything around them suddenly vanished. A system prompt followed. Congratulations on completing the mythical pet dungeon. Calculating dungeon rewards. Gu Huai squinted his eyes, feeling a bit unsatisfied. Had wanted to teach the proud great rock a more profound lesson, like breaking its massive wings. But then he reminded himself that this was merely a virtual dungeon world, so he let it go. His attention quickly shifted to the impending rewards. Gu Huai stood in front of the quest completion screen, filled with anticipation. According to Sister Jing's earlier explanation, different difficulty levels of pet quests offer unique rewards. The Hell level grants a common bloodline evolution pill, which gives an epic pet a 50 chance to ascend to divine quality. The Nightmare level rewards a legendary bloodline evolution pill, allowing a divine pet a 50 chance to evolve to legendary status. As for the Abyss level, the reward has been upgraded to a true treasure, the advanced bloodline pill, capable of awakening a pet's inner bloodline power to enhance its strength. This time, Gu Huai was tackling the mythical level, even more challenging than the Abyss. Congratulations, Challenger! You have earned the following rewards. The system notification chimed. Sacred Beast Pill 1, Advanced Bloodline Pill 2, Intermediate Bloodline Pill 100, Basic Bloodline Pill 100. 5 bottles appeared out of thin air, but Gu Huai's attention was completely drawn to the words Sacred Beast Pill. His eyes lit up instantly. This was the miraculous item that could dramatically increase Qing Mo's strength. He eagerly grabbed the bottle containing the Sacred Beast Pill, and after confirming its presence, couldn't help but laugh out loud. To earn such precious rewards in just a matter of minutes, this pet quest was simply amazing. Next, Gu Huai picked up 2 exquisite small bottles, which contained the Advanced Bloodline Pills. He checked their attributes. Advanced Bloodline Pill. Quality, Quasi-Divine. Effect, activates a pet's bloodline power, enhancing basic and growth attributes. Feature, can be used multiple times, with the best effect on first use. The higher the pet's potential, the better the effect. Note, does not conflict with the effects of basic or intermediate bloodline pills. Exclusively bound for use by Gu Huai's pet. Great stuff! Gu Huai's eyes lit up. These advanced bloodline pills not only complemented the Sacred Beast pill, but also had outstanding effects. The last 2 larger bottles each contained 100 intermediate and basic bloodline pills. Although their qualities were only divine and epic respectively, their effects were similar to the advanced bloodline pills and did not interfere with each other. Let's give it a try. Gu Huai's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to test the effects of these pills. After Gu Huai exited the instance, he immediately summoned Qing Mo. Although his dormitory was not small, the current size of these little creatures was indeed too large. Even with the second-level miniaturization function activated, reducing their size to a quarter of the original, Qing Mo was still nearly 5 meters long, making the room feel quite cramped. Let's test the effect of this pill, Gu Huai said, taking out a primary bloodline pill from his storage space and tossing it to Qing Mo. Without hesitation, Qing Mo swallowed the pill, and Gu Huai immediately brought up her basic stats panel. Strength, 200 growth 50. Spirit, 200 growth 50. Agility, 200 growth 50. Constitution, 200 growth 50. Combat Index, 800 growth 200. These were Qing Mo's pure base stats at level 1, excluding any bonuses. As the primary bloodline pill took effect, the values on the panel began to change. The base values of strength and spirit each increased by 2 points, agility, and constitution each increased by 1 point, and the growth values of strength and spirit each increased by 1 point. The combat index rose from 1317 to 1330, an increase of about 1. Seeing this effect, Gu Huai's eyes lit up with excitement. If just one primary bloodline pill could bring about such an improvement, taking multiple pills, along with intermediate and advanced bloodline pills, might result in an over 20 increase in strength. This thought brought a smile to his face that he couldn't suppress. Gu Huai began calculating the distribution of the pills he had. While he had a fair number of primary bloodline pills, he needed to consider his current 4 dragons and save some for the Bone Dragon, Ghost Dragon, and any future dragons he might acquire. Bloodline pills were extremely rare in the outside world, and no alchemist would make them. Plus, these pills were all bound to him, usable only by his dragons. The second bloodline pill increased Qing Mo's constitution and agility by 1 point each. Gu Huai was slightly surprised by the noticeable reduction in effect, but decided to try a third pill. As expected, this time it only increased the strength value by 1 point. Gu Huai then took out an intermediate bloodline pill. The first pill brought a 12-point increase in base values and a 3-point increase in growth values, proving much more effective than the primary ones. After administering 5 pills, Qing Mo's attributes saw significant enhancement. Base strength increased by 8 points, while the other 3 stats each increased by 7 points. In terms of growth values, strength, spirit, and constitution each increased by 2 points, and agility by 1 point. Finally, Gu Huai's gaze fell on the exquisite little bottle containing the advanced bloodline pills. He carefully took out one, ready to witness their powerful effect. Qing Mo gazed at the higher quality bloodline pill in her hand, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. She had already taken 8 regular bloodline pills and was eager to try this superior one. "Don't rush, this one's for you too," Gu Huai said with a smile. "But you can only have this one." Although Qing Mo was his strongest and closest dragon, he had to consider the feelings of the other dragons and couldn't show too much favoritism. Qing Mo nodded solemnly, understanding this well as the leader. She swallowed the pill without hesitation, and her expression changed immediately. The potency of this advanced bloodline pill far surpassed the one she had taken before. She quickly mobilized all her strength, focusing on refining the energies surging within her. As the pill's effects spread, Qing Mo's attributes began to enhance rapidly. Her strength, spirit, agility, and constitution each increased by 20 points, and the corresponding growth values rose by 5 points. Her attribute data changed significantly. Strength 228, growth 57. Spirit 227, growth 57. Agility 227, growth 57. Constitution 227, growth 56. Her combat index soared to 149,538 points, an increase of 17,800 points, which is a 13.5 boost. Such an improvement would surely draw envious eyes if known. Gu Huai looked at the remaining pills in his hand, lost in thought. The supply of basic and intermediate bloodline pills was sufficient, but there was only one advanced bloodline pill left. Logically, giving it to Guyan would yield the greatest benefit. However, Lei Mo, being the second young dragon he had tamed, might feel disappointed if overlooked. Let them draw lots to decide. Gu Huai thought to himself, choosing to overlook the one he had given Qing Mo earlier. After all, maintaining the strongest combat power was necessary. With this in mind, Gu Huai summoned the other 3 young dragons and asked them to perform the duplication technique. Although their duplication was only at level 1, reducing their size to about 10 meters long, it still made the spacious living room feel cramped. "I have here a sacred beast pill and an advanced bloodline pill," Gu Huai said, looking at the dragons before him. "These 2 items work best when used together. The bloodline pill can directly enhance base and growth values, and combined with the sacred beast pill's boost, the effects will be maximized. To be fair, we'll draw lots to decide who gets them." The 3 little ones exchanged a knowing glance and nodded in unison. Their eyes were fixed intently on the 3 pieces of paper that mysteriously appeared in Gu Huai's hand. Each dragon took one. As the papers unfolded, disappointment was evident on Lei Mo and Yuan Yin's faces. They hadn't drawn the winning ones. In contrast, Gu Yan's eyes lit up, and a joyful smile appeared on her lips. Seeing this, Gu Huai promptly handed her the sacred beast pill and the advanced bloodline pill. "Congratulations," Gu Huai said with a smile. "Wow, thank you, Dad," Gu Yan exclaimed happily as she received them. Gu Huai then distributed the primary and intermediate bloodline pills to everyone. These bloodline fruits truly varied according to the individual. Lei Shenlong, an elemental dragon, each required 2 primary and 3 intermediate bloodline pills to reach the desired effect, whereas the ancient desolation dragon needed 3 primary and 4 intermediate pills. All 3 little ones experienced a significant boost in their abilities, which in turn elevated Gu Huai's own strength. However, it was a bit disappointing that the sacred beast pill only increased Gu Yan's power by a factor of 1.48, with base attributes increasing by 91 points and growth values totaling 23 points. slightly less than Qing Mo. Notably, Gu Yan's combat power index skyrocketed to 163,400, surpassing Qing Mo. This was expected by Gu Huai though both dragons possess 16 skills. Gu Yan's skill set primarily boosts attributes, especially in strength. With such enhancements, her strength value exceeded 100,000, reaching an impressive 100,400. Combined with her two strength-focused enhancement skills, she can unleash damage exceeding millions, rivaling Qing Mo. Of course, this doesn't imply Qing Mo's strength is inferior to Gu Yan's. In a real fight, Qing Mo would still have the upper hand, especially in group battles. The combat power index reflects foundational strength, but isn't the sole determinant. Currently, the overall strength of Gu Huai's group is quite impressive. Gu Huai himself, 86,200. Little Azure Dragon Qing Mo, 149,500. Ancient Desolation Dragon Gu Yan, 163,400. Elemental Dragon Yuan Yin, 57,600. Thunder God Dragon Lei Mo, 46,900. Lei Mo, despite being the second to hatch, unexpectedly became the weakest. Fortunately, she couldn't see these numbers, or she might fall into deep self-doubt. Once the Bone Dragon and Ghost Dragon hatch, they can begin the second transition. The second transition is similar to the first, requiring the collection of materials and completion of a class transition quest. The difference is that the first transition caps at level 50, whereas the second transition can reach level 70. The difficulty of the second advancement is indeed significantly higher than the first. Not only are the materials more complex to gather, but there are also many more places to visit. Especially those second advancement dungeons, which are impossible to clear without sufficient strength, making the experience completely different from the first advancement. Gu Huai was about to start incubating the dragon eggs himself, but since Long Lao specifically advised him to wait, he decided to be patient. Just as he was about to lie down and rest, there was a knock at the door. He immediately got up to open it, greeted by Long Lao's kind smile and Li Long's shocked expression. Li Long still couldn't accept the fact that Gu Huai had skyrocketed from level 1 to level 50 in just 8 days. Even Luo Xiao, who was exceptionally talented, took a full 22 days to reach level 50, and another 2 to complete the second advancement. But Gu Huai? He reached the same level in just 8 days. Given what Li Long knew about him, this little monster would likely complete the second advancement by tomorrow, achieving it in 9 days, which was utterly astonishing. Xiao Huai, Gu Kit, Long Lao, Old Li, Gu Huai warmly welcomed them inside. You really know how to give us a shock, Long Lao marveled. He had just heard from Gong Jing about Gu Huai's incredible performance in the dungeon surrounded by an army of 100,000 undead. Gu Huai, with the help of his little green dragon, carved a path through them. No, it wasn't just carving a path. He decimated the army until they were in complete disarray, with the fearless undead dropping their armor and fleeing. Even more astonishing was that when they reached the inner city, the monsters there were so intimidated by Gu Huai's aura that they scattered in all directions, leaving behind 2 dragon eggs. Of course, the specific quality of these dragon eggs was unknown to Gong Jing, as Gu Huai hadn't elaborated. Yes, hearing it from Gong Jing left me stunned for quite a while too, Long Lao said, looking at Gu Huai with increasing admiration. In his view, only someone like this was worthy of being his successor, capable of leading Long Gua to conquer dungeons, enhance national power, and truly become the undisputed top nation. Although Long Gua currently claims to be the top nation, the gap in strength with Migua isn't vast, and with Migua having 2 loyal allies, they can completely stand toe-a-toe with Long Gua. Long Lao, please don't tease me, Gu Huai said while pouring water for the two and finding a place to sit. After a few pleasantries, Long Lao's expression turned serious. Xiao Huai, aside from wanting to see your newly acquired dragon eggs, there's another matter I need to discuss with you to prepare you mentally. Seeing Long Lao's serious demeanor, Gu Huai also adopted a more serious expression. Please go ahead, he said. Elder Long, with a serious expression, introduced Gu Huai to the upcoming National War Expansion Pack. It will start in about a month, and the eligibility is limited to those who have been class changers for over 3 years, he said, pausing for a moment and looking directly into Gu Huai's eyes. I hope you can take on the role of leader for this national war. This? Gu Huai was taken aback by the suggestion and quickly waved his hand. Elder Long, I don't think I'm suitable for this. I've only been a class changer for 8 days, leading those veterans. While participating wasn't an issue, taking on a leadership role was indeed daunting for him. I understand your concerns, Elder Long interrupted, his eyes filled with determination. But you are truly the best candidate. Don't worry, I'll pave the way for you. Although your current strength doesn't match theirs, a month is enough time for you to grow. Faced with Elder Long's earnest request, Gu Huai finally nodded in agreement. He calculated in his mind. Once the Bone Dragon and Ghost Dragon emerged, along with the dragon Elder Long was about to take him to obtain on Dragon Island, he would have 7 dragons. 7 dragons, plus himself, would mean an 8-fold experience boost. With my monster farming speed and the eightfold experience, I should make it, Gu Huai thought to himself. If outsiders knew he intended to maintain a level-up pace of 1 level every day and a half at level 50, they would think it was an impossible feat. Even the most talented individuals would consider 1 level per week at this stage an impressive speed. All right, Elder Long said, taking out some items from his storage space. You can start hatching your 2 dragon eggs now. I specifically brought some undead treasures that might come in handy. Ever since the last incident with Guyan, Elder Long had been meticulously preparing emergency items. Gu Huai nodded and eagerly summoned the 2 dragon eggs. One was pitch black, and the other nearly transparent, detectable only through spiritual perception. Elder Long and Li Long curiously examined the 2 unusual dragon eggs. Although they had seen bone dragons and ghost dragons before, it was their first time seeing their eggs. These dragons were different from ordinary dragon species. They belonged to the undead and couldn't reproduce naturally. Especially the bone dragon, which, despite its name, was classified as an undead creature and wasn't recognized by most dragon clans. As for the ghost dragon, since it revived a true dragon soul, albeit without its memories, it barely gained acceptance from the dragon community. When they investigated the information of these 2 eggs, they were both speechless with shock. These are actually mythical grade dragon eggs. They had expected, at most, legendary quality or a small chance of quasi-divine grade, but never imagined they would be of such a rare mythical grade. Even Elder Long's prized battle companion, Dragon Fury, was only quasi-divine. On Dragon Island, besides the Dragon King's lineage, there were hardly any other dragons with mythical bloodlines. Yet, Gu Huai casually produced 2 mythical dragon eggs, leaving Long Lao and Li Long staring at each other in astonishment. Gu Huai was oblivious to their reaction. Coming from an ordinary family and being a top student, his understanding of dragons was still quite superficial. Since becoming a class changer, the dragons he encountered were at least quasi-mythical, leading him to misunderstand the rarity of mythical dragons, thinking they were just somewhat hard to acquire. He even subconsciously assumed that the battle pets of top-tier experts like Long Lao and Li Long must be mythical. Seeing the 2 elders at a loss for words, Gu Huai was the first to reach out and touch the bone dragon egg. Bone dragons are actually pretty cool, with their skeletal elegance. His mind wandered to the zombie treks he was fascinated with in his youth. As he performed the dragon taming technique, Gu Huai remained calm. This was the 5th dragon he was hatching, and even in the face of a mythical bone dragon, his extensive experience made him confident. However, this hatching process was slightly different. Instead of a dragon's head, a gray-white bone claw emerged. The claw easily tore open the eggshell, and with a flap of its wings, a small bone dragon soared into the air. Cool. Gu Huai's eyes lit up. This gray-white bone dragon was indeed unique. It had mysterious patterns on its body, gracefully spread small bone wings, and its skeleton exuded a noble aura, unlike the roughness of ordinary skeletal warriors. Its eye sockets flickered with colorful soul fire, and although its expression seemed a bit vacant, its head-bobbing mannerisms revealed a unique charm, reminiscent of a husky. Gu Huai immediately checked the information of this extraordinary bone dragon. Species: world-ending bone dragon king. Name: none. Level: LV1. Basic attributes: strength: 240. Spirit: 20. Agility: 240. Constitution: 240. Talent: world-ending bone. Its bones originate from a world-ending evil dragon, containing destructive power, causing an additional 2x final damage when attacking. Skills: 1. World-ending bone dragon claw LV1 active. Claw strike infused with world-ending power, dealing additional damage equal to battle power index 1.1. 2. Destructive frenzy LV1 active. Attributes increase by 1.5 times, loses sanity, destroys everything except the owner. 3. Yi silver bone LV1 passive. Strengthens bone quality, increasing basic attributes by 20. Battle power index 740. All values are basic attributes, excluding skill and protagonist talent bonuses. Gu Huai carefully examined the attribute panel of the world-ending Bone Dragon King. Aside from its mental value being only 20 points, all other attributes were as high as 240 points. What was even more surprising were its powerful skills and innate abilities, which made his eyes light up. Standing nearby, Long Lao and Li Long couldn't hide their envy when they saw the data Gu Huai shared. Looking at the bone dragon in front of him, tilting its head with colorful soul flames dancing in its eye sockets, Gu Huai couldn't help but reach out to stroke its head. With your adorable look, I'll call you Demenged. Due to its mere 20 points in mental attributes, Demenged seemed to have difficulty grasping the concept of a name. Simply continuing to float beside Gu Huai, its soul flames gently flickering with its movements. Gu Huai smiled at Demenged, then turned his attention to another ghost dragon egg. He mused, Demenged is already the Bone Dragon King. Could this ghost dragon egg also be a ghost dragon king? After a moment of contemplation, he thought, however, Both bone dragons and ghost dragons are relatively ordinary in the dragon hierarchy. Even as kings, they are at most quasi-divine, like the Thunder Dragon King, which, despite being the king of the Thunder Dragon clan, only reaches a quasi-divine quality. Demeng's mythic bloodline might be related to that mysterious world-ending evil dragon. Gu Huai was filled with curiosity about this unheard-of world-ending evil dragon, but from the bewildered expressions of Long Lao and Li Long, it was clear they hadn't heard of such a dragon either. Dragon Mastery. Gu Huai began incubating the sixth dragon egg. This time it was the second of a pair of twins, and his first encounter with a dragon lacking a physical form. When his golden blood was injected into this soul-formed egg, an abrupt change occurred. The egg transformed into a pure black sphere, showing no resemblance to a dragon. This unexpected transformation left everyone present stunned. Although Long Lao and Li Long had seen rare ghost dragons, the black sphere's form was beyond their understanding. Xiao Huai, quickly check the information on this ghost dragon. Long Lao exclaimed eagerly. Gu Huai immediately checked the ghost dragon's attribute panel. Species: world-ending ghost dragon king. Level: LV1. Attributes: Strength 0, Mental 300, Agility 0, Constitution 0. Innate ability: Soul of the Apocalypse can possess any life form, increasing the host's total attributes by 80. The maximum level of possessible targets is world-ending Ghost Dragon King's level 5. Skill: Dragon Soul Possession LV1 active skill, can possess dragon-type creatures and increase their attributes by 200. If the target has undead properties, an additional 100 attribute increase is applied. Possession level does not exceed the current level of the world-ending Ghost Dragon King. Combat Power Index: 300. Holy crap! Even the usually composed Long Lao couldn't help but curse upon seeing this astonishing attribute panel. The world-ending Ghost Dragon King's innate abilities and skills were simply overwhelming. This is insane. Gu Huai carefully examined the attribute panel of the world-destroying Ghost Dragon King and couldn't help but gasp. Judging by the basic stats alone, this mythical creature was downright disappointing. A mere combat power index of 300, which could be considered an embarrassment among mythical beings. The skill set was even more sparse, with only a single lonely skill listed. However, when his eyes fell on the talents and detailed skills, he was left utterly astonished. This wasn't just an ordinary ability, it was practically a game-breaking existence. Firstly, the Dragon Soul Possession ability, though limited to dragon-type creatures, offered an astounding 200 attribute boost. In today's environment where everyone has some form of enhancement, this figure might not be the very top, but it was undeniably powerful. What was even more jaw-dropping was the additional 100 boost it provided to undead dragon tailor-made for Dai Meng. Gu Huai's eyes gleamed with a hint of calculation as he thought to himself. Once Dai Meng and the world-destroying Ghost Dragon King's levels are up, the perfect synergy of these two mythical quality dragons might just surpass Qing Mo in terms of strength. While he was deep in thought, the floating black orb in the air seemed to sense Dai Meng's aura. Without any hesitation, the orb merged directly into Dai Meng's body. Under Gu Huai's astonished gaze, Dai Meng's attribute panel frantically fluctuated, finally settling on a staggering figure, nearly five-fold increase. Is this the true strength of the world-destroying Ghost Dragon King? Gu Huai felt a chill run up his spine, his heart a mix of elation and caution. Even though he was already unrivaled among his peers, the continent of career changers was still home to countless powerful individuals who could easily overpower him. Staying low-key was the key. Long Lao, observing from the side, clicked his tongue in wonder. Kid, your luck is out of this world. With the world-destroying Ghost Dragon King, reaching level 70 within a month is no problem, let alone completing the third job change. As the highest authority in Dragon Country, he had seen countless geniuses, but never one as extraordinary as this. Reaching level 50 in just 8 days was already impressive, not to mention single-handedly crippling an army of 100,000 undead. Thankfully, such a talent emerged in our Dragon Country. Long Lao's eyes glimmered with anticipation. Once he reaches level 80, he might be able to single-handedly sweep through all the powerhouses in America. Xiao Huai, you just got back today. Do you need some rest? I can take you to Dragon Island tomorrow morning, Long Lao asked with concern. Looking at the young man in front of him, Long Lao made a silent vow in his heart. He would spare no effort to gather all the world's most powerful dragons for Gu Huai. Not only that, but he would also use the nation's resources to nurture this exceptionally gifted youth, transforming him into the strongest, unbeatable force. Although Long Lao himself was acknowledged as the world's strongest, with no equal in the other 4 countries, he knew that the gap between his strength and that of the strongman from the United States was not vast. Even when confronting the top 10 fighters in the world, he could win, but not without significant cost. Gu Huai, however, was different. Long Lao estimated that once this young man broke through to level 80, even if the world's top 10 fighters, including himself, were to band together, they might not be a match for him. Such potential was truly astonishing. I'm not tired, Gu Huai said casually. Not tired? Didn't you just defeat an army of 100,000 undead in the ancient capital? Long Lao asked, surprised. In his understanding, a battle of that scale would surely be exhausting. Not quite that many, more like 70 or 80,000, Gu Huai shrugged. I maxed out my experience points, so there's no point in killing more. Besides, these undead were too weak. It was just a warm-up for Qing Mo, not much of a drain. Long Lao and Li Long exchanged looks, momentarily at a loss for words. Do you need to help these two little ones reach level 50 before we set off? Long Lao asked, looking at the naive duo. No need, Gu Huai replied with a bright smile. Qing Mo and the others are strong enough. I want to get this done quickly so I can start my second transformation. All right. Long Lao nodded, then remembered something. By the way, Gu Huai, you just contracted 2 young dragons. Do you have any contract slots left? Of course I do. I used skill enhancement points when I reached level 50 and just cleared the battle pet dungeon, so I now have 13 contract slots. I've only used 6, so I have plenty of space. Freak, Long Lao and Li Long exclaimed in unison. Dragon Island is a mysterious, moving island that drifts across the ocean. It's elusive to ordinary people, but not for Long Lao, who holds the dragon needle. This special needle, when placed on a compass, accurately points to the direction of Dragon Island. To save time, Gu Huai and Long Lao rode on Long Quang. This level 80 Quasidivine Dragon-type battle pet is incredibly fast, yet it offers a smooth ride. Gu Huai couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this was the battle pet of the world's strongest. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at Dragon Island. Layers of mist shrouded the island, making it impossible for anyone who stumbled upon it to penetrate this natural barrier. In the perilous seas of the job transfer continent, such protective measures were essential. The world of career transitions has undergone significant changes. Although the land and sea areas have expanded 100-fold, they still maintain a 3-to-7 ratio. On this vast continent, humans continue to engage in relentless battles with surrounding monsters. However, the vast oceans have become a forbidden zone for humans. Just dealing with the land monsters is exhausting enough, let alone conquering the perilous seas. The geography of this world has also changed. The once numerous island civilizations have disappeared, replaced by 5 major nations based on land. Even the most powerful, the Dragon Nation, can only control a dozen or so islands close to the mainland. As for the islands in the open sea, they have long become the domain of monsters. Without sufficient strength, no ship dares to venture into these treacherous waters. When Long Quang carried Gu Huai over Dragon Island, it deliberately slowed down and lowered its altitude. Long Weia began introducing this mysterious land to Gu Huai. Dragon Island is a habitat for various dragon species, but not all residents are pure-blooded dragons. He pointed in 4 directions of the island, explaining in detail. To the west is the territory of the 9-headed dragon serpents, led by the 9-headed dragon serpent king, who has Quasidivine lineage, making it difficult even for me to defeat. To the south is the domain of the Qinghai Jiaolong, ruled by the Jiaolong king, with similar Quasidivine lineage. The north and east are the territories of the Tyrannosaurus and the Red Earth Demon Lizard, respectively, both of which are led by kings with Quasidivine lineage. These 4 major races jointly guard the Dragon Valley at the center of the island. Gu Huai listened intently, gradually understanding the layout of Dragon Island. In addition to pure-blooded dragons, the island is home to hundreds of sub-dragons, some of which possess incredible power. The 4 sub-dragon kings mentioned earlier are among the elite, with strength rivaling that of pure-blooded dragon kings. Their mount, Long Quang, a black dragon specializing in physical strength, also boasts a Quasidivine lineage. As for pure-blooded dragons, Long Wuya continued, there aren't many types. The island only has black dragons specializing in physical prowess, red dragons adept in fire, blue dragons skilled in water, red dragons mastering earth, wind dragons controlling air, thunder dragons wielding lightning, and... He paused meaningfully, glancing towards Dragon Valley, the true king. 5-clawed, golden dragon. Gu Huai's pupils constricted, and he couldn't help but exclaim. The legendary divine dragon, the supreme of the dragon race, is said to have power comparable to the azure dragon. Don't think about the 5-clawed, golden dragon. Long Wuya read Gu Huai's thoughts and gently reminded him. There is only one 5-clawed, golden dragon on the entire Dragon Island, the dragon god ruling the island. And he is currently asleep. I've been to Dragon Island many times, and have only seen him once. Seeing the disappointment in Gu Huai's eyes, he added, but with your talent and strength, it's not impossible to meet him. You might even receive the dragon god's blessing. Long Quang guided Gu Huai through the winding mountain paths to the heart of Dragon Island Dragon Valley. This sacred place was only open to pure dragon species, and the air was filled with dense spiritual energy, making Gu Huai feel an unprecedented sense of comfort the moment he stepped in. The concentration of spiritual energy here is extremely high, explained Long Lao. Any creature would feel exceptionally comfortable in this place. Dragon Valley was vast and expansive, yet only a few hundred pure dragons resided there. The 6 major dragon clans each occupied a region, led by 6 dragon kings. As a powerful member of the Black Dragon clan, Long Quang, with his connection to the Black Dragon King, took Gu Huai directly to the Black Dragon territory. The true form of the Black Dragon King was astonishingly enormous, with a body stretching hundreds of meters across the sky, making Gu Huai seem as insignificant as a speck of dust. However, upon seeing Long Huai arrive, the Black Dragon King transformed into a human form, a middle-aged man bearing a resemblance to Long Quang. After briefly explaining their purpose, the Black Dragon King personally led them to the trial grounds. "I won't go into detail about the trial," he said in a deep voice. "Once you complete it, the 6 dragon clans will allow you to choose a descendant based on your performance. Remember, death here is real, so do not be reckless." "Thank you for the warning, Black Dragon King," Gu Huai replied respectfully and, under the watchful eyes of Long Huai and others, stepped towards the trial gate. A system prompt immediately appeared. Instance, Dragon's Trial. Level requirement, level 50. Difficulty, increases with progress. Description, the ultimate trial to test those who wish to form a pact with the Dragon Clan. Clearing it grants the approval and blessing of the 5-clawed Golden Dragon. Long Huai had previously explained the trial rules in detail. The trial consisted of 7 layers, with difficulty increasing at each level. Passing 3 layers would gain partial approval from the Dragon Clans, but with little choice. Clearing 4 layers would earn recognition from most dragon clans, though all were of legendary golden bloodlines, similar to Li Long back then, who rejected them due to bloodline rank. Passing 5 layers would grant access to the progeny of the 4 sub-dragon kings with quasi-divine bloodlines. 6 layers would earn the royal bloodline recognition of the 6 dragon kings. As for the 7th layer, it offered the approval of the 5-clawed golden dragon, though it had no descendants, and the specific blessing remained a mystery, as no one had ever completed it. As Gu Huai's figure disappeared through the trial gate, Long Huai turned his gaze back to the Black Dragon King and said, "Old Black, care to make a bet?" "A bet? What are you betting on?" The Black Dragon King raised an eyebrow, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Are you betting on whether this kid can meet the Dragon God? Do you think he can pass the 7th level?" Long Huai nodded calmly. "Do you really have that much faith in him?" The Black Dragon King sneered. "The 7th level is not as simple as you think. The Guardian, there is a projection of the Dragon God himself." He paused, giving Long Huai a meaningful look. "You've been through the 7th level, so you should know that its difficulty is on an entirely different scale compared to the 6th. These words brought memories back to Long Huai, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Indeed, the difficulty of the 7th level is ridiculously exaggerated. But it's precisely because I've experienced it myself that I'm confident this kid can do it." Long Huai's confidence piqued the Black Dragon King's interest in Gu Huai. However, he shook his head, knowing well the power of the Dragon God, a force capable of destroying worlds. Even a projection limited to level 50 was beyond what any human could defeat. "All right, I'll take that bet." Meanwhile, Gu Huai was completely unaware of this wager happening outside. His full attention was focused on the first level of the Dragon Trial before him. "Welcome to the Dragon Trial. The trial will officially begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself." As the system's voice faded, a massive creature materialized before Gu Huai. It was a giant, bipedal beast resembling a Trex, smooth-skinned, and emanating an intimidating aura. A Trex right off the bat. Gu Huai quickly analyzed the information on this draconic creature. On Dragon Island, the elite Trexes were among the 4 major dragon kings, possessing quasi-divine bloodlines. Most ordinary Trexes had innate bloodlines, with only a few exceptional ones reaching legendary bloodline status. As for quasi-divine bloodlines, those were almost exclusive to the Trex royalty. The system panel displayed the detailed stats of this Trex. Monster, Trex. Boss quality, red innate. Level, 50. Combat power index, 14,300. Description, a member of the draconic race, possessing the bloodline of the Black Dragon, with terrifying physical strength capable of tearing apart anything in its path. The first level is this weak. Gu Huai was a bit surprised. With his current combination of cuteness and dark sphere, he could easily surpass 10,000 combat points with a few more levels. Moreover, they hadn't even consumed the primary and intermediate bloodline pills, which would further enhance their attributes. Then again, he thought, the first level is always a giveaway, so this difficulty was expected. As the countdown neared its end, Gu Huai assumed a battle stance and called out, "Come forth, Yuan." Apart from the 2 new little companions he just acquired, the other 4 pets could easily defeat this Trex. Gu Huai instinctively chose Yuan into battle. After all, Yuan Yin's elemental skills required the most practical experience. Whether it was element combination, sequencing, or fusion, they all needed to be continually tested in real combat. As he summoned Yuan Yin, Gu Huai also called forth Dumb and Black Ball. As usual, Black Ball merged with Dumb, and both exuded the aura of the cataclysmic evil dragon, as if they were naturally meant to be together. Gu Huai noticed that whenever Black Ball possessed Dumb, it seemed to become more agile. Time's up. With the system's alert, the Trex launched its attack. It opened its massive jaws, releasing a foul stench as its enormous body charged toward Gu Huai. Before Gu Huai could issue a command, Yuan Yin had already sprung into action. Against this relatively weaker Trex, it felt no pressure. With a casual flick of its tail, a fireball the size of a head formed instantly and struck the Trex precisely. The searing flames engulfed the target, leaving it no chance to resist. The system promptly announced, total experience gained, 250,000. Dumb and Black Ball each received 125,000 experience points. Dumb's experience is full, level up to level 5. Black Ball's experience is full, level up to level 5. Gu Huai was taken aback. Just one level 50 Trex had boosted the two little ones by 4 levels. He checked Dumb's stats and was stunned. A combat index of 14,000 at only level 5? At level 50, wouldn't it reach 300,000 to 500,000 in combat index? This was beyond comprehension. First level cleared, generating second level monsters. As the system's voice came through again, a new monster appeared before Gu Huai, a giant serpent with 9 heads. Gu Huai immediately checked its information. Monster, 9-headed serpent dragon. Boss quality, golden legend. Level, 50. Combat index, 21,200. Description, a member of the sub-dragon race. Each of its 9 heads has unique abilities, making it extremely difficult to combat. This combat index was already terrifying for ordinary people. Even the top 10 provincial talents with divine equipment barely reached 8,000 in combat power. Even top experts like Long Xinhong, without legendary gear, could just barely surpass 20,000. If Long Xinhong at level 50 were here, defeating this 9-headed serpent dragon would still require considerable effort. But for Gu Huai, this was just a minor episode. Yuan Yin simply raised its tail, and a fireball shot out, engulfing the massive 9-headed serpent dragon in an instant. The system announced once more. Total experience gained, 500,000. Dumb and Black Ball each received 250,000 experience points. As their experience points hit the limit, Daiming and Haiqiu both leveled up to level 9. Daiming's combat power soared to 22,100, a figure that could easily defeat Long Xinfan at level 50. If Long Xinfan knew this, her expression would likely be quite something to behold. Let's continue with the third level, Gu Huai said softly, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The difficulty of the first 2 levels was far too easy for him, nearly all one-hit kills. As soon as he spoke, the 2 monsters of the third level appeared, a slender azure dragon and a black-scaled demon lizard. Gu Huai quickly scanned their attribute panels, his brow slightly furrowed. Both draconic creatures had combat indices around 21,000, similar to the previous Hydra, fairly average in strength. Yuan Yin, fireball, Gu Huai said, a note of disappointment in his voice. Yuan Yin yawned. Initially excited about the dragon trials, she now found them rather dull. Casually, she conjured 2 blazing fireballs and hurled them at the azure dragon and the demon lizard as the battle commenced. The outcome was predictable. These draconic beasts, impressive to others, turned into experience points in an instant. A flood of experience flowed in, swiftly elevating Daiming and Haiqiu to level 13, where they also acquired new skills. Daiming gained 3 skills. The passive skills, Silver Bone, increasing constitution by 60 and recovery speed by 20, and Wind Bone Wing, boosting agility by 50 and strength by 20. The active skill, Moonless Sky Charge, allowed the Bone Dragon King to dive from high altitudes, with a damage coefficient of agility, 5 strength 3. Haiqiu learned the active skill, Demon Soul, which, in possession mode, could enhance the host's mental attributes by 50 and amplify all skills with mental or combat indices as a damage coefficient. These skills are pretty good, Gu Huai remarked, his eyes lighting up. Daiming's skill set was well balanced, offering both attribute boosts and offensive abilities. As for Haiqiu's Demon Soul skill, while not particularly useful for Daiming, it would be incredibly effective if used on Yuan Yin, Lei Mo, or Qing Mo. Gu Huai, standing in the trial arena at level 13, maintained a calm gaze. For him, the challenges of the first 3 levels were merely appetizers. Even Li Long, who was of average strength back then, managed to pass the 4th level, so this level of difficulty was hardly worth his attention. In the trial space of the 4th level, for colossal beasts, each distinct in form, occupied the corners surrounding Gu Huai. They represented the 4 major sub-dragon kings races. In the east corner coiled the Qinghai Jiao Dragon, a level 50 golden legend with a combat power index of 21,800. The Chitty Demon Lizard claimed the south, also a level 50 golden legend, with a combat power of 21,600. To the west stood the massive Tyrannosaurus, a level 50 golden legend, with a combat power reaching 22,000. In the north, the 9-headed dragon snake stood tall, a level 50 golden legend with a combat power of 21,800. Is this all the 4th level has to offer? Gu Huai muttered softly, then relaxed. For Golden Legend-level sub-dragon bosses, each with around 22,000 combat power, indeed formed an impressive lineup. Yet, for Gu Huai, whose strength had far surpassed the norm, this was still insufficient. With a flash of cold light, the four powerful sub-dragon bosses fell instantly. If Li Long, who had barely passed the fourth level by giving his all, were to witness this scene, he would likely be left speechless. Outside, the Black Dragon King and Long Wuya had just settled their wager when they observed the trial progress advancing rapidly. Gu Huai had already cleared 4 levels and was heading towards the 5th. Even the well-traveled Black Dragon King was momentarily taken aback by such speed. Xiao Huai's talent exceeds your imagination, Long Wuya remarked with pride. The Black Dragon King shook his head and replied, "Perhaps, but this time you're bound to lose. You know nothing of the power of the Divine Dragon." Having witnessed the strength of the Divine Dragon firsthand, he was confident. It was a power of a completely different magnitude, enough to instill awe in the dragon race. The difficulty of the 5th level increased sharply. Unlike the previous levels, passing this one offered the chance to acquire the bloodline of the 4 major subdragon Kingsa Quasidivine subdragon bloodline. Breaking through to the 6th level guaranteed obtaining the Quasidivine bloodline of the Dragon King. As Gu Huai entered the 5th level, he was confronted with a single Creaturia crimson lizard resembling a western dragon. It stood 5 meters tall, exuding a presence far more formidable than anything from the previous levels. Intricate black patterns wove across the monster's body, exuding an extraordinary aura. This creature was a Chi-Di demon lizard boss, boasting near-godlike power with a combat power index of 30,300. It was one of the 4 sub-dragon races, with the noble bloodline of the Chi-Di demon lizard king flowing through its veins. Is that it? Gu Huai glanced at the demon lizard's information panel and couldn't help but yawn. This so-called boss was too weak. A single fireball spell took it down instantly, without giving it a chance to struggle. The Red Dragon King on the 6th floor was equally unimpressive. This creature, also with near-godlike power and a combat power index of 33,200, was reduced to ashes by Yuan Yin's Thunderball spell. After all, the Red Dragon King specialized in fire, making it vulnerable to lightning. With the fall of these 2 major bosses, He Qiu and Demeng gained a substantial amount of experience points. After splitting 5 million experience points, both little creatures leveled up to 21. They had already undergone their first transformation at level 20 when they passed the 5th floor. Not only did their basic attributes soar, but they also acquired new skills and skill enhancement points. Demeng learned 4 new skills in one go, while He Qiu mastered 1. Even more exciting was that He Qiu's Dragon Soul Possession advanced from level 1 to level 2, increasing its bonus effect from 200 to 220, with a 110 bonus against undead. Gu Huai checked his 2 companions' attribute panels with satisfaction. At this point, Demeng, as an apocalyptic bone dragon king, had astonishing attributes: strength 3900, spirit 629, agility 4644, constitution 4458. Its talent, apocalyptic bone, could inflict double final damage during attacks. 10 skills combined with a skill enhancement point brought its combat power index to 13,631. As for He Qiu, the apocalyptic ghost dragon king, although it only had a spirit attribute of 5,702, its talent, apocalyptic soul, was extremely unique. It could merge with any being no more than 5 levels higher than itself, boosting the partner's attributes by 80. Combined with 3 skills and a skill enhancement point, it had become an undeniably formidable presence. Gu Huai's lips curled into a slight smile, realizing that these 2 little creatures had grown beyond his expectations. Gu Huai stared intently at the inky black orb in front of him, his brow slightly furrowed. This black sphere was indeed unique in its properties, possessing a singular attribute with no combat abilities of its own. It had to attach to another living being to unleash its power. Suddenly, a thought flashed through Gu Huai's mind, and his eyes lit up. Wait a minute. If it can attach to any living being, couldn't it attach to me as well? This realization made his heart race. If I can have it attached to me and combine with its skills, wouldn't I become invincible? And since the black orb is still at a low level, it will surely unlock more powerful skills like Soul Explosion as it levels up. As Gu Huai was lost in this thought, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, Challenger, for completing the first 6 levels of combat. You are now entering the final level of the Dragon's Trial. Warning, the final level is extremely challenging. Proceed with caution. No sooner had the announcement ended than a suffocating, terrifying aura descended upon him, and even Gu Huai felt an unprecedented sense of threat. Squinting his eyes, he thought to himself, with my current strength, I'm no match, but perhaps Qingma and the others might be a different story. Suddenly, a radiant array of colors burst forth in the sky, with a particularly blinding golden light that almost hurt Gu Huai's eyes. From the light emerged a majestic golden dragon, over 20 meters long, with 5 claws. This Eastern dragon exuded a golden glow, complete with 5 claws, an air of authority, and an aura of regal splendor. Just as Gu Huai was about to summon Guyan to face the challenge, a mysterious and ethereal voice echoed. Gu Huai quickly checked the information on this boss. Monster, 5-clawed golden dragon. Level, mythical boss, level 50. Combat rating, 120,000. Description, the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon, the only one of its kind, the supreme ruler of the dragon clan. A combat rating of 120,000. Gu Huai's eyes first flashed with excitement, then showed a hint of disappointment. For a mythical boss, that seems a bit low. At that moment, the voice spoke again. Why do you possess a young dragon without a contract pet? The golden dragon's eyes shone with golden light, as if probing into Gu Huai's information. Suddenly, it exclaimed, a dragon master? You are a dragon master. The 5-clawed golden dragon's reaction was unexpectedly intense, piquing Gu Huai's interest. You know about dragon masters? He pondered why this supposedly unique hidden profession, said to appear only once, was recognized by this divine dragon. Could it be that unique isn't truly one vacant? Surprisingly, the dragon quickly calmed down and asked, do you not know why dragon masters are so special? It gazed deeply at Gu Huai, as if concealing some unknown secrets. The dragon master is the only hidden class. You're the only one. How could I possibly know? The 5-clawed golden dragon paused mid-sentence. But what? Gu Huai frowned, pressing for more. But you'll have to defeat me first, the 5-clawed golden dragon declared haughtily. Gu Huai, your strength is too weak, relying solely on the elemental dragon and two who are still in their growth phase. Its dragon eyes suddenly contracted, locking onto Dumb and Black Ball. It hadn't noticed the aura from these two little ones before. The 5-clawed golden dragon scrutinized them closely, shock evident on its face. This aura, an apocalyptic evil dragon? No, it seems somewhat different. The 5-clawed golden dragon gazed deeply at Dumb and Black Ball, a resolute glint in its eyes. Just then, a dramatic phenomenon erupted on the outskirts of Dragon Island. Rainbow-colored lights shot into the sky, waves surged, clouds gathered, and thunder roared. Every creature on Dragon Island felt this sudden change. The Black Dragon King, who was conversing with Long Wuya, suddenly turned pale. This is the aura of the dragon god. Before he finished speaking, he transformed into his true form, hundreds of meters long, and sped towards the edge of the island. Old friend, what's going on? Long Wuya asked in astonishment, turning to Long Quan. It's the dragon god's aura. I'm going to check it out. Take me with you. All right. In no time, all the powerful beings on Dragon Island gathered at the perimeter. A rainbow light shield enveloped an area, allowing only the 6 dragon kings to pass through, while other dragons, including Long Wuya, were kept out. Everyone speculated, but no one knew what had truly happened, only that the dragon god had caused this commotion. Meanwhile, Gu Huai was oblivious to the changes outside. He found the 5-clawed golden dragon, who always stopped mid-sentence, quite infuriating, so he summoned Guyan. This summon left the 5-clawed golden dragon in a state of shock. Though it was a top existence even among mythical beings, this time it was merely a projection with a trace of consciousness. Faced with Guyan, who had become extremely powerful under Gu Huai's care, the projection was completely overwhelmed. The 5-clawed golden dragon had clearly never experienced such treatment, and Gu Huai could sense its internal collapse. With the final blow, the projection of the 5-clawed golden dragon shattered. A system notification immediately sounded. Gained 1 billion experience. Black Ball and Dumb each gained 50 million experience. Dumb's experience is full, leveling up to 39. Black Ball's experience is full, leveling up to 39. The jump from level 21 to 39 was so rapid that even Gu Huai was taken aback. Congratulations, Challenger, for completing the trial of the dragon. You will receive the dragon god's blessing. As soon as the words were spoken, 3 chests appeared out of thin air before Gu Huai, alongside a golden, shimmering portal. These chests were rewards for the challenger, and collecting them would allow him to pass through the portal to the dragon god's abode to receive the blessing. Upon hearing the prompt, Gu Huai's gaze fell on the 3 chests in front of him. These chests, resembling pirate treasure chests, exuded an aura of mystery. According to Long Lao's earlier explanation, the rewards from the dragon trial were random and entirely dependent on luck. Gu Huai quickly approached the first chest and lifted its heavy lid. Inside lay a robe that gleamed with golden light, embroidered with a vivid 5-clawed golden dragon. At a glance, he recognized it as a dragon robe. After checking the information, Gu Huai was momentarily speechless. It was indeed a dragon robe, a white common legacy weapon capable of growth, with specific attributes. Constitution 2, bound uniquely to Gu Huai. As a colorful legacy weapon, it contained a hint of divinity, with the potential to evolve into a divine artifact in the future. This is my second legacy weapon, Gu Huai calculated silently. Once I return, I'll use the money I earned from selling equipment in the ancient city to upgrade it to a golden legendary quality. Turning to the second chest, Gu Huai wondered if he might find a five-clawed golden dragon egg. But he quickly dismissed the idea. According to Long Lao and the five-clawed golden dragon's introduction, there was only one such dragon in existence, just as his profession was unique. Opening the second chest, he was greeted by a fruit the size of a cantaloupe, resembling a large blueberry with lightning-like stripes encircling it. This was a mythic-level thunder god fruit, containing extremely pure lightning power. It could significantly enhance the bloodline power of a lightning-type battle pet, but the energy was so volatile that those with weak bloodlines might explode upon consumption. Seeing the thunder god fruit, Gu Huai immediately thought of Lei Mohi's second dragon. Although Lei Mo never complained, Gu Huai could sense its disappointment from being the weakest. It wasn't that Lei Mo was too weak, but that the other young dragons were extraordinarily powerful. Elsewhere, Lei Mo would undoubtedly be considered top tier. This thunder god fruit might help Lei Mo undergo a bloodline transformation, elevating it to a mythic-level bloodline and completely changing its circumstances. After all, the gap between mythic and quasi-mythic levels was not only vast, but would become even more pronounced over time. Gu Huai was well aware of the vast gap between a quasi-divine battle pet and a mythical one. This disparity was not only evident in the present, but also when his Lei Mo faced Qing Mo. Just one breath of the Azure Dragon was enough to render it incapable of fighting. However, the Thunder God fruit before him offered a glimmer of hope to change everything. With anticipation, Gu Huai turned his attention to the last box. He carefully opened it to reveal a crystal-clear bottle lying inside. The familiar container made his heart beat quick, and precious elixirs he had acquired in the past were often stored in such bottles. Eagerly, he opened the lid, and a rich fragrance wafted out. Inside was a pill shaped like a five-clawed golden dragon, exuding an intoxicating aroma. The system identified it as a mythical-grade golden dragon pill, which could enhance a battle pet's bloodline power, aptitude, and growth attributes, especially suitable for dragons, with each pet able to consume only one. Gu Huai was extremely satisfied with the three rewards: the transcendent level robe, the mythical thunder god fruit, and this golden dragon pill, each one a priceless treasure. In the outside world, obtaining any one of these would require extraordinary luck, yet he had acquired all three through this simple dragon trial. If Li Long and Long Weia knew Gu Huai described this trial as simple, they would likely be too frustrated to speak. After all, Gu Huai had blitzed through from the first to the seventh stage in less than 10 minutes. Even the formidable five-clawed golden dragon was no match for him. After carefully storing the three treasures, Gu Huai decided to deal with them later. He strode towards the shimmering golden portal and stepped through without hesitation. On the other side of the portal, 6 dragon kings had assumed human forms, 4 men and 2 women, all wearing expressions of shock, unable to believe what they had witnessed. The five-clawed golden dragon, now a stunning woman with long, flowing hair, was speaking about something of great importance. Meanwhile, the Black Dragon King's gaze was fixed on her, filled with undeniable admiration. When the dragon deity uttered the words, "The future of Dragon Island is in your hands," all the dragon kings were taken aback, especially when she mentioned, "Chaos is coming, and this is our race's only hope." It left the dragon kings present feeling uneasy and perplexed. The five-clawed golden dragon gazed solemnly at the Black Dragon King and spoke. "I used to think the same, but the destined one has appeared." The destined one? The Black Dragon King and the others exchanged puzzled looks. "Very few know about this, so it's normal that you don't." The five-clawed golden dragon shook her head slightly. "You don't need to ask for details. Just follow my instructions, protect Dragon Island, and safeguard that human." "Which human?" "He will be here soon." The golden dragon's expression turned complex, as if making a difficult decision. "When he arrives, give me to him." As soon as she finished speaking, the aura around the five-clawed golden dragon vanished. Her form rapidly shrank, transforming into a golden, glowing dragon egg. The dragons present were stunned. Sacrificing one's cultivation to be reborn as an egg required immense courage. Rebirth meant memories would be sealed, only to be unlocked when one's strength reached a certain level again. Though risky, only the five-clawed golden dragon on Dragon Island possessed this ability. At the moment the dragon egg formed, a portal suddenly lit up, and Gu Huai stepped out. Initially calm and composed, he swallowed nervously at the sight before him, 4 burly men glaring at him, especially one whose gaze seemed intent on devouring him whole. Black Dragon King? Gu Huai recognized the man who looked ready to eat him as the Black Dragon King, who had previously taken him to attempt the dragon trial. Besides these 4 men, there were 2 women in their 20s, curiously observing him. "Old Black, do you know him?" asked one of the burly men beside him. "I do," the Black Dragon King replied, his heart aching. He had long harbored affection for the five-clawed golden dragon, revering her as a goddess and never daring to overstep his bounds. Seeing his goddess reborn as an egg was painful enough, But now he had to hand her over to a handsome young man to nurture from a young age. This torment made him want to cry. Yet he had no choice. He had to fulfill the goddess's trust. Staring at Gu Huai, the Black Dragon King was filled with doubt by all rights. This young man should still be on the 7th trial. How did he appear here so quickly? Unless... The Black Dragon King's pupils contracted sharply. The Golden Dragon's unusual actions clearly indicated that Gu Huai had completed the trials, and the one who took him to the trials was himself. Woo, woo, woo. The real culprit was me all along, the Black Dragon King lamented internally. The Black Dragon King was utterly shattered inside. He looked around the vast Dragon Valley, his thoughts in turmoil. As dragons who spend most of their time asleep, they indeed hadn't heard of Long Wuya's visit. But even if they had, they wouldn't have paid much attention. Though Long Wuya is recognized as the world's strongest, that reputation applies only to humans. For these dragons, who have lived for thousands of years, even with their powers capped at level 80 due to the world's rules, their accumulated wisdom and refined skills mean any Dragon King could easily defeat Long Wuya. On Dragon Island, Long Wuya is merely a spokesperson to the outside world. It was only the Black Dragon King, due to Long Quang's influence, who had a closer relationship with him. Kid, you passed the 7th level? The Dragon Kings present quickly sensed something, especially after noticing the unusual attitude of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Yes. Gu Huai nodded in response, speculating internally. Could they be here to give me a dragon egg after passing the dragon's trial? The 6 Dragon Kings exchanged complex glances. Clearly, a human truly passing the dragon's trial was far beyond their expectations. Come with me. The Black Dragon King gave Gu Huai a deep look. Although he didn't believe Gu Huai had the ability to lead the dragons back to the dragon realm, the will of the dragon god could not be defied. Reluctant as he was, he had to execute the command meticulously. This egg is yours now. Form a bond with it. The Black Dragon King's tone was cold and devoid of emotion. Despite the comforting aura Gu Huai exuded, which left a good first impression, the thought of his goddess transforming into this young man was something he couldn't reconcile with. The other 5 Dragon Kings, however, had a favorable impression of Gu Huai, as his 1,000 affinity with dragons was no trivial matter. Upon learning that Gu Huai had indeed passed the dragon's trial, their faces involuntarily broke into kind smiles. Gu Huai's gaze was drawn to the dazzling golden dragon egg. This puzzled him. According to Long Wuya, there were only 6 pure dragon species on the island, and this golden hue seemed exclusive to the 5-clawed golden dragon. But there was only one 5-clawed golden dragon, the master of the island, so the egg couldn't be its. Besides, wasn't passing the 7th level supposed to grant the blessing of the 5-clawed golden dragon? With questions in his mind, Gu Huai checked the information on the dragon egg. Item: 5-turn golden dragon egg. Quality: mythical. Description: the 5-clawed golden dragon used great magic to reincarnate itself into an egg. The 5-clawed golden dragon that emerges from this egg will surpass the original in both talent and potential, reaching the pinnacle of mythical status. What? Gu Huai's pupils contracted in shock. This was indeed the egg of the 5-clawed golden dragon? When Gu Huai confirmed that the dragon egg in front of him belonged to a 5-clawed golden dragon, he was stunned. It wasn't the rarity of the 5-clawed golden dragon that shocked him after all. He already possessed 4 mythical dragons. It was the unexpectedness of the discovery that left him momentarily unable to process the reality. The 6 Dragon Kings watched Gu Huai's reaction with varied expressions. The Black Dragon King snorted arrogantly. Kid, being favored by the divine dragon is an incredible opportunity for you. Gu Huai merely glanced at him coolly without responding, taking a deep breath as he silently resolved that this 5-clawed golden dragon was something he must obtain. As the only female among the 6 Dragon Kings, the Blue Dragon King smiled gently. Let's begin. Gu Huai nodded and began to perform the dragon mastery technique. As the spell took effect, a stream of golden blood seeped from his hand, resonating with the dragon egg. This phenomenon caused the expressions of the 6 Dragon Kings to change abruptly. They had initially regarded Gu Huai as merely a fortunate young man with some skills, but the drop of golden blood that made even them uneasy suggested that this boy was extraordinary. Of course, if he were just an ordinary person, how could he have passed the 7th level? The Blue Dragon King pondered, while the other Dragon Kings grew curious about how this young man had managed to defeat the divine dragon's projection that even the 6 of them together couldn't overcome. For Gu Huai, this was his 7th time hatching a dragon egg, and he handled it as smoothly as a seasoned expert. While maintaining the dragon mastery technique, he had the leisure to observe the expressions of the surrounding Dragon Kings, particularly noting the slightly greenish tinge to the Black Dragon King's face. Soon, cracks appeared on the surface of the egg, and a little golden head peeked out. The 6 Dragon Kings immediately gathered around, with the Black Dragon King trembling with excitement. However, the sudden surge of powerful auras frightened the newborn dragon, causing her to retreat into the eggshell, shivering with fear. Although she had been a formidable dragon emperor in her past life, She was now reborn as a blank slate, fearful of everything. Ahem, you're scaring the little one, Gu Huai said as he sensed the fear of the little dragon connected to his bloodline, quickly moving to comfort her. Hearing this, the 6 dragon kings immediately stepped back. After all, this was the future dragon god of Dragon Island, and none of them dared to frighten her. Feeling Gu Huai's gentle presence, the little golden dragon joyfully leapt into his arms. This scene pained the Black Dragon King, who could only grit his teeth and admonish, "Brat, you better take good care of the dragon god." 2 hours later, in the magnificent dragon god temple on Dragon Island, funded by Long Wuya and constructed with high-grade green and white jade, Long Wuya sat in the main seat, utterly shocked. "Are you saying you've also contracted the 5-clawed golden dragon?" he asked incredulously. He knew Gu Huai's strength was astonishing and his talent exceptional, but this news left him feeling a bit lightheaded. Once Gu Huai reaches level 80, his strength will undoubtedly allow him to dominate nations. However, what transpired before everyone's eyes far exceeded expectations. Gu Huai successfully tamed the legendary 5-clawed golden dragon. In this land of professions, demons run rampant, and powerful monsters are innumerable. Although humans have established 5 great nations with billions of professionals, the gap in strength remains stark when facing these terrifying creatures. Particularly, the so-called dead zones are areas with powers beyond human reach. It's worth noting that the number of dead zones discovered by humans is limited, largely due to their restricted range of activity. Dragon Island ranks among the top dead zones globally, and the 5-clawed golden dragon that rules this area is revered as the dragon god, one of the world's top 10 strongest monsters. These 10 monsters possess mythical bloodlines, making their power unmatched. Fortunately, they have never proactively attacked human civilization, or humanity might have faced extinction. Among them, including the 5-clawed golden dragon, a few even exhibit goodwill towards humans. Naturally, this information is tightly controlled within the upper echelons, unknown to ordinary professionals. This kid Gu Huai actually managed to contract with the 5-clawed golden dragon. This is simply. Long Lao rarely showed such a shocked expression. "Can I see the dragon god's information?" Long Wuya asked cautiously, swallowing hard. Without hesitation, Gu Huai displayed the attribute panel of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Species: 5-clawed golden dragon. Unique name: Gu Yuzi. Level: LV1. Base attributes: Strength 220, Spirit 220, Agility 220, Constitution 220. Talent: the Dragon Emperor exudes an aura of dominance, capable of ruling dragonkind with a combat index 20 lower than its own. Attacks carry a suppressive effect, and the power of aura-based moves is increased by 100. Skills: Divine Dragon Possession LV1. Increases all attributes by 100. 9 Dragon's Roar Break LV1. Area attack. Unleashes 2 dragon roars, dealing Spirit 6 and 110 damage. Rising Dragon Strike LV1. Deals triple combat index damage. Combat index: 880. These initial attributes and combat index. Long Wuya's breathing became rapid as he compared it to Gu Huai's other 7 young dragons in his mind. Little Azure Dragon 800, Thunder God Dragon 440, Elemental Dragon 520, Ancient Wild Dragon 670, World Destruction Dragon King 740, World Destruction Evil Dragon King 300, and this 5-clawed golden dragon reached a terrifying 880. Stronger than the Little Azure Dragon. Long Wuya's pupils contracted sharply, his shock evident. Long Ya had seen each of these 7 young dragons before and was well aware of their initial stats and skills. He couldn't help but smile wryly, recalling how his own dragon, Long Quang, initially had just a 400 battle index. At the time, he thought himself destined for greatness, but now, compared to Gu Huai, it seemed insignificant. Even the weakest of Gu Huai's dragons was stronger than Long Quang. Looking at Gu Huai, Long Ya was momentarily at a loss for words, but he quickly regained his composure. Although Long Quang's initial combat value couldn't match Gu Huai's dragons, under Long Ya's careful nurturing over the years, Long Quang had grown into a formidable force. Even a battle pet with the same 400 combat index would struggle to last a few rounds against Long Quang. He understood that the initial battle index only reflected talent and potential, not the sole determinant of ultimate strength. Opportunities encountered during growth could enhance a battle pet's initial attributes and growth potential. More importantly, the strength of skills was also crucial in determining power. Gu Huai took out the Thunder God's fruit. Originally, he intended for Lei Mo to consume it upon returning to the imperial capital, but having unexpectedly contracted the owner of Dragon Island, this place now seemed the safest. The 6 Dragon Kings had even brought a wealth of treasures and elixirs for Gu Yui's 5-clawed golden dragon to help her establish a strong foundation. During this time, Gu Huai summoned Qing Mo, a scene that astonished the 6 Dragon Kings. Initially, they considered Gu Huai to be an ordinary person with extraordinary luck, but upon seeing Qing Mo and learning about Gu Huai's profession, their perceptions shifted dramatically. Perhaps this young man could truly help Dragon Island overcome its challenges and aid the dragon god in breaking free from constraints. Long Huai's gaze fell on the thunder god's fruit. With his prowess, he could naturally sense the extraordinary nature of this mythical treasure. After Gu Huai's brief introduction, he summoned Lei Mo. As soon as Lei Mo appeared, she joyfully flew towards Gu Huai, wrapping her nearly 20-meter-long body around him, her unique way of expressing affection. To visualize this length, imagine a giant serpent as tall as a 6-story building. Lei Mo, cut it out, it tickles. Gu Huai laughed as Lei Mo's tongue licked him. He hadn't summoned her alone for days. Yeah. Lei Mo obediently used her size-doubling skill to shrink to half her size, tilting her head as she gazed at Gu Huai. Gently stroking Lei Mo's head, Gu Huai smiled and said, Lei Mo, do you see this thing? Lei Mo had not initially noticed the thunder god fruit in Gu Huai's hand, but upon hearing his words, her gaze was immediately drawn to the fruit. Her eyes widened with a strong intuition telling her that consuming this fruit might just lead to her evolution. While evolution is relatively easier for weaker pets, it is a daunting task for powerful species like the dragons. Even Long Wuya's carefully nurtured black dragon, Long Quang, had only evolved once, advancing from an ordinary quasidivine bloodline to a powerful quasidivine bloodline. Generally, evolution in battle pets only enhances the potency of their bloodline, rarely resulting in a qualitative change in form. Here you go, Gu Huai said, tossing the thunder god fruit to Lei Mo. She eagerly opened her mouth and swallowed the fruit whole. Instantly, a surge of violent lightning erupted within her, so potent that Gu Huai instinctively stepped back 2 paces, his expression tinged with concern. However, his worry was unnecessary. For Lei Mo, who was adept with lightning, this wild energy was insignificant. Lei Mo began channeling the destruction divine thunder within her, the black divine thunder quickly consuming the rampant energy. Her body underwent a remarkable transformation, shifting from a physical form to a pure lightning elemental state, becoming a dragon composed of black lightning elements. As her aura intensified, 6 dragon kings sensed the anomaly and rushed to the dragon god temple. By the time they arrived, Lei Mo's evolution was nearing completion. This is a bloodline evolution, the purple dragon king, skilled in lightning, exclaimed. The burly man immediately recognized the aura of the world-destroying black thunder, silently marveling at the extraordinary bloodline of this lightning dragon. He initially considered bringing this mutated lightning dragon to Dragon Island to strengthen the lightning dragon clan, but upon sensing Gu Huai's presence, he dismissed the idea. Moreover, the young man, who had bonded with the dragon god and possessed 2 powerful dragons, further piqued his curiosity. With the aid of the thunder god fruit, the thunder god dragon evolved into an ancient thunder dragon. Her base attributes saw a comprehensive boost. Strength surged from 91 to 141, spirit from 137 to 267, and both agility and constitution increased from 114 to 184. Additionally, the ancient thunder dragon acquired 2 new skills. Thunder Dragon Traverse LV1, an active skill that allows the user to become fully elemental, increasing agility by 100 and inflicting 8 times spirit damage, with a chance to paralyze the enemy. Thunder Element Mastery LV1, a passive skill that grants mastery over the thunder element, enhancing the damage and effects of all thunder skills by 50. Lastly, the ancient thunder dragon received 2 skill enhancement points. Gu Huai's eyes widened in shock as he stared intently at the notification in front of him. This was a significant leap forward. His basic attribute value had skyrocketed from 456 to 776 points, including a 16-point increase from previously consuming a bloodline pill. But what truly made his heart race was that Lei Mo had earned 2 skill enhancement points. These were valuable resources capable of fundamentally transforming skills. Eagerly, Gu Huai pulled up Lei Mo's complete information panel. Species: Ancient Thunder Dragon First Transformation. Name: Gu Lei Mo. Level: 50. Attributes: Strength: 14,100. Spirit: 28,800. Agility: 18,100. Constitution: 18,100. Talent: World-Destroying Divine Thunder. Feature: Growth Divine Thunder, strengthens as power increases. Using Thunder-type moves deals additional damage equal to 9.9 times the Spirit attribute. Skill list in order: Thunder Burst LV6, Thunderous Might LV5, Thunder Armor LV5, Thunder Sphere LV4, Thunder Dragon Roar LV3, Thunder Dragon Body LV3, Thunder Sprint LV2, Thunder Form LV2, Thunder Heart LV2, Thunder Control LV2, Thunder Arc LV2, Spirit Amplification LV2, Thunderous Realm LV2, Bloodline Awakening LV1, Thunder Dragon Transit LV1, Thunder Element Mastery LV1. Skill Enhancement Points: 2. Clears after second transformation. Combat Power Index, 79,300. Gu Huai frowned slightly. Although Lei Mo possessed a mythical bloodline, the Combat Power Index seemed somewhat low. However, he quickly understood why Lei Mo had not yet taken the Sacred Beast pill or Advanced Bloodline pills, and the skill attribute boosts were limited. Thus, the value made sense. Besides, the Combat Power Index doesn't fully represent actual combat capability. His attention swiftly shifted to utilizing the skill enhancement points. The talent effect of world-destroying Divine Thunder had increased by 50, soaring from an original 6.6 times spirit damage to 9.9 times, which was quite significant. After careful consideration, Gu Huai decided to enhance the skills Thunderous Might and Thunderous Realm. Although Thunder Dragon Transit had remarkable potential, its base level of 1 seemed insufficiently rewarding. Despite Thunderous Realm being only level 2, its strategic value convinced Gu Huai it was worth enhancing. As the enhancement glow passed, the results were exhilarating. Thunderous Might upgraded to Strong Thunderous Might, with perfect enhancement raising its level by 3. Following that, Thunderous Realm also received a perfect enhancement, advancing to Strong Thunderous Realm LV5. This active skill can now resummon previously cast thunder within 42 minutes, boosting its damage by 70. Witnessing these astonishing enhancements, Gu Huai's breath quickened involuntarily, and a powerful sense of strength surged within him. This advancement far exceeded his expectations. The extraordinary effect of the Thunder Shakes the Earth skill left everyone present utterly astonished. This ability not only allows the user to repeatedly summon all previous lightning strikes within 42 minutes, but also enhances the damage by 70, showcasing its overwhelming power. Lei Mo, surrounded by crackling lightning, was as excited as a child, circling around Gu Huai. Her eyes sparkled with joy as she finally overcame the challenge of being the weakest. Watching her delight, Gu Huai smiled warmly and gently patted her head, softly saying, "We'll only get stronger from here." The 6 Dragon Kings stood nearby, quickly sensing the unique aura emanating from Lei Mo. Although her power wasn't yet overwhelming, its quality far surpassed any of theirs. The Purple Dragon King, captivated by the destructive divine thunder encircling Lei Mo, couldn't resist asking, "Has this thunder dragon evolved to a mythical level?" "Yes, Purple Dragon Elder," Lei Mo replied respectfully. "Good, good, good," exclaimed the Purple Dragon King, his face beaming with joy. The other 5 Dragon Kings wore expressions of envy, understanding that the Thunder Dragon lineage was on the brink of a major breakthrough. They sighed inwardly, wondering why their own dragon bloodlines had yet to produce a mythical-level powerhouse. Turning to Gu Huai, the Purple Dragon King cautiously asked, "Young Gu Huai, may I borrow this young one for a while?" "Rest assured, I mean her no harm. I merely wish to prepare some opportunities and fortunes for her." After all, a mythical-level Thunder Dragon was extremely rare, and despite not being from Dragon Island, she was still part of the Thunder Dragon clan. Gu Huai, not wanting to decide for Lei Mo, replied, "You'll have to ask Lei Mo about that." This response further improved the Purple Dragon King's impression of Gu Huai. Ultimately, perhaps due to her desire for greater power, Lei Mo chose to follow the Purple Dragon King. After Lei Mo's departure, Gu Huai summoned the 5-clawed golden dragon, Gu Huai, and presented a golden dragon pill. As he gazed at the pill, a playful glint appeared in Gu Huai's eyes, thinking that the 5-clawed golden dragon had likely prepared it for herself long ago. Gu Huai swallowed the golden dragon pill without hesitation, and soon, a brilliant golden light enveloped her, growing ever more radiant. The power of the 5-clawed golden dragon's bloodline was elevated, successfully evolving into a 5-clawed golden dragon king. Her basic attributes, including strength, spirit, agility, and constitution, all increased from 220 to 280. At this point, the 5-clawed golden dragon king had reached the threshold of a near supernatural level. Upon hearing this information, Gu Huai felt utterly bewildered. The initial value of 1120, the 5-clawed golden dragon king, the half-step to becoming a super deity each term left him staggered. Lei Mo's news was already startling enough, but he never expected Gu Huai to be hiding an even bigger secret. A system notification then appeared before his eyes. Talent, Dragon Emperor Enhanced Version. Effect. In addition to existing abilities, it grants absolute dominance over dragon species with a combat index 90 lower than his own. Attacks carry an aura of sovereignty, which can suppress most species. The power of momentum-based moves is increased by 150. Gu Huai was secretly amazed. This was far more powerful than the original Dragon Emperor talent. In front of Gu Huai, creatures with less than 90 of her combat power would probably not even have the courage to make a move. 3 hours later, Lei Mo returned, emanating an even stronger aura. Data showed her combat index had reached 98,900, an increase of nearly 20,000 points. Not only that, her skills, initial attributes, and growth values had all been significantly enhanced. Lei Mo also brought back a wealth of rare resources, which Gu Huai distributed among his companions along with treasures gifted by the Dragon Kings. Among them, Lonely Smoke's power increased most remarkably, with a combat index directly surpassing 220,000, which was astounding. Subsequently, Long Wuya prepared to take Gu Huai away from Dragon Island. Although Dragon Island was rich in resources, Gu Huai had other urgent matters to attend to completing his second transition task. Long Wuya took out a detailed map from his backpack, which he had prepared specifically for Gu Huai's collection of second transition materials. "Thank you, Elder Long," Gu Huai said as he took the map, noting that it not only marked the specific locations of materials, but also highlighted the best spots for collection. According to the guide, completing 5 specific dungeons would gather all the necessary materials. These dungeons were located in the dungeon tower, and Gu Huai decided to set off immediately, aiming to finish within a day. The first stop was the Heart of Ice Moon Dungeon. On the 7th floor of the dungeon tower, a crowd had already gathered in front of the Heart of Ice Moon Dungeon. There were 5 entrances, allowing 10 teams to enter simultaneously. At one of the entrances, Gu Huai noticed a 5-woman team, all beautiful. One of them, an extraordinarily beautiful young woman, stood there deep in thought. She was Li Muyue, whom he had met when he first arrived in the imperial capital. "Why are you so distracted as soon as you get to the dungeon tower, Muyue?" one of the young women in the team asked with concern. "It's nothing." Li Muyue shook her head slightly, trying to conceal her inner turmoil. "You've been missing for 2 or 3 days, and ever since you came back, you've been like this. Come on, tell us, are you in love?" the young woman teased. Upon hearing this, the other 3 girls immediately gathered around, their curious eyes darting over Li Muyue's face. As her close friends, they knew the top 10 beauty of Imperial Capital University all too well. Not only was she strikingly beautiful and exceptionally talented, but she had also never given any suitor a chance or been involved in any rumors. "Are you in a relationship?" the girls eagerly asked. The image of Gu Huai flashed in Li Muyue's mind, and a faint bitter smile appeared on her lips. "Not really, it's more of a one-sided crush." "What? You have a crush?" the 4 girls exclaimed in unison. This answer was completely unexpected. Given Li Muyue's qualities, how could she possibly find herself in a one-sided love situation? Seeing her friends' shocked expressions, Li Muyue waved her hand with a wry smile. "Don't ask, I don't want to talk about it." The 4 girls exchanged a knowing glance, sensing Li Muyue's low spirits, and tactfully changed the subject. "Muyue, you're the strongest among us. We'll be counting on you later." Just as Li Muyue was about to respond, her body suddenly froze. She rubbed her eyes hard, wondering if she was hallucinating, because not far away, that familiar figure was walking toward them. What a coincidence! A familiar voice reached her ears, and Li Muyue's face immediately blossomed into a radiant smile. The 4 girls turned around at the sound, and a strikingly handsome boy came into view. Seeing Li Muyue's expression light up, they immediately realized this must be the person their friend was enamored with. Although such handsome guys were indeed rare at Imperial Capital University, he shouldn't be so unknown unless he wasn't a student there. "Want to run a dungeon together? This time, I'll lead you," Gu Huai suggested to Li Muyue. He had always had a good impression of her, being his first friend he met in the capital, especially since she had helped him a lot and explained many useful things to him. "Run a dungeon?" Li Muyue was momentarily stunned. Then her pupils suddenly contracted. You're already level 40? Level 40? Gu Huai shook his head. "I'm already level 50. What?" Li Muyue was almost speechless with shock. Climbing from level 1 to 50 in just 7 days? It completely overturned her understanding. Although technically it was 8 days, Li Muyue clearly remembered that Gu Huai had only started leveling up on the 2nd day. The scene of their first meeting was still vivid in her mind. "I've already reached level 50. Gu Huai repeated with a slight smile as he watched Li Muyue's incredulous expression. "So you're here to gather materials for your second advancement?" Li Muyue's eyes lit up. She knew the characteristics of the Heart of Ice Moon. Dungeon Wellet was not only full of weak monsters and rich in experience, but also an excellent place to obtain second advancement materials like Ice Snow Lotus and Ice Crystal Buds. Gu Huai nodded slightly, while the 4 girls beside him exchanged glances at Li Muyue's shock. To them, reaching level 50 wasn't extraordinary. At Imperial University, there were plenty of students at level 50, and even some who had completed their 3rd advancement. The 4 instinctively categorized Gu Huai as a sophomore. If he were a freshman, given their knowledge of campus personalities, they would have recognized him. Anyone who reached level 50 in their first year was either famous on campus or had made a name for themselves in national university competitions. "No, I can handle it on my own." Although Li Muyue was eager to join Gu Huai in the dungeon, she didn't want to impose and politely declined. Gu Huai easily saw through her thoughts and said with a smile, "Silly girl, don't refuse. Taking you along won't slow me down." It was truly Muyue's current level wasn't high enough to collect the materials that required level 50, so she wouldn't affect his efficiency. As for experience distribution, Gu Huai wasn't concerned. Although he still had 3 dragons that hadn't reached level 50, it was a minor issue for him. Before Li Miyue could refuse again, Gu Huai addressed the others. Miyue, there might be an extra person in your group later. But don't worry, I'll help all of you reach level 50. This bold claim made the four girls frown. Given that each level required over 4 million experience points, reaching level 50 would need tens of millions of experience. They were skeptical of such big talk, but considering Li Miyue seemed to have a fondness for Gu Huai, they exchanged silent glances, hoping she would decline. To their surprise, Li Miyue blushed and nodded. Then, I'll leave it to you. Gu Huai smiled and headed to the front desk, pulling a gold card from his pocket and registering his information with ease. With the highest privileges of the gold card, he was placed at the top of the queue. A gold card. The four girls were about to whisper to Li Miyue, but were stunned into silence by the sight of the shimmering gold card in Gu Huai's hand. Just then, a team emerged from completing the dungeon. Gu Huai gestured for Li Miyue to join him, and the other four, exchanging curious glances, followed the trio, eager to uncover the mystery of this intriguing figure. Let's go, ladies, Gu Huai said casually. Gu Huai charged ahead with agility, his figure darting forward. Li Miyue stared blankly at his retreating figure for a moment before following, with the other three female team members close behind. Ahead lay the heart of the Ice Moon dungeon, and a system notification chimed in, introducing the difficulty options: easy, normal, hard, hell, and nightmare. The dungeon's background unfolded slowly. A band of ice apes, coveting the heart of the Ice Moon deep within the forest, watched intently. Players needed to protect this mysterious heart. Unlike typical defense dungeons, this one offered special assistance cells armed with ice crystal bows would aid in defense, skilled at restricting the ice ape's movements to create opportunities for players to strike. Without hesitation, Gu Huai selected the nightmare difficulty. The system immediately issued a warning. The difficulty is too high. Please confirm again. Confirm nightmare level. Gu Huai replied firmly. Li Miyue was already used to this. With Gu Huai's prowess, only the nightmare level matched his capabilities. However, the other three team members were visibly shocked, and before they could protest, the confirmation was completed, instantly transporting the group into the dungeon. A stunningly beautiful elven maiden approached, her longbow emitting a frosty aura. She briefly explained the situation. The chieftain was injured, and the warriors needed to help protect the heart of the Ice Moon. Before she could finish, her expression suddenly shifted. Oh no, they're coming. Above the treetops, a massive swarm of ice apes appeared, numbering over 200. Among them, an especially burly ice ape king stood out. Lu Exine, one of the team members, trembled as she checked the monster's attributes, her face turning pale. All the ice apes were level 50, of legendary quality. The combat index for regular ice apes was over 5,300, and for elite ones, it exceeded 8,100. Most daunting of all was the Ice Ape King, boasting a staggering combat index of 16,700. We're doomed. Miyue, we have to retreat. Lu Exine exclaimed. As a level 44 player with a combat index barely reaching 4,800, the disparity in strength left her feeling utterly powerless. This was nothing like the difficult level they usually chose, where ice apes appeared in small groups and could be managed with elven assistance. The nightmare difficulty not only enhanced the monster's strength, but also made the ice apes incredibly intelligent, capable of tactical coordination to effectively overwhelm the players. Lu Exine trembled as she looked at her measly battle index of just over 4,800. Even the weakest ice apes far surpassed her, not to mention the strongest in their group, Li Miyue, who had only just reached level 46 with a battle index barely surpassing 5,200. Despite the overwhelming disparity in strength, Li Miyue remained remarkably calm. Her gaze lingered on Gu Huai, a faint, elusive smile playing on her lips. It's fine, with Gu Huai here. Fine. Lu Exine and the other two teammates exchanged incredulous glances. To them, Li Miyue must have been blinded by love. This was a nightmare difficulty dungeon, and even at level 50, they couldn't handle such a daunting challenge. As the swarm of ice apes prepared to charge, Lu Exine reached for her teleport scroll, and her teammates did the same. In that critical moment, a flash of blue light burst forth in front of them. A nearly 20-meter-long eastern dragon appeared out of nowhere, its body emitting a soft blue glow. The sudden appearance of this colossal creature left the three girls stunned, forgetting to activate their teleport scrolls. Ching Mo, it's up to you, Gu Huai said casually, as if these monsters, which seemed insurmountable to Li Miyue and the others, were merely trivial obstacles. Ching Mo soared into the air, its dragon roar reverberating through the heavens. With an astounding battle index of 198,000, its dragon might envelop the battlefield. Over 200 ice apes, including the despair-inducing Ice Ape King, were powerless against this pressure and dissolved into experience points. With 4.5 million experience points instantly gained, each member of the five-person team received 900,000. Gu Huai even summoned a five-clawed golden dragon to share the experience. The process was so swift that the others barely had time to react, and by the time Lu Xian and the others regained their senses, the battle was over. What? What just happened? Lu Xian asked in bewilderment, echoing the shock on everyone else's faces. Even Li Muyue, who had some knowledge of Gu Huai's strength, was left speechless. She knew he was powerful, but hadn't anticipated such an overwhelming display. With these ice apes taken care of, it should be fine now, right? Gu Huai turned to the equally stunned elf girl beside him. The elf girl swallowed hard, finally finding her voice. Yais, no problem. Thus, the dungeon was flawlessly completed in under a minute. Gu Huai glanced at the collected items. The drop rate for nightmare difficulty was indeed impressive, with a fifth of the required items already gathered. Shall we continue? He asked his teammates, estimating that 4 more runs would suffice to gather the necessary items. The 4 girls nodded in agreement, and Gu Huai immediately initiated the same difficulty level of the instance again. Time flew by, and before they knew it, it was already 6 p.m. All 5 girls had reached level 50. As they looked at their level panels, they felt as if they were dreaming. Within less than an hour. They had jumped 5 to 6 levels straight to level 50. This incredible speed of advancement left them in awe, and they finally understood Li Muyue's previous feelings of anxiety and excitement. Facing such a formidable individual, they couldn't help but feel a sense of reverence. You're all at level 50 now, so you can gather the materials for the job change quest on your own. I won't be joining you, Gu Huai said, turning to Li Muyue. Muyue, consider this a favor you owe me. Okay, Li Muyue replied, her cheeks turning red. She was thrilled to have been able to run the instance again with Gu Huai, but the thought of him leaving soon, with no idea when they would meet again, replaced her joy with melancholy. She was well aware of the insurmountable gap between herself and Gu Huai. After that, Gu Huai turned and left, heading towards his next destination. He was calculating in his mind that it would take about 10 more runs of the instance to gather all the necessary materials for the job change. According to his plan, after collecting the materials and having a quick meal, he would be ready to clear the second job change instance by 9 p.m. and unlock the level 70 cap. Li Miyue watched Gu Huai's figure disappear into the distance, lost in thought, until he was completely out of sight. Lu Xian and the others sighed softly and walked over to her. Although their time together was brief, such an outstanding man had inevitably stirred their hearts. However, they understood that someone like Gu Huai would not be interested in girls like them. The fact that he spent over an hour helping them reach level 50 was purely out of consideration for Li Miyue. Gu Huai's actions were essentially to help Li Miyue by boosting her fixed teammates' levels. His name is Gu Huai, and he's one of the newly transitioned individuals this year. Li Miyue quietly introduced him to the 4 girls who had gathered around. Although they had already learned his name during the instance run, hearing the term newly transitioned made Lu Xian and the others' eyes widen in shock. You mean he just transitioned? Yes, today is his 8th day since transitioning. Time quickly reached 9 p.m. After collecting the materials for the second job change instance, Gu Huai enjoyed a hearty dinner before returning to the National Team Center. It's about time to begin, he thought to himself. The efficiency of the instance runs in the afternoon had been quite satisfactory, with Gu Yuezi and the other 2 reaching levels in the 30s, giving them a decent combat strength. In fact, if he were willing to spend more time, raising them to level 50 wouldn't be difficult. Second job change instance, I hope it presents a bit of a challenge this time, Gu Huai muttered to himself. To be honest, since his transition, he hadn't encountered an instance that truly challenged him, not even the path to the heavens, which was only slightly troublesome. He left the room, found a spacious area, opened the task panel, and began activating the second job change instance. As the words were spoken, 12 materials slowly rose around Gu Huai, intertwining to form a radiant portal. Clear text appeared on the door, second transition dungeon, Dragon Tower. The dungeon introduction unfolded before Gu Huai. This is a solo dungeon specifically designed for Dragon Master's second transition. Achieving a 60 completion rate unlocks the second transition. Subsequent levels can be challenged for additional rewards. It is important to note that the completion progress of the Dragon Tower will directly affect the difficulty of the third transition dungeon. Finally, it's not one of those chaotic first transition dungeons. Gu Huai sighed with relief, a slight smile on his lips. A dungeon purely testing strength was just what he preferred. Without hesitation, he stepped into the Dragon Tower. A mechanical voice immediately sounded in the air. Welcome to the Dragon Tower. First level, easy difficulty, monsters are spawning. Clearing it can earn a 5 completion rate. Gu Huai looked around, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Was this really a tower? Before him stretched a vast expanse, the sky clear, birds chirping, flowers blooming, like a paradise. But soon, this tranquility was shattered. Swarms of small dragons appeared out of nowhere, densely populating the entire sky, roughly estimated to be over 1,000. They were not large, about 1.5 meters tall, flapping their small wings, coming in colors of red, blue, green, purple, black, and brown, appearing quite cute. Gu Huai quickly scanned the information on these small dragons. They were divided into two types. 99 were ordinary small dragons, level 50 legendary monsters with a combat index of around 5,500. The remaining one were slightly larger elite small dragons, also level 50 legendary monsters, but with a combat index exceeding 8,800. So this is easy difficulty? Gu Huai muttered softly. This dungeon has a unique understanding of easy. Although these small dragons were not much of a threat to him, if the National Reserve Team trainees were placed here, they might struggle to hold their ground. Gu Huai's gaze fell on his pets. The little ones like Demeng, Blackball, and Gu Yuzi were all over level 30, but due to rapid leveling, they lacked combat experience, and their skill levels were generally low. This was a perfect opportunity for practice. Let's have them test the waters first, Gu Huai thought to himself. These experiences should be enough to boost them all to level 50. Although he couldn't forcibly limit their leveling speed, he could now use combat to bridge the skill level gap, expecting to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Come on out, Gu Huai called softly. Gu Huai gazed at the dense swarm of little dragons before him and hesitated no more. Despite their numbers, these small dragons posed no real threat to their strength. He even had to deliberately restrain Gu Yuezi's abilities. Her extraordinary talent allowed her to manipulate these dragons into fighting each other effortlessly, not to mention her ability to wipe them out with a single 9-dragons roar. In group battles, even Qing Mo couldn't compare. Gu Yuezi was undoubtedly the queen of mass combat. At that moment, the three little companions each showcased their unique skills. Xiao, although only level 35 with a combat power just over 15,000, was the weakest of the three. Yet, its unique ability to possess made it an indispensable part of the team. Once possessed, it could significantly boost its allies' strength. The equally level 35 Demeng had a combat power of 36,500, but with Xiao's possession, it soared to an astonishing 100,100. As for Gu Yuezi, also level 35, she demonstrated a formidable strength with a combat power of 50,200. Go, Gu Huai commanded. Excitement flashed in Gu Yuezi's eyes as she and Demeng charged towards the enemy. For her, crushing weaklings was one of life's greatest pleasures. The battle progressed exceptionally smoothly, with thousands of monsters falling like paper before them. They quickly cleared the first level, and the scene shifted instantly to the oceanic second level. Even when faced with hundreds of elite blue water dragons, it was still an easy time for Gu Huai's team. With just the duo of Demeng and Gu Yuezi, they advanced effortlessly up to the 12th level, completing 60 of the progress. The system notification rang out. Congratulations, Challenger, on completing 60 progress and achieving the second transformation. Upon successful transformation, your attributes will increase by 1.5 times at final calculation. Each level up grants 100 points in strength, spirit, agility, and constitution, and fills in previous level up points. You gain one skill enhancement opportunity, applicable to any skill, retained until the third transformation. Another notification appeared. Congratulations on learning a new skill, Strength Amplification. Strength Amplification LV1, passive skill, increases the strength of contracted dragon-type creatures by 50. Gu Huai eagerly opened the skill window, but his excitement faded upon seeing the details. Is that it? A passive skill that doesn't matter? He sighed, but then reconsidered, realizing that enhancing dragon-type creatures' power was better than nothing. With the second transformation completed, his skill levels also improved. Advanced Dragon Mastery LV71, Advanced Pain Sharing LV7, Bloodline Connection LV5, Strength Amplification LV1. Gu Huai put on a brand new level 50 golden set, and was about to admire his new look when he froze while checking the attribute panel. The numbers on the panel left him utterly astonished. Name, Gu Huai. Profession, Dragon Master Unique Hidden. Level, LV50. Talent, Power of the Dragon Unique Mythical Talent. The four-dimensional attributes were strikingly displayed. Strength, 298,000. Spirit, 209,000. Constitution, 165,000. Agility, 216,000. Maximum contractable creatures. Dragons, 12. Combat pets, 1. Skill enhancement points, 1 cleared after third transfer. Combat power index, 890,000. This is just too exaggerated, Gu Huai murmured to himself. With a combat power index of 890,000 right after his second transfer, his strength far surpassed ordinary imagination. He silently decided to keep a low profile during future attribute tests to avoid scaring others. Currently, his equipment setup included 2 pieces of level 50 Legacy Extreme, paired with 4 specially selected golden legendary set pieces. The 5-clawed golden dragon robe he obtained in the morning had been upgraded to golden legendary quality, and through successive dungeon trials, he had leveled it up to 50. With both wealth and power, his equipment upgrade speed was astonishingly fast. He scrutinized the attributes of the 5-clawed golden dragon robe. Part, top. Quality, golden legend upgradable. Upgrade requirements. Quasi-artifact needs. Quasi-divine crystal block 20, 1 billion gold coins. Level 55 advancement requirements. Defeat 20,000 golden legendary monsters, 5,000 of each color crystal block. Base attribute. Constitution 520. Special effects. 1. Passive. Increases the constitution of contracted dragon-type creatures by 1.8 times. 2. Passive. Increases total attributes of contracted dragon-type beasts by 1.6 times. 3. Active dragon aura. Releases an aura within a 5,050 range, increasing dragon-type creatures' attributes by 20 and recovery by 100. 4. Constitution attribute 50. 5. Can disguise as any set weapon to enjoy set bonuses. Bound to Gu Huai. Description. A colorful legacy weapon containing divinity, with the potential to grow into an artifact. Although the attributes of this 5-clawed golden dragon robe were quite exceptional, Gu Huai still felt that something immortal would suit him better. Nevertheless, this piece of equipment significantly boosted his strength. After passing the 12th layer, Gu Huai didn't rush to challenge the 13th. Instead, he chose to first absorb the strength increase brought by the second transfer. He began to check the status of his dragon group, with his primary focus naturally on Qingmo, with whom he shared the deepest bond. Species: Little Azure Dragon second transfer. Name: Gu Qingmo. Level: LV 50. 4-dimensional attributes. Strength: 530,000. Spirit: 452,000. Agility: 436,000. Constitution: 550,000. Talent: Power of the Azure Dragon attacks carry 100 final damage. Gu Huai carefully examined his attribute panel. When he saw the combat power index, the striking number, 1.97 million, made him gasp. This figure far exceeded the level of an average second transition, but upon reflection, it was understandable. The second transition represents a qualitative leap for every job changer. Not only does the growth value increase 5-fold, but all the attributes accumulated up to level 50 are fully enhanced, resulting in exponential growth in overall strength. This is why people often say the second transition is the watershed of a job changer's power. Even the most talented first transition individual would struggle to compete with those who have undergone the second transition. While Gu Huai was engrossed in his astonishing data, his attention was drawn to Gu Gaian's attribute panel. Once the strongest in combat power, Gu Huai was particularly curious about the heights Gu Gaian had reached after the second transition. Race: Ancient Wild Dragon second transition. Name: Gu Gaian. Level: LV 50. Strength: 1.446 million. Spirit: 232,000. Agility: 226,000. Constitution: 629,000. Talent: Power of the Great Wilderness. Skills: Strong Great Wasteland Sutra LV 7. Strong 8 Desolate God Pillar LV 6. Skill enhancement points: 2. Combat Power Index: 2.535 million. Just as expected, Gu Huai's eyes lit up. Gu Gaian did not disappoint, not only breaking through the 2 million mark, but reaching a staggering 2.535 million. This number excited Gu Huai immensely. Then, Gu Huai quickly reviewed the data of the other 5 dragons. Although they all had significant improvements, Heiqiu's case was quite unique. Even after the second transition, Heiqiu retained only the spirit attribute. This wasn't due to poor talent. Rather, all its skills were designed for use when fused with a dragon, not for enhancing its own attributes. Heiqiu's combat power index was only 321,000, entirely from the spirit attribute. Before the second transition, Heiqiu had received a single enhancement point, which Gu Huai unhesitatingly applied to Dragon Soul Possession. Now, the effect of this skill had become even more formidable, filling Gu Huai with anticipation for future battles. Gu Huai carefully examined the skill attribute panel of the skill, Strong Dragon Soul Possession LV 5. This active skill not only allows the user to possess dragon-type creatures, but also provides an astonishing 450 attribute boost. If the target dragon-type creature has undead attributes, an additional 225 attribute enhancement can be gained. Of course, the possession level cannot exceed the limit set by the Extinction Ghost Dragon King. Gu Huai's gaze fell on the adorable attribute panel. This cute dragon-type creature's total attributes had reached 1.299 million. With the enhancement from the Black Orb, its combat stats were astounding. Strength surged to 985,000, Spirit increased to 47,400, Agility soared to 985,000, and Constitution reached an incredible 1.037 million. Ultimately, the adorable creature's combat index broke through the 3 million mark, reaching 3.056 million, making it the strongest force under Gu Huai's command. Gu Huai quietly organized the combat rankings of his dragon species. Gaian topped the list with a combat index of 2.535 million, followed closely by Gai Weizi with 2.013 million, and Qingmo ranked third with 1.97 million. Lama and the adorable creature occupied the 4th and 5th places with 1.345 million and 1.299 million, respectively. Gu Huai himself ranked 6th with an 890,000 combat index. Yuanin was 7th with 866,000, and the Black Orb was at the bottom with 321,000. However, Gu Huai knew that pure combat index couldn't fully represent actual combat power. In his assessment, in unknown battles, Guyan and Qingma were evenly matched, with Gai Weizi close behind. Yet, in group battles, Gai Weizi's performance excelled, and Qingma was not far behind. This put pressure on Qingma, who prided herself as the big sister, prompting her to train even harder. In this team, excluding the seldom fighting Black Orb, Yuanin became the weakest link. As the only member without a myth-level bloodline, she felt quite helpless about this. Among the 7 dragon species under Gu Huai, 5 had myth-level bloodlines, 1 was quasi-god level, and Gai Weizi had even reached the half-step super-god level. As for why the half-step super-god Gai Weizi's combat index was lower than Guyan's, the reason was simple. Both Guyan and Qingma had consumed advanced bloodline pills and sacred beast pills, and Guyan's skills were mostly focused on enhancing strength, resulting in such an impressive combat index. Seeing that he and his little companions had grown to such a level, a satisfied smile appeared on Gu Huai's face. Just then, a dungeon prompt sounded. The second transition task has been completed. Do you wish to continue? The upcoming battles are very challenging, and a slight mistake could lead to death. Remember, with great risk often comes great reward. Passing each subsequent level will bring rewards. Continue. Gu Huai answered without hesitation. Danger? With such strength, what is there to fear? Gu Huai was full of confidence in his abilities, and this so-called danger didn't deter him in the slightest. He glanced at the 7-dragon lineup beside him, a slight smile playing on his lips. No challenge had ever been able to stop them. Generating the 13th level. With the system's prompt, a massive black dragon king appeared out of thin air. This giant beast was entirely black, over 30 meters long, emanating an aura of destruction that sent shivers down one's spine. Gu Huai quickly pulled up the Black Dragon's information panel. Monster, Black Dragon King Boss. Level, 50, second advancement. Quality, Quasi-Divine. Combat Power, 102,000. Description, the legendary Black Dragon King, at its peak, holds the power to move the continent. Is that it? Gu Huai couldn't help but chuckle. The initial warning had led him to expect a monumental challenge, but it turned out to be so underwhelming. It seemed he had overestimated this second advancement dungeon. The battle was over the moment it started. The Black Dragon King didn't even get a chance to fight back before being instantly defeated. The system notified them of receiving 5 million experience points, evenly divided among the 7 dragons, giving each 625,000. Gu Huai watched as his experience bar barely moved by about 1%, his lips twitching. It would take a whopping 50 million experience points to level up from 50 to 51. The difficulty of leveling up has certainly increased significantly, Gu Huai mused to himself. Clearly, this was the game's way of providing players a period to accumulate skills, basic attributes, and resources in preparation for enhancing 70-level equipment. Completed the 13th level, progress at 65. Reward, Advanced Bloodline Pill. What? Gu Huai was taken aback. Based on the 5 progress per level, there were 7 more levels to go. He hadn't expected much from the rewards, but it turned out to be the much-coveted Advanced Bloodline Pill. Currently, only Qing Mo and Gu Yin had taken the Advanced Bloodline Pill, while the other 5 dragons had not. Gu Huai decided to store the pill in his backpack for now and make arrangements after clearing the dungeon. However, if they faced a tough challenge, he could prioritize giving it to Gu Yuzi. With her potential, her power would certainly surge after taking it. But Gu Huai quickly dismissed this idea, believing that with Qing Mo and Gu Yin around, they shouldn't encounter any insurmountable opponents. Proceed to the 14th level. A new Black Dragon King appeared, even larger, measuring over 40 meters in length. Gu Huai checked the information panel, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. Monster, Black Dragon King Boss. Level, 55, second advancement. Quality, Quasi-Divine. Combat Power, 182,000. Description, the legendary Black Dragon King, at its peak, holds the power to move the continent. Leveling up, and the battle index has increased quite a bit. Gu Huai originally thought that the monsters in this dungeon were all level 50, as the monsters on the previous 13 floors were uniformly level 50, so he didn't anticipate any danger. But now, it's clear that's not the case. However, this floor is still manageable. The level 55 Black Dragon King was still easily defeated. The reward for this floor was another high-grade bloodline pill, which made Gu Huai even more excited. Moving on, the 15th floor featured a level 60 Black Dragon King, with the same high-grade bloodline pill as a reward. The 16th floor had a level 65, and the 17th floor had a level 70 Black Dragon King, all with high-grade bloodline pills as rewards. The level 70 Black Dragon King had a battle index of 540,000. Could the next floor feature a fully evolved Black Dragon King? If it really is a fully evolved Black Dragon King, that could be troublesome. Gu Huai wasn't too familiar with the bonuses from full evolution, but if the monsters could match the gear enhancement features unlocked at level 70, then the evolution bonuses might be substantial, and he might actually face a challenge. This made Gu Huai's expression more serious. The monster on the 18th floor was being generated, and it detected that the challenger had 8 combat units. So it generated 8 combat units. Gu Huai was slightly taken aback. 8 combat units? The answer soon appeared. 8 level 70 Black Dragon Kings, with battle indices ranging between 440,000 and 560,000, each with slightly different combat attributes. Starting from level 50, this was indeed the case. Before level 50, due to the short growth time, most of the early skills were active skills, which didn't add much to the attributes. However, after unlocking the second evolution, most of the later skills focused on increasing personal attributes. Coupled with the longer time required to level up, the skill levels naturally caught up. Under such circumstances, the battle index naturally skyrocketed. Before the second evolution, although there were differences in battle indices, they weren't outrageous. But after the second evolution, the gaps became quite exaggerated. Gu Huai is an exception, not part of the comparison. Fortunately, they weren't too strong. Seeing these 8 Black Dragon Kings, Gu Huai breathed a sigh of relief. The 18th floor was also weak and could be defeated in a single strike. However, Gu Huai didn't relax his brow, because this was only the 18th floor, and there were still 2 more floors to go. The 18th floor was also cleared with ease, yielding another high-grade bloodline pill. Currently, Gu Huai had 6 high-grade bloodline pills. With 1 extra, everyone could use 1. Considering the potential difficulty of the 19th floor, Gu Huai quickly fed the remaining 5 dragons who hadn't used a high-grade bloodline pill. Attributes increased again, boosting Gu Huai significantly, directly reaching 943,000. Gu Yuezi's battle index increased to 2,135,000, Lei Mo to 1,453,000, and Dulmeng to 1,413,000. Yuan Yin rose to 962,000, and He Chiu to 383,000. Their strength increased significantly. However, Gu Yuezi still didn't surpass Gu Yan, which was quite normal. The Saint Beast pill actually provided a greater boost to combat power, but unfortunately, it was extremely rare. Moving on, the 19th floor opened, and the monster was being generated. The 19th floor monster soon appeared. A massive dragon, as black as ink, stood before them, exuding an aura of malevolence that sent shivers down the spine. This darkness was unlike that of an ordinary black dragon. It was an unnatural black, so deep it seemed to swallow the light around it. Gu Huai focused on examining the dragon's details. Monster Demon Dragon. Level 70, second class advancement. Quality mythical. Battle index 1,370,000. Description: a corrupted black dragon king, evolved into an evil variant due to the malevolent energy of the apocalyptic evil dragon. 1,370,000 battle index. Gu Huai sighed in relief. As a level 70 mythical boss, this figure was within his expectations. He had been worried that the 19th floor might feature a third advancement dragon with a battle index exceeding 3 million, which would make the final floor extremely difficult. This demon dragon's strength was just right for Lei Mo's trial. The previous Black Kings were far too weak, lacking any training value, and were instantly defeated by Qing Mo. Lei Mo, Gu Huai called softly. Yes. Lei Mo responded eagerly, ready for battle. As a warrior eager to fight and grow stronger, she finally had her chance. At level 50, she had gained 2 skill enhancement points and learned 2 skills to boost her attributes. Following Gu Huai's advice, she saved these points for when she reached level 70. Race: Ancient Thunder Dragon, second class advancement. Name: Gu Lei Mo. Level 50. Attributes: Strength, 242,000. Spirit, 623,000. Agility, 274,000. Constitution, 313,000. Talent: World-Destroying Divine Thunder. A growing divine thunder that strengthens with power. Adds additional damage of Spirit 20.4 when using thunder-based techniques. Skills: Second Tier, Thunderous Might LV10, Second Tier, Thunderous Realm LV8. Skill Enhancement Points 2. Combat Index 1,453,000. Facing an opponent that could challenge her, Lei Mo decided to give it her all. She immediately unleashed her most powerful move, Second Tier, Thunderous Might. Simultaneously, she entered the Thunderheart state and activated Thunder Mastery. The level 5 Thunderheart state amplified thunder damage by 30, while the level 6 Thunder Mastery provided a 32 damage boost and enhanced control over thunder. Lei Mo's mastery of the 3rd level of lightning attributes grants him a 60 increase in lightning damage, imbuing each bolt he casually releases with catastrophic power. Since upgrading Thunderous Wrath to the 2nd tier, he has yet to fully unleash this skill in battle. At this moment, the massive evil dragon slowly opens its eyes, dense black energy pouring from its body. Wherever it passes, the lush trees vanish instantly, leaving no trace behind. This colossal beast, over 60 meters long, is more than twice the size of Lei Mo, exuding an unparalleled aura of intimidation as the black energy swirls around it. However, the moment Lei Mo releases the second-tier thunderous wrath, the evil dragon's formidable presence vanishes. It becomes like a mouse before a cat, its scales standing on end. In a panic, it hastily forms the black shield dragon armor for defense. Initially, upon seeing the diminutive ancient thunder dragon, the evil dragon paid it no mind. But the instant Lei Mo unleashed thunderous wrath, it realized its grave mistake. The power of the lightning brewing in the sky far exceeded its imagination. Dark clouds loomed, thunder roared, as if the apocalypse had arrived. With a crackling sound, the first bolt of ink-black lightning struck down. The evil dragon trembled, pouring all its strength into the black shield. Amidst a thunderous crash, the lightning collided with the shield, tearing black rifts into the space around them. Though it withstood the first strike, the black shield was now covered in cracks, barely holding together. As the dragon despairingly looked skyward, 3 more bolts descended. The second bolt shattered the black shield completely, expanding the spatial rifts several times over. The third bolt struck the evil dragon directly, tearing its body to pieces. When the fourth bolt descended, this once mighty creature finally met its end. A system notification sounded, crediting 140 million experience points. As a mythical level boss, the evil dragon delivered immense rewards, with each of the 7 participants receiving nearly 20 million experience points. Combined with the experience from defeating the Black Dragon King earlier, everyone's experience points had surpassed halfway. Monsters at this stage were far stronger than before, making each level up extremely challenging. Especially after level 60, when all dungeons vanished, forcing players to grind in the wild to level up. At level 70, it became even more arduous, as high-level monsters only appeared in extremely dangerous areas. Places even a powerhouse like Long Wuya dared not tread lightly, significantly slowing the pace of leveling. Gu Huai stood in the center of the battlefield, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. To improve overall efficiency, he decided to level up everyone evenly. Not far away, Lei Mo was frowning at the charred corpse of the demon dragon she had struck down with 4 bolts of lightning. The dragon's terrifying aura had not matched its feeble performance, leaving her puzzled. Gu Huai was equally perplexed. As a mythical dragon, the demon dragon's combat prowess should have been considerable. Even if it couldn't defeat Lei Mo, it shouldn't have been so easily vanquished. It was disappointing that just 4 bolts of lightning were enough to kill it. He looked up at the oppressive dark clouds above, knowing that those 4 bolts were just an appetizer. A system notification appeared. Level 19 cleared, progress 95, reward, advanced bloodline pill 4. Another 4 advanced bloodline pills made Gu Huai pause. Including the 6 he had previously acquired and the 2 he originally had, he now had a total of 12 pills. After reserving 5 for the 5 young dragons, he still had a surplus. Gu Huai calculated silently. He could still contract 6 young dragons, including battle pet slots. Although the 6 dragon kings had hinted at sending young dragons from their clan to him, all of them were ordinary quasi-mythical level dragons, lacking any special traits. With his current standards, he wasn't interested in this level 6 out of the 7 dragons under his command were already at the quasi-mythical level. Unless he encountered something exceptional, he wouldn't waste these contract slots lightly. According to Gu Huai's estimation, he might have to wait until his level 2 dragon mastery reached level 10 to unlock new contract slots. The subsequent level 3 and level 4 dragon mastery should also provide more slots, but he remained committed to the principle of quality over quantity. At that moment, another system prompt appeared. Level 20 is extremely challenging. Do you wish to proceed? Note: upon entering level 20, you have only 2 choices: defeat the instance for great rewards, or die. This warning-laden prompt made Gu Huai put his hands in his pockets, a slight smile playing on his lips. Death? I hope it won't disappoint me. The previous 19 levels had indeed been underwhelming, but he was unaware that this unique hidden profession, the Dragon Master, had the most difficult second transition instance of all. Compared to this, other professions' second transition instances were not even worth mentioning. It was only because Gu Huai's strength was so extraordinary that it seemed so effortless. Continue. Gu Huai chose to take on the challenge without hesitation. As soon as Gu Huai finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened. A chilling aura of death enveloped the surroundings, as if an invisible giant hand was squeezing his throat. It wasn't until Qing Mo appeared, unleashing the power of the Azure Dragon to form a protective barrier around him, that the suffocating pressure eased slightly. At that moment, a crack appeared in the pitch-black sky, revealing an unbelievably enormous eye. The eye was hundreds of meters in diameter, with a pupil just as wide, encircled by 3 tomo-like black spheres. It reminded Gu Huai of the Sharingan from the Naruto world, a thought that somewhat alleviated his fear. Gu Huai quickly used his insight technique. and information surfaced. Monster. Projection of the world-destroying evil dragon. Boss level. Level 70, second transition quality. Combat power index, 6.1 million. Half-step super god power. Description. A projection formed from a drop of blood of the legendary world-destroying evil dragon that fell into the human realm, possessing less than 1/1000th of the original's power. Though he had never seen the true form of the world-destroying evil dragon, nor gathered any information from Long Lao and the others, Gu Huai was fascinated by this entity. After all, the two little creatures by his side, one formed from the dragon's bones, and the other from its soul, were closely linked to this mysterious being. The ability to create dragons with mythical lineage from just a bone and a wisp of soul, combined with heavenly treasures, suggested a power beyond myth. Now, just a projection from a drop of blood held half-step super god potential, prompting Gu Huai to reassess the true power of the world-destroying evil dragon. Facing a combat power index of 6.1 million meant each attribute exceeded 1.5 million, making it a formidable opponent. Gu Huai swiftly weighed his tactical options. While the black sphere attaching to the playful creature would yield the highest multiplicative boost, its base strength was noticeably lower than Qing Mo, Guyan, and Gu Yuezi. Calculations showed that attaching to the playful creature would only raise the combat index from 1.41 million to 3.23 million. In contrast, attaching to Qing Mo could reach 4 million, Gu Yuezi 4.19 million, and Guyan an astonishing 4.72 million. The decision was made in an instant. Gu Huai softly called out, "Black Sphere." The Black Sphere, understanding his intent, immediately responded, while the prepared Guyan assumed a receptive stance. Dragon Soul Possession. Gu Yin felt a surge of power within him, strength at 2.29 million, spirit at 550,000, agility at 530,000, and constitution at 1.33 million, sending his combat index soaring to 4.72 million. This unprecedented strength invigorated his spirit. At that moment, a giant eye in the sky fixed its cold gaze on him. A dark claw descended from the heavens, targeting Gu Yan's vital points. Without hesitation, Gu Yan activated his level 5 magnification skill. Instantly, his form expanded to 10 times its original size, far exceeding the fourfold increase of level 4 magnification. His strength and constitution received a 500 boost. After calculations, his strength rose from 2.29 million to 3.10 million, and his constitution increased from 1.33 million to 1.95 million, ultimately pushing his combat index to 6.14 million. Second stage, Great Desolation Sutra. 32 strands of desolation force erupted from Gu Yan, forming an indestructible armor around him. This armor, forged from desolation force, boasted defensive power 16 times greater than his strength. Second stage, 8 desolation divine pillars. Facing such a formidable foe, Gu Yan held nothing back. The dim sky suddenly brightened as 800-meter-long gray pillars rose from the ground, aiming to lock the giant eye in place. Gu Yuezi and Qing Mo immediately joined the battle. They understood that Gu Yan alone could not defeat this colossal adversary. Gu Huai decisively brought the 3 less powerful young ones into the dragon space to protect them from the battle's aftermath. Simultaneously, he activated the second stage, Shared Pain, to provide Gu Yan and Gu Yuezi with a 74 damage reduction. For safety, he had Qing Mo retreat to his side for vigilance. 3 dragons clashed fiercely in the sky, with terrifying energy waves shaking the heavens and earth. Black space rifts surrounded them, highlighting the battle's intensity. No wonder the 20th level always ended in failure. This space was completely sealed by the apocalyptic dragon's power. Gu Huai keenly sensed that the apocalyptic dragon, embodying heaven and earth, was vastly different from the opponents on the previous 19 levels. Those were mere illusions formed by the Dragon Tower's energy, whereas this apocalyptic dragon was transformed from the blood of a true apocalyptic dragon, wielding earth-shattering power. The test of the 20th level was to defeat this formidable entity within this realm. The battle had reached a fever pitch. Although Gu Huai's second stage, Shared Pain, could immunize against damage, he cautiously retreated to a corner of the space to prevent Gu Yan and Gu Yuezi from enduring additional harm, observing the battle's progression intently. The battle scene was breathtaking. The strength exhibited by Guyan far exceeded expectations, making even those who had just reached the 3rd transformation seem lackluster in comparison. This level of power would likely leave even Li Long and Long Wuya in awe if they were present. It's important to note that those who can boost their combat index to over 100,000 right after the 2nd transformation are considered national team-level talents. Even at level 70, their combat index might not break the million mark. Take Li Jun, who accompanied Gu Huai to the capital. Although he is at level 70 and wears a divine set, he is merely an ordinary member of the provincial team, with a combat index of just over 400,000. This is strong for level 70, but still falls short compared to true top-tier experts. Those who managed to raise their combat index to over 1 million before the third transformation are almost all official members of the national team. This is one of the hard requirements for advancing from a reserve member to an official member. The national team structure is rigorous, divided into official and reserve teams, with each sequence further divided into 3 sub-teams. Reserve Team 3 mainly consists of newcomers who have just passed the assessment, and those who perform exceptionally can be directly promoted to Team 2 or even Team 1. However, such exceptional promotions are limited to the initial entry into the team. Subsequent promotions require passing strict evaluations. National Team 3 has the most members, with over 100 individuals, all above level 70. This team mainly consists of those promoted from Reserve Team 3. Each year, a significant number of newcomers pass the Reserve Team assessment. As Li Long mentioned, about half of this round's candidates can stay, but only half of them, around 10 individuals, make it to the official national team. In the 25 years since its establishment, it is understandable that the national team has accumulated so many elites. The higher-level National Team 2 has only 22 members, while National Team 1 has just 7, who are the country's true strongest forces. In the current battle, although Gu Huai and Qing Mo retreated to a corner, they kept their eyes fixed on the fight between Guyan and Gu Yuezi. Gu Huai turned to Qing Mo and said, "In a moment, you'll replace Gu Yuezi. I'll connect the pain sharing to you." This was his well-thought-out strategy since pain sharing could only connect to 2 dragons at once. He planned for Qing Mo and Gu Yuezi to take turns assisting Guyan. Got it. No problem. Qing Mo immediately understood Gu Huai's intention and agreed without hesitation. Soon, Gu Yuezi and Qing Mo completed the position swap, while Guyan continued bearing immense pressure on the front line. The entire battle lasted over 3 hours, during which Gu Yuezi and Qing Mo switched multiple times, finally defeating the apocalyptic evil dragon. Phew! Gu Huai let out a long breath, sincerely exclaiming, "No wonder this is the final level of the second transformation for dragon tamers. The difficulty is indeed daunting." The power of the apocalyptic evil dragon far exceeded Gu Huai's expectations. He thought with lingering fear that even when faced with monsters of immense strength, he had never felt such overwhelming pressure. If it weren't for the crucial skill of the second-tier Share Pain, this battle might have ended in disaster. This hard-won victory served as a wake-up call for Gu Huai. Reflecting on his smooth journey so far, he realized he needed to be more cautious. After the battle, the system displayed a total experience gain of 700 million. Since Lei Mo, Yuan Yin, and Dai Meng had already been returned to the dragon space, the experience was divided among the 5 of them, with each receiving 140 million. This generous amount of experience allowed Gu Huai to level up 3 times, reaching level 53, and significantly enhancing his strength. However, the most gratifying aspect was not the level increase but the improvement in the skills of Guyan and the other dragons during the over 3-hour-long battle. The enhancement of passive skills, in particular, provided them with substantial attribute boosts. Checking the combat index, Gu Huai found that he had finally surpassed the million mark, reaching 1.023 million. Guyan remained at the top with 2.849 million. Qingma, thanks to the improvement of many passive skills, surpassed Gu Yuezi with a battle power of 2.549 million, securing second place. Gu Yuezi followed closely with 2.403 million. Even Haiqiu improved to 406,000. Looking at the data panel of the dragons, Gu Huai smiled with satisfaction. Just as he was wondering why he hadn't received a clearance notification, the system voice chimed in at the right moment. "Congratulations on successfully passing the 20th level and earning the final reward." Several reward items appeared before Gu Huai. 1 apocalyptic evil dragon blood, 10 advanced bloodline pills, 3 sacred beast pills, and 1 dragon master talent evolution essence fragment. Seeing these rewards, Gu Huai was overjoyed. With these 10 advanced bloodline pills, each dragon could consume a second one. Although the advanced bloodline pills could be taken multiple times, their effects would diminish with each use, with the first being the most effective. Considering the need to reserve some for future new dragons, Gu Huai decided that each dragon would temporarily take only a second pill. What excited him even more was the 3 sacred beast pills. Compared to the advanced bloodline pills, the sacred beast pills offered a much stronger enhancement for the dragons. However, with 5 dragons yet to consume one, these 3 pills were still somewhat insufficient. Gu Huai began to contemplate how to allocate these precious resources. Gu Huai's gaze fell on the remaining 2 treasures. The first was a fragment of the Dragon Master Talent Evolution Essence. Although the description of this Dragon Master specific item was simple, collect 3 pieces to form a complete essence that allows one's talent to evolve, made Gu Huai's eyes widen in disbelief, his breath catching for a moment. Talent Evolution Essence? How is this possible? Gu Huai murmured to himself. He clearly remembered asking Gong Jing about this before, and her response was a firm denial. According to her, such a thing did not exist. From the moment one transitioned into their profession, their talent was fixed, even for someone as powerful as Dragon Elder, whose talent had never changed. Yet now, a mystical item capable of evolving one's talent was right before him. A smile crept onto Gu Huai's face. He wasn't entirely sure about the specific abilities of others after their second transition, but he knew that the strongest among his peers were only around level 30. Recalling Qian Boyong from earlier that day, he couldn't remember his exact level, but it certainly wasn't 30 yet. The last treasure gave Gu Huai an unusual feeling just from looking at it. It might be the most precious of them all. It was a drop of pitch black, ink-like extinction evil dragon blood, the size of a human head. The description indicated it came from a top-tier extinction evil dragon. Although the power within had been diluted over millions of years, it still contained an astonishing amount of energy. This dragon blood had a wide range of uses. It could be used as an alchemy ingredient, the core of a formation, material for forging equipment, or even consumed by dragon-type battle pets. However, consumption required extreme caution, as the violent energy it contained could cause the consumer to explode. Only battle pets with a high affinity to dragons could better absorb the energy and reduce the risk of explosion. Top tier. Gu Huai frowned slightly. Although he wasn't familiar with the specific hierarchy, he was sure this level must be above the mythic tier, possibly even beyond the supergod tier. It reminded him of the power levels of deities, though unfortunately, at his current level, he was not yet qualified to encounter such beings. Staring at the massive drop of black dragon blood, Gu Huai pondered. Using such a high-level treasure recklessly could have catastrophic consequences. According to the description, it might be suitable for Daiming and Heichio, but he needed to carefully consider how to use it. Just then, the surrounding space began to shake violently, especially the spatial rifts created during the battle with the extinction evil dragon, which were expanding. Gu Huai was well aware of the dangers of spatial rifts even in dungeons. They had swallowed people whole, leaving some missing to this day. He made a quick decision, his figure flickering as he swiftly left the second transition Dragon Master exclusive job change dungeon. Upon reaching the outside world, Gu Huai quickly took out 5 cards and, with a smile, introduced them to the dragons. 3 winning cards and 2 blanks, with a winning rate of 60. Lonely Smoke and Qing Mo watched with interest from the sidelines, while Gu Yuezi, Lei Mo, Yuan Yin, Demeng, and Black Ball exchanged glances before stepping forward to each draw a card. Yay! Gu Yuezi couldn't wait to open her card first, her eyes sparkling with joy. I won. As soon as she spoke, the expressions on Lei Mo and Yuan Yin's faces turned tense. The winning probability had now dropped to 50. Demeng and Black Ball, however, remained remarkably calm. Demeng's flickering colorful soul fire indicated its simple thought process. It was drawing the card simply because Gu Huai instructed it to. Besides, its method of consuming the sacred beast pill was different from other dragons. It needed to grind the pill into powder, mix it with water to form a paste, and then evenly apply it on its bones to slowly absorb it, a rather tedious process. As for Black Ball, it was genuinely unconcerned about enhancing its power. Although it had few skills, they all required possession to execute. Even though 2 of its skills required adding its mental value for damage calculation, Black Ball still appeared indifferent. Demeng naively flipped open its card and won again. Lei Mo and Yuan Yin looked even more desperate now. There was only 1 winning card left, with the probability dropping to 1/3. The 2 dragons eyed each other warily, fearing the other would draw the final big win. At this moment, Demeng tilted its head, its soul fire flickering more intensely, suggesting that after its second transformation, it could now sense a slight emotional fluctuation. Black Ball then turned over its card blank. Lei Mo and Yuan Yin both breathed a sigh of relief, but quickly tensed up again as the true outcome was about to be revealed. The 2 little ones, full of inner drama, simultaneously flipped open their cards and then closed their eyes in unison, not daring to look at the result. Gu Huai, watching their antics, couldn't help but smile. He was about to gesture to the other dragons to leave, but his plan was interrupted by Demeng's sudden giggling. Lei Mo and Yuan Yin snapped their eyes open. Lei Mo had drawn the final winning card, while Yuan Yin's was blank. Yay, so cool. Lei Mo cheered. Having had a streak of good luck lately, not only had she obtained the Thunder God fruit to aid her bloodline evolution, but she had also drawn the Sacred Beast pill. Yuan Yin, on the other hand, looked disappointed. She had hoped the Sacred Beast pill would help her catch up in strength with the other dragons, but now the gap had widened. As for Black Ball, when discussing rankings, everyone tacitly excluded it. This wasn't intentional isolation, but simply because Black Ball's pursuits were inherently different from theirs. The 3 little ones took the Sacred Beast pill one after another. The effects were immediate. Gu Yuezi's strength increased to 1.5 times its full value, and Lei Mo's power surged by 1.45 times. As for Daiming, due to special circumstances, he had to wait until the pill was made into a paste and evenly applied to his bones. The data showed that Lei Mo's combat power index soared to 1.76 million, while Gu Yuezi reached an astounding 2.88 million. Seeing these results, a bright smile spread across Gu Huai's face. For the next 2.5 days, Gu Huai was almost entirely rooted in the dungeon building, focused on leveling up. In the pre-level 60 dungeon areas, he chose the highest difficulty nightmare level dungeons. Each completion yielded over 2.7 million experience points, averaging 5 minutes per round. The 6 little ones took turns leading, with the black ball ready to possess at any time, maximizing efficiency. Gu Huai maintained a high-intensity pace of 18 hours of dungeon grinding each day, accumulating over 40 hours in 2.5 days, completing more than 500 dungeon challenges. This frenzied leveling pace brought him over 1.6 billion experience points. Combined with the experience gained earlier, the total reached over 2.4 billion. The distribution of experience points led to significant level increases for him and the 7 dragons. Due to participating in the slaying of the Apocalypse evil demon dragon, Gu Huai, Qing Mo, Gu Yan, Gu Yuezi, and the black ball reached level 56, on the brink of breaking through to level 57. Meanwhile, Lei Mo, Yuan Yin, and Dai Meng remained at level 54. However, this rapid leveling didn't satisfy Gu Huai. His early experiences of fast leveling made him feel impatient with the current progress. But it was inevitable. Leveling from 56 to 57 required 56 million experience points, equivalent to the total needed for several levels earlier on. It seems I'll need to find another path after the selection competition, Gu Huai mused. After level 50, dungeon experience seemed insignificant, and he began considering outdoor leveling spots like the City of the Undead, where swarms of monsters could help him quickly reach level 70 and complete the third transition. When he returned to the National Team Center, it was just past noon. The final stage of the national team reserve selection was at 2 p.m., which would determine if he could stay in the reserve team for further development. Given that there was still some time, Gu Huai didn't head directly to the meeting point. Gu Huai had a free lunch with the second team, returned to his dormitory for a shower, and took a good nap before heading to the assessment location. In the women's dormitory of the National Team Preparation Center, Liao Jinxian lay on her bed in a single room, her eyes filled with exhaustion. She gazed at the ceiling, a wry smile appearing on her lips. At this moment, she finally understood Zhang Wanchun and the others' feelings, the relentless effort of always trying to catch up. When I was at the provincial talent training camp, I was so full of confidence, Liao Jinxian murmured to herself. But here, I feel like a complete novice. Although she missed the days at the provincial camp, she bit her lip, determined to stay here. Her thoughts drifted to Zhang Wanchun. If Wanchun knew that the person she likes is not only in the national talent training camp, but thriving here, I wonder how she'd react. Liao Jinxian chuckled softly, though she regretted not being able to reach out to her. Only by officially staying could she obtain the precious phone that allowed nationwide communication. After all, if she were to leave tomorrow, issuing such a device would be a waste. On the other side of the training ground, a young man with short yellow hair rubbed his hands together, a smug smile on his face. Haha, brother phone. This time it's finally our turn to shine. Remember last year, we were really hammered. Even brother Rong phone wasn't spared. Huang, don't get complacent. Lin Feng glanced at Huang Yun, his tone serious. There are a few promising newcomers this year. Don't underestimate them. Don't worry, brother Feng. I'm just talking big, Huang Yun reassured with a grin. I won't let my guard down when it counts. Lin Feng nodded. Remember, we have a task from above this time. We need to push them to their limits, give them a hard lesson, and let them understand there's always someone better. Got it. Got it. Good, let's go. In indoor training hall number 15, all 44 training camp participants were in place, standing in 4 rows according to height, with men and women mixed. Compared to 7 days ago, each of them had undergone significant changes. Their eyes were more resolute, their presence more substantial, and their determination more concentrated. Under the unknown specialized training of professional instructors, these trainees not only improved in level and attributes, but also gained a deeper understanding of skill mastery and career development. These instructors, all at level 80 and highly compatible with the trainees' professions, were silently observing from a distance. Li Long stood at the front, his spine straight as he scanned the trainees before him. The 7 days of training are over. Whether you can stay and become members of the National Reserve Team, fighting for the country, depends on your efforts. I won't say much more. Let's get straight to the content of this assessment. All eyes were on Li Long, waiting for him to announce the specifics of this year's assessment. Although the assessments were similar each year, the details were always different. Li Long clapped his hands lightly, a confident smile on his face. It's simple. With a gesture from him, a group of spirited youths filed in and stood neatly behind Li Long. Each of the 10 youths wore a meaningful smile, as if they were about to put on a great show. Liao Jinxian frowned as she observed the group. The condescending look in their eyes made her extremely uncomfortable. Just wait, she thought to herself, determined to show them up. Turning around, Li Long introduced. These are your predecessors, the outstanding students from last year's talent camp, now members of the National Reserve Team. He paused, scanning everyone present. Your assessment is simple. Choose any one of them to challenge. 3 of them are members of the 2nd Reserve Team, and the other 7 belong to the 3rd Reserve Team. Defeat a member of the 2nd Reserve Team to directly advance to the 1st Reserve Team. Defeat a member of the 3rd Reserve Team to enter the 2nd Reserve Team. If you lose, you'll have to participate in the elimination round. Mr. Lee, isn't this a bit too demanding? Someone couldn't help but protest. They've been training for a whole year. Li Long's smile remained unchanged. Don't worry, they'll control their strength to levels 32 and 37. What? The crowd was in an uproar. Although everyone was quite confident in their abilities, these individuals were idolized figures they once looked up to. It wasn't surprising, considering these 10 were among the top picks from various provinces, renowned figures in their high schools and provinces. Lin Feng and the others were surprised to hear this. The standard last year was levels 30 and 35, and now it had been raised by 2 levels. However, soon their eyes lit up with excitement. Such a challenge was far more interesting. While failure wasn't impossible, unless they encountered an extraordinary talent like Brother Tian, their chances of success were quite high. Moreover, even someone like Brother Tian had only chosen a 2nd team member back then. All right, let's begin the challenge, Li Long said, and immediately someone stepped forward. I'll go. Yi Guangmiao, who ranked 5th last time, was the first to speak. I want to challenge Lin Shen from the 2nd team. Lin Shen, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, politely stepped forward. Guangmiao, it's been a while. Please, let's begin. Yi Guangmiao eagerly watched Lin Shen. In Shanshi No. 1 High School, Lin Shen was a legendary figure. From his first year, he was the undisputed top student, consistently ranking first in all subjects. During his 3rd year, he caused a natural phenomenon upon transitioning, leading to his special recruitment by the provincial talent camp. Not long after, he successfully entered the national talent camp and remained in the national team, becoming a member of the reserve team, cementing his status as a legend at Shanshi No. 1 High School. What a coincidence, you guys know each other, someone in the crowd whispered. It turned out that Yi Guangmiao and Lin Shen grew up in the same neighborhood and have known each other since childhood. Lin Shen glanced at his junior with a smile, a hint of interest in his eyes. Come on, let me see what you're made of. In the center of the arena, the two faced each other from a distance. Around them, people murmured, that kid dares to challenge Brother Shen? Brother Shen is second only to Brother Feng, and even among the 2nd team, he's top-notch. Wait, isn't this the genius kid Brother Shen mentioned before? They've finally met. This showdown between familiar faces immediately grabbed everyone's attention. Long Xinhan and others also turned their gaze towards the match. They were keen to assess the strength of the 2nd team members. After all, defeating a 2nd team member would mean a direct promotion to the 1st team. Li Long stepped forward. I'll be the referee. With someone of his caliber officiating and medical personnel on standby, the safety of the match was assured. The battle began. Lin Shen kept his level at 37, restraining his aura. Yi Guangmiao, on the other hand, wielded a spear with an imposing presence. Senior Lin Shen, please guide me. He was at level 30, openly ready for battle. Silver light flash. Yi Guangmiao's spear transformed into a streak of silver light, swiftly closing in on Lin Shen. So fast, the trainees of the genius camp exclaimed. If it were them, they might struggle to handle such an assault. However, the senior students merely yawned. Members of the 3rd team exchanged knowing smiles. Last year, this might have been enough to join the 2nd team. But this year, with the level cap raised by 2, he can't even beat us, let alone challenge Brother Shen. As expected, Lin Shen handled Yi Guangmiao's attack with ease, effortlessly neutralizing each move. In contrast, Yi Guangmiao was already sweating, and his spear technique began to falter. Anyone could see that Lin Shen was merely holding back. So strong, Qian Boyong said, rubbing his forehead. Although he could defeat Yi Guangmiao, doing it with such ease was beyond him. He began to reassess his plan. She had been confident about joining the 1st team, but now it seemed the challenge was far greater than anticipated. Yi Guangmiao lost. Although he performed decently in the competition, everyone present was well aware that Lin Shen had been holding back. Despite feeling down, Yi Guangmiao maintained his composure on stage and gave a slight bow to Lin Shen in gratitude. Thank you for the guidance. Lin Shen adjusted his glasses and said calmly, your skills are quite impressive. It won't be long before we see you in the 2nd reserve team. After they stepped off the stage, Li Long scanned the crowd. Who's next to challenge? Everyone exchanged glances but remained silent. Hurry up, we only have this afternoon. Just as Gu Huai was about to step onto the stage, someone else jumped ahead. Gu Huai quietly returned to his place, thinking to himself that watching these battles between peers held little significance for him. It wasn't arrogance. It's just that these lower-level battles offered limited improvement for him. If he were to watch, it should be the high-level peak duels. I challenged the 3rd reserve team. The battle ended quickly in another defeat, making those present gradually realize a harsh reality. Even these 3rd reserve team members, who had suppressed their level to 30, were not opponents they could easily defeat. Next, Li Long called again, and this time, the silence was even more pronounced. Huang Yin couldn't help but mutter softly. A bunch of naive kids, thinking this challenge is so easy? Last year, only Tiangu barely managed to defeat the second reserve team and directly entered the first team. Only 8 beat the third reserve team. This year it's even harder, and there might be even fewer who can defeat the third reserve team. Those around nodded in agreement. Seeing no one stepping up, Gu Huai was about to move forward when Li Long gave him a look, signaling him to hold back. Gu Huai understood and stepped back again. Qian Boyong, why don't you give it a try? Li Long suddenly called out. This disrupted Qian Boyong's plan to observe a bit longer. He hesitated slightly. Me? Hurry up. Reluctantly, Qian Boyong responded and walked forward, asking, Senior Li, if I defeat a third reserve team member and then challenge the second reserve team but lose, can I still enter the second team? Being the son of a businessman, he habitually thought from a benefits perspective. After receiving an affirmative answer, Qian Boyong sighed in relief and pointed into the crowd. All right, I challenge a member of the third team. Yes. You? The one with yellow hair. Me? Huang Yun was taken aback, clearly not expecting to be targeted as an easy opponent. Lin Feng, standing nearby, couldn't help but chuckle though Huang Yun was still in the third team. He had already reached the standard of the second team and was just waiting for the next assessment. The battle commenced. Qian Boyong indeed put in a great effort, having reached level 32, matching Gu Huai's previous level. The duel between Qian Boyong, the seven treasure Taoist, and Huang Yun, the swift assassin, captured everyone's attention. This contest should have been in favor of Huang Yun, considering the swift assassin's void ambush is particularly effective against mage-type professions. However, the mysterious hidden profession of the seven treasure Taoist showcased astonishing strength with a variety of tactics, ultimately leading to Huang Yun's defeat in the match. Qian Boyong's victory surprised Lin Feng and the others. Yet, just when everyone thought he would press his advantage, Qian Boyong turned to Li Long, his voice slightly weary. Senior Li, this round was quite draining. May I take a break before continuing the challenge? With Li Long's approval, Qian Boyong walked to a corner, sat cross-legged, and began to recover his energy. His performance seemed to open the floodgates, as other challengers took the stage one after another. Out of the 22 challengers, only 4, including Qian Boyong, succeeded in defeating the members of the third reserve team. Gu Huai, are you ready to go? Long Xinhong had quietly approached Gu Huai's side at some point. She suppressed her inner excitement, carefully watching him with eyes full of admiration. I'll wait a bit, Gu Huai replied calmly, clearly waiting for Li Long's arrangement. Shall I go first then? Go ahead. Okay. Long Xinhong nodded repeatedly, and then walked toward the arena. She directly challenged Wang Yan, the only female member of the second reserve team. At level 34, Long Xinhong was well aware of her opponent's formidable strength. More importantly, Gu Huai was watching from the sidelines. Although she personally didn't care about winning or losing, she had to give it her all to avoid embarrassing Gu Huai. With a dragon's roar, Long Xinhong entered her dragon transformation state. Her original height of 168 centimeters instantly increased by 20 centimeters, and a layer of dragon scale armor shimmering with a cold light appeared on her body. Her slender figure, paired with a bright silver spear, made her look so valiant that even Gu Huai couldn't help but take another glance. Wang Yan, as a member of the second reserve team, was also a tall beauty, but she was slightly outshone by Long Xinhong's current form. Her previously calm expression turned serious as she sensed her opponent's powerful aura. Lin Feng frowned, and Lin Shen couldn't help but nod, thinking that this newcomer indeed had impressive strength. Even he wasn't certain of victory. The battle was about to begin. Wang Yan, a profession known as a thunder archer, wore tight leather armor and held a pitch-black longbow, ready for combat. Dragon's Fury. With Long Xinhong's fierce shout, a 3-meter-high wave surged from the ground, sweeping toward Wang Yan like an angry dragon. Upon witnessing the formidable Dragon Fury, the crowd turned pale, except for Gu Huai, whose expression remained unchanged. Wang Yan looked troubled. She knew that while the Dragon Fury was indeed powerful, in her prime, she could dispel it with a mere wave of her hand. However, now suppressed at level 37, the power she could wield was severely limited. Decisively, Wang Yan raised her black bow and executed the 3-star arrow. 3 arrows shot through the air, each transforming into a black wild goose, diving towards the massive wave. Long Xin, with agile movements, leapt beneath the wave, her silver spear dancing like a dragon, skillfully striking down each wild goose. In the face of danger, Wang Yan retreated continuously. She was well aware that if she were engulfed by the wave, the battle would be over. She quickly used Swift and Ice Crystal Arrow to counterattack. The spectators, especially the newcomers, were visibly shocked. They had initially believed that as prodigies selected from millions, the gap between them should be manageable. However, witnessing Long Xin's display of power, many doubted their ability to withstand even one of her moves. Even Qian Boyong couldn't help but sigh, acknowledging that the strength Long Xin had shown was already worth his full effort, not to mention the hidden abilities she hadn't revealed yet. Wenren Lingsu's expression was serious. She realized Wang Yan was relying solely on more refined combat skills to hold on, but in terms of attributes and skills, she fell short of Long Xinxin. After 3 minutes of intense battle, Wang Yan ultimately chose to concede. Long Xinxin politely said, "Thank you for letting me win," before excitedly running over to Gu Huai, spinning around to show off her appearance. "Gu Huai, do you think I look good?" Lin Feng and Lin Shun exchanged glances at this scene. They greatly admired Long Xinxin's strength and beauty, especially her ability to transform, which was particularly captivating. But when they saw her affectionately run towards Gu Huai, their actions involuntarily halted. Too bad, this flower is already taken. Although the two felt a sense of regret, they harbored no ill will, merely planning to give Gu Huai a hard time during his assessment as a form of mild retribution. Gu Huai carefully observed Long Xinxin, a look of admiration flashing in his eyes. Not bad. As a normal man, he naturally appreciated beauty, though he had no intention of pursuing romance for now, worried it might hinder his path to becoming stronger. A trace of pride flashed in Long Xinxin's eyes, and taking advantage of her high-speed transformation state, she unhesitatingly lunged towards Gu Huai. Long Xinxin was confident she could catch Gu Huai off guard. A sly smile played on her lips as she decided to seize the opportunity to give Gu Huai a quick peck. However, she was completely unaware that what she thought was a swift move was, to Gu Huai, as slow as a turtle. Just as she was about to succeed, Gu Huai smoothly sidestepped her. The look of joy that had just appeared on Long Xinxin's face vanished as she lunged forward, hitting nothing but air. Despite her skills, which should have allowed her to quickly regain her balance, her mind failed to register the sudden change in events. The result was inevitable: her face collided with the ground. And this wasn't just any ground. It was an ultra-hard floor designed specifically for the national team's matches. Even with Long Xinxin's strength, which could typically shatter the ground with ease, she could only gasp in pain. Ouch! That hurts. Everyone present was stunned. The newcomers were relatively composed, having witnessed Gu Huai's evasive maneuver firsthand. However, Lin Feng and the others were genuinely taken aback, clearly not expecting such agility from him. Li Long, her grandfather, couldn't help but smile. He was well aware of his granddaughter's feelings for Gu Huai, though progress had been elusive. In his view, as long as Gu Huai was unattached, Xinxin still had a chance. Long Xinxin picked herself up, casting a reproachful glance at Gu Huai. He coughed awkwardly, while Li Long stepped in to change the subject. Next up, Qian Boyong then took the stage, choosing to face Lin Feng, hoping to avoid the stronger Lin Shun. Little did he know, Lin Feng was the strongest present. The result was an inevitable defeat for Qian Boyong. After Qian Boyong left the stage, Li Long felt it was time and signaled for Gu Huai to step up. As soon as Gu Huai took the stage, he got straight to the point. "Mr. Li, can I directly challenge to become a national team member?" Directly become a national team member? Li Long was momentarily surprised. "You want to skip the steps?" "Mr. Li, you're sharp," Gu Huai grinned. This exchange amused everyone, especially Lin Feng and the others. In all these years, no one had ever directly joined the national team. Even the current top members had started from the reserve team. It's possible, but it's tough. Do you want to try? Normally, Li Long wouldn't entertain such a request, but given Gu Huai's exceptional talent, he thought it might be feasible. Gu Huai nodded in agreement. Li Long suggested, "Then pass the reserve team test first, and then challenge for it. I'll call someone over." "Thank you, Mr. Li." Gu Huai turned his attention to the 3 reserve team members. Wang Yan had just lost to Long Xinxin, and Lin Feng had just finished a match, so his gaze settled on Lin Shun. "I'll trouble you for this." Lin Shun adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses as he faced Gu Huai. Despite his inner displeasure, he maintained his gentlemanly demeanor. The two quickly ascended the combat platform, surrounded by a crowd of spectators. The older generation of martial artists looked on with disapproval, believing Gu Huai to be young and arrogant. Even though Gu Huai indeed displayed considerable skill, his haughty attitude left them unimpressed. Unless this young man could demonstrate truly extraordinary abilities, it would be hard for him to earn their respect. Meanwhile, the newcomers were full of curiosity about Gu Huai, whispering among themselves about his capabilities. Gu Huai was already level 32 before. He must be around level 37 now. One person speculated quietly. Long Xinhong is already level 34. With Gu Huai's talent, reaching level 37 shouldn't be a problem, another agreed. "Do you think he might have reached level 40? Someone boldly guessed. "Impossible," another immediately countered. Each level up is extremely challenging in the later stages. Even for Gu Huai, reaching level 40 this quickly is out of the question. Though these discussions were hushed, the older martial artists, with their heightened senses, heard every word clearly. Huang Yun couldn't help but mutter, "Humph, no wonder this kid is so arrogant." But these newcomers are too naive. Even Master Luo Xiao didn't reach level 40 in 11 days. If this kid really reaches level 40, well, let's just say it's unlikely. He couldn't stand young people putting on airs. As the battle commenced, Lin Shun maintained his composure and gestured for Gu Huai to make the first move. Gu Huai obliged without ceremony, casually saying, "After you," and didn't even bother to summon a weapon. With a simple wave, he unleashed a shadow ball, a skill inherent to his set. Initially, no one paid much attention to Gu Huai's casual strike. But as the shadow ball flew out, Lin Shun's expression changed drastically, as if marked by death itself. He could no longer hold back, unleashing his full power, a remarkable level 64. Even so, he barely managed to fend off the casual strike, his face growing pale. The crowd was instantly shocked. Gu Huai's level remained undisclosed since he only used a skill from his gear. However, Lin Shun's hasty revelation of his level 64 power and his struggle to counter the attack left everyone stunned, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Gu Huai is victorious, passing the preliminary team assessment, Li Long announced, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He knew Gu Huai was exceptional, but hadn't expected such astonishing progress in such a short time. In fact, over the past 2.5 days, Gu Huai not only significantly increased his strength, but also markedly improved his skill levels. Gu Huai's personal stats were clearly displayed on the light screen. Name: Gu Huai. Profession: Dragon Master, hidden level LV 57. Talent: Power of Dragon Mastery, unique mythical level. Attributes: Stamina, 450,000. Constitution, 314,000. Agility, 259,000. Skill, 319,000. Skills: Second tier, Dragon Mastery, LV 81. Second tier, Shared Pain, LV 8. Blood Connection, LV 6. Strength Amplification, LV 2. Contract Capacity: Dragon Species, 127. Battle Pets, 10. Skill Enhancement Points, 1. Post-Third Transition Combat Index, 1,344,000. These figures left everyone present gasping in disbelief. A Dragon Master at just level 57 with a staggering combat index of 1,344,000. In contrast, Lin Shun, a member of the reserve second team standing in the arena, despite being level 64, only had a combat index of 330,000. While 330,000 was impressive within the reserve second team, it paled in comparison to Gu Huai's stats. Lin Shun appeared somewhat disheveled and was about to counterattack when Li Long's shout stopped him, forcing him to calm down. He shook his head with a wry smile, thinking how a newcomer had pushed him to such a state. No wonder this guy wanted to go straight to the top. His abilities were indeed extraordinary. However, aiming to directly become an official team member was still quite unrealistic. Over the years, hardly anyone had attempted this test, let alone passed it. Gu Huai, step down for now. Your opponent is on the way, Li Long said, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. He was increasingly curious about Gu Huai's true strength and would soon find out. All right, Gu Huai responded simply and stepped back. The others in the arena exchanged glances, speechless for a moment. Huang Yin looked slightly embarrassed, having been proven wrong by the recent events. Still, he insisted, becoming an official member of the national team isn't easy. I'm talking about whether he can enter the national team. This time, no one responded or challenged him further. Li Long didn't rush things. His attention had already shifted elsewhere. The direct promotion to the national team assessment did exist, but since no one had ever passed it, it had long been forgotten. If Gu Huai hadn't brought it up today, Li Long might not have remembered it either. About 5 minutes later, a young man appeared at the entrance of the arena, accompanied by someone Gu Huai recognized, Senior Wenren. Rongfeng, the veteran members exclaimed in surprise. The newcomer was Nia Rongfeng, the only person from the previous batch to pass the reserve first team assessment. Rongfeng, what brings you here? Could it be? I'm not entirely sure. Nia Rongfeng shook his head. Senior Wenren contacted me to come over. When Nia Rongfeng entered the training ground, he stumbled upon the scene of a new member assessment. Is this an evaluation for the newcomers? What's going on? He asked curiously. Lin Feng quickly explained. Someone wants to directly challenge the official member assessment. This immediately drew a look of shock from Nia Rongfeng. Lin Shen got taken down in an instant. Brother Rongfeng, I was controlling my level at 37, not taken down instantly. Lin Shun corrected with a dark expression. I know, it was a slip of the tongue, Nia Rongfeng said as he glanced at Gu Huai, realizing the purpose of his visit. He was to be Gu Huai's opponent in the assessment to become an official member. If he lost, Gu Huai would secure his spot on the national team. Li Long looked around at everyone and said, now that everyone is here, let's begin. To become an official member of the national team directly, 2 senior members need to oversee the process. Wenren Sonan and I are both senior members, so we're all set. He turned to the 2 participants. Gu Huai, your task is simple. Defeat Nia Rongfeng. Nia Rongfeng, your task is the same. Defeat Gu Huai. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Huai and Nia Rongfeng stepped forward, locking eyes. Before taking his position, Gu Huai made a point to greet Wenren Sonan. Lin Shui, your grandfather is here, Long Xinhong said to Wenren Lin Xue with a cheerful smile. seemingly having forgotten Gu Huai's earlier attitude toward her. Wenren Linxue just nodded slightly, more concerned about the assessment at hand. Could Gu Huai really challenge a member of the first reserve team directly? Everyone was taken aback. Did Senior Li Long forget to add any rules? Like a level cap at 40 or 45? Huang Yun suddenly burst out laughing and explained. The assessment to become an official member of the national team is to defeat a member of the previous year's first reserve team, and it's without any restrictions. So I don't think Gu Huai can complete this task. What? No restrictions? The newcomers were shocked. Lin Shun is already at level 64, and Nie Rongfeng is stronger, so he must be at least level 65. No wonder no one has ever passed this assessment. Only Long Xinhong seemed at ease. Wenren Linxue asked curiously, "Aren't you worried about your brother?" "What's there to worry about? My brother is so strong. Nie Rongfeng is nothing," Long Xinhong said loudly enough for both participants on stage to hear. Gu Huai found the tone oddly familiar, as if he'd heard it in a tea art class in a previous life. Meanwhile, Nie Rongfeng's expression darkened, and he announced, "Nie Rongfeng, member of the National Reserve Team, level 69. Level 69. The crowd gasped. That's almost level 70, nearly ready for the third transition. However, Gu Huai felt a tinge of disappointment. Only level 69? He had expected Nie Rongfeng, as the strongest of the previous year, to have already completed the third transition, or at least be at level 70. Gu Huai glanced at his level, which was 69, and couldn't help but shake his head. This level wasn't particularly high, especially for the team being assembled for the upcoming national battle expansion. He recalled the previous arrangements made by Long Lao, who had appointed him as the team leader, with team members primarily consisting of elite players from the previous and the one before last tournaments, those who had already reached level 60 and possessed impressive skills. Thinking about the expressions his future teammates might have upon seeing him, a smile crept onto Gu Huai's lips. His quiet muttering caught Nie Rongfeng's attention. "What did you say?" Nie Rongfeng asked. Gu Huai looked up, his expression calm. "Nothing much. I'm Gu Huai, not yet a member of the national team." He paused, then beamed a bright smile. "My level is 57. Oh, 57, 57. Nie Rongfeng initially responded casually, but then his eyes widened as if struck by lightning. This level wouldn't typically shock a player of his caliber, but realizing that this young man had only been in his new role for 11 days left him stunned. The surrounding crowd erupted. "Whoa, my fellow townsman is insane," someone exclaimed. "Do monsters line up to be defeated by him? Even then, leveling up this fast is impossible. I've been grinding like crazy, and I'm only level 29. Liao Jinxuan's mind went blank, and she could only mutter the number 57 in disbelief. Long Xinhong, however, seemed unsurprised, lifting her head proudly. Meanwhile, Wenren Lingsu couldn't help but look at Gu Huai with eyes full of astonishment. Qian Boyong and other veteran players exchanged bewildered looks, all dumbfounded. They instinctively recalled their own levels after 11 days in their new roles, barely reaching level 30, with even Nie Rongfeng only at level 33 back then. Wenren Suanan was utterly perplexed. Unlike Li Long, who frequently monitored Gu Huai's progress, the last time Suanan saw Gu Huai, he was only in his 20s. How could he have skyrocketed to level 57 in such a short time? At this rate, wouldn't he reach level 70 and be ready for his third transition in another 11 days? Even Li Long, who had been closely following Gu Huai's progress, was surprised. After level 50, leveling up became significantly harder. He had expected Gu Huai to reach 54 or 55 at most, but not 57. This young man always managed to exceed expectations. Li, can we start now?" Gu Huai broke the stunned silence, prompting everyone to action. Li Long gave Gu Huai a long, thoughtful look, thinking that perhaps this young man really could meet Long Lao's expectations. "All right, let's begin." Nie Rongfeng contained his inner shock and gazed calmly at Gu Huai. Although Gu Huai's leveling speed was indeed astonishing, Nie Rongfeng still found him insignificant. Since his career change, he had always been the one to challenge others across levels and had never been defeated this way. Moreover, with a 12-level gap between them, he saw no chance of his own failure. As the battle was about to commence, Nie Rongfeng assumed a battle-ready stance. Despite his strength, he adhered to the belief that even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit, leaving no room for complacency. Rongfeng is a hidden class swift blade master. Huang Yun introduced with glowing eyes and admiration. "I remember his combat power index reached 380,000 at level 62, while I'm only at 280,000 at the same level, a full 100,000 difference. Now he's 7 levels higher, his skills must be even stronger, and his combat index is likely over 500,000. 500,000. The newcomers exchanged glances, as that number sounded astronomical to them. Even the strongest among them, Long Xinhong, had a combat power index of just over 8,700, still in the thousands. Doesn't that mean Gu Huai is bound to lose? Yeah, with a combat power of 500,000, how can he possibly compete? The newcomers discussed among themselves, but Long Xinhong kept her gaze on Gu Huai, saying firmly, "It's just a 500,000 combat index. You have to believe in brother Gu Huai. For him, that's just a minor issue." Wenren Lingxua listened on the side, shaking her head silently. Usually rational, Long Xinhong seemed like a different person when it came to Gu Huai. Although Gu Huai's talent was undeniably impressive, enough to make her feel inferior, she couldn't see any hope of him winning against a 500,000 combat power index. Still, she chose to stay silent and not argue with the love-struck girl. Nia Rongfeng listened to the chatter with a faint smile. "Gu Huai, my combat power index is 540,000. Reaching this figure at level 69 was a source of pride for him, strong enough to be considered formidable, even if it didn't match some seniors." Gu Huai simply nodded and glanced at his attribute panel. 450,000 strength, 259,000 agility, and 319,000 constitution. With such attributes, even without special attack methods, ordinary attacks should suffice for victory, considering his strength alone was nearly matching Nie Rongfeng's combat power index. "Take this, swift slash." Nie Rongfeng initiated the attack, his curved sword subtly moving to release a crescent-shaped sword energy that whistled out like the wind. While this speed might be stunning to newcomers and other veterans, to Gu Huai, it was not difficult to handle. Gu Huai's agility was exceptionally high, allowing him to remain calm and composed even as a fierce wind slash came howling towards him. With a gentle lift of his arm, a massive, tumter-long, 6 cm wide immortal sword materialized in his hand. Just as the wind slash was about to strike, the immortal sword was firmly positioned in its path. Contrary to everyone's expectation of seeing Gu Huai being knocked back, the powerful wind slash dissipated silently, as if it hit a cushion. Nie Rongfeng's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene. Although it was just a probing attack, given the 12-level difference, the wind slash should have at least caused some harm to Gu Huai. Yet, Gu Huai stood there unscathed, as if nothing had happened. In the moment Nie Rongfeng was stunned, Gu Huai's voice rang out, "Senior Nie, now it's my turn." Before the words even settled, Gu Huai's figure transformed into a barely discernible blur. Despite Nie Rongfeng being a wind swordsman who had invested 80 of his attribute points in strength and agility, barely reaching an attribute value of 200,000, he could only raise his sword in a clumsy defense. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was followed by an unimaginable force traveling through the blade. Nie Rongfeng's grip burst open, blood flowing freely, and his great sword was knocked from his hands. He was sent flying backward like a kite with a broken string. This astonishing scene left everyone present dumbfounded, including Li Long, who knew of Gu Huai's terrifying dragon species. Li Long had assumed Gu Huai would need to rely on his contracted dragon species to contend with Nie Rongfeng, but he was stunned to see Gu Huai reach such heights through his own strength alone. Li Long suddenly recalled Gu Huai's ability to gain some basic attributes from all his contracted dragon species, and he swallowed hard. A vision flashed in his mind. In a future national war, when the three major nations, led by the United States, thought they had outsmarted everyone by luring away Gu Huai's dragons and Dragon Nation strongmen, Gu Huai would single-handedly suppress them. The thought sent shivers down Li Long's spine. Though Nie Rongfeng's injuries were not severe after landing, he had completely lost the will to fight. He realized that while his agility barely matched Gu Huai's, he could not contend with the monstrous strength that was at least double his own. Unless he could raise his level to 70 and enhance his equipment to level 10, continuing the fight would only lead to humiliation. "I concede," Nie Rongfeng said decisively, making the wisest choice. As Nie Rongfeng's words fell, the scene was enveloped in silence. The crowd was filled with disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment, struggling to accept the reality before them. Huang Yun was thrown into utter turmoil. Just moments ago, he had been envisioning Nie Rongfeng effortlessly defeating his opponent. After all, with a 12-level difference and Nie Rongfeng's strength, it shouldn't have been a close match. Indeed, it was a quick defeat, but the outcome was completely unexpected. It wasn't Gu Huai who was vanquished, but Nie Rongfeng. This can't be. Huang Yun instinctively slapped himself hard across the face. The stinging pain forced him to confront the harsh reality. This wasn't a dream, but an actual event. What made it even more despairing was that he now had to honor the detestable bet he had made. A day later, Gu Huai ventured alone to a new leveling area Longting Bay. This mysterious coastal location was shrouded in legends. Some claimed to have seen a true dragon appear here, while others spoke of sea dragons resting in its waters. Of course, these were merely unverified tales. Gu Huai was not there to investigate these myths, but was following the advice of Long Lao. The distribution of monsters here was unique. About 20 of the monsters were either below level 60 or above level 70. As long as one didn't venture deep into Longting Bay, encountering high-level monsters was unlikely. Even if a monster above level 70 appeared, it was usually just one or two, making it relatively safe. For this reason, this remote area had gradually developed into a bustling small camp. Just yesterday, after a series of formal ceremonies, Gu Huai officially became the 157th member of the national team and the 128th member of the third team. The current composition of the national team is 7 in the first team, 22 in the second team, and 128 in the third team. These 157 individuals are considered pillars of the nation, each possessing formidable strength. Among them, 141 have reached the current level cap of 80, with most taking less than a year to progress from level 70 to 80. Although the induction ceremony had few attendees, all were influential figures. As a result, Gu Huai received generous benefits, a private villa, resources worth billions annually, and access to special dungeons. However, these dungeons required a minimum level of 70, so they had to be put on hold for now. Currently, Gu Huai's most pressing task is to reach level 70 and complete the third transition within a month to officially become the captain for the National War expansion. Long Lao is preparing the participants for the national expansion and initially planned to send an elite team to accompany Gu Huai to Longting Bay, primarily to ensure his safety. After Gu Huai demonstrated exceptional skills, Elder Long agreed to let him go to Longting Bay alone. Very few are aware of Gu Huai's true identity, and those who do are high-ranking officials bound by confidentiality agreements. In this situation, Gu Huai, who is yet to be exposed to the public eye, is relatively safe. Nonetheless, the cautious Elder Long dispatched members of the Dragon Temple to secretly safeguard Gu Huai and ensure his safety at all times. Standing at the entrance of Longting Bay, Gu Huai's gaze swept over the nearby stalls. The vendors displayed a variety of tools and equipment, most of which were of epic quality. Items of divine quality were rare, and legendary gold items were even scarcer. This is actually the norm in the world of professions. Ordinary level 60 teams typically only have a set of epic gear, with only the captain or a few lucky individuals obtaining divine sets. Their combat power generally hovers just above 100,000. The top national figures Gu Huai previously encountered, often equipped with legendary gold sets, were on a completely different level. After circling the marketplace twice, Gu Huai was about to venture deeper into Longting Bay when a sweet voice called out, "Hey there, want to join a team?" Gu Huai turned around to see a group of 2 men and 2 women, who appeared to be seasoned adventurers judging by their skilled attire. The speaker was a sensual woman around 30. Seeing Gu Huai's response, she continued, "One of our team members is temporarily busy, so we're looking for a temporary member." "Our team? Sorry, I'm not looking to join a team at the moment, but thank you," Gu Huai replied with a polite smile, interrupting her gently. The woman didn't insist, nodding with a smile as she led her team away. The other 3 gave Gu Huai a casual glance, devoid of any mockery. Gu Huai brushed off this brief encounter and continued on his journey alone. Longting Bay is vast, covering an area of over 60,000 square kilometers, comparable to half a province. It contains 7 camps, and the one Gu Huai had just been in was one of them. These camps and their surrounding areas are relatively safe, as people frequently clear out the nearby monsters. The electronic map Gu Huai held was an internal version, detailing more comprehensive information than those available to the public. In this vast wilderness, each area is meticulously classified based on its level of danger. The map indicates the distribution of bosses and various hazardous zones. Although this information is only for reference after all, the creatures in the wild possess their own consciousness and rarely stay in one place. However, some formidable monsters develop a territorial awareness and remain in specific areas for extended periods. Gu Huai is currently making his way quickly to a nearby boss location. Defeating a boss is the fastest way to level up, as these powerful beings often attract a horde of monsters around them, both to arm themselves and to claim territory. Ordinary leveling up teams tend to avoid such bosses, as challenging them with average team strength is akin to courting death. Only well-organized guilds would assemble enough manpower to hunt them down. Guilds are special organizations in the world of professions, governed by unique rules. Players can establish a guild upon reaching level 60 and recruit those who are above level 50 and have completed a second job change. The greatest advantage of a guild is the ability to activate guild mode, where members do not harm each other. The number of members a guild can accommodate is directly related to its level, calculated as the square of the level multiplied by 10. This means a level 1 guild can hold 10 people, a level 2 guild 40 people, and a level 10 guild can accommodate up to 1,000 people. The method of upgrading a guild is straightforward. Members earn additional guild experience when they defeat monsters, and once the experience bar is full, a guild quest is triggered. Completing this quest allows the guild to level up. Just yesterday, Gu Huai joined the world's top guild, Dragon Temple, a super guild founded by Long Wuya, boasting an impressive level 12, capable of hosting up to 1,440 members. The entry criteria for Dragon Temple are extremely strict, requiring not only strength and potential, but also a connection to dragons either through a dragon-related profession or a dragon companion. As a result, even with its large capacity, Dragon Temple currently has just over 500 members, not even reaching half of its limit. The elite members of Dragon Temple are escorting Gu Huai. Upon reaching their destination, Dragon Soul Bay, a member reported to the guild leader, "Leader, our team is in position and ready to move to complete the guild's level 4 mission by slaying the Soul Star Demon. We've not only recruited Yi Hai and Wu Qiong into the guild with a substantial reward, but also enlisted the help of 2 level 3 guilds to ensure success. It is worth noting that once you join a guild, you must wait a month before you can leave, and after leaving, you need to wait another month before joining a new guild. Therefore, players usually choose their guilds carefully." "Well done." The guild leader nodded in satisfaction. "Once we kill the Soul Star Demon, we'll be promoted to an 8-level guild." Lin Fakwang's eyes glowed with fervor as he gazed into the distance, filled with anticipation. If he could elevate the guild to level 4 this time, it would not only allow for more recruits, but also attract stronger adventurers to join, helping him amass more resources. For him, all of this was aimed at breaking through the bottleneck of the 3rd job advancement. For 3 years, he had been stuck at level 70. During this time, he continuously honed his skills, purchased and enhanced legendary golden sets, scoured for rare items to boost his attributes, and meticulously trained his battle Petzal in pursuit of overcoming the hurdle of the 3rd job advancement. Looking at the entire Dragon Kingdom with its 2.3 billion adventurers, 1.8 billion have completed the 1st job advancement, but only about 120 million have managed the 2nd in average. Only 1 in 15 can break through. As for those who have reached the 3rd job advancement, they are astonishingly rare, numbering only 240,000, which means only 1 in 500 second job adventurers achieves it. Most of these are from the national team, provincial teams, or the 2 top academies, with only an estimated 20 to 30,000 being truly outside the system. "Let's go." Lin Fakwang waved his hand, and over 200 elite members from 3 level 3 guilds, all 2nd job or higher, set off together. Along the way, they casually cleared out scattered monsters, but carefully avoided large groups, as their real target was the Soul Star Demon. Completing the guild upgrade mission was paramount, and they couldn't afford to waste their strength. "You 2 guilds handle the peripheral monsters. Once our guild reaches level 4, we'll definitely lend you a hand," Lin Fakwang said cheerfully. Their target, a heaven-bestowed quality Soul Star Demon, was formidable at level 70, boasting a combat power index of 980,000, more than 3 times his own 320,000. But with so many hands, their chances of success were high. "Huh. Thanks, Brother Lin. And congratulations in advance on your guild reaching level 4. The leaders of the other 2 guilds beamed. For ordinary guilds, upgrade missions are indeed challenging, and only by banding together can they succeed. After half an hour of traveling, Lin Fakwang halted. Ahead lies the Soul Star Demon's territory, teeming with monsters. "It's up to you now." "Don't worry, Brother Lin," they responded, but upon entering the target area, they were stunned and eerie silence prevailed, with hardly a monster in sight. Lin Fakwang immediately dispatched an assassin team to scout, and soon they reported back. Traces of intense battle were found nearby, many monsters had been cleared, and from the looks of it, the fight occurred within the last hour. "Oh no." Lin Fakwang's face turned ashen, his body trembling slightly with anxiety. "We must head to the Soul Star Demon's location immediately." The situation was making him extremely anxious. The guild needed to upgrade to level 4, and the key task was to independently defeat a heaven-bestowed level boss without any help from other guilds. Such bosses were rare, and finding a suitable target was even more challenging. Lin Fakwang had spent countless time and resources tracking down this Soul Star Demon. Leading his team swiftly forward, their heavy footsteps echoed on the barren ground. Suddenly, a loud dragon's roar pierced the sky, causing his heart to tighten. "President, there's a young man ahead," a team member pointed out. "Should we ask him for information?" This suggestion seemed to offer Lin Fakwang a glimmer of hope, and he immediately ran in that direction. Gu Huai had already noticed the group, but wasn't concerned. With his own strength and someone secretly protecting him, he had nothing to fear. He intended to bypass the group from the side, not expecting them to approach him instead. Seeing Lin Fakwang approaching, Gu Huai initially frowned, then relaxed, feeling a bit intrigued. He thought to himself, isn't this the typical show-off scene in novels? Encountering so many people in the wild surely meant an exciting battle was coming. He even started considering how to showcase his strength. However, the situation unfolded unexpectedly. "Young man," Lin Fakwang asked politely, "have you seen any other guilds pass through here?" Gu Huai was momentarily stunned. This was not the scenario he had imagined. "No," he answered briefly. "Are you separated from your team?" Lin Fakwang asked with concern. "The monsters around here are dangerous. Would you like to temporarily join us? After completing our task, we can escort you back." Gu Huai was even more puzzled by this sudden show of kindness. "Thanks for the offer, but I can manage on my own." "In that case, I wish you a safe journey," Lin Fakwang said with a smile before leading his team away. Watching their retreating figures, Gu Huai couldn't help but smile. This encounter gave him a new perspective on the game's community spirit. Soon, He refocused on finding his next target. Compared to the scarce monsters in dungeons, hunting bosses this way indeed allowed for faster leveling up. Although he could easily clear dungeons, the experience gained was too little, and this method was clearly more efficient. The Soulstar demon, despite being relatively weak and easily defeated, had an astonishing ability to summon a vast number of monsters. The moment it sensed danger, it began frantically calling its minions. In no time, monsters from miles around swarmed in, packing the area densely. Gu Huai, however, showed no fear. Instead, he looked excited. He weaved through the crowd of monsters, each strike claiming the lives of dozens. Within just half an hour, tens of thousands of monsters had turned into experience points under his hand, earning him millions of points effortlessly. This method of killing was particularly satisfying because it didn't drain his energy, making it much easier than the dungeon raids requiring constant area attacks. What delighted Gu Huai even more was the drop rate of these wild monsters, which was dozens of times higher than in dungeons. The ground was littered with glittering equipment and materials, leaving him wide-eyed. At this rate, reaching 100 billion in savings is just around the corner, he calculated, moving on to his next target. 3 days later, Lin Fakong arrived at another location known for a heavenly gifted boss, only to find that the monsters and the boss had already been cleared out. His subordinate reported, "Boss, judging by the battle traces, the fight must have ended less than half an hour ago. Isn't that the young guy we saw a few days ago?" One of his men pointed out. Lin Fakong followed the direction of the pointing finger and quickly recognized the unforgettable face of Gu Huai. "It's him again." Lin Fakong squinted, wondering if Gu Huai was responsible for the monster slayings, but quickly dismissed the idea. There's no way a kid could handle so many monsters. Approaching Gu Huai, he greeted him with a smile. "What a coincidence, we meet again." "Yes, quite the coincidence," Gu Huai replied, his smile more genuine this time. Lin Fakong casually asked, "Did you see which guild took on the Flame King here? We've been coming up empty at 4 different spots over the past 3 days." 4 empty spots in a row? Gu Huai echoed in a puzzled tone. Lin Fakong explained with a wry smile. "Our guild has maxed out on experience, and we need to kill a level 70 heavenly gifted boss to level up to 4. But for some reason, possibly incorrect intel, we've missed 4 heavenly gifted bosses in 3 days." After listening, Gu Huai's expression turned a bit strange. Over the past 3 days, he had killed more than 40 bosses, many of which were of heavenly gifted quality. Could they all have been my doing? He wondered, feeling a bit awkward but knowing there was nothing he could do. Had no idea which specific boss Lin Fakong was after. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Lin Fakong, Gu Huai turned and left. They were mere acquaintances, and a brief chat sufficed. However, these experiences made him realize that the outer bosses were nearly depleted. 3 days and over 30 billion experience points later, I've almost cleared out the bosses. It's time to venture deeper. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.